makeup today. Whether it was an illusion or not, Fang Jian felt her makeup seemed slightly less refined, failing to fully showcase her beautiful features. Perhaps this was intentional on her part. Then, Fang Jian immediately sensed a pair of fiery eyes fixed on him. That little minx, Wang Donglian, stared at him without any pretense. The smile on her face bloomed like a rose, making Fang Jian's heart flutter involuntarily. Chapter 128, Wedding March. Luan Wani, Wang Donglian, and Qi Yue served as Chao Qingxin's bridesmaids. Fang Jian had known this long ago. All three were young, beautiful, and vibrant young women. However, since Fang Jian saw them often, he didn't think much of it. But today, when they carefully applied their makeup and slipped into their bridesmaid dresses, Fang Jian realized just how breathtakingly beautiful girls could be. Well, that was something. I've attended weddings more than once or twice before. Why hadn't I ever noticed the bridesmaids being particularly beautiful before? But seeing Luan Wani and Wang Donglian today. Shaking his head, Fang Jian averted his gaze, suddenly feeling hesitant to look any longer. The bride and groom met, surrounded by their entourage, and made their way to the entrance of the banquet hall. They were preparing to welcome the guests about to enter. The groom and bride each had 4 groomsmen and bridesmaids, who stood behind them respectively. A row of handsome men and beautiful women, enviable indeed. Once the bride and groom had taken their places, the musicians from the lounge emerged. Chao Qingxin sweetly called out teacher twice before greeting her classmates. Not only did Chao Qingxin go up, but Luan Wani and the other 2 girls followed her. Only the one left behind maintained a reserved smile, standing still where she was. Clearly, she didn't belong in this circle. Fang Jian glanced at her but detected not a trace of awkwardness. This girl had clearly been through big events before. The girls chatted briefly with Chao Qingxin, then pointed at Fang Jian a few times from a distance. Whatever they said made Chao Qingxin cover her mouth and giggle. Fang Jian naturally wouldn't eavesdrop, but moments later, Liang Chao quietly approached him and whispered, "Master, Brother Zhan asked me to tell you those girls suspect you hired a stand-in. He said when you play the piano later, put more force into it so they don't underestimate you." Fang Jian chuckled. Play with more force? As if playing the piano were like hitting someone. Would more force make it sound better? As for whether those girls believed in him, Fang Jian never gave it a second thought. It was like exams back in school. If an unknown underachiever suddenly scored first place in the final exams, the first reaction from teachers and classmates wouldn't be, "How did this kid suddenly get smart?" Instead, they'd suspect, "What kind of cheating did this kid pull? Did they get the exam papers early?" And these young girls were right in their guesses. Fang Jian had indeed hired a ghostwriter. But this ghostwriter was someone they would never be able to find. An hour later, nearly all the guests had arrived. Even those who hadn't shown up yet were few and far between. The bride and groom then left the main hall to prepare for their entrance inside. Fang Jian naturally made his way to a corner of the banquet hall. There stood a piano. Known as the king of instruments, the piano is a delicate and sensitive instrument that demands strict control over humidity, temperature, and placement. Over time, any piano will experience mechanical issues. Therefore, pianos require constant tuning. When Fang Jian arrived this afternoon, his first task was to inspect the piano and ensure it was perfectly tuned. Asking Fang Jian to innovate? He truly lacked that capability. But tuning a piano? That was his fundamental skill. Opening the lid, he sat atop the piano stand and waited silently. Then, the MC began speaking eloquently on stage. This MC was quite witty, a famous anchor from a Ningbo TV station with immense popularity. The Zhan family must have paid a hefty sum to secure his presence. Finally, Fang Jian heard the MC announce loudly, "Music, please." And now, the bride and groom make their entrance. Fang Jian reached out and gently placed his hands on the piano keys. In that moment, Fang Jian's heart was filled with a quiet yet profound warmth. Playing the piano is not merely about hitting every note perfectly. Only by pouring abundant emotion into the performance can one truly move others through music. This truth had been repeated countless times to him by Beethoven and other pianists. To play with emotion, the pianist must first cultivate a state of mind that resonates with the piece. Only then can one's emotions be channeled through the keys. The more intense the emotion, the greater the power of that release, and the more it resonates with the audience's feelings. Of course, all this also requires the right timing, place, and people to come together. A performance at the National Center for the Performing Arts versus one in a subway passageway even by the same person yields vastly different effects. At that moment, as Fang Jian's fingers touched the keys, his heart brimmed with joy, delight, and anticipation. It was a feeling both cautious and restless. In that moment, it seemed to perfectly capture the emotions of the bride and groom. Even those unfamiliar with music found the piano playing truly beautiful. When our children get married someday, we must play this piece too. Not every family hires a pianist for their wedding. Most opt to play MP3 recordings instead. But to the ears of those professors and students at the Shanghai Conservatory, it sounded entirely different. This included the bride and the 3 girls, including Luan Wani. Upon hearing this emotionally charged piano performance, the faces of these music professionals visibly changed. Deeply moved by the emotions conveyed through the notes, they felt a tingling sensation on their scalps, their bodies trembling slightly beyond their control. It was excitement, and indescribable, overwhelming excitement. It was like a person dying of thirst in the desert stumbling upon a bottle of water. Or like a famine-stricken era when even tree bark had been stripped bare, seeing a bowl of savory braised pork wafting its aroma for miles when hunger had blurred one's vision. This profound impact was something those unfamiliar with music could never comprehend. The wedding march played during the entrance was brief. By the time Fang Jian paused, the bride and groom had already met in the long corridor. Guided by the MC, they recounted how they met. A few games involving the groomsmen and bridesmaids were also played. Fang Jian watched below with great interest. Yet, when Luan Wani and Wang Donglian stood alongside the other two groomsmen, a faint pang of envy stirred within him. If only he weren't the pianist, he could have been a groomsman too. But then his expression shifted slightly. Was he possessed? Feeling envious of the groomsman beside Luan Wani was one thing, but why did he find himself disliking the one beside Wang Donglian too? No, his mindset was all wrong. Fang Jian immediately pulled himself together, keeping his eyes straight ahead. Deep down, he understood something. Wang Donglian's affection for him was obvious to anyone with half a brain. During his time on the Red Road, Wang Donglian's unabashed actions and the sudden impulse that surged upon their reunion felt like they would last forever. To claim Fang Jian felt nothing would be self-deception. If he had met Wang Donglian first, he might have been moved by her. But the first person Fang Jian saw was Luan Wani. And Luan Wani was gentle as water. Even though Luan Changyang had disparaged Luan Wani several times in front of him, Fang Jian refused to believe it. In short, during the time they spent together, Fang Jian was thoroughly satisfied with Luan Wani. He had even begun contemplating entering the grave of love. At this moment, he truly dared not entertain any other thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Fang Jian withdrew his gaze and fixed his eyes on the piano. The piano was the best tool for regulating one's emotions. Gradually, Fang Jian's state of mind returned to calm. Thinking of Zhan Tao, his dear friend's joyous occasion. A wave of profound joy welled up within him. The bride and groom exit. Music. Fang Jian's fingers touched the keys, and a brand new, exquisite melody flowed from between them. Chapter 129, The Sheet Music Scandal. What truly beautiful music, Han Tian declared at the dinner table, offering her unreserved admiration. Yes, his performance is so full of emotion. Even if he didn't compose this piece, he's an outstanding performer, Min Xingyang nodded repeatedly, murmuring softly. Han Tian chuckled softly. What? You still doubt him? Don't forget, those two wedding marches were brand new. At the very least, I've never heard them before. Min Xingyang gave a wry smile. Professor Han, I just find it hard to believe that someone who came straight from the University of Life could truly compose so many beautiful pieces. Han Tian glanced at him, thinking to herself. I don't believe it either. But she hadn't just composed one piece. Counting the earlier ones, there are already over 10 compositions. And each one is so outstanding, utterly captivating to listen to, and makes you want to pick up an instrument yourself. Such compositions. With so many music professors at the Shanghai Conservatory over the years, who knows how many piano pieces they've composed in total? Yet pieces of this caliber remain few and far between. They're essentially the result of a sudden burst of inspiration, created in a moment of passionate fervor by a particular professor. Yet, a single such stroke of genius composition in a professor's lifetime is enough to cement their fame in the music world. More than 10? Even if you killed them, they couldn't manage that. Therefore, after hearing Fang Jian perform these two wedding marches, Han Tian had no choice but to concede. Those pieces were most likely composed by Fang Jian. Professor Han, this piece is absolutely beautiful, whispered one of her favorite students, leaning in close. I forgot to transcribe it earlier and missed a few notes. You must have the full version, right? Han Tian shot her a disapproving look and scolded playfully, all you care about is good music. I'm getting old, I didn't catch everything either. Ask your classmates to piece it together. See if we can reconstruct the simplified notation for these two pieces. Got it, the student replied cheerfully. If only 2 or 3 people were listening to the music live, she'd still worry about not getting the whole piece together. But now, there were over 20 classmates here. Every single one of them was in the music world. After studying music for so many years, transcribing music by ear was as natural to them as eating and drinking. So she had no worries at all. Soon, they borrowed paper and pencils and began transcribing the music. Thus, these 3 tables became a striking sight. The other tables had already started eating after all, it was getting late, and many were famished. Yet, almost no one at these 3 tables touched their chopsticks. They were all holding paper and pens, writing something intently. Judging by their completely absorbed expressions, it seemed the delicious dishes on the table couldn't possibly capture their attention. Truthfully, these 3 tables had been particularly eye-catching from the start. While the other tables were filled with relatives and friends of the 2 families, these 3 tables were occupied solely by professors and students from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Not only were they all handsome men and beautiful women, but their identities alone were enough to draw attention. Now, witnessing their unusual behavior only deepened the sense of wonder. Soon, Wang Donglian approached. She first came to Han Tian, affectionately linking her arm through hers and saying, Teacher Han, I came to see you. Han Tian affectionately tickled her little button nose and teased, Qingxin's already married. When will it be your turn? Wang Donglian's cheeks flushed crimson instantly. She gently pushed Han Tian away and pouted, Teacher, you're teasing me. Han Tian laughed heartily, yet her tone held a hint of curiosity. You little minx, got someone special in mind? Seeing Wang Donglian look so bashful was indeed a rare sight. Wang Donglian quickly changed the subject. Teacher Han, what are they doing? Are you going to assign them homework today? Watching her younger classmates scribble away so earnestly piqued Wang Donglian's curiosity. Han Tian chuckled, you're mistaken. I didn't assign homework. They're just afraid they won't remember the pieces we just played, so they want to write them down right away. The piece from earlier? Wang Donglian froze, then laughed helplessly. You mean they're transcribing? Those two pieces Brother Fong just played? Yes. Wang Donglian resisted the urge to roll her eyes, feeling that since leaving the Shanghai Conservatory, these familiar classmates had somehow all gone soft. Teacher Han, if they wanted the sheet music, they could have just asked me directly. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths? Just ask me? Han Tian exclaimed in surprise. Donglian, don't be rude. He's a true master. Hearing Han Tian's words, Wang Donglian felt an inexplicable surge of happiness. Earlier in the lobby, during their conversation, many students felt Fang Jian didn't seem like the composer of those pieces. But after Fang Jian played two pieces, these aloof musicians one by one dropped their reserve and shamelessly started copying the sheet music on the spot. What could speak louder than that? By now, everyone had finished transcribing the pieces and was exchanging notes. If they encountered discrepancies in their transcriptions, they compared them with others and discussed the differences. The two consolidated sets of transcribed pieces were gathered into Han Tian's hands. Han Tian glanced over them and said, "Old Min, take a look and see if this is correct." Min Xingyang accepted without hesitation, reviewing the notes while tapping out the rhythm on his hand. After a moment, he said, "It should be correct." With that, he pulled out his phone and snapped a few photos. Han Tian chuckled silently. Old Min while his words still expressed doubt about Fang Jian. But his body was being quite honest. Wang Donglian's eyes darted around. "Professor Han, should I take this to Brother Fong to see if there are any mistakes?" Han Tian hesitated before replying, "Donglian, please explain to Brother Fong that we're merely transcribing the scores, nothing more. If he agrees, I'd like to take these two pieces back to the Shanghai Conservatory to discuss them with my students. Would that be acceptable?" Wang Donglian immediately replied, "No problem at all. Brother Fong is very easy to talk to." She patted her ample chest and declared, "I'm practically Brother Fong's manager." With that, she grabbed the sheet music and dashed off. Han Tian smiled, her mind filled with speculation. "Alright, let's eat first," she said. "Otherwise, the food will pile up." Only then did the group realize they were hungry, and they began to wolf down their food. Yet, no matter how fast they ate, it still looked quite elegant. It just goes to show good looks can overshadow a lot of things. "Fong, look at this." Fang Jian glanced at Wang Donglian in her formal gown, then quickly looked away, not daring to linger. After glancing at the sheet music twice, Fang Jian chuckled, "If you wanted the score, you could have just asked me for it. Why go through all that trouble?" Wang Donglian chuckled, "It's not for me, it's for my classmates. They pooled their resources to get it. Could you check if it's correct?" Fang Jian scanned it once and nodded. "No wonder you're a top student at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. You got it all right after just one listen." He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. These people's abilities were truly not to be underestimated. Wang Donglian approached with a beaming smile and said, "Brother Fong, I'll be hosting them tomorrow. I've reserved the concert hall at the Jiangbei Opera House for the afternoon. Professor Min should be performing on stage. Would you like to join us? Sing?" "Yes, Professor Min is our university's premier tenor." Wang Donglian's eyes sparkled. "He rarely performs these days, but since Sister Qingxin is his star pupil, he'll surely show off his skills now that he's here." Fang Jian smiled faintly. "Thanks, but I'm not really into tenors. Pop music suits me better." Wang Donglian's face fell. She gritted her teeth and said, "Dayer is going tomorrow too." Fang Jian paused, scratching his scalp. "Since you're inviting me so earnestly, I suppose I'll go and appreciate it." Wang Donglian felt her teeth itch with frustration. Her chest swelled with anger, threatening to burst out of her dress. Chapter 130, The Three Tenors. That evening, some people went to crash the wedding night. But Fang Jian had no interest whatsoever in such a distasteful custom and left on his own. However, he didn't head home. Instead, he headed to that top-tier music studio in Jiangbei. At Wang Donglian's insistence, Fang Jian had his fingerprints taken. Thus, even without Wang Donglian accompanying him, he could come anytime. His decision to ultimately accept Wang Donglian's kindness did not mean Fang Jian had betrayed his initial instincts. Rather, it was because he needed to practice. He unlocked the studio and closed the door. Fang Jian first assumed a horse stance, then focused his mind, channeling his inner strength to stimulate his qi and blood flow, allowing his latent power to circulate freely throughout his body. His internal organs trembled slightly as a surge of true qi erupted from his dantian. Roar! The surrounding space trembled, ripples of echoes reverberating as if the entire room were swaying. Of course, this was merely an illusion, the sensation created by the sonic vibrations. If Fang Jian's roar could actually shake the soundproof recording studio to its foundations, then he wouldn't be a martial arts master, he'd be a fantasy-level powerhouse. When cultivating their internal organs, masters of hidden force inevitably unleash a primal roar from their very core. That sound was incredibly loud. After trying it once at home, Fang Jian dared not attempt it again. He was certain that if he started bellowing for no reason every now and then, it wouldn't be long before psychiatrists came knocking on his door. Therefore, he would go to the park at dawn. And he never went to the same spot twice. That way, even if he happened to let out a sudden yell, at most, people would just think he was a nutcase and it wouldn't cause any commotion. After all, encountering a crazy person once in a while doesn't bother anyone. But if you encountered this lunatic every single day, any sane person would start to worry. This recording studio, however, was different. Its construction was solid. Once you step inside and close the door, forget about shouting. Even if you played every instrument in the book, not a single sound would escape. Sometimes, high-tech stuff really does come in handy. Fang Jian worked out for a full hour before packing up and leaving. Not only did Wang Donglian never come by, but even if she did, Fang Jian wouldn't be afraid. I'm a musician, after all. Musicians tend to be a bit neurotic. Especially when creating locking yourself away and letting out a few shouts to vent. Isn't that perfectly normal? Whether others believed it or not, Fang Jian certainly did. So once he was inside here, he never worried. Back home, Fang Jian washed up and went to bed. This time, he hadn't sent money to his old man, intending to rest for a few days. Yet, in his drowsy state, he sensed his father's footsteps drawing near once more. Opening his eyes, Fang Jian smiled. "Dad, you're here again." "Yes," his father asked with a warm smile. "How was the wedding you attended today?" Fang Jian froze. Why was his father concerned about this? His father cleared his throat softly. "Don't be surprised. That kid, Jintao, I watched him grow up. It's only natural to care." Fang Jian's expression turned rather peculiar. "Dad, you're not concerned about Jintao. You're asking me when I'm getting married, aren't you?" His father chuckled awkwardly. "Yeah, you finally got the hint. So, when?" Fang Jian rolled his eyes. "Dad, my girlfriend and I just met a few months ago. We haven't even gotten serious yet. Why are you in such a rush?" His father's expression darkened. "That kid Jintao is about to have a baby, and you can't even get a girlfriend sorted out. How could I not be anxious?" Fang Jian froze, surprised and a little scared. "Dad, Jintao's having a baby? How did you know?" "Of course. They're married. Don't you think they're about to have a baby?" his father declared with righteous indignation. Fang Jian stared silently at his father, but inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. He'd feared his father had somehow gotten wind of some gossip. Or that someone he knew was reincarnating and becoming Jintao's son. If that were the case, he'd find it a bit unsettling. Fortunately, it was all just his father's speculation. Listening to his father's incessant chatter by his ear, Fang Jian felt utterly speechless. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Dad," he said, "find me another singer." "What?" His father's face darkened with displeasure. He'd been scolding his son and hadn't finished yet. Fang Jian adopted a serious tone. "Your daughter-in-law's teacher is coming to Ningbo for Jintao's wedding. He's a tenor and will be performing tomorrow. I want to learn. If I can impress her teacher, maybe she'll see me in a different light." His father pondered this. It made perfect sense. Scolding his son felt satisfying, but it couldn't interfere with the important matter of his son's marriage. His interest in scolding vanished instantly. He looked up and began manipulating the air. Moments later, he announced, "Looking for singers, huh? We've got domestic and international options. Which do you want? Who's available?" Domestic artists include Huang Jiayu, Chen Xianxiang, and Zhang Guofan. The old man flipped through something as he continued. Or international artists like Mike Jack. What's this character? Then there's the king of rock and roll, Elvis Presley, and Queen's Freddie Mercury. Fang Jian's face twitched slightly. Damn, every single one of them was a super-duper legend. Forget the international ones, just those three famous Hong Kong singers alone were legendary. These three were a generation ahead of even the four heavenly kings. Especially the last one, the legendary Big Brother, one of the two titans in the early Hong Kong music scene's Tam Chung rivalry. When he passed away back then, everyone thought it was an April Fool's joke. Only after it was confirmed did countless people shed tears and express deep regret. As for these three international figures, well, needless to say. That Mike Jackson, whatever his name is, it must be Michael Jackson. But Dad has never been interested in foreigners and never listens to foreign music. Even such a globally famous celebrity was unknown to him. The King of Cats? Who's that? Could it be the King of Rock and Roll? But Fang Jian didn't know Elvis's real name. Was Elvis Presley the same as the Cat King? But this guy's era was a bit too distant, not really Fang Jian's cup of tea. As for the last one, Freddie Mercury, he wasn't some Queen, but the lead singer of Queen. That legendary song, Bohemian Rhapsody, was his heartfelt contribution. It could be said that these individuals were the most representative singers of their time. If Fang Jian wanted to learn pop songs, studying them would be the right choice. But Professor Min Xingyang is a tenor. Tenors sing bel canto music. To the untrained ear, it sounds like woo woo woo, ah ah, la la la. The kind of roar you let out when working out your internal organs with Fang Jian. Most people wouldn't understand it. Those who could understand it were no ordinary people. But the students at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music would likely understand it and hold Professor Min in the highest regard. This much was evident from the reverence in Wang Donglian's voice when she mentioned Professor Min. To be honest, when Fang Jian saw Wang Donglian's expression at that moment, he actually felt a tiny twinge of jealousy. Of course, he wouldn't admit it. "Son, which one do you want?" his father urged. "Don't waste any more time." Fang Jian shook his head. "Neither. Dad, I asked you to find a bel canto singer. Do you understand bel canto? Bel canto?" His father fiddled with the controls suspiciously for a moment before suddenly saying, "Someone recommended someone named Luciano Pavarotti. Is that okay?" Fang Jian paused. That name seemed familiar. Right, he was one of the three tenors, wasn't he? The reason Fang Jian had some recollection was that before the Beijing Olympics, the three tenors had visited China to hold a concert in support of the games. He vaguely recalled the name. "All right, Dad, let's go with him." Soon, a super heavy man with a full beard stepped in from outside the circle. Chapter 131, the throat that roars like a dragon and growls like a tiger. Pavarotti was a robust, bull-like, obese man. Upon seeing his physique, most people's first impression wouldn't be that he was a singer, but rather that he was a sumo wrestler. However, upon meeting Fong Jian and seeing his exceptionally robust physique, Pavarotti nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Fong, I must admit I had some reservations before coming, feared I might not be able to teach you well, Pavarotti said with a smile. His appearance gave off a somewhat fierce impression. Yet when he spoke, his tone was surprisingly gentle. Fong Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. Mr. Pavarotti, why did you have such concerns? Pavarotti chuckled, because those who study bel canto must possess a robust, imposing physique. If your build isn't up to par, no matter how hard I teach, you simply won't be able to master it. Fong Jian was puzzled. Why? Because breath control. The breath for bel canto must be powerful. That's the most crucial aspect of learning bel canto. Pavarotti said seriously. To study bel canto, you absolutely must have a large belly. That's where your breath gathers first. Then, when you sing high notes or sing very loudly, the breath must surge out of your throat. Your belly must be stretched tight to prevent the breath from escaping. If you don't control the breath properly, you might not hit the high notes, or you might even go off key. Fong Jian touched his own belly, feeling a bit strange. Pavarotti noticed his gesture and chuckled. A larger physique holds more air, which aids in hitting high notes and sustaining them. The volume is also exceptionally powerful. On a real opera stage, there are no microphones. You simply must project. He tilted his head slightly, a hint of pride in his voice. When I sing, my voice can pierce through several floors. Fong Jian looked at his imposing frame and found himself believing it. After finishing his explanation, Pavarotti said, Mr. Fong, now show me your vocal technique. My vocal placement? Well, sing. I want to hear the range of your voice. Fong Jian pondered for a moment before asking, does that mean the higher the pitch, the better? Pavarotti chuckled, the key is to avoid straining your voice. Fong Jian nodded slightly. This was his first encounter with bel canto. To be honest, he'd been a bit intimidated by this bearded guy earlier. How many floors could his voice penetrate? What did that even mean? No, he couldn't disgrace the Chinese people. Fong Jian took a deep breath, and his inner energy began to surge. Though he hadn't activated his hidden strength, the qi and blood within his body began to flow slightly. His internal organs trembled naturally and subtly. Fong Jian had nearly gathered his strength. Then, he opened his mouth. Ah, ah, ah. His voice soared upward, like scaling mountains and crossing valleys, piercing straight toward the heavens. Across from him, Pavarotti's expression shifted from surprise to shock, then gradually numbness. 3 months later, Pavarotti declared, Mr. Fong Jian, you are the most gifted tenor I have ever encountered in my lifetime. Your voice possesses extraordinary power. It is a dramatic tenor. No, you are suited for every tenor register. Your voice possesses the richest resonance space. That dark timbre, that dramatic tension in the vocal range, it's as if you've transcended the limits of human physiology. He drew a deep breath and continued, beyond that, your high notes are effortless and agile, and you handle intricate melodic ornamentation with ease. I've never seen. Watching Mr. Pavarotti's emotional reaction, Fong Jian felt a bit embarrassed. Singing it can be incredibly difficult, but then again, for those with the right conditions, it really isn't that hard. Fong Jian hadn't understood music before. But after years of daily immersion under Beethoven's tutelage, his mastery of pitch had become extraordinary. In this regard, even the renowned Mr. Pavarotti before him fell short. After all, he was a tenor, not a pianist. In certain respects, they simply cannot be compared. As for the natural talent of a tenor, Fong Jian could only say, what about that fiery vocal range spanning C to C2, spanning 15 degrees? When faced with the earth-shaking roars of martial arts masters, all these so-called tenors? Just little brothers. A tenor voice relies on 3 pivotal points. When singing, the power from these 3 points must both counteract and harmonize, allowing the entire body to stretch steadily and achieve whole-body resonance. For ordinary people, locating these 3 points is exceedingly difficult. But Fong Jian, at the peak of his external strength and with his internal power surging, was already training his very organs. Locating these points was child's play for him, and achieving that balance of opposing yet unified force was even easier. Moreover, Fong Jian could infuse his voice with power drawn from his very organs. As Pavarotti once said, this voice was a gift from heaven. Such a heavenly voice was born specifically for a tenor. Thus, within a mere 3 months, Pavarotti had imparted every technique he could teach to Fong Jian. What astonished and baffled him was that Fong Jian had truly mastered every single one. And when singing, though his transitions between techniques weren't as smooth as his own, the sheer power of his voice had already surpassed his. What an utterly astonishing experience this was. If Fong Jian continued singing, once his experience reached a certain level, he would completely surpass and dominate him. After Fong Jian expressed his humility, Pavarotti solemnly stated, Mr. Fong Jian, in the days ahead, I shall discuss with you how to infuse your emotions into your singing. Explore. Indeed, by this point, Pavarotti had come to believe that Fong Jian would one day become a super tenor even greater than himself. Therefore, he had set aside his teacherly demeanor and engaged in a discussion with Fong Jian. Moreover, in the process of teaching Fong Jian, Pavarotti himself gained profound insights. Fong Jian shared his method for strengthening the internal organs. Though Pavarotti could never cultivate internal energy, nor could he follow Fong Jian's methods to channel qi and blood for internal organ training. He applied the principles to his vocal technique, achieving new heights in his artistry. In this sense, the two had indeed become mutually supportive. For a tenor, once singing reaches a certain level, it ceases to be merely a matter of technique. Limited by innate talent, every tenor possesses a specific vocal range where they excel most. This is why tenors are categorized into 4 distinct types: light lyric tenor, baritone lyric tenor, and dramatic tenor. But regardless of which category you belong to truly achieve worldwide fame, you must infuse your singing with emotion. Emotion is a power that springs from the depths of one's being, the very root of human spirit. Fang Jian was no stranger to this. While playing the piano, musicians like Beethoven repeatedly reminded him to infuse emotion into his performance. Not only that, but when he was learning painting, Tang Bowu, Qi Baisher, Van Gogh, and Picasso all said similar things. For a painting to possess life, the artist's emotions must be infused into it. The more intense that emotion, the more profoundly the work can move the heart. And among all forms of artistic expression, singing is the medium most capable of infusing emotion. Yet mastering this delicate balance is exceedingly difficult. For the remaining 9 months, Fang Jian devoted himself entirely to his studies under the guidance of Mr. Pavarotti. When the final day arrived, Pavarotti even felt reluctant to leave. They agreed to find another opportunity to explore this together in the future. Chapter 132, Emotion Stirring, Fueling the Wave into Perfection. Fang Jian awoke slowly. He sat up in bed. Ever since he began martial arts training, Fang Jian had shed his old habit of lingering in bed. Once awake, he would head to the park full of energy. Horse stance training and practicing boxing techniques had become indispensable parts of his daily life. But now, he felt no urge to move. His mind was completely occupied with what Pavarotti had taught him. Whether it was the various vocal techniques of a tenor or the principles of infusing emotion into the performance, it all gave Fang Jian a strange feeling. These things seemed completely unrelated to martial arts. Yet only after deep study did Fang Jian discover a surprising connection between them. The 3 focal points of tenor singing, the areas that resonate, were strikingly similar to the principle of internal force permeating the entire body, present everywhere. The difference lay in their application, one for combat, the other for song. The former could permeate the entire body, while the latter served solely as 3 points of support for singing. Beyond that, integrating sensory perception into the voice. As Fang Jian understood it, this wasn't about infusing emotion, but rather the continuous surge of mental energy, manipulating qi and blood to circulate throughout the body. Where does this mental force come from? Is it merely physical strength? No. Beyond physical strength, the surging of mental energy was more a form of spiritual power. Without sublimated spiritual power, one cannot unleash mental force to stimulate adrenaline surges, let alone master the dark force. Just as emotion can be infused into song, it can likewise be infused into the body's blood vessels. In that case, wouldn't mastering the transformation of force become even easier? Master Li had never mentioned such concepts to him before. This wasn't because Master Li deliberately concealed it, but rather because he had never encountered a tenor voice and thus couldn't possibly understand these things. It must be said that in this world, when a particular skill reaches its pinnacle, it often finds common ground and lessons to be learned from other disciplines. Those who stand at the pinnacle of their respective fields are all masters. The masters of life. Fang Jian pondered silently, seeking to fuse these 2 disciplines. After an unknown period of contemplation, he seemed to have gained some insight. He rose and made his way to the park. This time, he stretched his body fully and began his boxing routine. Though his mind remained as still as water, his emotions slowly began to surge and boil. It was an intensely contradictory sensation. Yet amidst this intense conflict, Fang Jian discovered a profound new level of control over his body. Hoo! With surging energy, he unleashed a punch. With that punch, not only the force of his fist, but even Fang Jian's emotions seemed to ignite. His entire body began to burn, as if he had transformed into a blazing furnace. The power of emotion was so formidable that when harnessed, it reached a level Fang Jian had never imagined possible. Huff, huff, huff. A relentless barrage of punches erupted. Each punch struck the air, so no one could fathom the immense power contained within every blow. Each punch here contained the explosive force of hidden power. The saying a single punch could kill an ox was no exaggeration. Suddenly, Fang Jian stepped forward. Snap. The moment his foot touched the ground, the shoes on his feet suddenly shattered. Ever since Fang Jian had money, he never skimped on himself. Even back in his days on the Red Path, he'd always worn sneakers costing over 4 figures. The shoes were of excellent quality and unless deliberately damaged, they could easily last a year or 2 even with daily running. The pair he wore now had been purchased less than 2 months ago. Yet beneath his feet, they suddenly split apart, as if his feet had suddenly doubled in size, tearing the shoes apart. The other foot followed suit. Snap. The same sound echoed as this shoe too met its fate of shattering. Hidden force. This was the first time Fang Jian had unleashed hidden force through his feet. His mental energy surged, allowing him to instantly channel his qi and blood to his feet. Though he had previously succeeded in channeling his qi and blood to his waist, executing a leg sweep that seemed impossible to ordinary eyes. In truth, that had been a sudden burst of power. It had happened by chance, achieved unconsciously. If asked to repeat it, he might not have been able to do so again. But now, Fang Jian succeeded. He consciously channeled his qi and blood, directing it to his feet. It wasn't just his feet. Fang Jian sensed he had grasped the subtleties of qi and blood manipulation. His mind was as still as water, yet his emotions burned fiercely like fire. That boiling power could reach every corner of his body, and he could use this force to control every inch of his flesh. Suddenly, Fang Jian withdrew his hands and stood still. From intense motion, he halted in an instant. The transition from frantic motion to sudden stillness seemed to affect the entire world. Fang Jian's heart sank completely, utterly immersed in this profoundly mysterious transformation. Suddenly, Fang Jian felt something land on the exposed skin of his neck. In the past, he would have scarcely noticed. For it was too small, too light. Unless one actually saw it, a normal person would never notice. But at this moment, Fang Jian sensed it instinctively. His body remained perfectly still, yet with a single thought, a surge of vital energy shot upward. The latent force erupted abruptly in that instant. The skin on Fang Jian's neck seemed to swell ever so slightly before returning to stillness. Opening his eyes, Fang Jian looked down. A droplet of blood mist fell from his neck. That speck of blood mist had been an unidentified tiny insect moments ago, but now it was gone. At that moment, Fang Jian exhaled a long breath. He finally grasped the true meaning of the saying within the dark force, not a feather can be added, not a fly can land. At this moment, Fang Jian's consciousness could sense every inch of his body and skin. Moreover, under the powerful surge of his spirit and emotional force, his hidden energy and vital blood could now reach any part of his body instantly, and it will. Now, should any mosquito or fly have the misfortune to land on him, simply stirring the dark force would obliterate it into a mist of blood without lifting a finger. Hidden force was an immensely powerful energy. A single punch unleashed with full force could blast a bloody hole through a human body. If one restrains the fist's power, it can even damage the enemy's internal organs. Against mosquitoes and flies, the only option is to reduce them to a mist of blood. Slowly, time slipped away, its passage unknown. Fang Jian's mood gradually sank, until finally, it settled into calmness. In the vast ocean, towering waves rise, seemingly capable of swallowing the heavens themselves. Yet such waves cannot endure. Only the tranquil surface remains the eternal theme of the sea. The same principle applied to intense emotions. Even someone like Fang Jian could only sustain such feelings for a brief moment. Yet at this moment, Fang Jian felt utterly satisfied. For he had truly sensed the power of transforming force. He knew that as long as he continued to strive, doing his utmost to sustain and maintain this state, he would soon truly step into the realm of transforming force. With this thought, Fang Jian felt a surge of clarity, an overwhelming sense of ease and comfort coursing through his entire body. He tilted his head back and cried out. "Aha, aha, aha." His voice boomed with full resonance, thunderous and loud. It spiraled upward, piercing straight into the heavens. People near and far stopped in astonishment, all turning to look this way. What kind of lunatic is this? Chapter 133, Rehearsal. Yongchang had several theaters. But the Jiangbei Grand Theater was undoubtedly the newest and largest. Securing an exclusive booking here required far more than mere wealth. When Fang Jian drove up to the Grand Theater, he found nearly everyone had already arrived. Even Zhang Tao and his wife had arrived early, accompanying Professors Han Tiantian and Min Xingyang. It was now popular to take a trip after the wedding, embarking on a honeymoon. Zhang Tao was no exception, though he had set their departure for 10 days later. Their first destination was Milan, Italy. As for when they'd return, that depended entirely on their whims. At that moment, all the musicians, including Chao Qingxin, stood on the stage, each holding different instruments. Fang Jian glanced over, his eyelid twitching slightly. Wow! A symphony orchestra was practically complete. Below the stage, several people sat. Zhang Tao wore a broad smile, but Fang Jian could see clearly. The word impatience was written all over his eyes. As soon as he sat down beside him, Zhang Tao launched into his complaints. Fang Jian, you see, these people have ulterior motives. Fang Jian froze, murmuring, what? Ever since they arrived, they've been dragging Qingxin here to rehearse. Qingxin too, just married and already thinking about this. Fang Jian chuckled helplessly. What are they rehearsing? No idea. Something about a concert at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Supposed to be, like a month or two from now, I think. Zhang Tao frowned. Anyway, Qingxin and your two were invited. Fang Jian froze. What did he mean, those two of mine? You kid, do you even know how to speak? But as his gaze swept around, Fang Jian spotted Chao Qingxin and the other three girls. They were all part of this group. But none of them were pianists. A symphony orchestra comprised numerous instruments. Fang Jian glanced around and sadly realized he only recognized the violin, cello, and the big drum. As for the wind instrument Wang Donglian held, he'd seen it before but couldn't name it. Honestly, you couldn't blame him. Whether it was Mr. Beethoven or Mr. Pavarotti. Though they imparted much musical knowledge to him, they never once told him the names of these instruments. Fang Jian could recognize the violin and cello only because they were so famous. But if he were asked to play one, Fang Jian would probably produce a sound like diarrhea. Well, he did possess that much self-awareness. At that moment, Professor Han Tiantian also stood on the stage. She stood at the conductor's podium, baton in hand. Professor Min Xingyang, however, did not take the stage. He stood at the edge of the stage, his eyes fixed intently on the performers. He nodded slightly from time to time, seemingly quite satisfied with the student's performance. As his gaze shifted, it caught Fang Jian below the stage. He paused for a moment, then gave him a distant nod with a smile. Fang Jian returned the gesture with a slight nod and a smile. When Professor Min first met Fang Jian, he had harbored some doubts about him. However, after hearing those two new pieces yesterday, his attitude hadn't exactly done a complete 180, but it had certainly improved considerably. He was a musician himself, though his primary focus wasn't piano. But that didn't prevent him from appreciating piano music. After hearing Fang Jian's performance, he knew that this man's mastery of the piano. Well, he hesitated to say more. Because honestly, he'd inevitably offend a whole bunch of people. But to withhold the truth would feel downright shameful. True musicians hold genuine respect for those with real talent. Yet, at that very moment, Min Xingyang suddenly furrowed his brow and looked toward the stage. Ding ding ding. Han Tian abruptly stopped, tapped the front panel with her baton, and bellowed, "Oboe! Oboe! How are you coordinating? You're a whole tone flat. How many times have I told you to play a whole tone lower?" Her voice boomed like a lioness roaring, leaving Fang Jian speechless. "Wang Donglian, what are you doing looking around? I'm talking to you. Don't you know Professor Min is getting older and can't project his voice anymore? Are you trying to make him scream himself hoarse?" But a wave of laughter erupted from the stage. Han Tian was about to continue her tirade when she suddenly realized her mistake, feeling a bit embarrassed. As for Professor Min Xingyang standing at the edge of the stage, he was rolling his eyes. However, there was not a trace of anger on his face, as if he was simply resigned to Professor Han's unfiltered remarks. Han Tian turned around and said, "Professor Min, I'm sorry." Min Xingyang waved his hand dismissively, replying with a broad smile, "No problem. I'm used to it." Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted into laughter. Fang Jian, seated below the stage, couldn't hold back his laughter either. Zheng Tao leaned over and said, "Listen to this. Who knows what's going on with them? It sounds perfectly fine to me. What's the difference between a low note and a high note?" Fang Jian paused, then said, "Actually, there is a difference." "What?" "I've heard this piece before," Fang Jian said slowly. "If a tenor were to sing it, that note is incredibly high, not just anyone can hit it." Zheng Tao shrugged his shoulders, adopting a look that said, "I don't get it, don't talk to me." Fang Jian just smiled without comment. Truth be told, if he hadn't encountered Mr. Beethoven, he wouldn't have understood either. "How long have they been rehearsing?" Fang Jian asked. "They arrived after lunch," Zheng Tao murmured. "About 2 hours ago, maybe." Fang Jian nodded slightly, unsure whether that counted as long or short. After another moment, Han Tian nodded. "Old Min, we're almost ready to try running through it." "All right." Min Xingyang had been waiting impatiently. He stepped onto the stage and announced, "Everyone, we've prepared 3 pieces for this concert, but as you know, we can only choose 2. I want to try them all and see how they sound." He paused, seeming somewhat hesitant, and said, "Let's start with I'm Like Snowflakes Falling from the Sky." Han Tian waved her baton, and the music began to play. This Chinese song could be performed in bel canto style. Professor Min Xingyang's skills were truly formidable. As his resonant voice filled the air, both on stage and off, the entire venue fell into complete silence. Opera singing differs from pop music. This kind of music must be experienced live. Only in person, listening to the symphony orchestra's instruments blend together, can you experience true enjoyment. Listening to recorded tapes or similar media simply doesn't compare. Fang Jian had heard the song I Am Like Snowflakes Falling from the Sky before, but it had never particularly moved him. Yet hearing Professor Min Xingyang perform it live, he felt the song had been elevated to a whole new level. It's a pity that in today's fast-paced society, even songs have been profoundly affected. Few people can sit calmly in an opera house anymore, truly savoring the enrichment of music. After finishing the song, Min Xingyang exhaled and announced, "Next, Moscow Nights." This song was far more famous, and Min Xingyang sang it in Russian. Though he couldn't understand the lyrics, Fang Jian nodded frequently. Music, sometimes, is like that. Even without understanding the words, it can still resonate emotionally. This rendition was indeed far superior to the first song. After singing both songs, Professor Min Xingyang was covered in a thin sheen of sweat. He gave a wry smile and said, "I'm getting old, getting old. I'm not what I used to be." Han Tian smiled. "Professor Min, why don't we take a break and sing a third song later?" After a moment's hesitation, Min Xingyang replied with a wry smile, "I'm afraid not. At my age, I simply can't manage that one anymore." Han Tian's expression dimmed slightly as she sighed. She turned her head and saw Fang Jian. Her eyes lit up as she said, "Teacher Fang is here. Come on up." Chapter 134, Opera, A Joyful Day. Fang Jian froze. "I was just watching from below. How did they find me again?" But with everyone watching, he had to give teacher Han Tian some face. With a slight smile, he walked over. "Hello, Professor Han. Professor Min. Professor Fang, you're here just in time." Han Tian took the sheet music from the stand and handed it over, saying, "We listened to your 2 new compositions yesterday and found them both quite delightful." Fang Jian took the sheet music, glanced at it, and his eyelid twitched. Was this piano sheet music? It didn't quite look like it. "No, I can't make heads or tails of this." Han Tian continued, "We stayed up all night reworking it. We think this piece would work really well as a symphony. Could you take a look and see if it's feasible?" Fang Jian silently studied the sheet music in his hands, his expression inscrutable. Honestly, after studying under Beethoven for so many years, Fang Jian couldn't possibly be unable to read sheet music. But he swore this wasn't piano sheet music at all. Though he'd never seen a conductor's score before, he'd heard they were vastly different from ordinary instrumental sheet music. Today, he finally had the privilege of seeing one. But Han Tian actually wanted him to offer suggestions. "I know nothing about any instrument besides the piano, and you want me to give you advice?" Truth be told, any pianist who'd reached Fang Jian's level, even if they couldn't play other instruments, would at least have heard many. They certainly wouldn't be as clueless as Fang Jian. So at this moment, Fang Jian truly had no confidence whatsoever. He was about to admit defeat when his gaze swept across the room. Luan Wani holding the violin and the one holding the oboe. Now I know that thing is called an oboe. These 2 young women were looking at him with expectant eyes. The words "I don't know" simply refused to leave Fang Jian's mouth. A tiger dies standing tall, a donkey dies on its feet. Fang Jian took a deep breath, nodded slowly, and said, Professor Han, you truly live up to your reputation as a professor at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. The arrangement is superb. My compliments. Han Tian smiled. It's an honor to receive your approval, Teacher Feng. She continued enthusiastically, Teacher Feng, your timing is perfect. Let's collaborate on this piece right away. Fang Jian looked up blankly, his mouth opening slightly, feeling a bit at a loss. He wasn't afraid of playing the piano. Or rather, playing the piano was the one time Fang Jian could mask his flaws. But he knew playing solo and performing with an entire orchestra were two entirely different matters. And the kicker was, Mr. Beethoven had never taught him how to coordinate with an orchestra. Seeing Fang Jian's hesitation, Han Tian said, Mr. Fang, I know pianists mainly perform solos, occasionally doing some accompaniment, and rarely collaborate with orchestras. But we truly love this piece of yours, so... Fang Jian exhaled in relief, offering a wry smile. Ms. Han, I've never performed with an orchestra before. I'm afraid it might backfire. It's no problem, Han Tian smiled. Collaboration is just a process of finding your groove. Give it a few tries, and you'll get it. Fang Jian gave a wry smile and reluctantly agreed. Typically, orchestras don't include pianos unless there's an accompaniment section. But Han Tian seemed prepared. A piano was already set up on stage. As Fang Jian walked up, everyone nodded their greetings to him. Such was the weight of one person's standing. Though Fang Jian wasn't formally part of their group, they had already accepted him. Seated at the piano, Han Tian began conducting. With the baton's rhythmic movements, a thread of exquisite music began from the violin section. The melody felt familiar. Moments later, Han Tian's baton continued its rhythm, yet all the instruments abruptly fell silent. The hall fell into complete silence, utterly still. Then, every pair of eyes on stage turned toward Fang Jian. Fang Jian froze, staring at Han Tian's baton as it came to a halt. Only then did it dawn on him. Is it my turn? Ha ha. A wave of delighted laughter filled the hall, even drawing a smile from Han Tian, who had seemed unusually irritable while conducting. At that moment, everyone finally believed it. Fang Jian truly had never studied at any academy. He was a genuine musician, born from the grassroots. Yet the songs he composed and his piano skills were beyond the reach of most people in their entire lifetimes. Han Tian smiled and said, Come on, Teacher Feng, let me explain it to you. Wang Donglian jumped up and said, Teacher Han, I can explain it. Han Tian smiled, alright, over to you. Fang Jian's expression shifted slightly as he instinctively glanced toward Luan Wani. Though the young beauty still wore a faint smile, unease stirred within Fang Jian. It wasn't fear, but rather a desire to avoid any misunderstanding, even the slightest hint of one. Whoosh! Fang Jian abruptly stood up and called out loudly, Professor Han. The volume startled everyone present. Had any other student shouted like that in such a setting, Han Tian would have smacked them with her baton without a second thought. But faced with Fang Jian, a young man whose talent was visibly extraordinary, she maintained her composure. Mr. Feng, what is it? Professor Han, when I just walked in, I heard you rehearsing a song. Was it a happy day? Han Tian and Min Xingyang both froze, exchanging a glance. The latter chuckled, Professor Feng, you're interested in opera too? They weren't surprised that Fang Jian knew the song. It was perfectly normal for a pianist to have heard it. But seeing Fang Jian looking somewhat restless and eager was a bit strange. This song does have a piano accompaniment version. But Fang Jian clearly lacked even the most basic orchestral collaboration experience. How could he possibly pick it up right away? Fang Jian chuckled softly and said, Teacher Min, I actually really admire the three tenors too. Oh? Which one are you most familiar with? Min Xingyang asked, intrigued. Pavarotti, of course, Fang Jian replied without hesitation. He had studied under the great Pavarotti for a full year. In this world, there were probably few who knew him better than he did. Min Xingyang's interest grew even more intense. He burst into laughter, finally understanding why Fang Jian had specifically mentioned this piece. Because O Mio Babino Caro was one of Pavarotti's signature songs. Back in his prime, whenever Pavarotti sang this piece, it would send the entire audience into a frenzy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he electrified the entire venue. Sadly, as the great tenor aged, he rarely performed it after turning 40. This remains one of many people's regrets. Of course, this isn't to say that Pavarotti was the only one in the world who could sing it. Rather, it was simply the song that suited him best. Beyond him, few others could deliver it with such flawless perfection. Min Xingyang asked with interest, Teacher Feng, have you ever learned it? I practiced it for a while. If anyone else had said that, Min Xingyang would have scoffed. Can a tenor voice really be self-taught? But then, considering Fang Jian's piano skills, Min Xingyang suggested, how about we give it a try? Fang Jian was willing to do anything to avoid Wang Donglian's live instruction. He replied, sure, Mr. Min, you go first. Min Xingyang nodded. Teacher Han, help me transpose it down to B flat. Han Tian nodded reluctantly, though she felt a pang of regret. So the music began to play once more. Min Xingyang's expression grew solemn as he began to sing. This time, his concentration was intense, and his performance was clearly superior to the previous two songs. Han Tian and the others knew this song was actually Professor Min Xingyang's specialty. It was simply that age had made it difficult for him to sing it well anymore. Even so, even Zhan Tao and the audience could tell this song was far more powerful and beautiful than the previous two. After the song ended, the audience erupted in applause. The student's gaze is fixed on Min Xingyang, burning like fire. Chapter 135, Is this Pavarotti reincarnated? Fang Jian clapped lightly. But inwardly, he remained unconvinced. It wasn't that Professor Min sang poorly. To be honest, his voice actually suited this song quite well. Had there been no masterpieces before him, Fang Jian would have appreciated it. At the very least, Professor Min had managed to convey the emotional depth reasonably well. But the problem was, he'd followed Pavarotti for a year and must have heard this song at least 100 times. And the caliber of those two. If you've been feasting on delicacies all along, could you calmly accept being served coarse gruel overnight? Of course, Professor Min possessed considerable skill himself. But when it comes to singing, especially in the tenor register, even the slightest difference sounds like worlds apart to trained ears. Zhang Tao naturally couldn't tell the difference, but Fang Jian couldn't pretend not to hear it either. Min Xingyang gave a slight nod to the crowd, then turned to look at Fang Jian with a smile. He too wanted to see how this young man, who possessed extraordinary talent at the piano, would perform vocally. Fang Jian stepped into the performance area. In a typical symphony, if there were no vocalist, the conductor would be the focal point. But with a vocalist present, the focus inevitably shifted to them. Fang Jian turned to Han Tian and said, "Professor Han, it's a joyful day, no need to lower the key." What? On stage, everyone froze, then over 20 pairs of eyes turned toward Fang Jian simultaneously. Their gazes held surprise, confusion, bewilderment, and even a hint of disdain in some cases. They all acknowledged that Fang Jian possessed a piano talent beyond the reach of ordinary people. But this was a tenor part. You, a student from Jianghu University, truly understand what a tenor is? This piece isn't transposed? Can you even handle it? Do you really think you're Pavarotti or something? A flicker of hesitation crossed Han Tiantian's face. Min Xingyang's brow furrowed as well. After Fang Jian performed those two pieces at yesterday's wedding, his impression of him had shifted. He recognized Fang Jian's talent. That was why he had been so open with Fang Jian today. But in this moment, that goodwill vanished instantly. Singing A Happy Day without lowering the key? This song held a pivotal position within opera. It is a selection from Donizetti's 1840 opera La Fille du Regiment, also translated as Oriental Love. The lyrics are in French. The opera's plot revolves around the Napoleonic Wars, and it features the most famous 9 high CS in opera history. This opera is rarely performed, partly because even the world's top singers dread those 9 high CS. In fact, since the early 20th century, nearly 20 tenors have recorded this piece, and there are 6 or 7 complete opera recordings available. Of course, most have transposed it down. Over the 120-plus years between 1840 and 1968, dozens of renowned tenors graced the world stage. Yet any who attempted this aria in formal opera performances lowered it to B or B flat, fearing they might ruin their reputations by failing to sustain the notes. In reality, it wasn't until after 1965, with the emergence of the great Pavarotti in the bel canto world, that this legendary masterpiece received its first complete interpretation, finally fulfilling Donizetti's dream from over a century earlier. Therefore, Min Xingyang's ability to successfully perform it lowered to B flat already places him among China's most elite tenors. As for singing it without lowering the key at all, even Wang Donglian and everyone else felt. Mr. Fang had become recklessly overconfident. Ahem, Fang Jian cleared his throat heavily. What's going on? He had sung this song himself while studying under Pavarotti. Moreover, thanks to his superior breath control, while he might have lacked emotional depth, his mastery of vocal technique was unmatched. He was supremely confident. If they really lowered the key, he'd feel out of place. Han Tian gave him a deep look before turning away. Everyone, take note, no lowering the key. Happy Day, begin. The music began to play, and with its rhythm, Fang Jian slowly opened his voice. Pour mon âme quel destin. I have a flame, and I have a hand. You can tell how good someone is at singing the moment they open their mouth. The moment Fang Jian began singing, Min Xingyang's eyes widened in astonishment. He stared at Fang Jian in astonishment, as if witnessing an alien. Han Tian and the others were even more astonished, yet as professional musicians, they remained fully focused on their performance. At that moment, sensing the power contained within the singing, everyone's enthusiasm was ignited. The music seemed more generous and more stirring than usual. Min Xingyang clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly from the intense tension. He stared intently at Fang Jian, his gaze growing more intense with each passing moment. By the 5-minute 40-second mark, beads of sweat had begun to form on Min Xingyang's forehead. This piece lasts approximately 7 minutes, and at 5 minutes and 40 seconds begins an astonishing sequence of 9 consecutive high CS. It features 2 leaps from middle C to high C, followed by 2 leaps of a perfect octave each, culminating in a sustained high C that concludes the entire composition. There are 5 distinct high C notes in total. However, the first 4 ascending C notes are sung in 2 breaths each, while the final one is sung in a single breath. Thus, there are 9 distinct sounds in all. These 9 high CS are the very essence of the piece. Whether the piece achieves perfection hinges entirely on this moment, starting at 40 seconds into the 5th minute. At last, the moment arrives. Jour prospère. Ma voix militaire est mari. Militaire est mari. Fang Jian's voice suddenly soared, all 3 vocal anchors within him fully activated. Volume, no falsetto, penetrating power, metallic resonance. Wave after wave of earth-shaking, power-filled sound poured forth from his mouth. Each of these 9 high notes was stronger than the last, each more impactful than the previous. Min Xingyang's face flushed crimson, veins bulging like a fish gasping for air, his expression contorted with fury. In 1968, at the Metropolitan Opera in New York, during a performance of La Fanciulla del Reggimento with Australian soprano Joan Sutherland, he became the first singer to hit 9 consecutive high Cs with chest resonance in the original key between 1840 and 1968, cementing his status as the world's premier tenor. From then on, Pavarotti was hailed as the king of the high C. For others attempting the feat, the notes either soared shrilly or sounded muffled and low. The comprehensive nature of art is difficult to judge, but the hard metrics stand as they are. Pour mon âme quel destin. I have a flame, and I have a hand. My voice is soldier and husband. My voice is soldier and husband. At that moment, Fang Jian spread his arms wide, unleashing a thunderous explosion from the 3 pivotal points within his body. That resonant, powerful voice seemed to pierce through everything, soaring straight into the heavens. In this moment, he seemed possessed by Pavarotti himself. No, his voice was even more soaring and beautiful than Pavarotti's. This intense, unparalleled power of expression propelled the entire atmosphere to its climax. Simultaneously, all the performers, including conductor Han Tian, were carried to their own climax by this stirring, soaring sound. They poured their very souls into the performance, and the majestic music surged like a tidal wave, sweeping over every heart present. Finally, the piece concluded. As the performers drew out the final note, when Fang Jian's final sustained note faded away, a moment of silence fell over the grand theater. Then, thunderous applause erupted, drowning out everything else. Min Xingyang's lips trembled. A single thought filled his mind. Pavarotti. Was this Pavarotti reincarnated? Chapter 136, Teacher Fang, you're too amazing. Teacher Fang, you're incredible. Teacher Fang, thank you for letting us hear such a beautiful voice. Teacher Fang. No one knew who stood up first. In what seemed like an instant, Fang Jian found himself surrounded by a crowd. They were all his students, their faces radiant with excitement. If Professor Min Xingyang's performance had left them burning with passion, this was a feverish fervor that could drown everything, a fervor powerful enough to shatter one completely. Fang Jian had never chased after celebrities, but in this moment, he felt something. He had become a star. Especially when he met the gaze of several young girls, he even had a distinct feeling. If he were to wave them over, he could probably discuss the greatness of music with them alone. Of course, Fang Jian, now possessing formidable self-control, would never do such a thing. He glanced toward the outer edge of the crowd. Immediately, he spotted Chao Qingxin and the other 3 girls. Perhaps because they were the hosts, they felt awkward about claiming prime spots and had instead been pushed to the very edge of the crowd. His gaze swept over Luan Wani and Wang Donglian's faces. They too were visibly moved, their reactions even more intense than those of the seniors and juniors around them. Their gazes toward Fang Jian brimmed with admiration, respect, and an indescribable affection. Had only one of them been present, Fang Jian might have felt a touch of smug satisfaction. But with both of them present, Fang Jian felt a sudden pang of unease. He immediately withdrew his gaze, maintaining a composed smile as he calmly handled the crowd around him. The moment he stopped looking at the 2 of them, his gaze cleared. No matter how many people surrounded him, he handled them with ease. Teacher Fang, may I add you on WeChat? I have some questions I'd like to ask you, a young girl said softly. Among the many beauties at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, this girl was one of the most outstanding. In terms of both appearance and figure, she was no less striking than Luan Wani. Compared to Wang Donglian, she held a distinct advantage. As she asked, a blush spread across her cheeks, radiating a delicate, demure shyness that stirred the heart. Fang Jian smiled faintly, as if not quite catching her meaning. Sure, we can set up a group chat. Any questions can be discussed there. His gaze didn't linger on the girl's face but remained open and direct toward everyone. But there's one thing I need to clarify. I graduated from Jianghu University, well, not yet graduated. So, I'm a bit lacking in music theory and can't compare to all of you. I'm just a bit more hands-on. I probably won't be able to answer most of your questions and might end up disappointing everyone. No, that won't happen. Exactly, Teacher Fang, just focus on the hands-on work. Hands alone won't do, my mouth needs to move too. Fang Jian's smile froze. Damn it, were they being unintentionally rude, or was this deliberate? Why did he alone detect such a thick, unscrupulous undertone? Alright, break it up. Han Tian finally couldn't stand it anymore and tapped the front panel with her conductor's baton. Only then did the crowd reluctantly disperse. Before Han Tian could approach, Min Xingyang stepped forward, grasped Fang Jian's hand firmly, and declared, Teacher Fang, you're truly amazing. I'd like to invite you to participate in this year's Music Exchange Conference hosted by the Shanghai Conservatory of Music and perform a joyful day at the event. Fang Jian froze. What the hell? Han Tian also froze, saying, Old Min, the program has already been submitted. Min Xingyang waved his hand dismissively. So what if they've been submitted? Withdraw mine and replace it with Teacher Fang's. Han Tian looked utterly flummoxed. But that might not be appropriate. Why wouldn't it be? A voice like this, if the world doesn't hear it, it's a crime. Rest assured, I'll personally speak to the president. If he refuses, I'll camp out at his house, sleep there, and make his life miserable. Fang Jian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He never imagined that Professor Min, who appeared physically robust, possessed an even more formidable temperament. Who threatens their superiors like that? This was just too intimidating. But seeing Han Tian's helpless expression, Fang Jian knew this man was exactly the type to pull something like this off. Alright. We'll discuss this matter later, Han Tian laughed. Teacher Fang. Hold on. Fang Jian finally couldn't hold back. Professors, you're so much older than me. Calling me Teacher Fong all the time is like shortening my lifespan. Just call me Xiao Fong. Han Tian considered it for a moment. Alright, Teacher Xiao Fong. Actually, Professor Min is right, your singing should be heard around the world. Why don't you enter the competition? Fong Jian froze. You just opposed it a moment ago, how? Turns out you were just putting on an act. But Fong Jian wasn't interested in this. No matter how sincerely these two professors invited him, he didn't agree. If anyone else had been so ungrateful, the two professors would have stormed off long ago. But when it came to Fong Jian, they simply couldn't bring themselves to do it. Noticing the awkwardness, Zhang Tao interjected, "Gentlemen, it's getting late. Why don't we grab dinner first?" He paused, then added, "We can discuss it over the meal." Han Tian and Min Xingyang exchanged a glance and agreed. Actually, it was still a bit early for dinner. They could easily rehearse a few more times. But from the two professors down to the students, no one felt like it anymore. The surging waves of song that had just reached their peak had not only hit the climax but also carried away all their passion. Both professors were shrewd individuals. They could see clearly that continuing the rehearsal now would inevitably diminish the effect or even backfire. Therefore, they stopped immediately. No one had anticipated this outcome. At that moment, it seemed as though everyone had endless words to say. Though they couldn't compete with the professors for Fong Jian's attention, they still chattered excitedly with their classmates. Their conversations were largely similar, all expressing shock and excitement over what they had just witnessed. Led by Fong Jian's singing, through the communication of music, everyone was filled with passion during the performance. That state had reached their absolute peak. The intense emotions released in that instant provided them with immense catharsis, naturally filling them with immense excitement. The group left the Grand Theater and boarded 2 buses. Dinner was at a renowned seafood restaurant in Yong City. Originally, 3 tables had been reserved, but at the group's strong request, they ended up combining 2 tables. They wanted better interaction. Fortunately, Zhang Tao was a local insider here, and the owner was also his buddy. With just one word from him, the arrangement was immediately changed. Outside the private room, Zhang Tao tugged gently at Fong Jian's sleeve and whispered, "Damn it, how did you learn to sing?" Fong Jian retorted, "Why can't I sing? Is it that bad?" Zhang Tao thought for a moment and said, "It's good. It gave me goosebumps." Zhang Tao certainly couldn't understand the lyrics of an a cappella song. But that soaring voice, when it echoed in a theater like this, created an incredibly powerful effect. Even someone unfamiliar with music would feel stirred, tense, adrenaline surging. Getting goosebumps was perfectly normal. If anyone could listen calmly to the end, it would only mean the singer wasn't skilled enough. Suddenly, Wang Donglian approached and stood beside Fong Jian. Then, she blinked her bright, large eyes and fixed them on Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao's mouth twitched slightly, feeling another wave of goosebumps rising. "Alright, I'll leave. You two chat." Zhang Tao patted his butt and, despite Fong Jian's pleading gaze, he walked away, utterly disloyal. What? Chapter 137, pleading softly, the deal sealed. "Brother Fong, you're amazing." Once that annoying guy was out of sight, Wang Donglian dropped all pretense and grabbed Fong Jian's arm. Fong Jian smirked triumphantly. "You haven't seen my true prowess yet. Is that so?" Wang Donglian grinned like a sly fox. A pang of regret suddenly struck Fong Jian. Was he flirting with her? Sigh. With others like that stunning beauty from the Shanghai Conservatory who rivaled Wan Wani, he could maintain polite yet distant manners. But with Wang Donglian, someone he was already quite familiar with, he sometimes found himself making impulsive moves he later regretted. Fong Jian vaguely sensed that this might be because she was the first acquaintance he'd encountered after completing his revolutionary journey. His gaze flicked over her crimson lips before he hurriedly said, "Let's go inside." "Oomph, am I that scary?" Wang Donglian retorted, clearly annoyed. "Actually, I'm here on orders." "What?" "Han Mama told me to persuade you to agree to perform." "Mrs. Han?" "You know, Teacher Han. We all call her Mom Han." Fong Jian curled his lip. "Mom? Ha! The way she yells at people during rehearsals, she doesn't seem like a mom, more like a mother-in-law." Wang Donglian froze, then burst into laughter, punching Fong Jian hard in the chest. But her strength was nowhere near enough to face Fong Jian. After a moment, she finally stopped laughing and asked, "Brother Fong, are you free tomorrow?" "No time," Fong Jian replied without hesitation. Wang Donglian's eyebrows shot up in anger. "You won't even ask what it's for before saying no?" Fong Jian chuckled and made excuses. "I promised Zhang Tao I'd go to the club tomorrow to coach them boxing. I can't just break my promise, can I?" Wang Donglian cut straight to the point. "He can invite you, but when I invite you, you're suddenly busy? You're way too timid." Fong Jian sighed helplessly. "Better to be a little timid. If I'm too bold, I'm afraid I'll make mistakes." Wang Donglian snorted, but then suddenly broke into a smile as if something occurred to her. "Donglian, I'm coming in." "Coming." Wang Donglian answered, then added, "Oh, I'll go see Mrs. Han and tell her you agreed." Fong Jian froze, about to refuse, but when he looked up, he saw a hint of pleading in Wang Donglian's large eyes. She wasn't being unreasonable, she was just looking at him quietly like that. His heart softened, and he reluctantly agreed, "Alright, I'll agree." "Yay!" Overjoyed, Wang Donglian suddenly threw her arms around him and planted a loud smack on his cheek. Then she let go and ran happily inside. Outside this private room was a corner. Unless someone deliberately peered in, it was impossible to see inside. Fong Jian touched his cheek, feeling a bit uneasy inside. Truthfully, when Wang Donglian lunged forward, Fong Jian had easily been able to block her. All he needed was to sidestep, hook her leg with a sweep, then execute an 8 extremes thrust guaranteed to send her tumbling. Good heavens, what am I thinking? Fang Jian immediately pulled himself together, took a deep breath, regained his composure, and walked inside. Teacher Fang, this way, this way. Min Xingyang called out immediately. Few people could elicit such attentive courtesy from him. Fang Jian walked over and saw not only two teachers at the table, but also Wang Donglian and Luan Wani. He suddenly felt like backing out. Teacher Fang, please sit here, Min Xingyang said with a smile. I heard from Donglian that you agreed to perform? Fang Jian smiled faintly. Truthfully, I'd love to collaborate with everyone here, but you know, I'm self-taught after all. Ah, music as long as it touches people's hearts, who cares about formal training? Min Xingyang waved his hand dismissively. Countless singers started out self-taught. Take that famous singer everyone knows, he started out self-taught too. This proves self-taught musicians can achieve great things. There's nothing wrong with it. The surrounding students exchanged bewildered glances. Was this really Professor Min? At the university, Min Xingyang was actually a man deeply committed to tradition and established schools of thought. He looked down on so-called pop singers with utter disdain. And in truth, when it came to genuine vocal artistry, those stars unearthed from the grassroots couldn't hold a candle to the professional masters. If any other self-taught singer dared to speak like this in front of Professor Min, see if Professor Min would even acknowledge them. At that moment, everyone inwardly grumbled. Could this Fang Jian be Professor Min's illegitimate son? But then, recalling that afternoon's unexpectedly brilliant performance, they let it go. Ah, talented people really can get away with anything. Teacher Fang, Han Tiantian said with a smile, Professor Min and I have decided to split this performance into 2 parts. First, we'd like you to perform a piano solo, and then we'd like you to sing Happy First Day. Her face radiated warmth, like that of a caring mother. Fang Jian nodded. Alright, I'll take whatever guidance you two have to offer. Having already agreed to Wang Donglian's request, Fang Jian now felt more decisive. Wang Donglian suddenly said, Brother Fang, the concert is in a month and a half. Don't get injured before then, okay? Injured? Min Xingyang froze, asking, what do you mean? Wang Donglian explained, Professor Min, Brother Fang works as a combat sports coach and occasionally plays basketball. Last time he played, someone tripped him, he nearly broke a bone. Everyone gasped in surprise, and Luan Wani also looked over in astonishment. Playing basketball? Was it that time he went with my little brother? Why didn't my little brother say anything? I'll ask him about it when we get home. He must have been itching to get into trouble. On the basketball court, Luan Qianyang was dribbling with his teammates when he suddenly felt an itch behind his ear. He gave it a vigorous rub before diving back into the sweat-drenched game of youth. A fracture? Han Tiantian's expression darkened slightly. What happened? Wang Donglian pulled out her phone, opened Douyin, and played the video. Teacher Han, take a look. But it wasn't just Han Tiantian who looked over, everyone turned to watch. That guy deliberately stepped on his foot, trying to break Brother Fang's leg. Ah, tripping. That's a bad guy. Yeah, that's so mean. Wang Donglian continued, and what's more, this guy injured himself by tripping over his own feet, yet he's trying to extort Brother Fang and even threatened to sue him in court. How outrageous! Han Tiantian exclaimed angrily. Such a shameless scoundrel. He clearly did something wrong, yet he's trying to turn the tables. It's utterly unreasonable. She looked at Fang Jian and said, Teacher Fang, don't worry. I'll make sure you get justice. Fang Jian was speechless. Was this an unexpected blessing? Oh my, Teacher Fang. So you're the one who dunked from the free throw line. Suddenly, a boy exclaimed. After seeing this video, someone finally made the connection to the other clip. The crowd erupted in excitement once more. Music and sports, though 2 different realms. But boys this age love basketball, and plenty of them occasionally head to the court to shoot some hoops. So naturally, they knew about this viral video that had blown up. But thankfully, being musicians, they weren't overly enthusiastic about sports, and things gradually calmed down. Han Tiantian cautioned, Teacher Fang, be careful when teaching boxing. Don't get hurt. Fang Jian shot Wang Donglian a disapproving look and retorted, Teacher Han, I don't teach boxing. Wang Donglian chuckled, Brother Fang, what's wrong with teaching boxing? Are you selling flowers instead? Fang Jian froze, his mouth twitching slightly. Fine, teaching boxing was teaching boxing. At least it sounded better than selling flowers. Chapter 138, Visitors to the Boxing Gym. The next day, Fang Jian arrived at Zhan Tao's boxing club. Although Zhan Tao hadn't said a word, Liang Chao had already extended the invitation many times through his words. He had to give this cheap apprentice some face, after all. The club's doors were closed, yet the sound of ha-ho shouts still carried clearly from inside. Fang Jian pushed open the door to find a scene of intense activity inside. Over 20 people were either pounding punching bags or doing strength training. On the sparring platform, 2 men were engaged in a match. One was attacking, while the other held a defensive shield. This was a common training method in boxing. Brother Fang. Brother Fang is here. Someone spotted Fang Jian and let out a loud shout, causing everyone to freeze. So the calls of Brother Fang echoed continuously. In this boxing club, Fang Jian was nothing short of a legend. If breaking Hu Bin's leg and that Master Zhang's arm was enough to fuel gossip for 3 months, then making a seasoned underground fighter flee without uttering a single threat was nothing short of legendary. Even years later, this story remained as widely talked about as ever. Most of these men had witnessed both fights firsthand, so their enthusiasm for Fang Jian came from the heart. Fang Jian gave a slight nod, glancing at the group before furrowing his brow. Where's Liang Chao? Brother Fong, Master Liang goes to the park every day to practice his horse stance. He hasn't arrived yet, someone quickly replied. I'll go notify him. Ah, no need, Fong Jian waved his hand. Let him stay there. Don't disturb him or it won't be effective. Hearing this response, Fong Jian seemed somewhat satisfied. Indeed, practicing horse stance in this modern boxing gym wasn't exactly ideal. Brother Fong, you rarely come by. Could you give us some pointers? Someone approached eagerly. Fong Jian felt a bit itchy to show off. Since he was here today, he wouldn't hold back. After all, they were all members of Zhantao Boxing Gym. He might as well teach them a thing or two. Brothers, I didn't train in a formal school. As you'd say, I learned the wild way, Fong Jian said with a smile. If you want my guidance, it'll be through sparring. I'll go first. No, I said it first. I'll go first. A scramble erupted among the group. Though everyone knew stepping onto the stage for a real fight with Brother Fong would likely end in a crushing defeat. But this was a rare opportunity. If one could make it onto the stage and hold out even for a moment, it would become bragging rights for years to come. Even if Brother Fong knocked them out with a single punch, it would be an honor. Didn't you see all those who couldn't even get on the stage? Fong Jian smiled faintly and casually tapped 3 people. These 3 were club veterans who had even helped out at Zhang Tao's wedding. Naturally, he'd show some consideration for such veterans. Soon, the crowd parted. Fong Jian strapped on his protective gear and stepped onto the ring. Others wore protective gear to shield themselves. Fong Jian wore his to protect others. His first opponent stepped onto the ring, bowing deeply to Fong Jian before saying, Brother Fong, please teach me. After speaking, he took a step back, assumed a boxing stance, and began to jump up and down. Fong Jian watched him silently, observing his bouncing movements, yet the man stubbornly refused to advance. Moments later, a wave of laughter erupted from below the ring. Fong Jian couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, he lunged forward. He didn't activate his inner strength or use hidden force. He simply pushed off with his feet and leapt upward in a sudden burst. The power of peak external force was no trifling matter. This leap, swift as a hare rising or a falcon diving, reached the pinnacle of speed. Before the man could even assume a defensive stance, Fong Jian had already closed the distance and stood before him. Oh no! That was the only thought that flashed through the man's mind. Then, a sharp pain struck his abdomen as a tremendous force slammed him backward. With a single punch, Fong Jian charged forward and struck with lightning speed, sending his opponent flying. Of course, with chest and back protectors in place and using external force, he wasn't worried about seriously injuring the man. Fong Jian removed his gloves, pulled the man to his feet, and shouted, Brother, you weren't focused enough when you were watching him. The man's face flushed red. Brother Fong, I let my guard down. Fong Jian shook his head. It wasn't that you let your guard down. You were fooled by me. Ha! Fong Jian glanced at the others and explained, fighting is actually quite simple. It's about deceiving your opponent's eyes, numbing their nerves, then striking unexpectedly with a single, decisive blow. The group fell silent, each deep in thought. When I faced him earlier, I held back my attack for so long that he subconsciously assumed any move I made would follow a predictable pattern, Fong Jian explained. But when I finally struck, it was with lightning speed, one decisive blow to end it. Patting the other man on the shoulder, Fong Jian added, he'd grown accustomed to my slow movements. He couldn't react in time to the sudden change, which is why he was caught completely off guard by my sneak attack. That, he concluded, is deception. When Fong Jian spoke these words, he felt a deep sense of emotion. This was what he had learned from Master Li. Swift as the wind, steady as the forest, fierce as fire, immovable as a mountain. This is recorded in Sun Tzu's Art of War. Applied to martial arts, it fits perfectly. One man exclaimed, Brother Fong, do you really need to resort to such tactics against him? Fong Jian replied sternly, once you step onto the stage, the contest begins. Whatever works best is the way to go. He added gravely, even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. Remember this. The others responded in unison. The second and third opponents stepped onto the platform one after another. Having learned from the first man's fate, they dared not relax even slightly. Yet the gap in raw strength between them was simply too vast. Fong Jian unleashed formidable power with every move, far beyond what they could withstand. Moreover, in Fong Jian's eyes, these two fighters' movements were riddled with flaws. He could easily throw a few half-hearted feints to throw them off balance. Nevertheless, Fong Jian held back when he acted. As he threw punches, he simultaneously offered guidance, leaving everyone on and off the stage with a profound sense of enlightenment. Combat, like any other professional sport. It required grueling effort to achieve improvement. But more often than not, even with all that effort, success wasn't guaranteed. Still, those who came to train at Zhang Tao's club were mostly people with money to spare, who weren't worried about basic necessities and had a genuine passion for combat sports. Therefore, they weren't particularly driven by competition, they simply hoped to learn genuine skills here. Everyone listened intently to Fong Jian's instruction. Of course, when teaching, Fong Jian only imparted the basics and orthodox techniques of Baguazhang. Primarily, it involved using fists and legs. As for techniques like elbow strikes, finger strikes, knuckle strikes, and other such methods of attack, Fong Jian taught none of them. Suddenly, the gym door swung open. Fong Jian glanced over, assuming it was Liang Chao who had heard the news and rushed over. But that quick glance revealed it wasn't Liang Chao at all. Instead, it was an exceptionally burly man. This man looked menacing, his eyes sharp and piercing, as if he could see straight through a person's soul with a single glance. Yet, upon seeing this clearly hostile figure, Fong Jian felt an inexplicable sense of admiration welling up inside him. A soldier. That's right. Others might not have sensed it. But Fang Jian could tell at a glance. This was a soldier radiating a strong military presence. Almost identical to brother Wu Jiangwo. Chapter 139, another peek about her strength. Who's there? And who might you be? Those who train in combat sports at the gym certainly aren't the type to swallow their pride. This guy barged in without a second thought, scanning the room with a scrutinizing gaze. Such brazen arrogance screamed trouble. Instantly, he provoked everyone. Several young men were itching for a fight, shouting insults. They couldn't beat Fang Jian, but if an outsider came knocking, they wouldn't mind testing their skills. The man remained silent, nearly sweeping his gaze around the room before finally settling back on the stage. Fang Jian had a feeling this guy might be targeting him. One young man, seeing the stranger ignore his words, finally couldn't hold back. He leaped forward. He reached out to push the stranger's shoulder, saying, "Hey, I'm talking to you." But the moment his hand touched the man's shoulder, the man grabbed his wrist. Ow. Ow. That hurts. The grab was lightning fast, snapping his fingers right in the web between his thumb and index finger. With a slight outward twist, it sent a wave of pain shooting through him, enough to make anyone wail like a baby. What the hell? Let go. He's here to challenge the dojo. A roar erupted from the crowd as several men lunged forward. Fang Jian's voice rang out, "Hold on." Every footfall halted. Here, you didn't have to give anyone face, but once Brother Fang spoke, no one dared to make a move. After all, this was Brother Fang. His words carried more weight than even Ba Shun's. Fang Jian tossed aside his gloves, hooked his hand over the rope barrier, and jumped down. He strode quickly over to the two men, smiling as he said, "Brothers, the kid doesn't know any better. Don't take offense." As he spoke, his hand closed around the other man's wrist. The burly man's eyes lit up, ready to exert force, when suddenly a faint tingling spread through his wrist. Then, the hand he had grabbed lost all strength. Fang Jian pulled the young man behind him with a swift tug. The entire sequence unfolded with fluid precision. Aside from Fang Jian and the burly man, no one else had noticed a thing. They assumed the burly man had simply let go. "Impressive skills," the burly man said, giving Fang Jian a deep look. "You must be the top performer at this club, right?" Fang Jian paused, then laughed. "Not me." The young man shouted from behind Fang Jian, "You blind fool. Brother Fang is the master of our club's top star, Brother Liang." Fang Jian's mouth twitched slightly. If not for the outsiders present, he'd have been tempted to drag the youngster onto the ring for a round. The burly man chuckled. "So we've run into an old master." He tilted his head back and gestured toward the ring. "Care to step up and practice?" "Practice? Fine, let's practice." "Like I'm scared of you." "Yeah, daring to challenge Brother Fang? That takes some guts." Fang Gu beat him up. The crowd behind them seemed eager for more drama, shouting loudly one after another. Fang Jian frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then said, "Fine. Let's spar." He sensed vaguely that this guy was probably targeting him. Yet, he didn't sense any malice emanating from the other man. This feeling was entirely different from the one Su Qing had when he stepped on his foot. Considering the man was a soldier or had served in the military and clearly hadn't let up since Fang Jian didn't mind stepping up to the challenge. The two men stepped onto the stage. The crowd below erupted in cheers, clearly eager for a show. They were all convinced Brother Fang would defeat the other man with ease. Soon, they stood before the protective gear. Fang Jian said, "You're the guest from afar. You go first." The burly man's gaze swept over the protective gear, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. "Master Fang, how about we fight without the protective gear?" Fang Jian saw it clearly, the contempt radiating from him was ingrained. Clearly, he had participated in bare-knuckle fights numerous times and looked down on this kind of competition with protective gear. After a moment's thought, however, Fang Jian shook his head. "No, let's keep it proper. Put them on." The man sighed in resignation and selected a set, but stared blankly at the gear. The gear came in many styles, and it was nearly impossible for one person to put it on alone. Assistance was required. Fang Jian smiled and walked over to help him put it on personally. The burly man was somewhat surprised, and his gaze toward Fang Jian grew more appreciative. Moments later, both men, fully equipped with their protective gear, arrived at the center of the ring. No referees, only fighters, no predetermined round durations. Victory was determined by one fighter conceding defeat. The man crouched slightly, his piercing gaze locked onto Fang Jian's eyes. From his movements alone, Fang Jian knew this was a seasoned fighter. In a fight, one must keep eyes and ears open in all directions. And keeping your eyes locked on your opponent is also the mark of a skilled fighter. Fang Jian had done the same when sparring with Master Li. However, this style of fighting was far from simple. It offered numerous opportunities to exploit. Fang Jian's gaze suddenly shifted slightly, darting toward the burly man's right side. Simultaneously, he stepped forward and threw a punch. The burly man instinctively shifted his body slightly to the side, his right side edging back. Ha! Trouble! Then, in the very next instant, he realized. Although Fang Jian's gaze was fixed on his right side, the direction of his punch was actually aimed at his left side. This burly man possessed extensive combat experience. The technique of judging an attack's direction by observing an opponent's gaze was one he had honed through years of rigorous training. In past confrontations, this tactic had never failed him. But today, he encountered someone who defied conventional tactics. Fortunately, his reflexes were lightning fast. He sensed something amiss midway through his sideways movement. With a violent twist of his torso, his body contorted unnaturally, forcing him to dodge the blow. Fang Jian didn't immediately pursue. Instead, he paused, silently observing his opponent. His previous move had been a clever maneuver. If he pressed his advantage now, even if he won, his opponent would never concede gracefully. Sure enough, the burly man took 2 steps back and steadied himself. He looked at Fang Jian, his gaze now completely different. Fang Jian smiled and asked, "Ready?" The burly man nodded solemnly. "Ready. Watch out." With that, he unexpectedly stepped forward first, launching a fierce assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each punch he threw was fast and powerful. Though each was a jab, the fierce momentum surpassed the heavy punches of ordinary fighters. The crowd below the ring initially cheered for Fang Jian, but after watching for a moment, their shouts grew quieter. They were martial artists themselves, albeit not particularly skilled, but they possessed a basic eye for technique. They could tell. Fang Jian's opponent was no ordinary fighter. Not only that, but Brother Fang showed no intention of striking back, allowing his opponent to attack relentlessly while maintaining a steady defense. As the saying goes, even the most meticulous plan can have a flaw. This style of fighting was still extremely dangerous. Moments later, the burly man's assault grew increasingly fierce. Suddenly, he roared, seized Fang Jian's opening, and drove a punch straight for his vital point. The punch carried a force that seemed to split the heavens and shatter the earth. Crack! The sound of air shattering echoed through the air. The crowd's expressions shifted, each letting out a gasp of shock. One loud crack. A sound worth 1,000 gold. Fang Jian's eyes lit up slightly. This was already the second person he had encountered capable of producing a peak-level Mingjing sound. It seemed this world truly harbored hidden talents. Fang Jian planted his feet firmly and swung a fist forward to meet the attack. But at this moment, his heart surged with power, his chi and blood rushing upward. This punch contained an even more formidable force. The fist exploded through the air. One fist moved silently. The 2 fists collided abruptly. Then, Fang Jian's body swayed slightly, instantly dissipating the force. His opponent, however, staggered backward several steps. The gloves on both men's hands shattered and broke apart, scattering into fragments across the floor. Chapter 140, Making a Friend Out of Nowhere. The burly man stared at the shattered gloves in his hands, his eyes betraying unmistakable astonishment. After a moment, he looked up and suddenly said, "Brother, thanks." Now he finally understood why Fang Jian had refused without hesitation when he'd suggested fighting without protective gear earlier. Seeing the shattered gloves, even he grasped the reason behind it. Fang Jian smiled as he unfastened his gloves, then stepped forward to help the other man remove his protective gear. "You're pretty skilled yourself. Let's grab lunch together." This burly man possessed formidable strength. Among those Fang Jian had encountered, even Hong Shouqi, the underground fighter, was at best his equal. Yet, before Fang Jian, who had already set foot on the threshold of mastering the Huajin technique today, such skill could only be described as decent. "Sure," the burly man replied readily. "My name is Wang Tianpao. And you are?" "Fang Jian." Martial artists had straightforward temperaments, preferring directness. If 2 fighters didn't see eye to eye, 9 times out of 10 they'd settle it in the ring. But if they hit it off, swearing brotherhood on the spot was commonplace. Of course, such customs had fallen out of favor in modern society. The crowd below, seeing the 2 fight it out and then become friends, were delighted. One by one, they came forward to offer congratulations. Even the man who had been humiliated when Wang Tianpao grabbed his hand earlier approached without a trace of resentment. And there was even a hint of joy on his face. Though being caught was somewhat embarrassing. It all depended on who had done it. Wang Tianpao was at the peak of his external strength cultivation. He was on the same level as Hong Shouqi, the underground fighter. Even Brother Liang wouldn't stand a chance against him. For ordinary trainees, being caught by such a man wasn't a disgrace, it was something to brag about. Liang Chao finally arrived, late as ever. Seeing Fang Jian, he was naturally overjoyed, calling him master repeatedly. Yet upon hearing that a challenger had arrived, one at the peak of the Mingjing realm, capable of delivering blows worth 1,000 gold pieces, he couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Having fought Hong Shouqi himself, he knew just how formidable such an opponent was, far beyond his own capabilities. If his master hadn't been present today, the dojo would likely have suffered another humiliating defeat. What puzzled him, though, was that before this, he'd never encountered a single person with such genuine martial arts prowess. Yet ever since Fang Jian arrived, they seemed to be popping up one after another. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to train relentlessly. Surely he couldn't remain incapable of defeating even a peak external force practitioner forever. Fang Jian glanced at him and said, "Go. Show me your horse stance." "Yes, sir." Liang Chao was overjoyed. This was the first time Fang Jian had ever assessed his skills. Assuming the horse stance, Liang Chao stood immovable as a mountain. Fang Jian watched silently. Liang Chao fixed his gaze on a point ahead, his eyes solemn and unwavering. His breaths gradually lengthened. He pressed his tongue tip against his upper palate, tucked his chin, and held his neck straight. Shoulders dropped, elbows relaxed, chest slightly sunken, back straightened. He engaged his core, hips tucked as if seated, knees slightly bent and bent, feet parallel and pointing forward, fingers gripping the ground. When ordinary masters checked, they would reach out to touch him. They'd demand a tight lower body and relaxed upper body, squatting as if seated until reaching the absolute limit. But Fang Jian could tell at a glance whether Liang Chao had reached his limit. It must be said, this kid has truly put considerable effort into learning martial arts. This horse stance wasn't flawless, but for a beginner, it was quite impressive. To advance further, he'd need diligent practice and rely on his own insights to make subtle adjustments. After all, the master guides you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. If one cannot even make subtle adjustments to their own movements, then they are merely practicing dead skills. Such individuals would be better off not practicing martial arts at all. Wang Tianpao watched for a moment before suddenly asking, "Brother, are you practicing Baguazhang?" "Yes, I am." "And you, old buddy?" "Ha, I practice military boxing, but my foundation is in Baguazhang." While standard military boxing is simple and fierce, truly mastering it is no easy feat. Baguazhang is also an ancient Chinese boxing style with immense renown, in no way inferior to Baguazhang. Of course, which style is superior can't be generalized. It really depends on which master has the superior skill. Fang Jian stepped forward and delivered a light kick to the crook of Liang Chao's knees. Liang Chao's center of gravity shifted downward slightly, nearly causing him to stumble. Fang Jian murmured, "Remembered?" Liang Chao's face flushed slightly. "Yes, master." "Good. Get up. Let's go eat." The gym members watched the three of them leave with envious eyes. However, they knew their limits well enough to realize their boxing skills were no match for these three, so they dared not approach lightly. They arrived at a nearby restaurant and reserved a private room. Typically, 3 people were considered too few for a private room, and establishments were reluctant to provide one. But Liang Chao was clearly a regular here. After exchanging greetings with the owner, not only did they get a small private room, but the owner himself bustled about, serving them with great attentiveness. Fang Jian paid it no mind. Everyone had their own connections and acquaintances. Running into an acquaintance was perfectly normal. Liang Chao unwrapped the bowls and chopsticks for Fang Jian, then rinsed them with boiling water, a traditional disciple's manner. Fang Jian didn't particularly care for it, but since Liang Chao insisted, he went along with it. "Brother, our Bagua and your Bajiquan actually share some roots," Wang Tianpao declared as he ordered a bottle of liquor and poured full glasses for all 3. Though the small cups weren't large, each held a good 2 ounces. He raised his cup, downed it in one gulp, and declared, "Cheers." Fang Jian froze, his eyes going wide. He wondered inwardly, "Are you trying to save face at the table because you can't beat me in a fight?" Bottoms up. Suddenly, a clatter came from beside him. Liang Chao tilted his head back and downed his drink in one gulp. Fang Jian silently glanced at him, inwardly cursing him an idiot. Then, he raised his cup and said sincerely, "Brother Wang, I can only drink 1 cup with you. Please forgive me." With that, he downed his drink in one gulp. Wang Tianpao froze, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. "Brother, your martial arts are so good you've even mastered the hidden force technique. Surely your drinking tolerance can't be that bad?" Fang Jian chuckled. "Brother Wang, what kind of logic is that? What does hidden force have to do with drinking capacity?" Wang Tianpao replied sternly, "The better your martial arts, the better your drinking capacity." He paused and added, "I had a senior brother who, after mastering hidden force, saw his drinking capacity skyrocket. Before, I could still hold my own against him, but now I can't even match half of what he can drink." Fang Jian's interest peaked. "Your senior brother? Hidden strength?" "Yes. Next time I'll bring him along to meet you. You two would definitely hit it off." Fang Jian's eyes lit up slightly. This was the best news he'd heard all day. If he were the only one in the world capable of cultivating hidden force, it would be utterly pointless. Beyond hidden force, there was also transcendent force. He just didn't know how many such masters existed. Composing himself, Fang Jian apologized, "Brother Wang, the truth is I'm a singer. Drinking alcohol would cause significant damage to my vocal cords, numb my nerves, and impair my ability to judge pitch. That's why I can't drink much." "Singer? A singer?" Wang Tianpao's hand holding the wineglass rose mid-air. He stared at Fang Jian, his eyes filled with the strangest expression imaginable. Liang Chao struggled to stifle his laughter beside them. Truth be told, when he first learned Fang Jian had been a pianist, his reaction hadn't been much better. Who the hell could associate a hidden power martial artist with a refined, cultured pianist? Wait, that's not right. Master just said something about a singer. Liang Chao sucked in a sharp breath, realizing he understood his master less and less. This meal was thoroughly enjoyable. Fang Jian and Wang Tianpao had clashed inexplicably, yet inexplicably become friends. By 3 in the afternoon, Wang Tianpao suddenly said, "Bro, I've had a bit too much. Can you give me a ride home?" "No problem." Fang Jian called a designated driver and helped Wang Tianpao, whose legs were wobbly, into the car. He'd down a full 2 pounds of baijiu all by himself. That he could hold his liquor like that and still keep a clear head was something Fang Jian found truly impressive. Guided by Wang Tianpao, the car soon entered a luxurious residential complex. Fang Jian glanced around, his expression subtly shifting. Chapter 141, Wang Donglian's brother. Bo Jingting. Guided by Wang Tianpao, the car drove straight into Bo Jingting. Fang Jian turned to look at Wang Tianpao, his mind filled with uncontrollable speculation. Surnamed Wang. His family is from Bo Jingting. Damn it, no need to guess anymore. If Wang Tianpao and Wang Donglian weren't related, he'd write his own surname backwards. But looking at the somewhat tipsy Wang Tianpao, Fang Jian couldn't bring himself to say anything accusatory. Because he could sense that this guy truly harbored no ill will toward him. Perhaps he came to the boxing gym because of Wang Donglian. But becoming friends? That happened because both their fists were rock hard. In this era, achieving mastery in martial arts was far more difficult than it had been during the Republican period. Modern people faced far too many temptations. Without a genuine, heartfelt passion for martial arts, it would be impossible to persevere day in and day out for a decade. Thus, the friendship between Fang Jian and him was pure and free of any ulterior motives. Finally, the car came to a stop. Wang Tianpao leaned his head out the window and bellowed. A gate slowly swung open. As the designated driver maneuvered the car inside, he kept glancing around, his curiosity clearly evident. Finally, the car came to a stop. Wang Tianpao said, "Get out, brother. Come sit in my place for a bit." Fang Jian hastily declined, "Brother Wang, no thanks. Maybe next time." "Hey, what do you mean next time? This place is your home from now on." He grabbed Fang Jian's arm and declared, "I couldn't be happier with you as my brother-in-law." "Couldn't be happier." "Well, except for the drinking, that's a bit of a letdown." Fang Jian's face darkened. "Brother Wang, you're Wang Donglian's brother?" "Yes, didn't you know?" Wang Tianpao asked in surprise. Fang Jian was at a loss for words. "Hell no, how could I possibly know?" The designated driver settled the bill and shuffled away meekly. But before leaving, he shot Fang Jian an envious look. Although Fang Jian's car wasn't cheap either, a mid to high-end Q5. It paled in comparison to the caliber of this residence. The cars that came and went here were at least in the million yuan range, right? Watching the driver leave, Fang Jian wore an expression of utter helplessness. "Brother Wang, you might have misunderstood. Wang Donglian and I are nothing at all," Fang Jian explained earnestly. "Ah, I know. You're an ambitious man. You think Donglian's family background is too privileged, so you don't want to be with her, right?" Fang Jian froze. What kind of logic was that? Why would having ambitions mean you couldn't date a rich woman? Truth be told, if it were the right fit, Fang Jian wouldn't mind living off someone else's money. Wang Tianpao lowered his voice. "Let me tell you, I'd love to make it on my own merits, but there's no way around it. A family like this isn't something you can just walk away from." Fang Jian's mouth twitched. "Are you showing off? Or just blind to how good he has it?" "Probably the latter, mostly." "Bro, martial artists shouldn't be weighed down by so many worries," Wang Tianpao advised. "Donglian is Donglian, and her family is her family. You shouldn't give it a second thought." Fang Jian thought for a moment and said, "Brother Wang, you're right. Alright, I'll go get Donglian down for you." Fang Jian's eyes widened instantly. "What did I just say? Wait, I don't care about Wang Donglian's family, I don't even care about her." Oh man, Brother Wang totally threw me off track. He tried to stop it, but it was clearly too late. "Brother Fang, what brings you here?" A delighted cry rang out as Wang Donglian came trotting down the path. After running in, she glanced at Wang Tianpao, covered her nose in disgust, and said, "Brother, why are you drinking the moment you get back? You stink to high heaven." She grabbed Fang Jian's arm and pulled him away a bit, then called out, "Don't drag Brother Fang into drinking with you, or you'll corrupt him too." Wang Tianpao was speechless, his face flushing even redder. "What's going on? Why all the commotion?" A leisurely voice drifted over. Then, an elderly woman dressed in traditional Chinese attire emerged. Her steps were slow, a cane in hand, suggesting some difficulty walking. Yet her eyes remained clear and sharp. Wang Donglian immediately released Fang Jian, went over to support her, and said, "Grandma, look at brother. He comes home drunk and corrupts my friends." Wang Depeo nearly choked on his own blood. This sister wasn't even married yet. Damn it, no way. Absolutely not. "Your friend, huh?" The old lady looked up and turned her gaze toward Fang Jian. Fang Jian smiled faintly and said, "Good day, madam." Visiting for the first time, he hadn't brought anything, which felt a bit rude. Good. "What's the young man's name?" the old lady asked with a warm smile. "My name is Fang Jian. You can call me Xiao Fang." Fang Jian feared she might casually call him something like Xiao Jian, so he opted for a more familiar tone. "Oh, so you're Xiao Fang. You certainly are a fine young man." The old lady's eyes lit up, clearly recognizing the name. "Grandma, he's not just handsome, he's a real expert," Wang Tianpao boasted from the side. "I fought him once and couldn't beat him." The old lady grew even more astonished. She looked at Fang Jian's straight, upright posture and asked, "Xiao Fang, have you served in the military?" Fang Jian shook his head slightly. No, impossible," Wang Tianpao declared loudly. "Brother, you must have served. That bearing, I'd recognize it with my eyes closed." Fang Jian smiled. "Brother Wang, why would I lie to you? I truly haven't served. But during my school days, I underwent military training. I found it interesting, so I practiced in my spare time." Wang Tianpao's face froze in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. That military bearing, that marching step. And he claimed he'd never served, learning it only during military training. Wang Tianpao couldn't believe it. Such precise marching steps couldn't possibly be mastered without formal instruction and constant practice. Sure, you can teach yourself anything. But could one really master military marching like this through self-study? Yet, seeing Fang Jian's calm demeanor, Wang Tianpao found himself involuntarily convinced. After all, why would he lie about something like this? Just investigate, and I guarantee you'll uncover everything. Wang Tianpao suddenly stepped forward, slung his arm around Fang Jian's shoulder, and said, "Brother, you're a natural-born soldier. Want to join the army? I can help you figure something out." "Brother." Wang Donglian snapped angrily, "Could you stop saying things like that about everything? Brother Fang is past the age limit. He should have retired long ago." Wang Tianpao muttered, "What's there to fear? We'll just create a special exemption document for him." Judging by his demeanor, he genuinely intended to persuade Fang Jian to join the military. Fang Jian wasn't opposed to joining the military. But he had too many things on his plate right now, he simply couldn't drop everything. Wang Donglian shot her brother a glare, then ignored him. "Grandma, Brother Fang promised Han Mama he'd sing at the Shanghai Conservatory concert. He's a musician, after all." What's so great about being a musician? Wang Tianpao retorted. Little sister, let me tell you, being a soldier is the most honorable path. He suddenly slapped his forehead. Right. Brother, you could enlist as an artistic soldier. They have more lenient age requirements for that. Fang Jian waved his hands hastily. Brother Wang, thanks for the offer, but really, it's not necessary. Fang Jian didn't mind training at the barracks, but becoming an artistic soldier. No thanks. The old lady smiled gently. Alright, Tianpao, don't be so hard on him. Since Xiao Fang is here, don't be so formal. Come inside and sit down. Just as Fang Jian was about to refuse, he caught Wang Donglian's pitiful gaze fixed on him. He hesitated. Just then, Wang Tianpao grabbed his arm and said, Come on, let's go inside. Sleep it off, and I'll take you to the shooting range. Shooting practice? Fang Jian suddenly found himself rooted to the spot. Chapter 142, Shooting Club. After entering the house, Wang Tianpao went straight to lie down in his room. Though he claimed he'd be sober within an hour. Fang Jian, who had witnessed him down 2 bottles of baijiu, remained deeply skeptical. After taking her seat, the old lady didn't linger long. After a brief conversation, she instructed Wang Donglian to entertain the guests and retired for the night. Yet for some reason, Fang Jian couldn't shake the feeling that the old lady regarded him with a certain, peculiar gaze. Her gaze. Yes, it was her gaze. That look, it was somewhat like. Fang Jian glanced at Wang Donglian and asked, Little Wang, what did you say when you introduced me to the old lady? Wang Donglian replied with a smile, I spoke highly of you, of course. What else would I say? Fang Jian was utterly speechless. Thanks a lot, I really do. Wang Donglian suddenly leaned in, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Brother Fang, Little Wang sounds so old-fashioned. Just call me Little Lian. Fang Jian chuckled. Not really. That's too familiar. Poof. Wang Donglian's lips curled slightly as she murmured softly, Ruwei Jin. Ruwei Jin. Ruwei Jin. Fang Jian's heart sank. As the young girl's voice rose from low to high, it seemed to be growing louder and louder. He immediately asked, Xiao Lian, what are you babbling about? As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at those red lips that kept moving up and down. Oh, what a single misstep could lead to eternal regret. Would this weakness haunt him forever? Wang Donglian smiled contentedly. Brother Fang, you're going shooting later. I want to come too. Fang Jian's eyes darkened with suspicion. Put. What's that look on your face? Wang Donglian retorted indignantly. My marksmanship is definitely better than yours. Fang Jian quickly sat up straight, raised an eyebrow, and replied solemnly, not necessarily. Inside, he was secretly embarrassed. Damn it, what do young girls even learn these days? Wang Donglian's eyes twinkled. Brother Fang, let's make a bet. What? Let's go to the club and have a shooting contest. If you win, I'll grant you one wish. But if I win? No deal, Fang Jian replied without hesitation. What? You won't even hear the stakes? I don't want to deceive you, Fang Jian said earnestly. If I accepted a bet I knew I'd win, that would be taking advantage of you. Pointing to his heart, Fang Jian admitted honestly, my conscience just won't let me. You? Wang Donglian glared fiercely at Fang Jian, snorting softly. She resolved to teach him a lesson. She would show him what the marksmanship of a true heroine was all about. Fang Jian pulled out his phone and started scrolling through his feed. Though he had a stunning beauty beside him, he dared not make a move. To his surprise, Wang Donglian didn't insist on talking to him. Instead, she fetched a book from the study and simply sat beside him in the courtyard, quietly reading. Had Wang Donglian persistently chatted him up, Fang Jian might have already been nervously looking for an excuse to leave. But this quiet companionship made Fang Jian feel incredibly comfortable and at ease. Even if he wanted to make an excuse, he couldn't find one. An hour later, a resonant voice called out, Brother-in-law, I'm here. Wang Donglian flipped the pages of her book and said, Brother, don't talk nonsense. Wang Tianpao stepped forward, laughing heartily. Little sis, I don't recognize any other brothers-in-law besides Brother Fang. He placed his hands on his hips. I told you before, if you want to marry my sister, you have to beat me first. Brother Fang, you're the only one who's done it. Fang Jian froze, unsure how to address this. So the only requirement to become your brother-in-law is to beat you in a fight? That condition was indeed simple enough. But how many others besides himself could actually need it? Right, he had the Dark Force senior brother. Just as Fang Jian was lost in his thoughts, Wang Tianpao approached and said, let's go to the shooting range. The shooting range? Fang Jian froze, surprised. Aren't we going to the barracks? Wang Tianpao roared with laughter. The barracks are too much hassle, all that paperwork. Start with the small stuff first. If you train well, I'll take you to play with the big guns later. Big guns? Fang Jian felt a faint tingle of unease. Forget it. He wanted to live a few more years. The three headed out, but this time Fang Jian wasn't driving. They climbed into Wang Donglian's Maserati and headed towards some destination. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Fang Jian glanced at the sleek, spacious facility, his eyes flickering slightly. There's a shooting range in Yong City too? I had no idea. A flicker of excitement stirred within him. He could definitely become a regular here. Wang Donglian smiled. It's members only, Brother Fang. I'll get you a membership card. Sure. Fang Jian had already been thinking about it. Wang Donglian seemed quite familiar with the place. As soon as she arrived, a coach approached them. This is my friend. He wants to get a membership and link it to mine. The instructor paused, glanced at Fang Jian, and quickly replied, "Sure thing." Just as Fang Jian was about to refuse, Wang Donglian interjected, "My membership is special. You can play right away without waiting. Plus, you get access to several unique firearms." Hearing this, Fang Jian instantly abandoned his intention to refuse. When it came to shooting, the experience depended heavily on the weapon. Using a police-issue handgun versus a Thunder God pistol felt worlds apart. Fang Jian didn't expect them to have the Thor here, but he hoped they'd at least offer a few high-powered options. The instructor brought over a stack of documents, processed Fang Jian's membership card, and then explained some precautions and rules. This was a necessary process, as handling firearms was considered an extremely dangerous activity. Fang Jian listened attentively, showing no sign of impatience. Wang Tianpao nodded slightly beside him, giving his sister a thumbs up. It was unclear whether he was praising his sister's good judgment or reaffirming his satisfaction with Fang Jian. Soon, the group entered the shooting range. The layout resembled a bowling alley, with several shooting lanes. The instructor brought over 3 guns. Fang Jian glanced at them, all familiar, ones he'd handled many times before. Of course, that was in his dreams, not in reality. "Brother-in-law." Fang Jian quickly interjected, "Brother Wang, Xiaolian and I are just friends. Don't go pairing us up." Wang Tianpao stared at him, then sighed after a moment. "Bro, you can't spoil women too much. Otherwise, what's the point of all that hard training?" Fang Jian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "So I train just to beat women?" Wang Donglian sneered coldly, "Brother, you're right. I'll tell grandma and mom." Wang Tianpao visibly stiffened before saying, "Brother Fang, come on over. Let me show you the firearms." Fang Jian had already understood from the instructor's earlier explanation. For regular members, only civilian firearms could be used at the shooting range. That meant small-caliber air rifles and the like, with strict regulations on ammunition. BB pellets and paintballs were the most commonly used. However, because Wang Donglian's card was different, they could use police-grade and even military-grade firearms. "Bro, have you ever fired a gun before?" Wang Tianpao asked in a low voice. "You definitely have, right?" Fang Jian paused, then asked, "Why do you say that?" Just standing there, I can tell you served in the military and you were a pretty good soldier." "Soldiers? They've all fired guns." Fang Jian thought for a moment and laughed. "Yeah, I have. Here, take this. Know what kind of gun this is?" He handed over a pistol. It wasn't Wang Tianpao's first time holding a gun, but it was his first time shooting one with Fang Jian. Without knowing his background, it was only natural to start with ordinary firearms. Still, he trusted his judgment. Fang Jian wouldn't disappoint him. Sure enough, Fang Jian took the gun, gave it a few quick spins, and chuckled, "M1911. Old but reliable." Chapter 143, Bullseye. 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 The M1911 pistol is a semi-automatic handgun chambered for .45 ACP ammunition, delivering substantial stopping power. Its iconic design remains an unmatched classic. Designed by American John Browning, it became the U.S. military standard-issue sidearm upon release and remained so for 74 years. Furthermore, it was widely adopted by armed forces worldwide, serving in active duty for over a century. It was an indispensable weapon on battlefields during World War I, World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and the Gulf War. You could always spot a formidable officer carrying an M1911 pistol. Wang Tianpao chuckled softly, then picked up an identical M1911. With lightning-fast hands, he swiftly disassembled the pistol into its component parts. After inspecting it, Wang Tianpao remarked, "Not bad. It's been maintained reasonably well. Gun oil and such have been applied." With that, he continued his work. Within a mere minute, the pistol was reassembled. Fang Jian watched silently, as did Wang Donglian. In that moment, the two seemed to reach an unspoken understanding. This guy must be crazy. They both knew Wang Tianpao was showing off his speed. Disassembling, maintaining, and reassembling firearms. These were essential skills for soldiers to master, but the level of proficiency varied from person to person. Wang Tianpao's speed wasn't the fastest, but it was certainly no slouch. Wang Donglian snorted lightly and said, "Brother Feng, ignore him. He just lost the martial arts contest to you and is trying to make up for it in other ways." The smug look on Wang Tianpao's face instantly vanished. He snorted angrily, "Am I that petty?" He shot his sister a glare before slipping on his earplugs, ready to begin shooting. Fang Jian and Wang Donglian exchanged a glance before putting theirs on as well. In this enclosed space, ear protection was mandatory when firing. Otherwise, the echoes here would teach you a lesson. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, Wang Tianpao finished his 10-shot burst. He had chosen the 50-meter distance. When the target was brought over, a hint of satisfaction flashed across his face as he saw the results. Out of 10 shots, only 1 hit the 7 ring, but 2 hit the 10 ring, with the rest landing in the 8 and 9 ring zones. While the score seemed average, considering the distance and Wang Tianpao's firing speed, it was actually quite impressive. Take the Olympics as an example. In the men's 50-meter slow-fire pistol event, competitors fire 60 rounds from a small-caliber pistol at a 50-meter target. Including sighting shots, the total time limit is 2 hours. That's a full 2 hours. In a real combat situation, by the time you finish aiming, the enemy might have already flown from the capital to Chengdu. Wang Tianpao sighed, soldiers shoot every day. I remember my old scores, 72 points out of 8 shots, plus 1 3-round burst, 1 2-round burst, and 3 single shots all hitting the bullseye. Today I drank, so my skills have deteriorated. He claimed to have regressed, but his swagger was so thick even a fool could sense it. Wang Donglian curled her lip and said, "Brother Fong, look at him. That's just how he is." Fang Jian quickly laughed it off, saying, "Let me give it a shot." The siblings fell silent, both watching intently. Fang Jian picked up the pistol, mentally reviewing the technique brother Wu Jiangwo had taught him. Truthfully, the technique wasn't much different from Wang Tianpao's. He had disassembled countless firearms in his dreams, but this was his first time doing it in reality. Step by step, Fang Jian disassembled it correctly. His pace was slow, for after removing each part, he would examine it carefully, as if striving to etch its shape into his memory. It took a full 3 minutes before Fang Jian had disassembled the pistol into a pile of parts. Wang Tianpao exclaimed in surprise, "Bro, is this your first time handling this gun?" "That seems unlikely." Fang Jian smiled. "It really is my first time. I never used this model when I was shooting before." "Huh?" Fang Jian lowered his head, then suddenly reached out and began reassembling it. Click, click, click. A series of small clicks echoed in quick succession. Wang Tianpao and Wang Dolian's eyes widened simultaneously. They both suddenly felt as if they'd lived a lifetime in an instant. Because Fang Jian's speed was too fast. So fast, in fact, that they could barely keep up. In the blink of an eye, every single part on the table vanished. In Fang Jian's hands, however, now rested an M1911 pistol. "Damn it, holy!" Wang Tianpao exclaimed. "How long did that take? How long did that assembly take just now?" Wang Donglian opened her mouth and said, "I didn't count, but it was definitely much faster than you." Wang Tianpao's eye twitched. Why the hell is she using me as an example again? You're becoming less and less adorable, little sister. Fang Jian smiled faintly as he loaded the bullets. Thanks to Wang Donglian's connections, he had access to real firearms. Seeing Fang Jian put on his ear protection, the other two quickly stepped back and donned their own earmuffs. The targets here were motorized as simple finger press automatically adjusted the distance. Pistol shooting competitions typically use distances of 10 meters, 25 meters, and 50 meters. These distances might sound short, but even hitting the bullseye worth 10 points in competition at 10 meters was incredibly difficult. Fang Jian, of course, wasn't arrogant. For his first pistol shot, he chose the 10-meter distance. His eyes narrowed slightly as he adopted the quickest standing shooting stance, following brother Wu Jiangwo's guidance. Bang! After aiming for a full 30 seconds, Fang Jian finally fired his first shot. 4 rings. The machine automatically announced the score. Wang Tianpao beside him let out an inexplicable sigh of relief. Fang Jian's speed in assembling the firearm had genuinely startled him. Deep down, he couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. If Fang Jian's martial arts skills surpassed his own, that might be understandable. After all, the country was vast and rich in resources, producing talents in abundance. Even among the common folk, hidden dragons and crouching tigers existed, and the occasional emergence of a dark force master was not entirely incomprehensible. But to suggest Fang Jian's marksmanship surpassed his own? That was something he found hard to stomach. Judging by Fang Jian's demeanor, he must have served in the military, and undoubtedly is one of the elite. Yet marksmanship is a skill that demands relentless practice. Without ample ammunition, it's simply impossible to cultivate a marksman. Wang Tianpao might not be a sharpshooter, but he was confident he was at least a notch above Fang Jian. Sure enough, when he saw Fang Jian's first shot land only in the 4th ring, his face relaxed considerably. Fang Jian remained silent, continuing to aim. Every rifle has its own unique characteristics. Even firearms of the same model exhibit subtle differences when it comes to aiming. The firearms used by snipers are invariably those they personally carry and maintain. The same principle applied to the firearms used by athletes at the Olympic Games. That's the principle. Fang Jian's first shot was an experiment. It was his first shot with a handgun from the real world. His mind was as still as a pond, utterly focused. His martial arts training had reached a level where it gave him immense advantages in many situations. Just as now, when his focus was at its peak, adrenaline surged naturally. Fang Jian's mind was crystal clear. His eyes, hands, and heart seemed to reach an exquisitely subtle state of harmony in that instant. Transforming force. He had now entered the state of transforming force. Oh, and the gun in his hand. After the first test shot, Fang Jian's mind seemed to have firmly grasped it. Bang, bang, bang. 9 shots in rapid succession, with Fang Jian firing almost without pause at an average rate of 1 shot every 5 seconds. Bullseye, 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 bullseye. Wang Tianpao slowly raised his head, his gaze drifting from the scoring screen to the ceiling. His mind drifted into a daze. Damn it, I really drank too much today. I'm still hungover. Chapter 144, Transforming Force is the top-tier sniper's talent. As the target slowly approached, Wang Tianpao and his sister's eyes were glued to it, unable to look away. Especially Wang Tianpao, a seasoned gun enthusiast. He knew exactly what it meant to maintain such shooting precision under rapid-fire conditions. Of course, Fang Jian wasn't shooting from 50 meters this time, it was the closest range of 10 meters. Even so, such a feat was nothing short of astonishing. After all, averaging 1 shot every 5 seconds was truly demanding. For the average person, they probably wouldn't even be able to manage the recoil of the firearm. To say the least, Fang Jian's steadiness was nothing short of despair-inducing. Removing his ear muffs, Wang Tianpao asked slowly, "Brother, how did you manage that?" Fang Jian thought for a moment before replying, "It's simple. As long as you achieve unity between your eyes, mind, hands, body, and the gun, you'll hit the target." Wang Tianpao's face darkened. "I'm asking for your secret technique, and you're telling me some mystical nonsense? Is that appropriate?" Everyone knows that the unity of eye, mind, hand, body, and rifle is the essential requirement for a top-tier sniper. But such talent isn't something everyone can possess. Fang Jian switched to a new target and continued firing. This time, he placed the target paper 50 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. Having grown familiar with his weapon, Fang Jian skipped the test firing process this time. Of course, the feel of a 50-meter distance was vastly different from 10 meters. Those with poor eyesight might not even make out the target paper. But as Fang Jian stood there, maintaining a steady composure, his heartbeat quickening slightly and adrenaline surging, that sense of man and weapon becoming one returned once more. This did not mean Fang Jian's body had transformed into the firearm. Rather, in this state, he seemed to experience an illusion. The distance between myself and the target seemed to shrink. That 50-meter gap seemed to vanish entirely. It felt as though I stood directly before the target. All I had to do was raise my weapon, and it would press against the paper. This sensation was truly uncanny. Could shooting with transformed energy truly produce such a miraculous effect? In that instant, Fang Jian's mind raced with thoughts. During the Republic era, legends abounded of sharpshooters. Those tales painted their marksmanship as nothing short of supernatural, utterly unbelievable. If such sharpshooters truly existed, wouldn't they effortlessly sweep several gold medals at the Olympics? He had always assumed these were merely artistic exaggerations. But at this very moment, a new theory began to form in his mind. Perhaps those legendary marksmen were martial artists who had mastered the art of transforming force, only to change careers. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. The screen continued to display perfect tens, and this time it was 10 perfect tens in a row. When the target was returned, Wang Tianpao's eyes grew unfocused. Fang Jian smiled and said, "I'd like to try the rifle." "Sure thing," Wang Donglian replied without hesitation. "I'll set it up for you." Rifles came in many models, but the selection here was limited. Fang Jian glanced at the descriptions and selected the Jianshi EM332A 5.6mm bolt-action rifle. This rifle, manufactured by Chongqing Jianshi Industrial Company in China, was primarily designed for hunting and shooting competitions. Its sleek profile and feel were strikingly similar to the 98K rifle from the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Fang Jian's preference for domestic products overrode all else. Between this rifle and the Luger and Baikal models, he chose the former. Rifle shooting involves 3 positions. In Olympic competition, the 50mm small-bore standard rifle event requires shooting 20 rounds each in prone, standing, and kneeling positions at a 50-meter target, with a total time limit of 2 hours and 15 minutes including trial shots. Among these 3 positions, the prone position is the easiest to learn and master. The prone position allows for shooting preparation under relatively stable conditions. When adjusting the prone position, the shooter lies almost flat on the ground with both elbows supporting the body. The support surface formed by the prone position is much larger than that of the standing or kneeling positions. The combined center of gravity of the firearm and body is lower, giving the entire posture excellent stability. During defensive combat on the battlefield, prone shooting is frequently observed. This is done to maximize accuracy. The standing position has the highest center of gravity and smallest support surface. Maintaining this posture relies primarily on skeletal support and muscle tension. This characteristic of the standing position forces the shooter into an unnatural, asymmetrical posture, significantly altering the normal distribution of muscle load. Therefore, while it allows for the fastest firing speed, it offers the least stability. In the kneeling position, the shooter rests the right knee on the ground, arches the back, and shifts the body's center of gravity near the legs. When firing, the left elbow cannot be tightly pressed against the body and lacks a fixed support, making it difficult to achieve close integration between the shooter and the weapon. However, in practice, accuracy is slightly higher than in the standing position. Fang Jian's first unrestricted shooting session sparked his interest. He tried all 3 stances one after another. Thus, the shooting range echoed with a continuous series of bang, bang, bang. During the session, the shooting instructor grew concerned and came over to check on him. Shooting, though performed while standing still, is an extremely energy-consuming activity. Additionally, each shot produced significant recoil. For a novice, firing all day would leave them unable to lift their arms the next day. That's why the instructor came over to check on the situation. But when he saw Fang Jian's shooting results, he was instantly speechless. Instead, he stood silently watching, his eyes seemingly glowing with admiration. Fang Jian switched to another rifle and fired a full 200 rounds before finally feeling satisfied. When his scores were announced, the 3 observers felt a bit numb. Except for the few shots during the test firing, every single one of his remaining shots landed squarely in the bullseye. A perfect 10 every single time. Staring at the stack of targets, the shooting instructor remarked with admiration, "Brother, are you on the national team? I don't recall ever hearing of you before." Fang Jian smiled faintly. "Don't laugh at me. I'm not on the shooting team." The coach scrutinized Fang Jian from head to toe, then suddenly realized, "I get it, you're an elite sniper in the military, right?" Fang Jian chuckled helplessly and shook his head. But the coach remained unconvinced. He solemnly assured him, "Bro, don't worry. I know the rules. I'll keep this confidential. I won't say a word. Oh, and by the way, whenever you come back, just look for me. I'll give you half price. Here, bullets cost 20 yuan each." Fang Jian alone had fired 200 rounds, and with Wang Tianpao's rounds added, that came to nearly 5,000 yuan. That discount was truly substantial. Fang Jian couldn't refuse and accepted the offer. After seeing Fang Jian's impressive score, Wang Tianpao and his sister lost all interest in shooting. As they left, Wang Donglian glanced at Fang Jian and sighed softly, finally understanding why he had refused her bet. Once in the car, Wang Tianpao couldn't hold back any longer. Bro, when did you get your hands on a gun? Fang Jian thought for a moment before replying, during military training. We had a target practice session on the last day, 5 rounds per person. Military training? Target practice? Wang Tianpao looked utterly astonished. Yeah, Fang Jian replied with a smile. How is that possible? Wang Tianpao's face flushed crimson with excitement, as if the alcohol hadn't yet worn off. Seeing Wang Tianpao's expression, Fang Jian said seriously, Brother Wang, you practice martial arts too. If one day you reach the stage of internal power transformation, you might understand. Hua Jin? Wang Tianpao's expression changed dramatically. Brother, you've reached Hua Jin? Fang Jian chuckled. Pretty much. Wang Tianpao's mouth fell open, his face frozen in utter shock. Even witnessing Fang Jian hit 10 bullseyes in succession earlier hadn't stirred such intensity. Chapter 145, Attaining the Transformation Force. The next morning, Fang Jian rose early. He made his way to the riverside park. Winter had arrived, and the morning air was bitterly cold. Though a few elderly people still exercised early in the park, they were now extremely rare. Most of the elderly were bundled up in padded cotton jackets or thick down coats. The main reason these seniors exercised early was that they had light sleep. Once awake with nothing to do, they came to the park to alleviate their loneliness. Just look around. If they had grandchildren to care for at home, which elderly person would be up at dawn running around the park? Thus, at this hour, the park, especially the one near the river, grows increasingly deserted. Fang Jian stood in the park, silently gazing at the river's surface ahead. His mind, however, kept revisiting the sensation he felt in that split second when he fired the gun yesterday. Fang Jian was right about Wang Tianpao. The reason he could maintain such pinpoint accuracy, hitting the bullseye every single time at such a rapid pace? It was because of the transformation of force. At the moment he fired, his body was in a state of transformed energy. This wasn't a sudden surge to this realm, but a sustained, prolonged maintenance of it. His mind was still as water. The emotional fluctuations and surges of mental energy were nowhere near as intense as when he first grasped the concept of hidden force, and the adrenaline released followed suit. Yet, it was precisely this sustained state of low-frequency emotional fluctuation that dramatically extended the duration of his mental focus and adrenaline release. Fang Jian understood this as his control over his body had finally reached a point where his thoughts manifested effortlessly. The essence of hidden force lies in instantaneous, explosive power. A single punch unleashed with dark force struck like an iron fist. Even a peak practitioner of light force would be forced to kneel upon encountering its impact. Forget hitting a person, even striking wood or stone would cause internal fractures and damage. In other words, even if you wore body armor, a single strike might leave the armor intact but would wreak havoc on your internal organs. However, the human body has its limits. Even at the height of his power, how many hidden force punches could Masterly Shu Wen possibly deliver? After all, humans are not machines. Every hidden force punch demands a powerful burst of mental energy and a massive surge of adrenaline, placing an enormous strain on the body. If every punch were delivered with hidden force, one might collapse from exhaustion before even reaching the target. At this stage, martial artists no longer pursue purely greater destructive power. After mastering the hidden force, the martial artist's focus shifts to control. Perfect mastery. When transforming force, they can channel power to every extremity of their body. Not even the hair or nails are exempt. Moreover, they can sustain this state for extended periods. This is the true essence of transforming force. With a mind as still as water, the slightest emotional fluctuation triggers mental focus and adrenaline, keeping the body in a semi-superhuman state. This was Fang Jian's understanding of transforming force. At the moment the gun fired, Fang Jian's eyes, mind, hands, body, and weapon became one. It was a further elevation of his intent, finally allowing him to take the final step in mastering the transformation of force. Now, facing the biting wind, Fang Jian suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled. As waves of heat flowed from his body, he assumed a stance and began his boxing form. Bagua Zhang is renowned throughout the world for its fierce and powerful techniques. Yet, though the form Fang Jian practiced now followed Bagua Zhang's patterns, his movements carried an added subtlety, a hidden sharpness with an apparent softness. Moreover, his movements were deliberately slow, appearing far more like a performance than actual combat. If any outsider had witnessed this moment, they would surely declare it authentic Tai Chi. From Bagua Zhang to Tai Chi Quan. The magnitude of this transformation could only be described as earth-shattering. Yet to Fang Jian himself, the sensation was crystal clear and distinct. Waves of vital energy flowed through his body, coursing to every limb and bone. Infinite joy surged within Fang Jian's heart. Transforming force. With this realization, Fang Jian had finally taken the final step in mastering the transformation of force. He withdrew his fist. His body trembled slightly. Swish, swish, swish. His body seemed to emit muffled thuds, while the air around him rippled with imperceptible vibrations invisible to the naked eye. Fang Jian tilted his head back to gaze at the sky, feeling the rising sun's beauty beyond description. Back home, Fang Jian rummaged through the refrigerator and pulled out the dishes he'd bought and stored the day before. He whipped up a delicious meal for himself in no time. The portion size was significantly larger than usual. Fang Jian knew that after mastering the art of internal force, his appetite would inevitably increase significantly. If he had been a glutton before, now he was heading toward becoming a bottomless pit. The stronger the body, the more energy it consumed, demanding greater replenishment. The more formidable the ancient warrior, the more he ate. Just like modern engines, the more powerful the drive, the more fuel it consumed. Fortunately, Fang Jian was now wealthy. Otherwise, he might not have been able to afford to feed himself. Just as he finished eating, Zhang Tao's call came through. Bro, are you interested in Italy? Fang Jian paused slightly, staring at the phone in his hand as countless questions flooded his mind. Italy? Zhang Tao, what's up? Spit it out. Alright, Milan, Italy, the international fashion capital. You know it, right? Of course I know. It was the first stop on your honeymoon with your wife. Zhang Tao's frustrated voice came through the receiver. Exactly. I booked your flights and hotel. We'll go together. Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. What was he doing tagging along to their wedding? For some reason, a vague sense of unease and worry settled in his heart. Who else is coming? Fang Jian asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. Who else could it be? Of course, your two big lightbulbs in Qi Yue. Fang Jian thought to himself, just as I suspected. Hey, Zhang Tao, I'm not getting involved in this. I'm not going. If it were just Luan Wani going, Fang Jian would be quite interested. But 2 girls together? No, 3. He'd just be tagging along as a bag carrier. Zhang Tao chuckled. Fang Jian, I hear things aren't exactly peaceful overseas these days. I can protect my wife, but those 3 girls. Oh my, what if they go out to bars at night and can't find their way back? Or get mugged on the way? Or drugged? Enough, Fang Jian sighed helplessly. Can't you be a little more spirited? Put. Zhang Tao snapped back. If it were you, suddenly turning your honeymoon into a shopping tour, would you be thrilled? Fang Jian nearly burst out laughing. But he knew that if he laughed now, this guy would definitely flip out. Fine, I'll go with you once, Fang Jian mused. Actually, I need to go to Austria anyway. Going via Italy should be faster, right? If Zhang Tao hadn't invited him, Fang Jian wouldn't have known when he'd find the time to go to Austria and search for those bearer bonds. But since he had the chance to go to Europe, he might as well take care of it while he was there. Austria? Zhang Tao asked in surprise. What are you going there for? A friend left something there. I need to retrieve it. Zhang Tao looked utterly baffled, but since Fang Jian had agreed, he didn't press the matter further. It was just Austria, after all. Their honeymoon didn't have a fixed destination anyway, so a trip there wouldn't hurt. Come to think of it, what kind of sights does Austria have? Zhang Tao hung up and started researching travel guides. But just as Fang Jian put his phone down, it rang again. He answered, and Liang Chao's excited voice came through. Boss, those influencers interviewed Su Qing's mom and wife. The online narrative is starting to shift. Chapter 146, The Turnaround. Listening to Liang Chao's words, Fang Jian felt not a ripple of emotion. He gave a brief acknowledgement and hung up. He had instructed Liang Chao to find a few internet celebrities. The kind who'll stoop to anything for views. The wave after wave of such influencers had been exposed. There will always be those willing to resort to any means for fame. So finding similar ones was a piece of cake. Once the target is identified, pose as a fan to chat with them and leak the scoop. That basketball prodigy who got tripped but walked away unscathed, only to end up injuring someone else, turns out he's a gun-toting bully who beats women. This news is absolutely explosive, brimming with drama and unexpected twists. What do online audiences crave most? Celebrity gossip? Wrong. What netizens truly crave are stories with twists. Especially when certain popular celebrities do something that contradicts their public persona, it's guaranteed to be sensationalized and spread like wildfire. So twists and turns are what people love to see most. Since they've made it as internet celebrities, they naturally know how to capitalize on trending topics. And if that trend comes with intense drama and unexpected twists, these influencers will flock to it like bees to honey. Upon hearing such explosive news, they immediately rushed to Su Qing's home without delay. As for where Su Qing lived, well, that information came courtesy of his so-called helpful neighbors. And so, one meticulously crafted video after another came into being. Fang Jian opened the link Liang Chao had sent and began watching. Inside were 2 women, Su Qing's mother and wife, who tearfully denounced in the video how despicable and brazen Fang Jian had been. He actually assaulted someone inside the courthouse. He even knocked out one of the woman's teeth. Yet after the assault, Fang Jian walked out of the courthouse unabashedly, without any compensation or consequences. After the 2 women finished speaking, the internet celebrity stepped forward. He sternly declared that such behavior was illegal. Moreover, assaulting a woman was utterly immoral. He questioned why the assailant could walk free from the courthouse without facing punishment. Nevertheless, he vowed to keep monitoring the situation and provide updates as developments unfolded. It must be said that his team members possess considerable skill in cinematography, which is no small feat for someone who has become an internet celebrity. Not only did the video feature well-chosen locations, but the color grading and soundtrack. Indeed, they even added background music during the narration, making the influencer's voice sound passionate and more compelling. In short, anyone who watched this video would form a preconceived notion. That is, this Fang Jian actually beats women and does so in a sacred place like a courtroom. Such a person must be utterly depraved. So, countless people gave it a thumbs up, and even more left comments. In the comments section, a lawyer even stated outright, knocking out one tooth during a fight is illegal, while knocking out 2 or more constitutes a criminal offense. According to regulations, breaking or knocking out one tooth during a fight constitutes minor injury, warranting administrative penalties. Breaking or knocking out 2 or more teeth constitutes minor injury, which is a criminal offense of intentional assault, subject to criminal liability. This lawyer expressed willingness to provide them with legal aid free of charge, no less. Fang Jian glanced at it and shook his head slightly. This lawyer was clearly desperate for fame. In this society, most industries have become increasingly rigid, with few avenues for upward mobility. The legal profession is no exception. With senior lawyers dominating the field, junior lawyers face immense difficulty in making a name for themselves. Many who practice law for several years eventually choose to switch careers. Yet some lawyers resort to desperate measures to gain notoriety. The surest path to fame is taking on high-profile cases. Once they make a name for themselves, it's like leaping through the Dragon Gate. They'll start earning six figures and win the life of a rich, beautiful woman. Since the emergence of the free throw line dunk and stepping on the foot injury incidents online, the buzz has remained relentless, long since breaking out of niche circles. Now, a sudden twist has emerged. It instantly ignited public outrage, and it's no wonder some are jumping on the bandwagon. Fang Jian believed the likelihood of this lawyer acting out of righteous indignation was practically zero. Putting down his phone, Fang Jian ignored it. This controversy was actually something he had instructed Liang Chao to stir up. But once it was stirred up, he washed his hands of it. Because he knew countless opportunists online would ride the wave, amplifying the incident to its absolute peak. He made a trip to the boxing club. Coach Fang Jian trained Liang Chao for a while. He'd done so much for me, if not for his achievements, then for his hard work, and deserved some reward. During training, Liang Chao showed remarkable willingness to endure hardship and fearlessness toward pain. Even when beaten black and blue by Fang Jian, he gritted his teeth and persevered. That fierce determination pleased Fang Jian immensely. If someone whined and complained after just a few hits, they'd be better off not learning martial arts at all. In contrast, Fang Jian's own demeanor when he first encountered Master Li Shuwen. The past was too painful to recall, so he'd leave it at that. It could be said that without the experience and transformation of retracing the Red Road, Fang Jian would never have caught Master Li Shuwen's eye. Had Fang Jian displayed Liang Chao's current resolve back then, he might have become a disciple long ago. After finishing their martial arts training, Fang Jian motioned for him to get in the car. Following their midday meal, he tossed him a backpack. Liang Chao opened it, then snapped it shut as if it were scalding hot. "Master, what's this for?" "It's yours." "I don't want it," Liang Chao protested, his face flushing red. "I haven't even spent all the money you gave me last time." "Idiot," Fang Jian scolded. "Look closely." Liang Chao paused, reopening the backpack. Only then did he notice a piece of paper tucked beneath the stack of bills. Pulling it out and glancing at it, Liang Chao's eyes lit up. It was a recipe for medicinal cuisine and a formula for a medicinal bath. To train in martial arts, your body must be well nourished. Also, physical training can cause hidden injuries. Before you master the art of redirecting force, the best remedy is to soak in a medicinal bath, Fang Jian said calmly. Liang Chao looked up abruptly. "Master, thank you." His heart surged with emotion, for he understood that receiving these two prescriptions signified Fang Jian's recognition of him. If he had previously been treated as a nominal disciple, now he was officially an initiated disciple. Fang Jian spoke slowly. "These herbs aren't cheap. The money is for you to buy them." He stood up and said, "Remember, train diligently, but also with moderation. Build steadily and firmly. Don't rush for quick results, but don't slack off either." "Yes, master. You're no longer a beginner. I've taught you the principles, but whether you succeed depends entirely on you." Master Fang's voice grew solemn. "In 1 month, I will test you. If you fail to satisfy me, or if you injure yourself in training, you may no longer call me master." Liang Chao nodded vigorously. He understood this was Master Fang Jian's initiation test. Success meant becoming a true disciple, receiving the authentic teachings. But if he failed, he would forever remain only a nominal disciple. Fang Jian smiled, rose, and departed. That evening, they arrived at the music restaurant. The professors and students from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music had already returned after attending the wedding and rehearsal. They had their own work commitments. Being able to spare 2 days over the weekend was already a significant gesture of respect toward Chao Qingxin. Thus, everything returned to normal. Kai Yi was responsible for playing the piano in the restaurant today. Fang Jian treated her to a meal, then volunteered to play 3 pieces. Though they were all old songs, they still earned thunderous applause and a hefty tip. He seemed completely unaffected, going about his day with calm composure. Chapter 147, Beyond Huatian lies Danjin. Late at night, Fang Jian felt someone approaching him in his drowsy state. Without even opening his eyes, he knew it was his father. "Dad, I'm here. Find me a few teachers." Fang Jian opened his eyes and said cheerfully. His father shot him a glare. Teachers, you're always looking for teachers. Why don't you hurry up and get married instead?" Fang Jian quickly explained, "Dad, I'm looking for teachers this time specifically to find a wife." "Huh? What do you mean?" "That kid Zhan Tao is going abroad for his honeymoon, and your daughter-in-law is going with him. I thought, going together would be so romantic. Maybe something could happen along the way, don't you think?" Right. His father nodded repeatedly, chuckling, "You're a clever one, son. You've got your old man's flair." Fang Jian inwardly scoffed, but outwardly said, "So, I want to learn a few foreign languages to make communication easier." "Sounds good." Dad agreed, then paused. "How many?" "This time we're traveling to Europe. You know how many countries there are, and the languages are all over the place. I need to learn a few more." His father pondered for a moment before saying, "All right. If it's just a regular teacher, it shouldn't be too expensive." At the boundary between the living and the dead, all beings' ghosts included communicated through soul consciousness when imparting skills, though they spoke with their voices. This effectively avoided the pitfalls of language barriers or misunderstandings. Although this place possessed the unique property of time being as precious as gold, Fang Jian's rapid learning was also greatly influenced by this method of teaching through soul communication. However, once Fang Jian left this place, what he couldn't understand remained incomprehensible. Therefore, if he wished to comprehend figures like Beethoven, Pavarotti, Maradona, or Kobe in the outside world, he would have to learn their languages. Not through soul-to-soul connection, but through the actual spoken language. So, which languages do you want to learn? Fang Jian had looked it up before bed tonight. German is Austria's official language. However, if you're fluent in English, you can generally get by just fine in Austria. But Fang Jian had bigger ambitions, so he wanted to learn several more. Dad, I want to learn English, French, German, Italian, Portuguese, Russian, Spanish, Arabic. Oh, and add Japanese and Korean to the list too. His father's face darkened slightly. He was calculating how much money he would have left after his son finished learning all 10 languages. Assuming one language per day, that would be 365 million. And that didn't include the cost of hiring tutors. But upon reflection, it wasn't too bad. 10 languages would cost just over 3.6 billion yuan, still within his budget. Sighing in slight relief, Dad said, "Son, while you're out this time, bring back that registered stock certificate. Getting more cash is always good." Fang Jian chuckled. "Dad, it's a registered stock." "Ah, who cares what kind of stock it is? As long as it can be cashed in." Fang Jian looked surprised. "Dad, you're not short on cash again, are you?" "Not now, but it's better to be prepared," Dad said solemnly. "You'll be getting married and having kids. Isn't it wise to build up some savings?" Yes. I'll listen to you." Fang Jian wisely dropped the subject immediately, knowing his father could drone on all night otherwise. Dad looked up and said, "Let me show you the teacher you need." "Dad, wait a minute," Fang Jian hurriedly interjected. "Today or tomorrow, you need to bring my master here. I want to learn the craft from him." Father nodded with satisfaction. "That's acceptable. A strong body is the most important thing." With that, he manipulated the controls. Then, Fang Jian watched as Master Li Shuwen stepped in from outside the circle. Moments later, the old man departed. Li Shuwen looked at Fang Jian, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Fang Jian, have you mastered the transformative force?" "Yes, master." "Come, let's spar." Though everyone here existed as spirits, Fang Jian possessed a physical body. Therefore, the limits he could demonstrate were those imposed by his flesh. Li Shuwen, however, faced no such limitations. Any realm he had ever attained, he could effortlessly replicate. Of course, without a physical body, even Li Shuwen could only maintain his peak cultivation level. To advance further was utterly impossible. Fang Jian's fist techniques in this clash with Li Shuwen differed vastly from his previous encounter. When he threw a punch, power surged through his entire body. Yet, while the force exerted in each strike was tenfold, the latent power contained within reached 12-fold. Each punch appeared to be delivered with full force, yet it was like a needle hidden in cotton, power contained but not released. When he missed his target, he expended almost no energy at all. Moreover, due to the latent force coursing through his entire body. Thus, every bone and joint in his limbs became a lethal weapon capable of unleashing the power of hidden force, multiplying his lethality exponentially. Li Shuwen blocked and parried while silently nodding in approval. Indeed, this young disciple had mastered the art of transforming force. And he hadn't misjudged the boy. After sensing Fang Jian's spiritual elevation, he knew Fang Jian would surely reach the realm of transformed force. He just hadn't expected this day to arrive so swiftly. Moments later, both men withdrew their hands. A true exchange between martial arts masters was inherently perilous. Victory or defeat, life or death, could often be decided within mere minutes. This was because the human body could only endure so much force. When explosive power surged, it caused blood and chi to violently churn, inflicting severe damage on the body. If the fight dragged on too long, neither fighter would be able to kill the other, they would simply exhaust themselves to death first. Though physical constraints did not exist in this place, both combatants understood this truth. Moreover, the mind too would grow weary. It's just that the recovery speed is incredibly fast. Fang Jian, how did you master the art of transforming force? Li Shuwen asked curiously. Your progress in training is far faster than I imagined. Fang Jian didn't hide anything, recounting his insights gained from studying singing with Pavarotti and from firing a gun. Li Shuwen listened with rapt attention, his jaw dropping slightly. For their generation of martial artists, after mastering hidden force, the next step was to refine the body. They trained their internal organs, using water grinding techniques to circulate the hidden force throughout their entire bodies. Even in that era of relentless warfare, when human life was as cheap as a dog's, completing this stage demanded an immense amount of time. At a minimum, it took several years, at most, over a decade. Many who had mastered the hidden force found themselves stalled at this very stage. They wasted over a decade, their vitality waning until they could never overcome this barrier. Yet even so, no one had ever taken a shortcut like Fang Jian, using singing to comprehend the transformation of force, and he had actually stumbled upon it by accident. While his ultimate success was tied to his state of mind during the shooting, Li Shuwen judged that this final step merely served as the icing on the cake. The true crux lay in the ingenious method of singing to stir emotions and sustain a vibrant, focused state of mind. After deep contemplation, Li Shuwen sighed deeply. It must be said that people are always progressing. Modern society offers access to so many things, drawing connections between them often yields unexpected gains. Li Shuwen gathered his thoughts and said, very well. Since you have mastered the transformation of force, you have achieved the goal I set for you. Fang Jian exclaimed joyfully, Master, does this mean I can proceed to the next stage of cultivation? Indeed. Beyond Huaton lies an even greater step, Danjing. Li Shuwen's expression grew solemn. As the Taoists say, when the golden elixir enters the belly, my fate is mine alone, not heaven's. Should you master Danjing, your physical capabilities will shatter human limits. The world will be yours to traverse. Chapter 148, the video was deleted. The next morning, Fang Jian had just finished his exercises. He received the call he'd been hoping for from attorney Shang Jinrui. Good morning, Mr. Fang, Shang Jinrui's voice carried a hint of resignation. Are you available now? I'd like to pay you a visit. Fang Jian smiled faintly, fully aware of her purpose. Attorney Shang, what brings you here? Mr. Fang, it's like this a video has suddenly gone viral online, and it's having a significant impact on your reputation. A video? Let me take a look first. Moments later, Fang Jian called her back. Attorney Shang, they're twisting the truth. It's outrageous. Yes, it is, Shang Jinrui replied perfunctorily, though inwardly she was seething. Honestly, you're already so wealthy, why be so stubborn? Last time, if you'd just been straightforward and offered some compensation, it wouldn't have escalated to this point. Sigh, the mindset of the wealthy is truly baffling. Yet she could never have imagined. The mastermind behind this whole affair was none other than her own employer. Moreover, Fang Jian's true objective was far beyond anything she could have imagined. Fang Jian continued, Attorney Shang, how about this? I'll treat you and my cousin to lunch. Please let my cousin know we'll meet at the same restaurant as before. Shang Jinrui's brow furrowed slightly. Having lunch together wasn't a problem, and the location, that music restaurant, was a place she liked. But bringing Fang Xiaohua along? Ah well, Fang Xiaohua was Fang Jian's relative after all. Bringing him along might help persuade him. After hanging up, Shang Jinrui considered messaging Fang Xiaohua on WeChat, but after a moment's thought, she got up and decided to visit him in person. Mr. Fang, are you free for lunch? Shang Jinrui asked with a smile. Fang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Of course I'm free. Absolutely free. Would you be willing to accompany me to meet a client? Sure, I'd be happy to help, Fang Xiaohua laughed. Which client? Is he difficult? Yes, very difficult, the kind with deep pockets. Fang Xiaohua's expression shifted slightly. Has he been harassing you? Shang Jinrui paused, then said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, what are you thinking? That's your brother, Fang Jian. Oh, is he difficult? Fang Xiaohua looked utterly bewildered. Yeah. Your brother's lawsuit, it could have been settled with a little compensation, but he insisted on going to court. What else would you call that but troublesome? Fang Xiaohua finally understood. He chuckled, maybe it's just youthful stubbornness. He couldn't let it go. What kind of flowers does your brother sell that he's so wealthy? Shang Jinrui asked with a sigh. Well, Fang Xiaohua felt a twinge of discomfort. He really didn't want to tell her that Fang Jian actually sold funeral wreaths and memorial goods. Ahem, well, my brother also deals in gold. That's probably what makes him. Huh? You said he's particularly wealthy? What do you mean? You didn't know? I thought he'd told you. Shang Jinrui paused, then said after a moment's thought, a few days ago, the company received $1,000,000 payment. It was from your brother. He said it was all for legal fees in a lawsuit, with the stipulation that he wouldn't pay a single penny in damages. 1 million, in cash? Fang Xiaohua was genuinely taken aback. After the last gathering, he knew Fang Jian was more powerful than he'd initially estimated. But the idea that he could casually pull out $1 million in cash for legal fees was something he'd never imagined. Could the gold business really be that lucrative? Yes, it was him. Fang Xiaohua paused for a moment before suddenly laughing. Since he's paying, what are you worried about? Just do as he asks. Shang Jinrui gave a wry smile. Well, I just feel a bit embarrassed about such a minor matter. If I keep dragging this out, people will say I'm deliberately trying to rip off the client. Ha! Don't worry. With me vouching for you, it'll be fine. Fang Xiaohua assured her confidently. Shang Jinrui shook her head. Now a new complication has arisen. It's getting messy. Moments later, after watching the video, Fang Xiaohua also fell silent. What do you plan to do? Let's meet with him first thing at noon today. All right. At noon, when Fang Jian arrived at the music restaurant, the two lawyers were already waiting there. Seeing Fang Jian arrive, Fang Xiaohua first nodded toward him, then winked, approaching with a broad smile and whispering, Brother, thanks. He understood perfectly well that he was actually superfluous at today's meal. But Fang Jian had seen his desire to pursue Shang Jinrui, so he deliberately made excuses to create an opportunity for him. He was confident he would ultimately win the beauty's heart. But he certainly wouldn't turn down any extra chances. Mr. Fang, have you seen the video? Shang Jinrui asked. Fang Jian replied, I have. He adopted an indignant expression, this is slander. I'm going to sue them. Shang Jinrui gave a bitter smile. Mr. Fang, these internet celebrities aren't afraid of trouble. In fact, the bigger the fuss, the higher their traffic and the happier they are. Oh, so disregarding the facts is acceptable? Heh, Mr. Fang, look at their stance. They only broadcast footage of two women making accusations while feigning outrage. Even if we sue, we could only pursue charges against those two women for defamation. The influencers could easily claim they were deceived and are victims themselves. Shang Jinrui looked at Fang Jian with evident frustration. Fang Jian frowned deeply. So you're saying there's nothing we can do? There is. We can go to court. Shang Jinrui said solemnly. Fortunately, you had the foresight to record it last time. Those recordings should still be preserved in the court archives. As long as we can obtain them, we can make them public. Then, if anyone still tries to make trouble, we can sue them according to the law. Alright, let's head to the court this afternoon, Fang Jian said with a smile. But this isn't a major issue. Let's eat first. Soon, the steaks arrived, and the three of them dug in heartily. That afternoon, they went together to the district court. Truthfully, this matter had little to do with Fang Xiaohua. He could have easily stayed out of it. But he insisted on tagging along, claiming he was Fang Jian's relative. As for what he was truly thinking, only he knew. Upon arriving at the district court, they quickly made contact with Judge Yao, who had presided over the case that day. Although the court was a solemn and dignified place, the judges still valued human relationships. Truthfully, among the myriad cases that came before the court, truly major or high-profile cases were extremely rare. Many cases were the kind that could be settled privately. What judges actually deal with day in and day out are mostly these trivial, petty matters. When such cases arise, judges also hope both parties can resolve matters privately. This isn't because they're shirking their duties, but rather to preserve harmony. Because once a ruling is made, the outcome is often mutually detrimental, potentially sowing the seeds for greater conflicts down the line. Take the simplest example. Car accidents. Of course, Fang Jian's case was somewhat different. After hearing Shang Jinrui's request, Judge Yao said, "Please wait a moment while I look into this." He returned shortly, expressing regret. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly sorry, but there's nothing we can do to assist in this matter." "How can that be?" Shang Jinrui exclaimed in surprise. "Wasn't that footage confiscated by the court? If it's released, my client won't face any further attacks." Judge Yao shrugged his shoulders. "Attorney Shang, you're a legal professional too. You know it's not permitted to take photos or videos inside the court. What they did that day was considered covert filming. So after we seized the camera, we proceeded to delete the footage." "Deleted?" "Yes. It was in accordance with regulations. We never imagined this would happen. I apologize." Chapter 149, Another Twist. Shang Jinrui and Fang Xiaohua exchanged glances. Both felt a twinge of displeasure, yet they understood this matter truly left no room to blame the other party. After all, secretly filming inside the courthouse was indeed illegal. However, without that footage, Fang Jian would have faced serious trouble. Therefore, the authorities had merely confiscated the equipment without detaining anyone. A significant show of leniency. Fang Jian suddenly spoke up. "Judge Yao, you were also a party involved that day. And I recall quite a few people saw the footage. Might I arrange for someone to interview you about what happened that day?" He smiled. "Of course, it would be even better if we could get more parties involved to share their accounts." Judge Yao stared at him silently for a long moment before replying, "Mr. Fang, I'm sorry, but I cannot do that." "Why not?" "Because of my position," Judge Yao replied solemnly. "Without permission from my superiors, I cannot accept interviews." Fang Jian looked surprised. "Is that a rule?" "Yes," Fang Xiaohua interjected from the side. "Judges are prohibited from disclosing any case-related information to the media without the consent of the parties involved and the approval of their superiors." "This is a case?" "Absolutely," Fang Xiaohua replied with a sigh. "And those two women definitely won't agree to go public." Fang Jian glanced at Judge Yao and noticed a faint, cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That smile seemed to hold a hint of faint disdain. He suddenly understood. After Sun Qing's family filed the appeal, Judge Yao had handled it with remarkable efficiency and speed. Though his words today were flawlessly polished, with so many coincidences aligning, Fang Jian couldn't help but suspect something fishy was afoot. He chuckled dryly. "Judge Yao, if that's the case, then so be it. We'll find another way. At worst, it'll just be a war of words." He paused. "Oh, and since the recording has been deleted, shouldn't the equipment seized last time be returned to us?" "Oh, that. Certainly. But please be mindful in the future. Under no circumstances should you take photos or videos inside the courthouse." "Got it. I'll remember that." Soon, Fang Jian retrieved the two cameras. As the three left the courthouse, Fang Xiaohua murmured, "Attorney Shang, something doesn't feel right." Shang Jinrui pondered. Judge Yao was right. Even if the footage was deleted, it's normal. They didn't do anything wrong. Fang Jian knew both of them were harboring doubts. When did the court become so proactive and efficient? But you couldn't exactly say that being proactive was a bad thing, could you? No matter where you filed a complaint, you wouldn't win. Fang Jian chuckled softly. "Brother Xiaohua, rest assured. Since we got the camera back, we'll definitely find the footage." Fang Xiaohua's eyes lit up slightly. "Right, we can have someone restore it and take a look." Fang Jian nodded with a smile, though his eyes held a hint of coldness. Shang Jinrui glanced at Fang Jian. She understood perfectly well that Fang Jian actually had a backup copy. But at this moment, he felt too embarrassed to say it. Soon, Fang Jian found Liang Chao and they went to the shop owned by Liang Chao's brother. After checking, the younger brother informed them. The footage on the camera's memory card had not only been deleted, but the memory card itself had been reformatted. The footage inside was now impossible to recover. Fang Xiaohua cursed loudly, but the next moment, Liang Chao pulled out another memory card and began playing it. After watching the footage, Fang Xiaohua slowly raised her head. His gaze swept over Fang Jian and Liang Chao several times before he slowly gave them a thumbs up. He wasn't stupid. Seeing Fang Jian and Liang Chao's actions, he understood everything. Fang Jian patted Liang Chao on the shoulder. "I'll file the report. You edit it and upload it." "Report it?" Fang Xiaohua asked in surprise. Fang Jian smiled faintly. Yeah. We've come this far. If we don't report it, all our hard work would be for nothing. Fang Xiaohua and Shang Jinrui exchanged bewildered glances, both feeling a sense of absurdity. What the hell was Fang Jian playing at? Thus, an hour later, a meticulously edited video was disseminated online. Initially, the footage was raw and unedited, a complete, unfiltered recording of the entire incident, from Judge Yao's opening remarks through the escalating verbal confrontation to the physical altercation. Of course, it was only at the end that the meticulous editing and commentary appeared. The editing highlighted the two women's utterly brazen attitude and the moment they resorted to physical violence after being rendered speechless. Particularly notable was the moment when Fang Jian, after repeatedly dodging and sustaining scratches on his arm, finally retaliated with a slap. The final editing and commentary highlighted this sequence as the climax. Not just ordinary people, but even Fang Jian himself, after watching it, felt that this slap was absolutely spot on and incredibly satisfying. This was unquestionably self-defense. The final segment of the edit included a statement thanking Judge Yao for returning the video to clear his name. Thus, within half a day, the online sentiment shifted once more. Whether they were casual onlookers or those who had followed the incident closely, the more viciously they had attacked Fang Jian yesterday, the more remorseful they felt now. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of furious condemnation swept across the internet, overwhelming everything in its path. The online personalities who sought fame through this incident saw their personas completely collapse. Although they immediately deleted the interview videos, claiming they had been deceived, they were still mercilessly criticized. But this was only the beginning. The next day, they suddenly received a notice demanding corrective action within a strict deadline, which truly left them reeling. Because everyone knew that for influencers of their caliber, receiving such a notice essentially meant their accounts were about to be shut down. The deadline for rectification meant no deadline at all. Their stunt, while causing a huge uproar, ended up burning them to the ground. That night, Fang Jian slept soundly. In his dream, he once again received guidance from Master Li Shuwen. Over the course of 2 years, he mastered the cultivation method for Danjin. But in reality, how to cultivate Danjin? That would still require gradual exploration and accumulation. The next morning, just as Fang Jian finished his workout, a sudden phone call interrupted him. Judge Yao sounded somewhat impatient. Mr. Fang Jian, what's the story with that video online? Fang Jian replied cheerfully, Judge Yao, it's you. Thank you so much. Huh? What? You gave me that video, so I posted it. Thank goodness for that footage, otherwise, I'd have been wrongfully accused. Fang Jian added sincerely, thank you, Judge Yao. Judge Yao was speechless, feeling as if his head would explode. Earlier that day, he'd been summoned by the bureau chief and given a stern dressing down. How could he hand over internal court footage to an outsider like this? While this wouldn't cost him his job, but a reputation for being unreliable? That was inevitable. And for such a lapse to occur within the court, his career prospects were now utterly bleak. Impossible. That footage was clearly deleted. Judge Yao nearly roared. Oh, Judge Yao, but when we retrieved the cameras for inspection, we discovered that while the footage from one camera had been deleted, the recording from the other camera was still intact. Fang Jian's voice was filled with bewilderment. I thought you did this deliberately. I even gave you special thanks at the end of the video. Judge Yao hung up the phone, cursing inwardly. Thank me? I'm FING grateful to you, aren't I? What's wrong with those tech guys? I told them to delete the footage and format the memory cards. Damn it, they only deleted one of the 2 cameras? Is this even humanly possible? At that moment, he was filled with regret. If only he had been more careful yesterday when removing the equipment, if only he had checked it once more. Suddenly, the phone beside him rang. Glancing at the name, his expression darkened considerably. Damn it. It was precisely because he'd accepted this guy's request that he'd ended up in such a mess now. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Old Yao, how could you hand over the footage to them? What kind of stupid mistake did you make? Hu Bin's furious voice blared through the phone. Judge Yao was seething inside himself. He replied coldly, the tech department made a mistake. They only deleted the footage from one camera and forgot about the other one. Also, I'm not getting involved in this matter anymore. Goodbye. With that, he hung up. Chapter 150, Leave It to Me. Rehabilitation Hospital, hospital bed. Hu Bin stared blankly at the phone in his hand, his heart boiling with rage. He understood one thing from the other party's decisive tone. Judge Yao no longer wished to handle this matter. Not only that, but their relationship was bound to freeze over completely. From now on, any future encounters would amount to little more than a nod of acknowledgement. He had invested considerable effort to cultivate this connection. While the gifts he gave never reached the threshold of bribery, he never missed a single holiday or festive occasion to pay his respects. Years of effort destroyed in an instant. Naturally, he was furious. Damn it, it was just a minor thing. You clearly messed it up, yet you blame me? What a useless piece of trash. Hu Bin's face was twisted with resentment, yet he never considered the consequences. After this incident, how much resentment Judge Yao would face within the court. If not for his entrustment, this incident would never have occurred. The door suddenly swung open. A young man with a crew cut entered, his expression panicked. Young Master Hu, it's bad. Hu Bin turned his head. What is it? The young man with the crew cut said. Fang Jian went to the police station to file a report. He said Sun Qing's family slandered his reputation online. Then, Hu Bin sucked in a sharp breath and screamed, What? Fang Jian filed a report? He hit someone and he still has the nerve to file a report? At that moment, he was so furious his teeth ached. In this whole affair, Fang Jian hadn't suffered a single loss. What right did he have to file a report? The young man with the crew cut smiled bitterly, filled with regret. In truth, the moment Sun Chang's trip had gone viral online, both of them had already begun to panic. So Hu Bin had immediately offered 300,000 yuan to get Sun Ching to drop the matter. They feared the scandal would spiral out of control. If anyone traced the incident back to them through Sun Ching, that would be real trouble. Everything seemed to have calmed down. But who could have predicted that at that very moment, several internet celebrities arrived? No one knew how they'd gotten wind of the situation. Fang Jian had been involved in a violent altercation at the courthouse, even knocking out a tooth of Sun Ching's wife. Now, one by one, they were filled with righteous indignation and eager to take action. Upon hearing this news, Hu Bin's mind became active again. He let the influencers run wild, then asked Judge Zhao to delete the footage. They assumed that without the footage, Fang Jian would be utterly vulnerable, doomed to be torn apart, his reputation destroyed, and socially ruined. Yet, despite all their calculations, they never anticipated this outcome. The footage wasn't deleted after all. Instead, it fell into Fang Jian's hands and was released. What's more, Fang Jian proved stubborn to the extreme. He actually reported the incident to the police. Reporting it to the police was the one thing they feared most. They could almost see it coming. Sun Chang would never cover for him. Taking a deep breath, Hu Bin ordered, "Hurry. Go find Sun Chang immediately. Tell him to keep his mother and wife's mouths shut. Not a single word must slip out, or else." He abruptly stopped, staring at his mournful-faced assistant. A very bad thought surged in his mind. "What is it?" Hu Bin asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. The young man with the crew cut replied bitterly, "Young Master Hu, it's too late. By the time I heard the news, the police had already taken them away." Hu Bin's mouth fell open. How could this be? How could this be? He knew full well how the police operated. Even if they took the case, it would be handled discreetly. How could they have acted so swiftly? Especially when it came to making arrests. Suddenly, Hu Bin's face turned deathly pale. Damn it, that bastard must have pulled strings too. Damn it. Inside the boxing club, Fang Jian and Wang Tianpao sparred wearing protective gear. Wang Tianpao attacked relentlessly, showing no sign of defense. Each punch he threw whistled through the air, though not every strike reached the peak of external force where it produced that signature crack. But his relentless flurry of over a dozen punches left the spectators below the ring spellbound. Yet Fang Jian, standing not far from Wang Tianpao, swayed effortlessly, occasionally pushing him aside with glancing blows from his gloved hands. Thus, Wang Tianpao's storm-like barrage of attacks all came to nothing. Ding! The bell rang, signaling the end of the 3-minute free attack period. Though this sparring session still lacked a referee, someone was now responsible for ringing the bell. Every 3 minutes. The moment the bell rang, Wang Tianpao immediately stepped back, gasping for breath. 3 minutes of sparring with Fang Jian. No, more accurately, those 3 minutes of him attacking and Fang Jian defending had drained him of immense physical energy. Even a 10-kilometer run with weights wouldn't leave him feeling this exhausted. Yet, the more grueling the training, the more Wang Tianpao relished it. He even sensed that his martial arts, stagnant for years, seemed poised to break free from their cocoon. Hidden force. Fang Jian had already imparted the cultivation methods for hidden force to him. Of course, everyone's insights differed. Even though Fang Jian and his senior brother had shared their experiences of comprehending hidden force with him. But when he would find the cultivation method most suited to himself remained a hazy path ahead, difficult to discern. Taking a deep breath, Wang Tianpao rubbed his slightly aching arms and said, "Fang Jian, let's rest for half an hour." "All right," Fang Jian replied indifferently. Wang Tianpao unstrapped his protective gear and sighed wryly, "Your physical constitution is too exceptional. If I push you any harder, you'll definitely get injured." Fang Jian smiled indifferently. "I told you, once you master the transformation of force, this level of exercise won't be a problem." Hua Jin. Wang Tianpao couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Damn it, I can't even generate hidden force yet, let alone transform force. He glanced at his phone. Silent mode. 3 missed calls from the same number flashed on the screen. He answered, listened for a few moments, gave a brief reply, and hung up. "Fang Jian, do you know a guy named Hu Bin?" "Hu Bin?" Fang Jian chuckled. "Of course I know him. I broke one of his legs." "Oh, that explains it," Wang Tianpao said. "My brother just messaged me. They summoned Sun Qing's family, and those guys knelt the moment they stepped into the station. They spilled everything. Hu Bin paid them 300,000 to have Sun Qing cripple you on the court, at least put you out of commission for 3 months." He sneered coldly with disdain. "Well, look at that. You didn't end up bedridden, but Sun Chang will be out of commission for months." Ha ha. Listening to his laughter, Fang Jian's lips curled slightly. Before reporting the incident to the police, he had called Wang Tianpao. Sure enough, Wang Tianpao didn't hesitate to call one of his former military comrades. As Wang Tianpao put it, they were brothers. If you wanted to harm his brother, you had to be prepared for retaliation. Thus, the outcome materialized immediately. In truth, even Fang Jian hadn't anticipated it. Those two women who looked fierce and formidable, as if they could take on the world, spilled everything the moment they arrived at the police station before any interrogation even began. This was the epitome of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. "Brother, how do you plan to handle this?" Fang Jian smiled faintly. "What can I do? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Everything will proceed according to legal procedures." Wang Tianpao gave him a deep look and chuckled. Alright, leave it to me. Everything will follow legal procedures. Fang Jian picked up his teacup and took a silent sip. Though Fang Jian didn't want to trouble his friend, he wasn't a stubborn fool. Since Wang Tianpao was his kind of guy and had the capability, he'd gladly accept his help. As for repayment. Half an hour later, Fang Jian glanced at the ring and said, time's up. Get back in. Wang Tianpao gritted his teeth. For the hidden strength. He'd give it his all. Chapter 151, The Linguistic Genius, Lessons from the Master. That night, Fang Jian sensed a subtle shift in his surroundings. Opening his eyes, he found himself immersed in a dreamscape. His father approached from afar, unfazed to see his son already seated. Son, you wanted a language tutor, right? Father chuckled. I found someone for you, a linguistic prodigy. I checked, and he's a master of over 20 languages. Over 20 languages? Fang Jian was slightly startled. Truthfully, learning languages truly required a certain natural aptitude. Without it, learning a foreign language felt like talking to a wall, as difficult as climbing to the moon. Yet for some, learning languages comes as easily as eating and drinking. 20+ languages, while certainly not the absolute peak, still marked him as a true prodigy. What's the teacher's name? Fang Jian asked casually. Let me see. I think it was Friedrich Engels, Dad said, glancing up at the sky. Upon hearing the name, Fang Jian froze, then his expression turned peculiar. Dad, is that the one? Dad silently nodded. Yes. Fang Jian instantly grew serious. Neither he nor his father would be unfamiliar with that name. Moreover, when it came to this man's lifetime achievements, mastering 20 languages was but a minor feat. Alright, Dad. It's him. Fang Jian nodded without hesitation. Old man raised his hand and made a few gestures in the air. In the distance, a tall, slender man stepped into the circle from outside. As he drew nearer, anyone could see the thick beard covering his face. Hello, Mr. Feng. I speak German, English, French, Russian, Spanish, Greek, Latin, and other languages. Which one would you like to learn first? Fang Jian took a deep breath and replied in a respectful tone, Mr. Friedrich, I would like to start with English. He chose English because, although he had forgotten most of it, he still remembered some basics. When it came to learning languages, it was best to start with the easier ones and gradually progress to the more difficult ones. Very well. You may begin with English, followed by German. Both belong to the Germanic language family. Once you've gained a solid grasp of these two, we'll move on to French, Spanish, Italian, and Portuguese. These belong to the Romance language family. Once you master one, the others become relatively easier to pick up. Fang Jian felt a chill run down his spine as he listened. Back when he was studying, his grades in math and science were better than his humanities scores. His language scores, however, were the worst among all subjects. Now, listening to the words tumbling from Mr. Friedrich's mouth, Fang Jian felt a faint pang of regret. Why hadn't he tried harder back in school? Ah, what a waste of time. Fortunately, the Fang Jian of today was no longer the same person. When he set his mind to something, his formidable willpower ensured his mental focus remained unwavering. Listening intently to Mr. Friedrich's explanation, Fang Jian suddenly had a realization. English doesn't seem all that difficult after all. Because they were at the boundary between yin and yang, they were in a state of soul communication. Thus, although Mr. Friedrich conveyed his guidance through spoken language, Fang Jian absorbed it not only through his ears but also through his very consciousness. It could be said that while hearing the words, his spirit underwent a parallel explanation. This method of learning was truly one of a kind in the entire world. Mr. Friedrich had only explained it once, yet Fang Jian had already committed it to memory. This effect surpassed his English studies in school by more than tenfold. No, it was 100-fold improvement. The proverbs memorize at a glance, understand 10 things from one, and draw inferences from a single example all described this phenomenon. Fang Jian had never realized he possessed such linguistic genius. It seemed he was a prodigy held back by the outdated educational methods of the modern era. 1 year later. In just 1 year. Fang Jian had already mastered 2 major languages, English and German. Moreover, he could now converse seamlessly with Mr. Friedrich in both languages without relying on the mental communication barrier. Of course, this communication was limited to everyday expressions. If they wanted to discuss anything high-tech. Sorry, but Fang Jian's vocabulary simply wasn't sufficient. And it wasn't just Fang Jian. Mr. Friedrich faced the same limitation. After all, the time gap between his death and the modern era was simply too vast. Too many terms had been coined after his death. Even if he could converse with later generations, he couldn't possibly know much. Still, even if only everyday conversation succeeded, both Fang Jian and Mr. Friedrich found it deeply satisfying. He even bestowed upon Fang Jian the title of linguistic prodigy. After his morning exercise routine, he headed to the Xinhua bookstore with confidence. Armed with a year's experience learning 2 foreign languages in Mr. Friedrich's praise, Fang Jian felt he had become exceptionally intelligent. For him, languages no longer held any difficulty whatsoever. So he browsed around the Xinhua bookstore. Fang Jian bought over 30 books in one go. Among them were 11 that came with instructional DVDs. These books covered Japanese, Korean, Spanish, Italian, and Arabic. Back home, Fang Jian opened the Arabic textbook. He glanced through it for a moment. What the hell is this? These gibberish symbols, resembling tadpoles and all sorts of mysterious characters, is this really a language? After forcing himself to watch half an hour of videos, Fang Jian finally came to one conclusion. Arabs are definitely aliens on Earth. The language they created wasn't meant for people to learn, it was designed to torture them. In short, after half an hour, Fang Jian concluded. He had absolutely no connection with Arabs whatsoever. Then, Fang Jian tossed aside all his Arabic textbooks. He casually picked up another book. It was Japanese for beginners. Japanese. Though Fang Jian didn't care for that country where life was so comfortable. But Wei Yuan had put it well, learn from the barbarians' strengths to control the barbarians. He had to admit that many things in that country were worth learning from. Given that, understanding this country becomes essential. From a linguistic perspective, both Japanese and Chinese belong to the Sino-Tibetan language family, with many Japanese words originating from Chinese. The two languages share significant similarities, with Japanese hiragana and katakana being phonetic scripts created based on Chinese characters. Therefore, those with a solid foundation in Chinese will undoubtedly find learning Japanese twice as effective with half the effort. Fang Jian confidently opened the Japanese language tutorial video. Half an hour. An hour. An hour and a half. Fang Jian silently shut off the video. He finally came to terms with one thing. Truthfully, his linguistic aptitude hadn't changed at all. It remained one of his greatest weaknesses. The reason he managed to master 2 languages in a year back then was probably because he had the advantage of soul communication. Without that unique environment and one-on-one guidance from a teacher, Fang Jian reverted to his true self from academic from academic god to academic failure. Of course, with his current foundation in 3 languages, coupled with his perseverance, learning a new language would undoubtedly be 1,000 times easier than before. But with the convenience of nighttime study at hand, why waste time now? Fang Jian rose, preparing himself a nutrient-rich medicinal meal and several dishes that were a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Time to treat himself properly. Tonight, he would continue his efforts. Chapter 152, Why are you carrying that flight notice? Passport. Fang Jian had had one for ages, but never used it. As for getting a visa, Fang Jian secured a Schengen visa in just 1 week. As for how he got it approved? That's a question for Zhang Tao. After all, the idea to tour European countries had come from Zhang Tao. As for the interviews, unbeknownst to Fang Jian, he passed them all. Well, according to Zhang Tao, Mr. Robert, who was already in Italy working tirelessly to release Fang Jian's music album, had been instrumental in making it happen. Early in the morning, Zhang Tao chartered a minibus to pick up Fang Jian and the others, heading toward the metropolis. Only Shanghai offered direct flights to Milan. The minibus could typically seat over a dozen people. Now, besides the driver, only Zhang Tao and his wife, Fang Jian, and the 3 girls were aboard. So the seats were empty. After boarding the bus, Fang Jian glanced at Luan Wani and Wang Donglian, then without a word grabbed Zhang Tao's arm. The guy had originally wanted to sit with his wife, but he couldn't match Fang Jian's strength, so he reluctantly accompanied Fang Jian to the third to last row. Up front, a few young girls chattered incessantly. Zhang Tao muttered resentfully, Fang Jian, I asked you to come along to block them, not to be the third wheel. Fang Jian rolled his eyes at him impatiently. I don't care. If you want me to stop being a third wheel, it's easy, just make sure you take good care of Miss Wang. Put. She's clearly yours. Why drag me into this? Fang Jian stood there with an air of calm confidence, clearly not backing down until Zhang Tao agreed. Truth be told, before this trip, Fang Jian had also invited Wang Tianpao. But Wang Tianpao had rejected him without mercy. The reason was simple, the guy couldn't leave the country for several years. He didn't elaborate on the details, and Fang Jian didn't press him, they both understood perfectly well. Before departing, Wang Tianpao spoke earnestly, Brother, I'm entrusting my sister to you. I wouldn't mind coming back to find a little nephew. Hearing this, Fang Jian nearly severed ties with Wang Tianpao on the spot. So, once aboard the minibus, Fang Jian made up his mind. No matter what, he wouldn't let Zhang Tao off easy. Over 2 hours later, they arrived at Pudong Airport. Boarding and security checks for international flights took longer, but Zhang Tao had booked luxurious first-class seats. Not only did he have a dedicated security lane, but the seats on the plane were exceptionally comfortable, reclining fully into beds for sleeping at night. Naturally, such luxurious seating came with a price tag to match. But this price was no burden for anyone present. Zhang Tao had purchased all the tickets, and Fang Jian didn't hesitate to accept them. Since this was a domestic flight to Milan, Italy, the pre-takeoff announcements were broadcast in 3 languages. First in English, then Italian, and finally Chinese. The first-class cabin featured 6 seats arranged in pairs. Zhang Tao still couldn't escape Fang Jian's clutches and was forced to sit in the same cabin with him. When the English announcement came on, Zhang Tao could understand most of it. But when the Italian started, he grimaced and muttered, What the hell is that howling about? What are they even saying? Fang Jian knew this was his way of venting frustration. Realizing it was indeed his fault, he obediently repeated, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Air China Flight CA967, a Star Alliance member, bound for Milan, Italy. We sincerely thank all passengers and Air China Phoenix Miles members for your long-standing support and trust in Air China. We warmly invite more travelers to join our frequent flyer program. The aircraft doors are now closed. Please turn off all electronic devices and fasten your seatbelts. The safety demonstration video will now be shown. Please watch carefully. Our entire crew is dedicated to serving you. We wish you a pleasant journey. Thank you. Zhang Tao was speechless, turning to look at Fang Jian with a puzzled expression. Fang Jian, why are you memorizing the takeoff announcement? Got nothing better to do? Fang Jian paused, nodded toward the overhead, and said, That Italian announcement earlier, weren't you asking what it meant? Zhang Tao rolled his eyes. Of course I know it's announcing the flight number and departure procedures. I don't need you to recite it. Fang Jian shrugged his shoulders. Forget it. He'd just have to speak plainly. He didn't believe him anyway. And he called himself a good brother. Their friendship was over. So, before the plane took off, Fang Jian never spoke another word to him. The plane began taxiing and then took off. This was a red-eye flight, departing at 1:30 a.m. and requiring 12 to 13 hours in the air. However, upon arrival in Milan, it wasn't afternoon but around 8 a.m. local time. Thanks to Mother Earth's rotation, time varies across the globe. For the passengers on this flight, though, it was quite convenient. All they had to do was sleep, and when they opened their eyes, wow, they'd arrive at their destination. Except for Fang Jian, everyone else, including Zhang Tao, had flown internationally before. So after chatting for a while, they soon drifted off to sleep. Fang Jian lay on the narrow seatbed, his eyes half closed, a lingering unease in his heart. Sigh, airplanes though accidents are the least likely to happen. But if something did go wrong, the fatality rate was practically 100%. If Milan weren't so far away, Fang Jian would never have chosen to fly. Closing his eyes, Fang Jian's formidable willpower gradually took effect, forcing him into sleep. The next day, when Fang Jian awoke, he was still the first to stir. But looking out the window, the sky was already turning light. Martial artists possessed extraordinary physical resilience even after a sleepless night, their stamina far surpassed that of ordinary people. Moreover, having mastered the transformation of force, Fang Jian's stamina had reached the absolute peak of human endurance. After just 2 hours of sleep, he felt completely refreshed. He activated the screen before him, which contained numerous films and opera recordings. Fang Jian picked up the headphones beside him, put them on, and selected an opera. He hadn't paid attention to the opera's title, but when he started it and saw the male lead after a few minutes, he was startled to discover this man was none other than Pang Hua. However, the Pang Hua in the recording was nowhere near as overweight as he had seen him in person. In fact, he even looked somewhat handsome. Soon, Pang Hua's voice filled the air. Fang Jian closed his eyes and listened quietly. Hearing Pang Hua singing in this manner on an airplane was indeed a rare and peculiar experience. Still, it was worlds apart from the feeling of having Pang Hua sing right beside him. Still, it was more than enough to pass the time. After all, Fang Jian couldn't possibly practice martial arts here. Otherwise, he'd surely be kicked off the plane as a lunatic. Finally, the cabin gradually came alive as everyone slowly woke up. Zhang Tao opened his bleary eyes, glanced at Fang Jian, and said, "Hey, you didn't sleep at all last night." Fang Jian, multitasking, replied, "I slept for 2 hours, then heard a pig snoring nonstop right next to me." He tapped the screen in front of him and added, "If it weren't for this thing, I might have thrown you out." Zhang Tao snorted. "We shared a dorm. Want to ask Air and the others whose snoring was louder?" Back in college, they shared a 4-person dorm, with Fang Jian and Zhang Tao sharing bunk beds. Perhaps because they were from the same city, they clicked exceptionally well. As for the other 2 roommates, they'd long since gone their separate ways and rarely kept in touch. Mentioning their college days, both felt a pang of nostalgia. Moments later, Zhang Tao jumped up. "Go wash up. The breakfast they serve might not be enough for you. Grab a bite now to tide you over. We'll eat properly after landing." Soon, breakfast was served. Then, 2 extra slices of bread suddenly appeared in Fang Jian's breakfast. Luan Wani and Wang Donglian simultaneously offered their own slices. Fang Jian glanced at Zhang Tao, who was wearing an odd expression and stifling a laugh. Then he looked at the bread on his breakfast tray. "Should I eat this? Or eat this? Or eat this?" Chapter 153, An Invitation from La Scala. From dining to disembarking the plane, all the way through customs clearance, they encountered no difficulties whatsoever. However, while clearing customs, Fang Jian noticed that the customs officers here all wore stern expressions, never cracking a smile, as if everyone owed them $1 million. Such an attitude hardly seemed like serving the people. But then he realized they probably didn't have such a slogan to begin with, and he quickly let it go. No sooner had he reached the exit than he heard an enthusiastic cheer, "Mr. Fang! Mr. Fang! Mr. Fang!" The name was called 3 times in succession, each time differently. The first time it was in Italian, the second in English, and the third time, they simply switched to Mandarin. However, Fang Jian understood both Italian and English when they called out to him. But the third time they called out in Chinese. To be honest, without the prior Mr. Fang as a foundation, he genuinely wouldn't have understood. Turning his head, Fang Jian immediately spotted an old acquaintance. It was none other than Robert Smith, who had returned to Italy and claimed to be handling distribution for him. He was standing outside the exit, waving his arms vigorously, his face radiating excitement. Beside him were 3 foreigners, 2 Caucasians and 1 African American, all staring at Fang Jian with curious expressions. Fang Jian smiled faintly, but before he could speak, a graceful figure flitted past him. Wang Donglian had already stepped forward to greet him. Fang Jian paused, then understood. This agent really knows her job. "Mr. Robert, hello. Thank you for coming to pick me up." "Haha, it's my pleasure to see Mr. Fang first thing," Robert said with a broad smile. He shook hands with Wang Donglian briefly before shifting his focus back to Fang Jian. In his eyes, the young and beautiful Wang Donglian seemed far less appealing than the rugged Fang Jian. By then, Fang Jian and his group had emerged. Instead of blocking the exit, they stepped aside. Robert couldn't wait to introduce them in English. "Ms. Wang, please allow me to introduce these 3 gentlemen beside me, all renowned musicians from Milan. This is the principal pianist of La Scala Opera House, Clemence Dominique. This is the principal conductor of La Scala, Clara Ladine Beckley. This is the renowned tenor Tobias Clifford. And this is the renowned music producer, Charlotte sighed. Wang Donglian smiled and repeated the introductions to Fang Jian. Fang Jian really wanted to tell her, I understand. But after a moment's thought, he felt a bit embarrassed, so he simply kept smiling and watched her continue. After completing his introduction, Robert turned and announced loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Jian Fang, the greatest pianist from the mystical East. At first, Fang Jian smiled warmly, his cheeks flushing slightly. The greatest pianist in the East? You're far too kind. But upon hearing the final line, his face darkened instantly. You're the jerk, your whole family's jerks. But several girls couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, the only solace Fang Jian could find was that his childhood persistence had led him to change his name from Fang Xiaojin to Fang Jian. Otherwise, little scum Fang? A chill ran down Fang Jian's spine. Clemens Dominic stepped forward, extending his hand with a smile. Mr. Jian Fang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Wang Donglian's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Even a fool could tell that the pianist was greeting Fang Jian. But the problem was, he wasn't speaking English, he was speaking Italian. Wang Donglian understood English and could converse fluently with others. She didn't understand Italian. After all, compared to English, Italian was a minor language rarely studied by anyone in China. Yet, just as she felt perplexed, Fang Jian stepped forward, extended his hand with a smile, and shook it gently. Mr. Domenico, you may simply call me Mr. Fang. Dominique smiled. Certainly, Mr. Fang. Upon learning of your visit to Milan, I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night. Ah, I am truly overjoyed. To hear so many of your beautiful piano compositions is simply the happiest thing in my life. Thank you for your kind words, Fang Jian replied with a smile. Truthfully, you are the true pianist. I've heard your name in China, and it's my honor to meet you. After speaking, Fang Jian suddenly sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Tao, Wang Donglian, Wan Wani, and the others staring at him with wide eyes, their expressions thick with utter disbelief. Damn it, did we hear that wrong? What on earth was Fang Jian saying just now? Truthfully, though they couldn't understand what Dominique was saying. But even a fool could figure it out. He was praising Fang Jian and expressing his admiration and affection for him. That much was obvious. He was a pianist, a real pianist. After hearing the pieces composed by Fang Jian, even girls like Wang Donglian and Luan Wani, who had only been exposed to music, felt admiration. Needless to say, the true masters felt it even more. The more accomplished the pianist, the deeper their understanding of the energy contained within these piano pieces. Therefore, even if Dominica acted a bit over the top, it was understandable. But what they were concerned about wasn't Fang Jian proactively extending his hand for a handshake, but rather his sudden burst of gibberish, a string of incomprehensible words. Italian? Or was Fang Jian just making it up as he went along, inventing his own language? Yet, judging by Domini's expression laughing so heartily, he certainly didn't seem like someone who couldn't understand a word. Charlotte Sid laughed heartily as she stepped forward, extending her hand. Mr. Fang, welcome. Your arrival is like a timely rain, absolutely perfect. Among the four, Sid was the only black person and also the music producer. His enthusiasm seemed even more intense than Dominguez's. Fang Jian smiled and shook hands, though suspicion lingered in his mind. Robert explained, Mr. Fang, we've fully prepared for your music release. However, releasing it as is might not yield the best results. So we discussed it and, if possible, we'd like to invite you to perform a solo piano concert at the Scala Opera House. Fang Jian smiled and replied, well, I'll need to check if it conflicts with our existing schedule. He glanced behind him and added, we came together as a group, I can't just leave them behind. Of course, but Mr. Fang, this is truly a rare opportunity, Robert said with some urgency. After hearing your compositions, 3 top musicians from La Scala are willing to vouch for you. Moreover, Mr. Dominia has even offered to be your guest performer. This. Fang Jian, what are you talking about? Wang Donglian interjected sharply. Mr. Robert, you seem to have forgotten that I am Mr. Fang Jian's agent. Fang Jian shot her a silent glance. Alright, you're the agent. You're in charge. I'll keep quiet. Robert slapped his forehead. Oh, my apologies. I got carried away and forgot. Indeed, he should have consulted Fang Jian's agent first. Approaching Fang Jian privately would upset any agent. Ms. Wang, we'd like to invite Mr. Fang Jian to perform a piano recital at La Scala before the piano album's release. Mr. Dominia is willing to serve as the guest performer. Suddenly, Fang Jian sensed something peculiar in the air around him. He turned his head. Then he saw them. Chao Qingxin, Wan Wani, Wang Donglian, and Qi Yue, 4 young women. At that moment, their eyes seemed to transform into beating red hearts, pulsing intensely. Chapter 154, The Unfathomable Musician. Mr. Robert, is what you're saying true? Wang Donglian asked urgently. Robert spread his hands helplessly. Of course it's true. All 3 of La Scala's leading stars have personally come. A trace of resignation crossed his face. But Mr. Fang, wanting to accompany you perhaps due to scheduling conflicts, wishes to decline. Oh, no. Wang Donglian protested immediately. Mr. Robert, you must have misunderstood Mr. Fang. He said he was deeply honored by your invitation and would gladly cooperate. He's ready to perform on La Scala's magnificent stage anytime. Robert paused, his expression skeptical. Is that so? Yes, Wang Donglian affirmed earnestly. Mr. Fang's Italian isn't very strong, so misunderstandings during communication are quite normal. Fang Jian rolled his eyes as he listened. Poor Italian? Damn it, the person who couldn't understand a word of our conversation just now is telling me my Italian is poor. Wang Donglian continued, please allow us to discuss this privately for a moment. Certainly, Robert replied with a smile. Wang Donglian turned on her heel, pulling Fang Jian along without a hint of embarrassment, and joined the group of 4 young women. La Scala, La Scala. Brother Jian, no, Brother Fang, this is La Scala Opera House. Wang Donglian murmured repeatedly. Fang Jian's face darkened. This girl had been corrupted by those foreigners. Yes, La Scala. Performing there is the pinnacle moment in any musician's career, Zhao Qingxin said, her voice tinged with disappointment. Brother Fang, how could you possibly turn it down? Luan Wani remained silent but suddenly handed over the phone in her hand. Fang Jian paused, glanced at it, and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. The screen displayed an introduction to La Scala Opera House. Her meaning was crystal clear. Qi Yue also pouted, saying, Brother Fang, our itinerary already includes a tour of La Scala. If you could perform on stage, that would be absolutely perfect. Fang Jian took Luan Wani's phone and skimmed through it briefly. He finally understood the significance of Milan's La Scala Opera House in the hearts of musicians. There are many renowned opera houses in the world. For instance, the Sydney Opera House, the Bolshoi Theatre in Moscow, the Oslo Opera House in Norway, the Bayreuth Festival Theatre in Germany, and the Palais Garnier in Paris, France. However, the most renowned among them, hailed as the world's 4 great opera houses, are the Vienna State Opera, the Royal Opera House in London, the Metropolitan Opera in New York, and La Scala in Milan, Italy. Only world-class musicians are invited to perform in these venues. No wonder Luan Wani and the others were so excited, even to the point of becoming incoherent. Fang Jian scratched his nose and said, they want me to perform a piano solo. Isn't that a bit inappropriate for an opera house? Piano recitals and symphony orchestra performances are typically held in concert halls. The most renowned of these is Vienna's Golden Hall. The 4 girls glared at him simultaneously, all thinking this guy was completely oblivious to his good fortune. While opera houses and concert halls aren't exactly the same thing, they're essentially similar venues. Performing a solo piano piece or a symphony in an opera house is actually quite common. If they had such an opportunity. No, even the professors at the Shanghai Conservatory would seize such an opportunity at any cost. But look at Fang Jian, he always wore that utterly indifferent expression, which was truly infuriating to witness. Fang, you absolutely have to participate in this performance. No discussion, Wang Donglian whispered. Fang Jian glanced at the girl's eager, watchful eyes and said, fine, I'll participate. Luan Wani suddenly interjected, Xiao Lian, Brother Fang's opera performance. Wang Donglian paused, then her eyes lit up. Brother Fang, leave the arrangements to me. You go rest at the hotel first. The girls nodded in unison, enthusiastically approving the suggestion. Fang Jian sighed helplessly, exchanged farewells with the other 2, and climbed into the car driven by Robert and the others. In the car, Zhang Tao leaned over and whispered, Fang Jian, when did you learn Italian? Fang Jian laughed heartily. You said we were coming to Italy, so I read a few books and picked it up. Zhang Tao rolled his eyes. Pfft, you're just making stuff up again, kid. Fang Jian was taken aback. What do you mean I'm making it up? Zhang Tao was speechless. He turned away, refusing to engage with this show-off any longer. In the other car, Wang Donglian and Robert were chatting happily. As they neared the hotel, Robert suddenly lowered his voice. Ms. Wang, if it's convenient, could you ask Mr. Fang Jian to come to the opera house this afternoon? Ha? Wang Donglian asked. Is there a problem? Although the gentlemen have praised Mr. Fang's compositions highly, they would prefer to hear him perform them firsthand. Wang Donglian smiled. That's only right. I'll make sure to arrange it with Mr. Fang. So, 2 o'clock this afternoon? Yes, 2 o'clock this afternoon. Although the recorded piece by Fang Jian had earned generous praise from these musicians, who had even invited him to perform at La Scala Opera House, they still felt uneasy until they witnessed Fang Jian perform in person. After all, Fang Jian was virtually unknown in the music world, making it hard to fully trust him. Soon, they arrived at the hotel. They booked 4 rooms. Zhang Tao and Zhao Qingxin naturally shared 1 room. After all, this was their honeymoon. Even if Fang Jian and the others were clueless, they wouldn't dare separate the couple during their hotel stay. Then, the 3 girls divided up the other 2 rooms. Fang Jian overheard them discussing privately that they seemed to be planning to squeeze into 1 room to sleep that night. As for the last room, it naturally belonged to Fang Jian. After checking into the hotel, they all headed to Fang Jian's room. Wang Donglian hurriedly explained, Brother Fang, Mr. Robert will pick us up at 1:30 p.m. to take us to La Scala Opera House. They want to see your playing skills for themselves. Zhang Tao yawned widely and scoffed, these foreigners. If they don't trust us, then forget it. Why bother sending my brother over? Shut up, Zhao Qingxin snapped. If you don't understand, keep quiet. This is a rare opportunity for Brother Fang. Don't mess it up. Zhang Tao was about to argue further, but when he saw the 4 young beauties glaring at him with 8 eyes, he immediately fell silent. He gave Fang Jian a look that said, take care, and said no more. Wang Donglian added, Brother Fang, we're heading out now. You should get some sleep. You probably didn't rest well on the plane. You absolutely need to be in top condition. She paused before adding, don't worry, we'll bring lunch in for you. Fang Jian's mouth twitched slightly. He'd been about to say he'd already slept 2 hours on the plane, which was plenty. But seeing how earnest they looked, he couldn't be bothered to argue. Zhang Tao laughed heartily. Bro, go get some sleep. I'll take them shopping. Shopping? Who has the heart for shopping right now? Chao Qingxin shook her head. I need to notify Han's mother so she can share in the joy too. Jun Tao was taken aback. Seriously? You were all chattering on the plane about hitting the shops the moment we landed. Ah, with music, shopping doesn't matter. We'll worry about that later. The girls chimed in unison. Jun Tao was speechless. He glanced at Fang Jian, then stared up at the ceiling. Musicians, they're just too hard to understand. Chapter 155, Getting Rich. Lying in bed, sleep was nowhere in sight. Fang Jian turned on the TV and watched for hours. When Wang Donglian and the others brought lunch up at noon, they saw this scene. Their eyes held a mix of reproach and resentment. Fang Jian was utterly speechless. It was just a piano recital, something for the foreigners to watch. Why make such a big deal out of it? If it were up to Fang Jian, he'd have used that American time to take a trip to Austria long ago. Bringing those bearer bonds over, wouldn't that be more worthwhile? Unfortunately, the 4 girls traveling with him clearly didn't share his perspective. They placed immense importance on the opportunity to perform at La Scala Opera House. So during Fang Jian's sleep time, they didn't even go shopping. This behavior caused Fang Jian's perception of the girls to undergo a significant shift. It turns out that once women develop ambition, they can become even more driven than men. Although this career actually belonged to Fang Jian, seeing the 4 of them in full swing made him genuinely believe he had 4 agents instead of just one. At 1:30 p.m. sharp, Robert arrived. When it came to punctuality, one had to admit that Westerners were indeed a notch above their Chinese counterparts. Fang Jian and the others got into the car and headed to the Opera House. La Scala Opera House was a 3-story building. Above the main entrance, a triangular pediment featured relief carvings, while 3 arched doorways below served as entrances. A balcony stood in the center, creating a grand, solemn, and dignified structure. As they walked, Robert shared insights about this magnificent structure. Only then did Fang Jian learn that it was a symbol of opera, especially Italian opera, and even of Italian music itself. During World War II, the theater was bombed and destroyed, leaving the entire auditorium in ruins. After the war, the Italian government allocated substantial funds to rebuild it to the highest standards of the time, transforming it into one of the world's most perfect theaters. It is hailed as the Mecca of opera, and its most famous feature is the diamond at its apex. Upon entering the opera house, the seating left a deep impression on Fang Jian. Each seat was equipped with a fluorescent screen. Robert explained, Mr. Fang, these are later additions. The screens display the libretto in English, French, and Italian, allowing the audience to easily follow the opera's story. Fang Jian glanced at him and asked, no Chinese? Huh? Robert froze, visibly flustered. He never imagined Fang Jian would ask that question. Glancing at the other person, Fang Jian immediately knew the answer. He curled his lip. No Chinese? Bad review. At that moment, people began arriving on stage one after another. Judging by their demeanor, they seemed to be preparing for some kind of rehearsal. Robert said, Mr. Fang, Mr. Clifford will begin rehearsing in half an hour. We can go to the practice room to work on the piano first. If you're interested in Mr. Clifford's opera, you're welcome to come watch later. Fang Jian gave a slight nod. Clifford was the tenor singer Robert had introduced. And this opera house was, after all, his home turf. Fang Jian was genuinely intrigued. Accompanied by Robert, they passed through the lobby and arrived at the rehearsal room in the back. To Fang Jian's surprise, a dozen or so people were already waiting there. Apart from the 4 he had seen that morning, he didn't recognize a single one. Robert cautiously introduced them one by one. Some were Milanese musicians, others were staff from the Grand Opera House. Fang Jian thought it made sense. It would be strange if no management were present. Dominia stepped forward to greet them. Among all present, he was the most enthusiastic toward Fang Jian, second only to Robert. Perhaps it was because he himself was a pianist, making him feel it most deeply. A piano stood in the room. Fang Jian approached the piano, sat down, and gently tapped the keys. This was a test of the sound before playing. Moments later, Fang Jian nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, the piano had been tuned beforehand and was perfectly in tune. Seeing Fang Jian's actions, a hint of displeasure flashed across some faces. But most paid it no mind, instead harboring even greater expectations for him. Taking a deep breath, Fang Jian's mind instantly settled. With so many people present, he resolved to give it his all. This time, he intended to perform an entirely new piece, one composed during discussions among 5 piano masters. It was a song about love, centered on feminine tenderness. As for why those big men could compose such a piece, Fang Jian admitted he neither knew nor cared to know. His nimble fingers glided across the keys, and a beautiful melody flowed from between them. In that moment, everyone in the practice room perked up. Everyone present, except for Jun Tao, was either a musician themselves or someone deeply immersed in the industry. Even if they couldn't play the piano themselves, their appreciation for music was second to none. Now, listening to that soft, lingering melody, they seemed to see a graceful young woman dancing. That warm feeling seemed to reach the softest part of their hearts. After a few minutes, the piano melody suddenly shifted. It was no longer purely feminine and delicate, but now carried a hint of fierceness and lingering passion. Love. They could actually hear the feeling of love in this piece. It seemed as though the woman had finally encountered the love of her life, casting aside everything else to immerse herself completely. In that moment, the energy she released was so powerful and profoundly moving. Yet, in the course of this love, they encountered unknown troubles and obstacles. Thus, the two fought fiercely, braving the winds and waves, overcoming obstacles, and ultimately breaking through all barriers to be together. Even in the darkest moments of the piece, there are no moans of despair. Instead, it consistently inspires the heart with a fierce courage. It culminates in a triumphant flourish of glorious sound. This piece is quite lengthy, lasting over 20 minutes. Yet from the very first note, the venue fell into absolute silence. Except for Fang Jian's piano, everyone spontaneously fell silent. Some stared intently at Fang Jian, their eyes brimming with boundless delight. Others closed their eyes, tapping their feet involuntarily, utterly captivated by the exquisite music. Only Zhang Tao remained restless. After waiting over 10 minutes, though he too found Fang Jian's playing exquisite, the prolonged silence began to wear on him. But the moment his body shifted, creating the slightest sound. Swish! At least 10 fierce, piercing gazes instantly locked onto him. Among them were Wang Donglian and the others. Zhang Tao immediately stood still and resumed listening quietly. Yet deep within, he reaffirmed his conviction. These musicians, they're all a bunch of lunatics. Absolute lunatics. Finally, the piano faded away. Yet the last, stirring notes seemed to linger on within the small practice room. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, someone began to clap. Then, enthusiastic applause instantly filled every corner of the practice room. The applause from the administrators still carried a hint of restraint. But the musicians' gestures were unrestrained. They clapped with such force it seemed they couldn't vent the emotions surging within them otherwise. Yet the most enthusiastic applause came from Charlotte Sid. The African-American woman's eyes crinkled with laughter. As the producer of Fang Jian music, he could already foresee the fortune he was about to make. Chapter 156, Four-Handed Piano. Fang, that was incredible, absolutely incredible. Dominius approached, his enthusiasm unrestrained, giving Fang Jian a hearty hug. What piece was that? Your new composition? Yes, Fang Jian replied with a modest smile. That's right, it's my new piece. You'll never find the composer anyway. Domignia remarked, I hear the voice of love in this piece. Fang, there must be a very beautiful lady in your life, right? Fang Jian chuckled, a chill creeping into his heart. If Luan Wani and Wang Donglian heard this, they might. No, what am I worrying about? They wouldn't understand Italian anyway. Noticing Fang Jian's slightly unnatural expression, Dominia quickly added, Fang, you've already expressed your yearning for love and your efforts within this piece. I believe your dedication will overcome all obstacles and ultimately fulfill your heart's desire. Fang Jian paused, finally grasping his meaning. Damn, these foreigners have such vivid imaginations. I haven't faced any obstacles at all. This piece wasn't even composed by me. Forget it. We just don't speak the same language. Fang Jian dismissed the thought of explaining further. Domignia added, Fang, hearing your piece has made my fingers itch. Might I have the honor of playing one with you? Fang Jian paused. Two people playing together is called a four-hand piano duet, a form of piano performance. It involves two performers collaborating on a single piano. However, it was rare for established masters to make such a request. Yet, looking into Dominia's clear eyes, Fang Jian considered it and finally said, Mr. Dominias, I can transcribe the sheet music for you first. Domignia chuckled. Oh, Fang, you misunderstood. I want to play Sea of Flowers with you. That piece is already engraved right here. He pointed to his head. Sea of Flowers was one of the 10 songs Fang Jian had recorded last time. It was also a masterpiece that Beethoven had poured his heart and soul into. Fang Jian felt a deep connection to this piece, which gave his performance an extraordinary emotional impact. Among the 10 recorded songs, this was the one Fang Jian was most satisfied with. He hadn't expected Domini to single it out immediately. Fang Jian silently glanced at him, realizing he couldn't underestimate this man. The two sat down at the piano once more. Sea of Flowers is a solo piece with no four-hand arrangement available. But for Fang Jian and Dominia, this posed no problem at all. They grabbed paper and pen and began adapting it on the spot. Throughout the adaptation process, they engaged in real-time communication. Moreover, it wasn't just them, many musicians also showed intense interest in this endeavor. For true musicians, the moment music is mentioned, it becomes their lifeblood. Nothing else mattered. The managers and Sid tried several times to interrupt, but they were ruthlessly shut down each time. As for the four girls Chao Qingxin and the others, their eyes had long since turned into little red hearts again. Watching Fang Jian surrounded by a group of music luminaries deep in discussion, they secretly raised their phones and captured the scene. After all, every person who could get close at that moment was someone with tremendous achievements and fame in their respective fields. Otherwise, someone like Robert wouldn't dare approach this circle. It could be said that every single person here held a far higher global standing than Han Mama and Professor Min. They were certain that once this photo reached China, it would cause a huge stir. At least within the music industry, that much was certain. Soon, with the collective efforts of these heavyweights, the adaptation of this song less than 7 minutes long was complete. The two nodded briefly and took their seats. Dominiega volunteered to handle the accompaniment. The others raised no objections. Given Dominique was standing in the music world, she would never have taken the role of accompanist if it had been a four-hand piano piece. Yet everyone knew Fang Jian was the composer of this piece and had just performed a new, heart-stirring composition. While it couldn't be said he had conquered everyone, they all acknowledged his standing. The piano began to play once more. Though altered, the melody remained equally captivating. When playing the piano, it's not just about technique. The ability to express the music is what truly matters. Otherwise, the performance would merely be a stack of notes, lacking any emotional resonance or expressive power. In four-hand piano playing, since it is performed by two people together, therefore, both players must maintain focused concentration and positive emotional engagement simultaneously.
If one player lacks interest, they cannot muster enthusiasm or motivation, and the duo cannot achieve full vitality in their performance.
As the vehicle for emotion, the sound cannot convey a vivid musical image, let alone achieve emotional impact or expressive power.
Fong Jian and Dominia naturally avoid this pitfall.
They each have their own interpretation of the piece Sea of Flowers.
Yet when they collaborate, these interpretations merge seamlessly within the music.
The beautiful sound flows continuously, like a bridge of communication spanning between them, connecting their shared insights. Music, at times, is the ultimate language. It requires no spoken words to convey meaning. With just one collaborative piece, the other's thoughts became perfectly clear. This was their first time collaborating, their first time playing together.
Yet within a minute, their coordination had become remarkably seamless, utterly flawless.
When the piece concluded, the practice room erupted once more in a thunderous storm of applause. Though only a dozen or so people were present, the applause felt as passionate and resounding as if hundreds were clapping.
Fong Jian and Dominia rose to their feet and bowed slightly in gratitude to the audience. In that moment, Dominiak earned Fong Jian's recognition.
Such pure musicians, free from any strings attached, truly made the best of friends.
Oh my god, I forgot to rehearse. A discordant voice suddenly rang out.
Then they watched Clifford run out screaming. The group froze for a moment before bursting into laughter in unison.
Claire Latin explained, everyone, Clifford has a performance tomorrow night. He's rehearsing in the hall right now. If you're interested, you can go take a look.
He blinked twice and added, but I can honestly tell you, the performance in the hall is rather conventional.
It won't offer you that mysterious Eastern surprise. Everyone smiled kindly. Dominia turned and said, Fong, I hear you're quite interested in opera too? Fong Jian glanced toward Wang Donglian standing at the edge of the crowd. No need to ask, it was definitely her. With a faint smile, Fong Jian replied, yes, I've sung a bit in my spare time. Oh? What pieces have you sung? Dominia's asked with a smile. If you're interested, once Clifford finishes rehearsal, I'll accompany you on violin for a song.
I'll conduct, Claire Ladine chimed in with a laugh. I'll play the drums.
I'll play the oboe. I'll handle the cello.
The musicians chimed in one after another.
It wasn't because Fong Jian commanded such respect.
Rather, after hearing Fong Jian and Dominia's collaborative performance, they all felt an irresistible urge to play themselves. It was simply a case of perfect timing. Noticing the gazes turning his way, Fong Jian hesitated briefly before saying, alright, I'll leave it to you all then.
Claire Ladine casually asked, Fong, what piece are you good at? I'll see if I can find the sheet music. Fong Jian nodded. Sure. Do you have Happy Day, the one sung by Mr. Pavarotti? The practice room fell suddenly silent. All eyes converged on one spot once more. Fong Jian froze. What was this about? He furrowed his brow slightly and said, if not, O Sol Mio would work too. Claire Latin. Dominia. Robert. Sid. Are you serious? Chapter 157, The Only Voice. In the hall, majestic music resounded.
Amidst the stirring strains, Clifford stood tall, mouth agape, singing with heartfelt passion. His voice carried immense power, reverberating throughout the entire hall, lingering long after it faded.
Fong Jian listened silently, joining the applause with the crowd.
Yet deep within, he felt a tinge of regret. This renowned tenor was indeed highly skilled, with commendable breath control. Compared to Professor Min from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, he was certainly no less impressive. Yet it was a pity that when compared to the fatwa that Fong Jian had encountered. In martial arts, there's a saying, a hair's breadth of difference leads to 1,000-mile error. Even if two martial artists differed by only a hair's breadth, when they clashed, it felt like a gap of 1,000 miles. Singing, when reaching its pinnacle, carries this same sensation. When certain vocal ranges or pitches are beyond others' reach but within my own, the distinction becomes starkly apparent.
Pavarotti was hailed as the world's greatest tenor precisely because he could hit notes others couldn't reach. Most tenors may have fallen just short of his level. Yet that single thread separated the elite from the world's greatest. An hour later, Clifford stepped off the stage, his expression slightly weary. Though he hadn't sung continuously throughout the entire hour. But such a rehearsal was exhausting enough. A satisfied smile graced his face, for this rehearsal had achieved exactly the results he had anticipated. He felt utterly confident about tomorrow night's performance. Yet, as he descended the stage to applause, he noticed his musical companions hadn't departed. Instead, they all looked eager to get started. Not only that, but even the opera house administrators hadn't left. Well, not that they hadn't left, it was that more and more people kept arriving. Compared to the practice room earlier, there were at least twice as many people now. A look of suspicion crossed his face. What were all these people doing here? Clifford knew his singing was captivating, but surely a single rehearsal couldn't draw such a crowd. Claire Ladine clapped her hands and said, Clifford, your performance was truly excellent. Keep up the good work, you're bound to achieve great success. Thanks. Alright, you can take a break now. It's our turn. Huh? What? Fong also sings opera. We plan to accompany him and see how he does. Claire Ladine said with a smile. Clifford's eyes widened. You guys? Though each of these musicians specialized in different instruments, they were all true masters. Even Clifford never imagined he could get them to accompany him while he sang. Indeed, not just him, probably no one in the world could boast such clout. Claire Ladine shrugged her shoulders and said, Clifford, we all just heard such beautiful piano playing. We can't just leave without showing some appreciation. Clifford finally understood. Ah, so that's it. True. Fong Jian spent all that time entertaining us. Now that he wants to play, we should certainly join him. He stroked his thick beard and said, "I'll join in too. I play the flute quite well." Claire Ladine chuckled softly as he stepped onto the stage. The conductor on stage immediately stepped aside. Claire Ladine, after all, was the opera house's principal conductor. He scanned the group on stage and called out, "Adolf, Bell, Schmidt." He called out a dozen names before declaring, "You stay. The rest of you, step down for now." A stir rippled through the crowd, but soon, some began leaving their seats. Immediately, musicians from the rehearsal room began streaming forward to take the vacated seats. Not only were these musicians watching the rehearsal below, but those unaware of the situation wore looks of astonishment. Yet what dominated their expressions was an indescribable look of delight. For these musicians were far more renowned than those who had been on stage earlier. Though no one knew why they had taken the stage, witnessing this scene filled everyone with immense anticipation. Claire Ladine pulled out a stack of sheet music and distributed it among the group. Clifford walked to the flute section and received his copy of the sheet music. But upon seeing the sheet music, his expression abruptly changed. "Oh my God, it's a happy day!" Clifford exclaimed. From the conductor's podium, Claire Ladine replied impassively, "Yes, dear Clifford, you've performed it before." A flicker of embarrassment crossed Clifford's face. He had indeed practiced it and performed it before. Unfortunately, when he had performed it before, he hadn't dared to take risks, so he had lowered the key to B flat. Though the performance was successful, it failed to fully capture the essence of the song. For him, it was a regret. Glancing at the sheet music in his hands, he looked at Fong Jian and asked, "Mr. Fong, are you planning to sing this song?" "Yes, I'm quite familiar with this song," Fong Jian replied honestly. "May I ask who your opera teacher was?" "Mr. Pavarotti." "Huh? What?" Clifford looked utterly bewildered. Was the other man speaking Italian? Fong Jian quickly explained, "I bought some videos of Mr. Pavarotti." "You mean you learned from videos?" Clifford's expression turned slightly peculiar. "Yes," Fong Jian replied with a smile. "But I think I've learned quite well." Clifford's lips twitched. Honestly, if he hadn't just heard Fong Jian's exquisite piano playing with his own ears, he'd be tempted to grab this madman and throw him out right then and there. Learning opera from videos and feeling pretty good about it? Yeah, right. But seeing his old friends all smiling around him, he shrugged his shoulders and stepped back. "Ah well, what can you do? We're all musicians here. For musicians, a little madness is perfectly normal, isn't it? Let's just play along with this musical genius." Out of respect for top-tier musicians, Clifford swallowed his grievances whole. Claire Ladine raised her baton high. Then, his hand moved ever so slightly. The music surged forth. Below the stage, the four girls Luan Wani and the others clenched their fists nervously. Though they all knew how powerful and captivating Fong Jian's performance of this song would be. But this was La Scala Opera House. One of the most sacred places in the hearts of musicians. Performing here came with immense pressure. Even a mere rehearsal carried that weight. Finally, after the overture. "Ah! Mes amis, quel jour de fête. I have a flame, and I have a hand." The moment Fong Jian opened his mouth and exhaled his voice, the entire music seemed to be elevated in that instant. On stage and off, every pair of eyes widened, fixed on this mysterious singer from the east. The Scala management, hastily summoned by their colleagues, gasped in unison. That voice, that resonance. Why did they feel it surpassed even Clifford, one of La Scala's leading tenors? In the blink of an eye, the clock ticked to 5 minutes and 40 seconds. The music surged upward abruptly, and Fong Jian's voice soared with equal power and intensity. "Jour prospère. Ma voix militaire et Marie. Militaire et Mari." High notes, one after another, until the legendary ninth high note appeared. The sound soared several stories high, resonating richly throughout the hall. The entire world seemed to hold nothing but this one sound. The soul, singular one. Chapter 158, Talented people can be proud. Clap. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Not only the audience below, but even the performers on stage found themselves clapping with all their might. Hearing this sound, soaring to its absolute peak, everyone's emotions were stirred to the core. Only after a long while did the applause gradually subside. Clifford strode forward, clasping Fong Jian's hand tightly. "Fong, I'm so sorry I doubted you just now. Your performance has left me utterly amazed." Fong Jian smiled faintly. "You flatter me." No, I'm not exaggerating at all," he exclaimed, spreading his arms wide in dramatic gesture. "Hearing your voice, I felt as though I were seeing Mr. Pavarotti himself. Good heavens, your voice is even broader and more beautiful than his." Yes, in that moment, I felt like I was hearing that voice from 30 or 40 years ago. I too thought Mr. Pavarotti had been reborn. Claire Ladine sighed deeply. Fong Jian paused slightly. 30 or 40 years ago? Calculating the time, that would have been precisely when Pavarotti was at his peak. Back then, his voice, his phrasing, and his command of emotion were all at their absolute peak. It was during that period that he earned the title of the world's foremost tenor. In the years that followed, though, his technique never declined. However, as his physical condition inevitably declined, certain notes became permanently out of reach. This remains a profound regret for all music lovers. Claire Ladine, having heard Mr. Pavarotti's voice during his peak years spanning 3 or 4 decades, was undoubtedly a super veteran of this opera house. The musicians all sighed with emotion, but this time, the gaze they directed at Fong Jian was different. That exquisite piano piece alone had earned him the respect and admiration of everyone present. Now, having demonstrated an even higher level of vocal artistry, his standing had risen further, placing him on par with anyone in this circle. Yet Fong Jian found their enthusiasm somewhat overwhelming.
Declining their requests for another song, Fang Jian excused himself, citing fatigue from a 13-hour flight, and led the group back to the hotel. But just before they left, Clifford insisted on inviting Fang Jian to attend the performance the following evening. He even tentatively proposed collaborating with Fang Jian to co-produce an opera. Fang Jian naturally declined in every possible way. His trip to Europe was merely a token gesture. His primary purpose was to stroll through Austria and retrieve the bearer bonds hidden in the farmstead. At most, he might accompany Luan Wani and the others on a shopping spree. That was the extent of it. But after arriving in Milan, Wang Donglian and the others persuaded him to participate in some piano recital. Fang Jian did have a fondness for the piano. He was happy to occasionally play a few pieces, sharing the beautiful music composed by Beethoven and others with the world. But asking him to perform opera on stage? He was here to have fun, not to work. Back at the hotel, this time not only Robert had come, but Sid had tagged along too. This time, his attitude toward Fang Jian had undergone a complete 180-degree shift. When they first met at the airport, Sid had been polite yet reserved toward Fang Jian, even harboring a hint of doubt. After all, Fang Jian was not only an Asian man, but his age also seemed unlikely for someone capable of composing such beautiful music. Deep down, he harbored some doubts. But after witnessing Fang Jian and Dominique's joint performance, he knew he had struck gold. At that moment, his enthusiasm toward Fang Jian had already reached its peak. But now, in Sid's eyes, Fang Jian was no longer just a person. He was a living, breathing, walking gold mine. He could already envision the staggering profits and liras that would flow his way when Fang Jian's name echoed across the globe as a renowned tenor. The finest pianist, the finest tenor. Either title alone could make someone famous enough to light up half the sky. Combined, their power would be comparable to a nuclear bomb. Sid was convinced that with his networking skills, he could rake in a fortune. Thus, he bustled about serving the group with eager diligence, not feeling the slightest bit diminished. At dinner, Fang Jian ordered 3 portions of steak. There was no helping it, his appetite was huge these days, and eating less than that always left him feeling hollow inside. While searching online, Chi Yue suggested, "Everyone, how about we go see the sunrise at Milan Cathedral tomorrow morning?" "Sounds great. I've heard the view of the cathedral at sunrise is absolutely breathtaking." Wang Donglian nodded enthusiastically. Luan Wani also smiled and nodded, her gaze shifting toward Chao Qingxin. Zhang Tao quickly interjected, "Oh come on, what's so great about sunrise? Haven't we seen plenty of sunrises over mountains and seas? Let's save our energy, we've got shopping planned for tomorrow morning." Fang Jian wholeheartedly agreed. When it came to mountains and rivers, what place could compare to China's vast and rich landscapes? Many people today haven't even explored all the scenic spots in their own country, yet they spend all day dreaming of traveling abroad. As if that somehow made them superior. Fang Jian couldn't care less about that. He'd rather rest a bit longer and go shopping than put himself through that hassle. Of course, if this were one of China's famous 5 great mountains, he might be interested in rising early to watch the sunrise. As for cathedrals and such? Ha! Wang Donglian's eyes twinkled as she said, "Alright then, all 6 of us will vote. The minority follows the majority. Hands up if you want to go to the cathedral tomorrow morning to watch the sunrise." As she spoke, her hand shot up high. Chi Yue and Luan Wani giggled as they raised their hands too. Chao Qingxin glanced at Zhang Tao, covered her mouth, and raised her hand. Thus, Zhang Tao, feeling utterly powerless, reluctantly raised his hand as well. Fang Jian rolled his eyes. This is called coercing people in the name of nationality, right? Wang Donglian immediately leaned in, her big eyes blinking at Fang Jian. Sighing helplessly, Fang Jian said, "Alright, go ahead." "Yay!" The girls giggled and laughed. Fang Jian and Zhang Tao exchanged a speechless look. Suddenly, a phone rang. Wang Donglian glanced at it and answered. Moments later, her eyes lit up. "Brother Fang, good news." "Ah? What is it?" "Robert called. He said someone wants to see you." "Who?" "Mr. Pansy Cleveland," Wang Donglian said hurriedly. "He's one of the managers at the Metropolitan Opera in the United States." "Wow, the Metropolitan Opera House, one of the 4 great opera houses." Chi Yue exclaimed in admiration. "Among the 4 major opera houses, 3 are in Europe and 1 is in the Americas." The Metropolitan Opera in New York, however, due to the nation's formidable influence, held the 4th position in ranking yet possessed a growing, subtle tendency to surpass the top 3 in actual impact. Fang Jian curled his lip and said, "Never heard of him." Wang Donglian froze, glaring at him. "He was there when you sang today. What do you think he wants?" Fang Jian shrugged indifferently. "What's there to guess? He probably wants to invite me to perform." "Exactly." Wang Donglian nodded emphatically. "Brother Fang, take this seriously. This is the Metropolitan Opera in New York, after all." Fang Jian glanced at her and said flatly, "This place is practically the Milan Scala Opera House. If I were going to perform, why would I choose to go all the way to New York instead of doing it right here? I'm not exactly idle." The 4 girls froze, exchanging bewildered glances. Yeah, Fang Jian made perfect sense. But why did it make us feel so bitter? Ah, talented people can be so reckless, doing whatever they please. Chapter 159, The Frenzy of the Balcony. At dawn, the sun rose slowly from behind Milan Cathedral. Then, amidst that intoxicating glow of dawn, a great flock of pigeons took flight. Flapping their wings, they adorned the serene and beautiful sky, captivating all who witnessed it. Fang Jian gazed at the sky, feeling moved. Wang Donglian and the others' choice did make some sense. Waking up to witness such beauty made the journey worthwhile. But imagine a different setting. Watching the sunrise in the mountains or by the sea, though the scenery would be different, would still evoke a breathtakingly beautiful feeling. So beautiful. Wang Donglian clasped her hands over her heart, her eyes squinting in delight. Zhang Tao yawned widely, his eyes still heavy with sleep. What's so beautiful about it? It's just the sun rising. The girls exchanged furious glances. Was this guy here just to ruin the mood? Seeing trouble brewing, Zhang Tao turned for backup. Fang Jian, do you find it beautiful? Feeling the girl's eyes fixed on him, Fang Jian thought it over seriously and decided it was best to play it safe. He cleared his throat softly and said, any sunrise in this world is beautiful. Why? Qi Yue asked, sounding a bit annoyed. Fang Jian smiled faintly and said, the beauty of sunrise lies in its emergence from the deepest darkness. Look, when the first light touches the sky, it's like a bashful maiden, appearing and disappearing. Following his gesture, the group looked and indeed caught a glimpse of that ethereal quality. Truthfully, he continued, we cherish sunrises because they symbolize rebirth and hope. That's why witnessing this scene anywhere stirs something deep within us. After hearing this, everyone fell silent, lost in thought. Zhang Tao gave his buddy a thumbs up. He wondered to himself where this guy had picked up such smooth talk. Was it some special line for picking up girls? Little did he know that Fang Jian had been spending time with many famous people lately. While these masters taught him various skills, they also chatted and shared stories with him. There was no way around it, they often spent a whole year together. If every moment was dedicated solely to mastering a single skill, he'd surely learn until he was sick of it. Casual chats were essential for breaking up the monotony. Perhaps it was because all the people Fang Jian encountered were ghosts. They all cherished the beauty of sunrise. Fang Jian casually jotted down a few. When the sun rose, generously showering its light upon the earth. After feeding the pigeons for a while, Fang Jian and his companions began exploring Milan's scenic beauty. Here, there were many places not to be missed. The Duomo di Milano, the Basilica of San Maurizio al Monastero Maggiore. In a single day, they only managed to visit 2 churches and didn't even have time to explore the shopping streets. What surprised Fang Jian was that not only did Mr. Robert accompany them throughout, willingly serving as their driver. Mr. Sid did the same. Without these 2 locals driving and accompanying them, Fang Jian and his group might not have been able to enjoy their sightseeing so carefree. That evening, Sid said, Mr. Fang, Mr. Clifford has tickets for his opera performance tonight. Would you like to go? Yes, absolutely. Before Fang Jian could respond, the 4 girls chimed in unison. Fang Jian and Zhang Tao exchanged a glance. Truthfully, Fang Jian didn't mind either way. For him, even attending an opera performance was a form of enjoyment. But judging by Zhang Tao's expression, he'd rather play video games than attend. Still, when Xiao Qingxin expressed her intention to go, he had no choice but to comply. Soon, the group arrived at La Scala Opera House. To their surprise, Clifford hadn't arranged seats in the main hall, but rather a private box on the first floor. Fang Jian didn't know the ticket price, but he could imagine it wasn't cheap. The opera Clifford was performing today was the classic Prometheus and the Creatures. Though a time-honored repertoire, it had undergone countless adaptations, each bringing fresh surprises. Fang Jian and the others read the libretto in their seats. This allowed the audience to understand the plot and avoid being completely lost during the performance. Only Zhang Tao was completely lost. The libretto was available in English, French, and Italian, but stubbornly absent was any Chinese version. Fortunately, Xiao Qingxin knew Zhang Tao couldn't understand it and pulled him aside to explain quietly. Fang Jian watched silently when suddenly someone sat down beside him. He looked up and couldn't help but chuckle. Domignia, hello. If anyone had left him with the deepest and most favorable impression since arriving in Milan, it was undoubtedly this piano virtuoso. Though there was a considerable age gap between them, piano and music bridged their understanding. Though meeting for the first time, they felt like old friends. Such was the magic of piano and music, no words were needed for communication. Fang, I came today to accompany you to the opera, and... Dominius shrugged his shoulders, looking somewhat hesitant. Fang Jian smiled. Domina, what is it? Just say it. If anyone else had put on that kind of act, Fang Jian would have ignored it completely. But with this musical friend, he was far more patient. If it wasn't a big deal, he was willing to lend a hand. Domina smiled. Fang, I heard Cleveland sought you out? Cleveland? Fang Jian asked in puzzlement. Who's that? Some greedy businessman from the States. Dominia made it abundantly clear he didn't care for the man. Fang Jian suddenly remembered and chuckled, oh, him. He did send someone to contact me, but I didn't meet him. Domignia beamed. Fang, you made the right choice. I knew you were a true artist, someone who wouldn't associate with that kind of money-grubbing scoundrel. Fang Jian smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying the compliment. After a moment of delight, Dominia declared, Fang, your debut performance must be at La Scala. It's the most magnificent and greatest opera house in the world. It won't disappoint you. Fang Jian smiled without comment, though he agreed with her sentiment. Though the opera house's exterior wasn't particularly impressive, seeming somewhat out of place among the surrounding grand buildings. But once inside, one realized it was all show on the outside, with true splendor within. The opulence of its facilities truly opened his eyes. Fang, when I came over today, Mr. Clifford asked me to inquire, would you be interested in performing a song on stage after the opera? Fang Jian froze, startled. What? Dominia shrugged her shoulders and pointed upward. The top tier is open today, and we have many unexpected fans in attendance. Fang looked up at the sky, but from this vantage point, he couldn't make out much. Domignia explained, above our box seats lies the top tier balcony. That's the zone every performer fears. Why?
Because it's where all the opera fanatics gather. They possess the most discerning taste. After a performance, they'll either be captivated by a successful interpretation or mercilessly criticize a flawed one. Any failed performance will be remembered by them for a long time. Domina pursed her lips and added, their verdict determines whether a musician rises to prominence or falls into obscurity. Fong Jian froze, astonished. Could they be bribed? Bribed? Dominia looked surprised. Fong, how could you have such a strange idea? They are true fanatics. For them, opera is more important than life itself. No one can buy their loyalty. Chapter 160, Applause and Vital Energy. Fong Jian could sense the unwavering conviction in Dominia's voice. Evidently, the reputation of these opera fanatics had truly taken root in people's hearts. After a moment's thought, Fong Jian asked, Domina, what does the opening of the top-tier box seats have to do with me? Dominius replied with a wry smile, remember yesterday's rehearsal? Of course. Fong Jian inwardly scoffed. He wasn't senile, how could he possibly forget something that happened just yesterday? Domina sighed. Some jerk went and blabbed about your performance of A Happy Day yesterday. We had planned to build up the suspense for your first appearance, making it truly spectacular. But, a wry smile touched his lips. When word spread that someone could sing A Happy Day without lowering the key, those opera fanatics went wild. They all gathered together and stormed the top floor box seats. That's how they pressured us. Pressure? Fong Jian furrowed his brow, utterly baffled by the implication. Yes. Using their opera fan connections, they reached out to management demanding to hear A Happy Day sung without lowering the key. Dominius shrugged his shoulders. Management told us either find a way to get you up there to sing it and accept their applause, or... Fong Jian chuckled dryly. So it seems you actually have a solution, right? Dominia's mouth twitched slightly as she replied slowly, wrong. We must fulfill the demands of these passionate opera fans. If you don't go, then Clifford will have to grit his teeth and take the stage himself. Fong Jian's eyebrows shot up, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Mr. Clifford singing A Happy Day without lowering the key? Fong Jian thought the management of La Scala Opera House were all idiots. He had heard Mr. Clifford sing yesterday and knew the man possessed formidable talent. But asking him to sing the song without lowering the key was asking the impossible. It wasn't that it was impossible to accomplish. But in the process of performing it, there was a high probability of flaws even off-key notes. Yes, if you refuse to go up there, then Clifford will have to take the stage himself, Domini said helplessly. He's our Scala's leading tenor, this responsibility cannot be shirked. Fong Jian rolled his eyes. Can't refuse? I can't, Domini said with a wry smile. You have no idea how long opera lovers have been waiting for an untransposed rendition of Un Giorno Felice. Ever since Mr. Pavarotti's health began to decline, no one has been able to perform this song flawlessly at La Scala. Fong Jian fell silent. He had a vague feeling that if Mr. Pavarotti were here now, the great tenor would surely ask him to take the stage. Domignia continued, Fong, I don't want to pressure you. But the reality is, either you go up there and receive flowers and applause after your performance, or Clifford goes up and faces humiliation afterward. He patted Fong Jian's shoulder. The opera performance is about to begin. Think it over carefully. If you're willing to go on stage, just send someone to notify me anytime. Watching Dominia walk away, Fong Jian remained silent, deep in thought. Brother Fong, why don't you go up and sing a song? Chi Yue suddenly suggested. Luan Wani thought for a moment before adding, Brother Fong, how are you feeling right now? If you don't feel up to it, just decline. Chi Yue gasped, oh, right. To perform this song perfectly, you need to be in top form. But Brother Fong, you've been running around all day, you must be exhausted. Yeah, Mr. Dominia should have notified us earlier. Performing in this state is too risky. Wang Donglian joined in with a hint of reproach. Indeed, delivering a flawless performance of this song was no easy feat. Even Pavarotti couldn't just pick it up and sing it. If one's body is fatigued, even if they can sing it, the effect won't be great. Managing to get by and delivering a flawless performance are two entirely different matters. Fong Jian smiled faintly. Their concern for him was perfectly understandable. But they didn't know that after entering the realm of transformed energy, his physical capabilities had reached the limits of human potential. Accompanying them for a day was nothing. Even if it were 3 days and 3 nights of shopping, he was confident he could deliver a flawless performance the moment he stepped on stage. Of course, such an approach might seem outrageous, and Fong Jian wasn't inclined to be that dramatic. Ladies and gentlemen, the opera is about to begin. Let's listen to the music first, Fong Jian said with a smile. The crowd fell silent. For the massive curtain on the stage had already begun to rise slowly. An opera performance is essentially a grand-scale concert. Only, throughout this concert, various plotlines unfolded. In a way, domestic opera forms like Huangmei opera and Peking opera, and even films, follow the same formula. The difference lies in cinema's vast scope for artistic embellishment and meticulously refined sound effects. Every edited action can be retried if it fails the first time. Thus, the immense popularity of film is indeed an inevitable outcome of our era's progress. Yet opera retains an enduring, almost mystical allure. No matter how far film artistry advances, opera remains unforgotten. As the curtain slowly rose, a thunderous applause erupted suddenly throughout the theater. Fong Jian paused in surprise. Though he had seen many operas on screen, this was his first time attending a live performance, so he was unfamiliar with some of the conventions. The curtain had just opened, and the performers hadn't even taken their places yet. Why were they applauding? He glanced around.
Luan Wani and the other girls, along with Robert and Sid, were all clapping.
Fang Jian immediately followed suit, clapping along.
Yet, as the thunderous applause swirled around him, something stirred within him for reasons he couldn't quite grasp. Tonight, thousands of spectators had filled La Scala. The sheer volume and intensity of the applause they generated was something Fang Jian had never experienced before. Though others had applauded him before, those claps from fewer than 50 people now seemed insignificant and trivial compared to this overwhelming scene.
Fang Jian took a deep breath, sensing his emotions beginning to stir.
For a martial artist, this was not a good thing.
Fang Jian immediately calmed himself, forcing his mind into a state of composure. Yet, he began silently appreciating the performances unfolding on stage. Fang Jian realized he was genuinely engrossed.
When Clifford took the stage, the audience gave him a brief round of applause. Clearly, this man was tonight's headliner.
Hearing that brief yet thunderous applause, Fang Jian felt a pang of envy.
More significantly, he suddenly realized that as his emotions fluctuated, even his chi and blood seemed to surge in response. During the performance, whenever Clifford and the others delivered brilliant dialogue, executed impressive movements, or sang that famous aria, the audience responded with brief bursts of applause.
Fang Jian's expression grew increasingly peculiar.
He realized that in this setting, he could effortlessly stir his emotions, and the surging of his chi and blood felt far less taxing than usual. This sensation grew particularly pronounced whenever applause erupted.
And this applause wasn't even directed at him. What if this applause belonged to him? Fang Jian's heart fluttered at that moment.
Finally, with Clifford's last aria, the entire performance came to an end. Most of the audience rose to their feet and applauded. At that moment, Fang Jian noticed that the gazes of nearly everyone in the box seats had simultaneously turned toward him.
Chapter 161, The Bigwigs Take the Stage.
Generally speaking, when an opera concludes, if the audience felt the performance was satisfactory, they would rise to their feet and applaud the curtain call. In most cases, the audience wouldn't hold back their cheers and applause either.
Moreover, if they found the performance truly outstanding, they wouldn't leave immediately.
Instead, they'd wait for the cast to take their bows on stage before departing.
By convention, the performers would return for 2 or 3 curtain calls. Of course, if the performance is mediocre, such performers would likely never get another chance to take the stage. But right now, Fang Jian couldn't spare a thought for applause. Though the eyes fixed upon him remained silent, Fang Jian could sense the intense anticipation burning within them.
After a moment's thought, Fang Jian turned and said, "Mr. Robert, please inform Mr. Dominia that I am willing to perform on stage but only one song."
Certainly. Robert clearly had this prepared in advance. He immediately stood up and walked out of the box. Sid's eyes couldn't help but sparkle with delight. Today was the day Fawn would formally step onto the world stage, a day to be remembered by all.
Too bad there wasn't any alcohol nearby.
Sid immediately pulled out his phone and contacted one of his assistants.
They say Westerners are so punctual at work and never work after hours.
That's all bull. That's only because they haven't been paid enough.
If you pay them well enough, they'd practically camp out at your door 24/7, ready to handle anything for you.
The audience's applause rolled in like a tidal wave, lingering long after the performance ended.
At this point, the lead actors, director, and conductor would typically take the stage to thank the audience for their enthusiastic applause. But today, things were clearly different.
The closed curtain swiftly opened once more. To the astonishment of most in the audience, it wasn't the actors who appeared on stage.
Instead, an orchestra emerged from behind the curtain and took center stage. The applause grew sparse and faint, eventually fading into complete silence. Many in the audience, who had seen operas their entire lives, had never witnessed such an unusual approach. They exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes filled with confusion.
Fortunately, this wasn't a movie screening.
Otherwise, the audience would have already left after the main feature ended, never witnessing this scene. When attending an opera, audience members are expected to dress appropriately and refrain from whispering. Of course, during intermissions, coughing and adjusting one's posture were permitted. But now, the audience could no longer contain themselves. One by one, they began asking those around them what was happening. Meanwhile, Fang Jian, accompanied by Dominiqua and Claire Ladine, had already made his way backstage.
The first order of business backstage was to change into formal attire and apply makeup.
Though no one knew whether Fang Jian had agreed to this sudden invitation, they had completed all preparations. The makeup artist applied his makeup as quickly as possible.
Claire Ladine said, "Fang, thank you."
Fang Jian let the makeup artist slap on the makeup without expression, saying, "Mr. Claire Ladine, there's no need to be so formal." In truth, the announcement to the opera enthusiasts had also come as a complete surprise. Therefore, Claire Ladine and the others were caught completely off guard.
While they didn't want to disappoint the fans,
but as insiders, they understood all too well that if Fang Jian wasn't in the right state of mind, forcing him onto the stage would be a hopeless disaster. After learning that Fang Jian and the others had risen early to watch the sunrise at the cathedral and had been sightseeing all day, no one dared guarantee his condition, and certainly no one would dream of forcing him to perform.
Had it not been for the opera fans' overwhelming demands that they couldn't refuse, they wouldn't have even brought it up. Now, Fang Jian had finally agreed to take the stage. They all silently prayed, hoping Fang Jian's condition would hold out long enough to finish this one song.
At that moment, Clifford stepped onto the stage. Raising his voice to a bellow, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen,
on this thrilling night, all members of La Scala Opera House welcome you."
His voice was loud and powerful, clear enough for Fang Jian to hear distinctly backstage. What surprised Fang Jian, however, was that this tenor singer was also quite the charmer.
Standing on stage, he chattered incessantly about this and that, cracking the audience below into fits of laughter with a flair that genuinely resembled stand-up comedy. Claire Ledin listened silently for a quarter of an hour before saying, "Hurry up, Clifford's jokes are running out. He can't keep this up much longer." The makeup artist hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir, it's ready." "Excellent." Claire Ledin took Fong Jian by the arm and led him forward. "Fong, you look absolutely stunning in this makeup. Tonight, we're counting on you." Meanwhile, on stage, Clifford, who had been racking his brain in sweating buckets, finally caught the cue from his stage manager below. He let out a long sigh of relief and announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, on this wonderful evening, we have invited a great singer to perform a classic song for you. Now, allow me to introduce this evening's performer. Violinist, Clement Dominique." Dominique walked slowly onto the stage and made his way to the violinist's section. Though there were certainly more than one violinist performing tonight, only his fame warranted a dedicated introduction. Below the stage, there was a moment of silence, followed by thunderous applause, accompanied by screams and shouts. From his spot at the backstage edge, Fong Jian could hear countless cries of Dominique, mostly from female voices. He knew this performance was entirely unexpected, not deliberately planned. Therefore, the audience had no idea Dominica would appear. Yet even so, his entrance caused a tremendous sensation. It was clear just how famous this man was in Milan. Claire Ledin murmured, "Dominia isn't just a renowned pianist, he's also a celebrated violin virtuoso. In Milan, few can rival his fame." Fong Jian nodded slightly. Claire Ledin added, "But I hope that after tonight, a new musical master will emerge whose fame rivals his." Fong Jian paused, looking up at him in surprise. Claire Ledin smiled and said, "Fong, do your best." On stage, Clifford continued his introductions. Each name he called out was met with a wave of cheers. Of course, these cheers still paled in comparison to those for Dominia. Fong Jian noticed that everyone who had accompanied him that afternoon was present. Fong Jian furrowed his brow. What was going on? Claire Ledin whispered, "After the fans requested it, I notified them. They came on their own." A flicker of gratitude stirred within Fong Jian. Clifford announced loudly, "And now, please welcome tonight's conductor, Mr. Claire Ledin." Claire Ledin patted Fong Jian on the shoulder and stepped forward. The venue erupted once more in thunderous applause. The volume of the cheers was astonishingly loud, rivaling even those for Dominia. Only then did Fong Jian realize how renowned his own name had become. Clifford continued, "Finally, allow me to introduce to you all the greatest singer from the mysterious East, Mr. Jian Fong." After Clifford finished his introduction, he stepped back and quietly made his way to the flute section. Below the stage, there was a momentary pause before applause erupted once more. Yet everyone could tell. This applause was merely a gesture of politeness and decorum. Compared to the music industry heavyweights introduced earlier, this unknown name failed to resonate with anyone. Chapter 162, The Trembling Opera House. Fong Jian inwardly sneered, "You're the one who's trash, your whole family's trash." Then, Fong Jian lifted his leg and stepped out from backstage. In the past, under the gaze of at least 1,000 people, Fong Jian would have trembled in fear, his whole body shaking. But now, finding a situation that could intimidate him? That was no easy task. Fong Jian strode confidently to the center of the stage. This was a spot reserved exclusively for singers. Standing there meant he was the focal point of the stage. Whether it was conductor Claire Ledin, pianist Dominia, or Clifford, who had switched to playing the flute, they would all become his supporting cast. They existed solely to complement his voice. Click. The spotlight fell upon him, yet Fong Jian's face showed not a trace of fear. In the box seats, Wan Wani and the other girls finally breathed a sigh of relief. They all knew this was Fong Jian's first time on stage. And his very first performance was at such a grand occasion. Therefore, they had been anxiously wondering if he might show signs of stage fright. For a complete newcomer, such a reaction wouldn't have been surprising. Yet, while his performance left them utterly astonished, it didn't feel entirely unexpected. Perhaps too many miracles had already unfolded in this man's life. So even if Fong Jian performed exceptionally well, they wouldn't be shocked anymore. Wang Donglian clenched her fists, murmuring, "Hang in there." Beside her, Wan Wani frowned slightly. She wanted to give Wang Donglian a gentle tap. The little girl was squeezing her hand so hard it hurt. But seeing Wang Donglian's face, tense beyond measure, Wan Wani lowered her raised hand. Then, she turned her gaze back to the stage. At this moment, she too was incredibly nervous. In the box, Sid's eyes narrowed to slits. His heart was filled with joy. He had already decided that upon returning, he would release the 10 piano pieces recorded by Fong Jian at the fastest possible pace. He could already foresee the frenzied sales that would bring him immense wealth. Fong Jian turned halfway, bowing slightly toward the conductor and musicians. Then he turned to face the audience. Claire Ledin returned the slight bow before straightening up. She raised her baton high and gave it a gentle flick. A beautiful melody instantly filled the air. In truth, at this very moment, the vast majority of the audience below were utterly bewildered. Instead of ending immediately after tonight's opera performance, an extraordinary introduction session began. Moreover, every musician introduced was among the finest in Milan. To witness them appear together on stage was nothing short of incredible. Indeed, the discerning audience members knew this was practically impossible. Yet here it was, unfolding before their very eyes. More astonishingly, they were all accompanying an unfamiliar Eastern man, a figure utterly unknown to them. Who was this Eastern man? What song does he intend to sing? Oh, right, what song does he intend to sing? It suddenly dawned on everyone that Clifford hadn't even introduced which song he was going to sing. That big fat guy was truly despicable. Yet the moment the music began, astonishment spread across most of the audience's faces. In this day and age, those who still came to the opera house to enjoy performances were essentially true devotees. While they might not be experts on opera, they at least recognized the most famous pieces. Hearing this familiar melody and voice, they began to suspect something. But precisely because they had guessed, they were all the more astonished. A joyful day. This song hadn't been performed at La Scala for many years. Especially after that man performed it flawlessly with such overwhelming power, few dared to take it on. If Mount Everest did not exist in this world, then K2 in the Karakoram range would become the first target countless people would strive to conquer. But precisely because Mount Everest exists, the world's second highest peak remains obscure. People always remember the first, while the second receives little attention. Thus, before possessing abilities surpassing those of Mr. Pavarotti, no one dared to challenge this song at La Scala Opera House. Yet here they were, listening to this piece performed by a collective of musicians. Those who did not understand remained oblivious, while those who did trembled slightly. In the upper balcony, 100 or so people were gathered. They had been seated, appreciating the performance. Even after Mr. Clifford's final aria concluded, the majority remained seated. Though they eventually offered enthusiastic applause, there were no leaping cheers or shouts. But now, the moment that familiar melody began to play, nearly all of the 100 or so people present rose to their feet. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation. Was that rumor true? The answer would soon be revealed. Finally, Fong Jian spoke. The moment he opened his mouth, his resonant, thunderous voice reverberated throughout the opera house. Pour mon âme quel destin. I have a flame, and I have a hand. Prosperous day. My voice is that of a soldier and a husband. Militaire et mari. The voice was so high and powerful that it instantly filled every corner. No drop in pitch, no drop in pitch. On the top balcony, those who had been seated rose involuntarily. All these years, ever since that man stopped singing this song, they had heard it performed a few times, but each time, it was played in a lowered key. They all understood it was due to the singer's diminished ability. Yet they still felt a sense of regret. Over the years, they had nearly abandoned this longing. They no longer dared hope anyone could recreate that man's glory here. But today, this mysterious guest from the East brought them a tremendous surprise. What a powerful voice, it feels so familiar. This voice, no falsetto, no use of falsetto. It's metallic. That's the sound of metal. Such penetrating power, it reminds me of that man. The whispering is forbidden during an opera performance. But that doesn't stop them from murmuring to themselves. At this moment, every heart was lifted by that voice. Finally, the thrilling 5:40 mark arrived. The song's climax erupted from Fong Jian's mouth, a cascade of soaring notes unleashed with earth-shaking force. Pour mon âme quel destin. I have a flame, and I have a hand. My voice is soldier and husband. My voice is that of a soldier and a husband. That intense, suffocating, lyrical aria rolled on like the mighty currents of a great river. When the final note faded, the entire opera house fell silent. Then, like a volcano suppressed for years, perpetually on the brink of eruption, finally finding an outlet, the violent eruption erupted. A deafening storm of applause, piercing screams, and sky-piercing cheers shook the entire opera house to its foundations. Chapter 163, 3 curtains calls were not enough. Fong Jian drew a deep breath. He could feel it clearly. As this colossal sound erupted, as if capable of splitting the heavens themselves, his emotions surged to their zenith. His qi and blood surged through his body at breakneck speed. As his emotions intensified, the flow of qi and blood grew ever more powerful. Then, Fong Jian began to channel the flow of his qi and blood toward his lower abdomen, the dantian. Beyond transforming energy lay the essence of energy. The goal was to bring the mercury-like qi and blood to a boiling point, then condense it within the dantian, much like refining an inner golden core. But achieving this was no simple feat. Stimulating qi and blood was a fundamental skill all Huatian masters could master. But pushing it to its absolute limit? That was another story entirely. For the more powerful one becomes, the greater their mastery over their own strength and vital energy. This mastery extends to one's emotions as well. Fong Jian could now effortlessly maintain a state of calm composure at any moment. Even if he wanted to unleash his emotions, they couldn't be particularly intense. Playing the piano and singing allow him to channel his emotions into his artistry. However, harnessing this emotional force to achieve the transformation of energy was already his limit. To advance further, to harness emotions to drive vital energy and reach a more intense level. Fong Jian had long since abandoned such ambitions. His original plan was to follow teacher Li Shuwen's example and accumulate slowly. As long as he practiced diligently every day without ceasing, the day would eventually come when his efforts would accumulate into something substantial. Yet, at this very moment, Fong Jian sensed it. The emotions he had once deemed impossible to break through began stirring more intensely after this performance, fueled by the roaring cheers of countless spectators. No, it wasn't merely stirring anymore, it was resonance. A state of resonance beyond words. A sudden thought flashed through Fong Jian's mind. Singing alone could help him enter the realm of transformed energy. Then, performing on such a grand stage and receiving the audience's cheers, could this opportunity propel him to an even higher level? A flicker of resolve stirred within Fong Jian. Letting go of his inhibitions, he took a sudden step forward, spreading his arms wide toward the sky. In that instant, the emotions he could sense intensified dramatically. His qi and blood surged upward, and a sheen of sweat broke out across his body. Fong, your performance was incredible. A voice brimming with delight rang out. Clifford tossed aside his flute and embraced him. Immediately after, all the musicians, those whose names he had announced and those who hadn't earned the right to be called, came forward to embrace him. With each embrace, the applause and cheers from below seemed to grow just a little louder. Finally, the grand curtains hanging on either side slowly drew to a close. Yet Fang Jian could still hear clearly that even with the curtains drawn, they were now separated from the audience's view. But the applause and cheers and screams not only didn't stop, they only grew louder. Claire Latin patted Fang Jian on the shoulder and said, "Let's go." "All right." Fang Jian turned and headed toward the backstage area. "No, no, no," several voices cried out simultaneously. Dominguez and Clifford stepped forward to grab him. "Fang, you're going the wrong way. It's over there." Fang Jian glanced in the direction they pointed and froze. That direction, wasn't that the curtain? Claire Latin pressed a hand to her forehead, a helpless smile on her face. "Fang, according to protocol, we have to go back out for another curtain call until the audience's applause has completely died down." Fang Jian froze. There was such a rule? Domina explained quietly, and only then did Fang Jian understand. After the opera concluded, the audience would make a choice based on their satisfaction with the performance. If it was merely average, they would offer polite applause, but it wouldn't last long as people would soon begin leaving. However, if the audience was thoroughly delighted with the performance, then at the curtain call, they would give continuous applause plus stand up plus cheer. When Fang Jian and the musicians embraced at the end, the applause was thunderous. At that moment, the performers would return to the stage for another curtain call. If the applause and cheers subside, the audience gradually exits. But if the performance is truly exceptional, the applause and cheers will continue unabated. The performers, conductor, and director would then emerge repeatedly to take their bows. The longer and more frequent the curtain calls, the greater their popularity. Claire Ladine sighed softly, "Listen to that wonderful applause. I've rarely experienced such an intense scene. Perhaps we'll take 3 curtain calls today." 3 curtain calls signify the highest level of audience satisfaction. Even for these 3 leading performers, who have spent their entire careers on stage, the opportunity for a triple curtain call is rare indeed. It required the perfect convergence of talent, form, and opportunity none could be lacking. Fang Jian shrugged his shoulders. "Well, you set the rules. I'll just follow them." So Fang Jian and the others stepped out once more to take their bows. As they stepped out, the applause that had begun to wane suddenly surged again, growing loud and passionate as if spurred on. Fang Jian's heart pounded fiercely, his emotions boiling over, his blood surging. Just as Claire Ladine had predicted, after their first curtain call, the audience refused to let them go. Instead, they urged them back with even more fervent applause. 2 curtain calls. 3 curtain calls. When Fang Jian and the others returned for their third curtain call, they discovered the applause and cheers outside remained as intense as ever. In fact, it seemed to be growing even louder. Fang Jian inwardly grumbled, "Don't your hands hurt from clapping so much?" This was the first time in his life he had witnessed such frenzied enthusiasm from opera fans, something utterly unheard of in a movie theater. Even at a premiere, where applause and cheers might occur, it couldn't compare to this. These were 2 entirely different forms of artistic expression, and naturally, their conventions differed. Fang Jian glanced toward Claire Ladine. "We've already gone out 3 times, surely we won't have to go out a 4th time?" Yet, he saw a look of both surprise and delight spread across Claire Ladine and the others' faces. "Fang, they're incredibly enthusiastic," Claire Ladine remarked solemnly. Fang Jian couldn't shake the feeling he'd been tricked. He sighed helplessly, "Mr. Claire Ladine, if there's anything else, please just say it plainly. What the hell is this rule about? What do they want now?" Claire Ladine smiled. "If we exit 3 times in a row and still cannot quell their applause and cheers, then we must perform an encore." "Encore?" Fang Jian froze. "You mean if we just keep clapping, we can get 2 operas for the price of 1 ticket? Ha?" The musicians present exchanged bewildered glances, torn between laughter and tears. This was art, the highest form of artistic recognition. How could it be tied to money? If anyone else had encountered this situation, they'd be desperate for 10 encores. It was a golden opportunity to reap both fame and fortune. But Fang Jian? How could he even think in those terms? Ah, the East truly is a mysterious world. In the end, at the invitation of Claire, Latin, and the others, Fang Jian sang one more song. Only this time, it wasn't Happy Day, but another of Pavarotti's signature hits, O Sol Mio. This time, when Fang Jian and the others performed, the audience below was even more engrossed, with some clapping along to the rhythm of the music. It must be said that those who came here to listen to opera possessed a musical understanding that was hardly inferior to that of the girls like Luan Wani. This was a performance destined to remain unforgettable for countless people. Had it not been for the clock striking midnight, the audience likely would have lingered indefinitely. Chapter 164, The First Interview. At the top tier of the balcony. Over 100 people gazed at the clock tower, which had struck midnight, yet no one moved to leave. They all knew the rules of La Scala. No matter how thrilling the evening's performance might be, it could not extend past midnight. This was a tradition passed down for over a century. As the most ardent opera enthusiasts, they could never violate it. But tonight's opera, especially those final 2 songs by the mysterious man from the East, they were simply too brilliant. So extraordinary that it left them utterly breathless. So even now, though the audience downstairs had departed, their bodies still burned with fervor, slow to cool, reluctant to leave. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Erickson, I want to see this news in your column tomorrow." Erickson was a man weighing 250 pounds. He was a renowned newspaper columnist whose specialty was critiquing singers and musicians from all over. Especially whenever a new singer performed at La Scala, Erickson would fix them with his sharpest gaze. Even the slightest, most insignificant flaw would be seized upon and relentlessly pursued. His column has always been far more critical than complimentary. Yet precisely because of this style, he had many loyal readers. Guys, don't worry. I'll start writing as soon as I get back. I promise it'll be a brilliant review. Hey, Erickson, I know you love to tear people apart, but this time, I hope you'll write with your conscience. Yeah, Erickson, I don't want to see any of your usual ranting in this one. Exactly, Erickson. 3 curtain calls, an encore performance we haven't seen that in years. If you dare to spout nonsense, we won't let you off the hook. Erickson looked innocently at the crowd around him, utterly stunned by this magnificent performance. Though the Asian performer only sang 2 songs in the end, leaving everyone surprised and reluctant to see it end. Those 2 songs alone had conquered him. From that day forward, Erickson became the Eastern singer's most devoted fan. How could I possibly disparage my idol in my column? He wanted to argue a few points, but seeing the hostile stares all around him, Erickson gave up on defending himself. He knew it was because of his reputation. If his column had been dedicated to praising celebrities, there would be no opposition now. Swallowing hard, Erickson declared, "Everyone, after hearing that Oriental Man song today, what are your thoughts? Feelings? Of course we did. Otherwise, why would we all be sitting here staring blankly?" Erickson continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, I detected something in that voice. It was as if I glimpsed someone who shouldn't exist. Mr. Pavarotti. Yes. He's like Mr. Pavarotti reincarnated." This answer immediately won the unanimous approval of the crowd. In their eyes, this young man from the East who had brought them such immense joy tonight was nothing short of Mr. Pavarotti himself. Erickson solemnly declared, "The man I've admired most in my life is Mr. Pavarotti. So rest assured, I will never make a mistake." At last, someone had emerged to carry on the legacy of the great Pavarotti. Amazing. Incredible. So thrilling. On the way back to the hotel from the opera house, the 4 girls' faces were flushed red, their excitement nearly overwhelming them. Fortunately, Robert and Sid were driving at the time. In their presence, the girls maintained at least a semblance of composure, no matter how wildly they felt inside. Otherwise, Fong Jian might have had to walk back to the hotel to avoid danger. Upon leaving the opera house, Fong Jian noticed Sid's demeanor had grown even more deferential. As for Robert, aside from growing admiration and respect for Fong Jian, he showed little change. Fong Jian quite enjoyed interacting with Robert in this manner, but he wasn't particularly fond of Sid. He knew that as a music producer and distributor, Sid was only acting this way because of his financial prospects. If he ever lost his financial appeal, Sid would undoubtedly distance himself immediately. With people like that, it was all about the bottom line. At the hotel, Robert took a call and said with a frown, "Hey, Fong, can I ask you a favor?" Fong Jian chuckled, "What is it?" Robert was a friend he'd known back in China. After hearing his piano compositions, he'd become his most loyal supporter. Fong Jian wasn't stingy with genuine friends like this. "I have a friend," Robert said helplessly. "A really close one. He wants to interview you. Would you agree?" Seeing Robert's troubled expression, Fong Jian whispered, "Male or female?" "Female," Robert replied, sounding a bit awkward. "You owe him a favor?" "Yes." Fong Jian chuckled. Just by looking at his expression, he knew this favor was definitely related to romantic entanglements. "Alright, consider this paying it forward," Fong Jian said readily. "Thanks," Robert said sincerely. "Wait, Brother Fong is giving an interview?" Wang Donglian sidled up. "I'm his agent, I need to be involved." Fong Jian shot her a look, but seeing her eager expression, he didn't refuse. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already the wee hours of the morning. Robert had booked a room here too. When his journalist friend arrived, he conducted the interview in his room. The reporter was indeed a striking blonde with a tall, curvaceous figure and alluring eyes. Smiling at Fong Jian, she asked, "Mr. Fong, I hear you come from the mysterious East. Have you ever studied abroad in Europe?" "No," Fong Jian replied honestly. "This is my first time abroad." "Ah, then which school did you study music at?" "I studied music at Jianghu University." "Excuse me, what university?" the blonde beauty asked, puzzled. Wang Donglian quickly interjected, "Mr. Fong is a musical prodigy. He's largely self-taught, but during his studies, he received guidance from professors at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. You could say he's sort of a half-disciple of the conservatory." Fong Jian turned his head slightly, his expression unchanged. "I received guidance from professors at the Shanghai Conservatory? A half-disciple of the Shanghai Conservatory? Fine. Since it's you speaking, you can twist it however you like." The blonde beauty asked several more questions before inquiring, "Mr. Fong, who is your favorite musician?" "Beethoven," Fong Jian replied without hesitation. "Beethoven," the blonde woman asked doubtfully. "But you're a tenor singer." Wang Donglian smiled. When Mr. Fong arrived in Milan, La Scala invited him to perform. But not as a singer, as a pianist. "Ah, a pianist? Why?" The blonde woman's eyes lit up. She had actually been among tonight's audience. After the performance ended, she saw Robert escorting Fong Jian and the others away. Desperate to get the scoop, she'd rushed after them without a second thought. She knew that come tomorrow, she might not get the chance to interview him. But upon hearing Wang Donglian's words, she realized she had stumbled upon a treasure trove. This interview was bound to bring her immense surprises. Wang Donglian's eyes sparkled as she vividly recounted the entire sequence, Fong Jian going to the practice room to play the piano, performing a four-hand duet with Dominguez, and then singing a song during rehearsal. Fong Jian watched silently from the side. He suddenly realized that Wang Donglian actually possessed a remarkable talent for storytelling. Chapter 165, completely blown away. The mysterious singer from the East Corriere della Sera. The day La Scala closed at midnight. La Repubblica. Pavarotti returns La Stampa. A joyous day, the legend of the 9CS returns. Agenzia Nazionale Stampa Associata. The next day, just as Fang Jian emerged from his hotel room after an hour in the gym and finishing breakfast, Sid had already arrived, carrying over a dozen newspapers. His expression was extremely excited, and when greeting Wang Donglian and others, he was beaming with joy. Fang, you're famous. You're a sensation. A total sensation. Sid flipped open the papers, each carrying a report about Fang Jian. Fang Jian paused slightly, saying, "Does news from Italy spread that quickly?" Based on what Fang Jian knew, if something truly sensational happened, information would typically spread fastest online before newspapers followed suit. Sid burst out laughing. He pulled out his phone and opened several newspaper websites. The news sites were indeed flooded with reports about last night's events at La Scala Opera House. Moreover, his own photograph was clearly displayed on them. As for the comments, they ran the gamut. Besides expressions of astonishment, many people expressed utter disbelief. Fang Jian frowned slightly and looked up at him. Sid quickly explained, "Fang, this has nothing to do with me. These were journalists invited by La Scala. You might not know the status of La Scala in Milan. Any singer they want to promote, as long as their performance isn't too bad, all the news media will gladly give them coverage." After a pause, he added, "Of course, you're different. You possess undeniable talent. Whether they endorse you or not makes little difference." Fang Jian chuckled dryly. "All right, Mr. Sid. Thank you for the good news." Sid felt thoroughly satisfied. At this point, he was willing to do anything that might help build a closer relationship with Fang Jian. Soon, Dominique and Clifford arrived together. Among all the musicians he knew in Italy, Fang Jian undoubtedly had the closest relationships with these two. And in Milan, they were clearly celebrities. Upon arriving at the hotel, though no one dared approach them without invitation, they seemed to radiate an aura that drew the attention of many around them. Sid promptly rented a small conference room and ushered everyone inside. Domignia began by praising Fang Jian, then said, "Fang, your performance yesterday completely won over those die-hard fans in the loft. Look." He pulled out his phone and opened a website. It was a news commentary titled Ericsson Opera Review. Fang Jian scanned it at a glance. The content was simple yet detailed. It recounted the events that unfolded the previous evening at Milan's La Scala Opera House. However, what the mainstream press emphasized was the audience's thunderous applause, cheers, and screams after the mysterious Eastern singer finished her performance, refusing to leave for a long time. After 3 curtain calls, the performers had to sing an encore. Even then, the audience's enthusiasm remained undiminished. Had it not been for the late hour, which violated La Scala's tradition of ending performances before midnight, the audience likely would have remained. For ordinary people, such reports were already quite fantastical. But in fact, that is precisely what happened last night. Of course, some newspapers also highlighted that many of the musicians accompanying this mysterious Eastern singer were renowned Milanese artists. They all held distinguished positions and status within Milan. Among them were 3 pillars of La Scala Opera House: Clemence Dominic, Claire Latine, and Tobias Clifford. It was clear that La Scala Opera House spared no expense to launch this mysterious Eastern singer's career. Although the newspapers revealed no concrete information, they speculated wildly about the background of this mysterious Eastern singer. Regardless of the focus of the reports, all newspapers acknowledged that this Eastern singer possessed extraordinary talent. Even the most stubborn and passionate opera fans in the upper balconies were captivated by him. Some journalists, possessing exceptional opera appreciation, wrote about the song A Happy Day and elaborated on its difficulty, particularly the aria with 9 CS, which required flawless execution without lowering the key. Thus, journalists were utterly bowled over by this mysterious Eastern singer. Yet all of this paled in comparison to what Ericsson had to say. After reading his review, Fang Jian's face flushed crimson. For Ericsson's review was saturated with nothing but praise. In a 1,000-word article, not a single word mentioned shortcomings, flaws, or imperfections. It was all about a voice kissed by God, a natural-born singer. It described how all 3 pillars of his tenor voice were fully developed, and how the resonance in his chest seemed as if Mr. Pavarotti himself were still alive. Fang Jian didn't know how others would feel after reading it. But after reading it himself, he felt a bit embarrassed. Damn it, even if you're going to suck up, you don't have to go this far without any boundaries. This was practically groveling on one's knees. Slowly lifting his head, Fang Jian asked, "Mr. Domignia, who is this Mr. Ericsson? He's just 2. A thought struck him. This guy, he hasn't been bought off by you, has he? Bought off? Impossible. Domignia laughed heartily. He's one of the most notorious holdouts in the top tier. Just look at his past comments. Fang Jian pondered for a moment, closed the comment, clicked on the man's profile picture, and began searching. Ericsson posted 1 or 2 commentaries nearly every week. But after skimming a few, Fang Jian realized this guy was actually a sharp-tongued critic. Take a look at his reviews under his pen. Renowned opera singers were often torn to shreds. He'd find fault with everything: insufficient breath control, inadequate volume, failure to achieve perfect resonance, problematic transitions in arias, and so on. In short, his posts were heavy on criticism and light on praise. Often, he'd criticize 10 times before offering a single compliment. Then, as Fang Jian continued scrolling through the internet, he came across a very familiar name. Tobias Clifford. Fong Jian glanced at Clifford in surprise before opening the article. After reading it, his expression grew even more peculiar. Erickson's assessment of this individual was also mixed. However, Fong Jian had heard Clifford's performance before, so he knew this guy wasn't just spouting nonsense, he actually made a lot of sense. In other words, he was a true connoisseur. Noticing Fong Jian's expression, Clifford added awkwardly, Fong, this guy is a love-hate kind of character, but his reviews have always been fair. And his critiques are the ones most opera fans appreciate and respect. He added solemnly, ignore those damn newspaper reports. Erickson's praise is a huge boost for you. But, it's giving us a headache. Huh? Fong Jian froze, looking at him in surprise. Do Nimya spread his hands helplessly. Fong, you came back so late last night you must be exhausted. Yet we're disturbing you this early. Do you know why? Chapter 166, The Official Performance Invitation. Exhausted? So early? Fong Jian looked at the two men in surprise. Do Nimya seemed fine, but Clifford's face was genuinely worn out. It was obvious he hadn't gotten much rest last night. But hey, that's Clifford for you, not me. Fong Jian smiled faintly. He didn't tell them he'd slept soundly last night and even worked out for an hour in the gym this morning. Wang Donglian beat him to the question, Mr. Dominia, what's the reason for this? Do Nimya shrugged his shoulders and said, because our opera house's phone lines were jammed, and even our website nearly crashed. The group exchanged glances, the four girls' eyes beginning to sparkle like little stars. As for Sid, his mouth was already stretched into a wide grin. Hadn't the presence of these music industry heavyweights restrained him from acting too wildly, he might have leaped up on the spot. Clifford pulled out his phone and opened a webpage. The page was entirely in Italian, featuring a language conversion button that could switch the content to English or French. Fong Jian, of course, needed no translation and began browsing. This was the website established by La Scala Opera House, featuring photos from last night's spectacular performance. Photos, not videos. What surprised Fong Jian, however, was that beneath the article, there were already over 5,000 comments. It seemed like only a night and a morning had passed. How had it gained such momentum? After a quick glance, Fong Jian couldn't help but smile. Among these comments, more than two-thirds conveyed a single message. They were all asking when the Scala Opera House would stage the classic opera La Fanciulla del Reggimento. Fong Jian instantly understood their meaning. He looked up, his expression turning slightly peculiar. Mr. Donamir, Mr. Clifford, you don't actually expect me to sing opera, do you? Indeed, Clifford replied without hesitation. Your heavenly voice would be a shame not to showcase in opera. Look at how many people are eager to see and hear you perform. Fong Jian tilted his lips slightly, tapping his chest. Clifford, I'm an Asian. Do you really think I'd be suitable for an opera performance? Especially something like The Girl of the Army? No problem, Clifford chuckled. Fong, trust modern makeup techniques. They'll ensure you look perfectly at home on stage. Makeup techniques? The mere thought of those 4 words sent a chill down Fong Jian's spine. He glanced at his companions. Zhan Tao wore an indifferent expression. But the 4 girls Wang Donglian and the others kept nodding at him. Truthfully, Fong Jian harbored a hint of anticipation. If this had been before yesterday, Fong Jian would have refused outright without a second thought. He might have agreed to play the piano or sing a song. But rehearsing an entire opera? That would take far too much time. Fong Jian wasn't keen on it. Yet, after witnessing yesterday's grand spectacle, Fong Jian realized that his chi and blood had made significant progress under the influence of emotional resonance. Even without such an opportunity, he was confident he would eventually reach the Danjing realm. But since he'd found a more convenient path, why wouldn't he take it? After pondering, Fong Jian proposed, Mr. Clifford, how about this? I can perform once at La Scala, but as for the opera, I'll have to decline for now. Ah, why? Clifford asked anxiously. Fong, if you don't participate in the opera, I'm afraid some people might still feel resentful. Fong Jian shook his head slightly. I want to test the waters first. If it goes well, then we can discuss other opportunities. Clifford spread his hands. Fong, I guarantee the reception will be extraordinary, far beyond your expectations. Fong Jian shook his head repeatedly. Dominia quickly interjected, Clifford, since Fong is willing to sing, let's give him a chance to try first. He shot Clifford a meaningful glance. Clifford sighed deeply and nodded reluctantly. They had all come to see that Fong Jian was someone who held little desire for fame or fortune. In truth, they were mistaken. Fong Jian simply had no desire for fame and fortune abroad. If it were in China, he might not be enthusiastic, but he certainly wouldn't refuse. Yet it was precisely this attitude that made Doninya and the others chase after him, fawning over him. Of course, this was also because he possessed the most elite talent. Had he been even a notch below, the situation would have been entirely different. Clifford pressed, Fong, when do you plan to take the stage? He added, this is a proper performance, at least 10 songs. I can be your guest. Should we invite another artist? Fong Jian chuckled, forget it, I'm not interested in putting together some 3 tenors act. Clifford chuckled, but a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Not now, but someday. Then let's leave everything to the future. The 3 tenors achieved worldwide fame precisely because of that title. Jose Carreras, Placido Domingo, and Luciano Pavarotti. All renowned tenors. However, without forming the trio of the 3 tenors and performing worldwide, the other 2 might not have achieved the fame and status they enjoy today, except for Pavarotti. Joining forces is the right path. Fong Jian pondered for a moment before asking, when do you think would be the best time to take the stage? 3 days, Donimia replied without hesitation. 3 days will be sufficient for preparation and rehearsal. After that, we can schedule 3 consecutive nights of performances. 3 consecutive days? Yes. Based on my experience, if we only have 1 day, even if we pack La Scala to capacity, most people wouldn't be able to get tickets. Fang Jian paused, then said, Donimia, I recall La Scala can seat over 3,000 people when fully open. Correct, over 3,600 spectators, Donimia replied slowly. Fang, you're not European. You underestimate both opera's appeal and the difficulty of a happy day. I guarantee that after reading Ericsson's article and learning your performing, La Scala will become a pilgrimage site for opera lovers across Europe. Fang Jian furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, Gentlemen, I actually have some personal matters to attend to during my time in Europe. His voice grew solemn. I need to make a trip to Austria. The round trip will likely take several days. No problem, Mr. Fang. After your performance concludes, I can accompany you to Austria, Sid offered from the side. This was an opportunity to curry favor with Fang Jian one he couldn't afford to miss. Fang Jian shot him a disapproving look. Mr. Sid, thank you for your kindness, but this is a personal matter. I prefer to handle it alone. Ah, no problem. We can wait here for your return, Sid replied without a hint of offense. What a pity. Such a golden opportunity. Fang Jian sighed helplessly. Besides, if I stay here that long, my visa might expire before I can reach Austria. Though he held a Schengen visa, it was only valid for 10 days. With all the complications at home, 10 days away was already pushing his limits. Visa? Ha! That's even less of a problem. Sid laughed heartily. I reckon once you've performed your first show at La Scala, those bureaucrats will be begging you to settle in Milan permanently. Quite right, Fang. You can rest assured, Clifford lifted his head. If anyone tries to drive you away, they'll be crossing the line for all opera lovers. I guarantee they'll regret it and pay the price. Fang Jian watched the two men, their enthusiasm bordering on fervor, and silently mused to himself. Italy truly is a romantic country. But too much romance isn't necessarily a good thing either. Chapter 167, Surging Vital Energy, The Opportunity for Dampower. At dawn, Fang Jian was once again the first to wake. This hotel, carefully selected by Robert, was a high-end establishment, so its fitness center and swimming pool were open 24 hours a day. After rising early, Fang Jian headed out for a run. Despite Donimia and Clifford's strong pleas for Fang Jian to perform 3 consecutive nights at La Scala Opera House. Even if it wasn't an opera, but just a solo performance, that would be acceptable. But after careful consideration, Fang Jian agreed to only 1 performance. He scheduled it for 5 days later. This decision stemmed from Fang Jian's consideration of his physical condition. The day before yesterday, he had experienced an unprecedented emotional resonance with thousands of people, which had brought him tremendous benefits. The emotional turbulence within him surged, his chi and blood boiling, greatly enhancing his control. However, this power ultimately stemmed from external emotional fluctuations rather than being cultivated step by step through diligent practice. Therefore, Fang Jian always felt a sense of hollowness. It was as if there was an emptiness beneath his feet. To transform this ephemeral power into something tangible, to solidify this strength into his own, he needed to settle it. Of course, with his foundation in transforming force, achieving this consolidation wouldn't be difficult. It would take no more than 3 to 5 days at most. But after his previous experience, Fang Jian had come to understand a truth. A single demonstration could generate enough resonance to sustain his digestion for 3 to 5 days. If he performed for 3 consecutive days, emotional excitement and surging energy are beneficial. But with anything, too much of a good thing can be detrimental. What if his blood surged too violently and his body simply exploded? Right now, he was on the treadmill, unleashing his abundant energy with all his might. The only way to harness that surging energy was to increase his workout intensity. On the treadmill, Fang Jian selected a speed of 12. Running at this speed for short bursts was manageable, many could handle it. But attempting a long-distance run at this pace, even the skinny long-distance runners would struggle to manage it. Yet Fang Jian's legs seemed propelled by wheels of fire, pounding the treadmill for a full hour without faltering. The benefits from a single resonance were already immense. A faint sense of anticipation even stirred within Fang Jian's heart. If he could keep this up, the Danjin realm of martial arts seemed within reach. If Master Li Shuwen knew he'd broken through to the Danjing realm this way, who knew what expression the old man would wear? A faint smile touched the corners of Fang Jian's lips. He genuinely wanted to reach the Danjing realm as soon as possible, just to see that look. Then, Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. He glanced to one side as he ran. There, a foreign girl with blonde hair and blue eyes stood. She didn't appear to be much older, probably in her 20s. She was also running on a machine, but her gaze kept drifting over in his direction. Moreover, she made no attempt to hide it. Everything was done openly and unabashedly. When their eyes met, a smile spread across her face, and she waved to him in greeting. Fang Jian, however, kept a straight face, gave a perfunctory nod, and then ignored her completely. A foreign woman? She was pretty, and her figure, absolutely stunning. But why, of all people, a foreigner? I've heard foreign girls are pretty loose, and a lot of them have diseases. He must stay vigilant and avoid falling into any traps. Taylor Edith froze for a moment. She was well aware of the devastating impact her looks and figure could have. Whenever she went out, she encountered men trying to strike up conversations every single day. This morning during her workout, she spotted an Asian-looking person jogging. If it had been just an ordinary jogger, she would have glanced once and moved on. Over the years, more and more Asian faces had appeared in Milan. Little Day's country, South Han country, and that rising eastern dragon. Just think of the famous entanglement between the Milan giants and domestic capital. It's clear Easterners aren't uncommon in Milan. But when Edith glanced at Fang Jian's running pace, she was taken aback. This man's pace was incredibly fast. In that moment, Edith even began to wonder. Was this Eastern man deliberately waiting here for her? He knew she loved running, so he deliberately tried to catch her attention this way. But honestly, that was just plain stupid. Edith watched with amusement, knowing that at this pace, no ordinary person could possibly sustain it for long. Yet soon enough, Edith had to admit. She was genuinely captivated by this Asian man. His physique was impressive, the tight-fitting gear accentuating his nearly perfect build. His body was muscular, but not just dead lumps of flesh. Those muscles moved constantly as he ran. He resembled a cheetah, radiating danger and an indescribable, deadly allure. Unconsciously, Edith found herself drawn to Fang Jian out of curiosity, truly paying attention to him. But the moment that Eastern man glanced back, he paid her no further attention. Ignored? Edith touched her face. Could it be that she looked disheveled today because she hadn't combed her hair or put on makeup after waking up? But that couldn't be it. In the gym, besides this Asian man, there were 2 other men working out. All 3 men, including the attendant, kept stealing frequent glances at her. This proved beyond doubt that her charm hadn't diminished in the slightest. Suddenly, a surge of defiance welled up inside her. Fang Jian finally stopped, letting out a long breath. His body was drenched in sweat, but this intense workout had provided significant relief. Fang Jian estimated that within 3 days at most, he would fully assimilate the gains from this session. After all, this was a foreign country, and practicing boxing here felt a bit peculiar. Fortunately, after reaching the stage of transforming energy, training methods were no longer confined to boxing. Even the simplest act of running could now channel his qi and blood throughout his body, achieving the same training effect. Wiping himself with a towel, Fang Jian headed toward the bathroom. "Hey, sir, are you a long-distance runner?" Suddenly, a pleasant voice sounded behind him. Without turning around, Fang Jian knew it had to be that beautiful blonde girl. After a moment's thought, Fang Jian decided that, after all, he came from a great nation. Ignoring a young lady's inquiry seemed rather rude. So he turned and said, "Hello, lovely lady. I'm not an athlete. I'm a businessman." "A businessman?" "Yes, I sell flowers." Edith froze. A burly man like him selling flowers? The stark contrast left her momentarily speechless. Her gaze swept over Fang Jian's sweat-drenched body, and Edith's face suddenly flushed slightly. To her surprise, despite being drenched in sweat, he carried no trace of body odor or unpleasant scent. This fact alone defied her expectations. Her eyes began to sparkle. Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly as he silently cursed her as a crazy woman. He reaffirmed one thing: foreign girls all have holes in their heads. Forcing a smile, Fang Jian immediately turned and headed straight for the bathroom. Edith gaped at him, her face frozen in astonishment as he walked away. She stood there, her mouth twitching slightly, cursing inwardly. Why couldn't this man see her beauty? She'd even made the first move, couldn't he at least follow the trail? Or were Eastern men all as reserved and wooden as this? Chapter 168, let's add one more. After finishing their meal at the hotel. Though the chef's skills were decent, it was still Western cuisine, and Fang Jian found it somewhat unfamiliar. Sid had arrived at the hotel early specifically to wait for Fang Jian before heading to Scala. With the performance just days away, even a living legend needed rehearsal. Fang Jian glanced at his friends nearby and said, "Zhang Tao, I can't keep sightseeing. You take them to explore Milan's sights." Zhang Tao shrugged his shoulders and said, "Alright, leave it to me." He felt utterly helpless. Bringing Fang Jian along this time was actually meant to get rid of those third wheels. But unexpectedly, Fang Jian had come only to announce he was going to perform in an opera. This was just too damn surreal. "Fang Gu, we've decided we're not going shopping. We want to watch your rehearsal." Qi Yuei called out. Luan Wani smiled faintly. "Yeah, watching you rehearse is way more fun than shopping." Fang Jian froze, surprised. "Little Luan, this is Milan. Didn't you say you loved the clothes here and wanted to go on a shopping spree?" Luan Wani flushed slightly. "Clothes can be bought anytime, but chances to watch you rehearse are rare." Fang Jian turned to look at the other girls, who all wore identical expressions. Only Zhang Tao stood there, utterly dumbfounded. His heart was filled with regret. What the hell was I thinking, dragging Fang Jian here? Does this mean I'll be stuck in that opera house for the next few days? Beautiful music filled the theater. Fang Jian stood on stage, passionately performing to the music. This time, the accompaniment ensemble was nowhere near as lavish as last time. Yet, the 3 pillars of La Scala remained present. In their words, Fang Jian's debut performance at La Scala demanded absolute perfection, not a single flaw could be tolerated. Moreover, Clifford wasn't just serving as the flutist, he was also preparing to guest sing 2 songs. For this newcomer's debut concert, they truly spared no effort. During rehearsals, only staff members and those directly involved with Fang Jian were permitted access to the venue. Zhang Tao and the others were naturally among them. After a powerful rendition, Claire Ladine nodded approvingly. "Fang, your breath control is growing stronger. With this kind of talent, even if Mr. Pavarotti were still alive, he might not surpass you." Fang Jian smiled faintly, accepting the compliment with composure. For he was not wrong. While singing, Fang Jian's emotional expression naturally couldn't match Pavarotti's perfection. But in terms of the hard skills, sustained breath control, and the powerful foundation of the 3 major support points, no Western singer throughout history could compare to a practitioner of the transformative force martial arts. Perhaps other practitioners of Hua Jin existed in this world. Yet, a martial artist of such caliber who devoted vast amounts of time to singing and received such selfless guidance from so many musicians was utterly unique. Thus, Fang Jian stands as the sole individual in the world who has masterfully fused these two disciplines. Claire Ladine, thank you for your kind words. Claire Ladine hesitated before saying, Fang, I actually have another suggestion. Go ahead. Your technical prowess and skill during performances are already flawless. However, in terms of emotional expression, there seems to be a slight deficiency, Claire Ladine said solemnly. You should find ways to deepen that emotional connection. Fang Jian raised his eyebrows. How do I deepen it? Study opera. Research opera. Understand its history. Know the background and context of each opera. You will definitely improve. Fang Jian nodded slightly. Claire Ladine, thank you for your guidance. The door swung open as Robert and Wang Donglian entered. Both wore traces of fatigue, but more evident was their unmistakable excitement. Fang, couldn't you have done one more performance? Robert couldn't help but complain as he approached Fang Jian. Fang Jian looked surprised. What's wrong? Didn't we agree from the start that we'd only do one performance? Robert spread his hands helplessly. Ask her. She's your agent, she should know better than I do. Wang Donglian smiled. Fang, word got out about your first performance. Since this was an unplanned extra show, we only had 4 days to sell tickets. But the demand has been beyond anything we imagined. Oh, that hot? More than just hot. Within 3 hours of tickets going on sale, over 70% were reserved. Right now. Wang Donglian glanced at the time. It's highly likely all 3,000 seats have sold out. Fang, don't be surprised, Dominia walked over, laughing heartily. That's the magic of the opera's uncompromising rendition of A Happy Day. Oh, and you should thank Erickson too. Without his relentless promotion, we might not have achieved this effect. Fang Jian chuckled, alright then, I'll cover the cost and invite him to see the opera. Oh, that won't be necessary, Dominia chuckled. When Erickson comes to La Scala, there's only one place he'll go. He gestured toward the top tier. To be honest, the view from that spot wasn't particularly favorable. But it possessed an advantage unmatched by any other seat. It was sufficiently distant. So if a singer's voice lacked the power to carry through several floors, it would be painfully obvious from the top tier. Yet conversely, precisely because of that distance, when the singer launched into a soaring, powerfully executed aria, that spot could hear the echoes amplifying the sound, offering double the enjoyment. Thus, those seated there were invariably the most discerning opera aficionados. Fang, another performance? Robert tilted his head slightly. Mr. Joe Nader from La Scala has contacted both me and your agent multiple times, hoping we can persuade you to reconsider. Joe Nader was the general manager of La Scala. Though Fang Jian had only met him once, he knew the man was not only a shrewd businessman but also an accomplished musician. While he might not compare to the likes of Dominia, his musical expertise was certainly no less than that of the 4 young women, including Luan Wani. In truth, La Scala was a veritable treasure trove of musical talent. Even the elderly janitor possessed remarkable discernment. Robert lowered his voice. He promised me 10,000 euros if you change your mind. Fang Jian chuckled, so you want to pocket that 10,000 euros, huh? Robert shook his head. No. I just want your voice to reach more people. He paused. You're just starting out now, not already established. So you need exposure, lots of it. Performing is the best way for you to make a name for yourself. Seeing the sincerity in Robert's eyes, Fang Jian smiled faintly. He knew this Italian friend genuinely had his best interests at heart. After a moment's thought, Fang Jian said, alright, I can add one more show. Really? Robert nearly jumped for joy. Yes, but not immediately. It will be 1 week after this performance concludes. Ah, why? I need to go to Austria this week, Fang Jian said solemnly. And unlike others, I require at least a week's rest after each performance. Otherwise, my emotions simply can't sustain it. Robert froze for a moment. Emotional exhaustion? Was that even a thing? Well, perhaps that's the difference between a genius musician and an ordinary one like him. Fang Jian patted his shoulder and chuckled, alright, let's see how the performance goes first. Maybe if it flops the night after tomorrow, they won't need me anymore. How could that be? Chapter 169, Luan Wani's idea. The next day, Fang Jian headed to the gym again. Just halfway through his run, that familiar gaze appeared again. A chill ran down Fang Jian's spine. To be honest, he wasn't exactly a complete novice. But those he'd been involved with before were at least domestic partners. As for foreigners? Oh dear, the risk of contracting something from May was slim, it wouldn't happen. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an itch all over his body. While jogging, Fang Jian pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Luan Wani. 3rd floor, gym, running. Moments later. Luan Wani? Fang Jian flipped his wrist, instantly adjusting his phone's angle to capture the blonde beauty in the shot, then sent it to Luan Wani. Luan Wani? Though both were identical question marks, Fang Jian somehow sensed something different in them. Fang Jian, I've been running for 2 days straight, and this woman keeps pestering me. After waiting a moment, no new message came from Luan Wani. Fang Jian smiled faintly, placed his phone on the treadmill, and kept running. Sure enough, 15 minutes later, a slender figure appeared in the gym. She spotted Fang Jian, walked over, and stepped onto the treadmill next to him. Only then did Luan Wani notice Fang Jian's unusually fast pace. After a moment of surprise, Luan Wani opened her little mouth in astonishment. That fast? Moreover, she seemed to recall that even before she entered, Fang Jian had been running at this pace the entire time. For some inexplicable reason, her heart began to race. Is this a bull? Her eyes flickered as she withdrew her gaze and began running at her own pace. Before starting to run, she handed him the bottle of water she was holding. Fang Jian took it naturally, opened it, and drank half in one gulp. Without any deliberate effort, their subtle gestures already conveyed an intimate connection. Soon, Fang Jian noticed the gaze that had been fixed on him had vanished. As he breathed a sigh of relief, an inexplicable sense of regret stirred within him. An hour later, Fang Jian stopped. As for Luan Wani, she had voluntarily given up half an hour earlier. Though her running pace was far slower than Fang Jian's, she still couldn't endure such a long duration. Seeing Fang Jian's sweat-soaked shirt and his still nimble stride, she cursed under her breath. You beast! Fang, here! Seeing Fang Jian come down, Luan Wani, who had been cursing him as a beast, handed him a bottle of green drink. Fang Jian glanced at it. It was a sports drink similar to Gatorade. Thanks. Fang Jian took it and downed it in one gulp. Brother Fang, coming to the gym this early? Luan Wani said with a half smile. It's a habit. I heard that girls who exercise early in the morning tend to have the best figures. Fang Jian froze, the sports drink in his mouth suddenly tasting slightly sour. His eyes darted around as he asked, Little Luan, do you know why those girls come to work out so early? Luan Wani tilted her head slightly, looking at him with confusion. Fang Jian adopted a serious tone. Because they're older. Their beauty fades with age, nothing like your youthful radiance and vibrant charm. Listening to Fang Jian's twisted compliment, Luan Wani couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. In truth, when Fang Jian had texted her, she knew he wouldn't be tempted by any so-called beauty here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent her that kind of message. As for that blonde beauty who had left, she easily scored over 80 points in her estimation, and with that killer figure, even Luan Wani found herself a bit tempted. Glancing at Fang Jian, Luan Wani felt a little proud. Fang Jian, his heart racing, said, Little Luan, I'm heading to Austria in a few days. Want to come along? No, Luan Wani replied, her cheeks flushing slightly. There are too many people coming along this time. I can't get away. Fang Jian's eyes lit up. If you can't go now, we'll find a chance to travel together after we return. Luan Wani's cheeks flushed crimson. She shot Fang Jian a furious glare. She'd come to save the day, yet after resolving the situation, he'd casually tried to flirt with her. If only she'd known. Fine, for the sake of friendship, I'll come. Drape the towel around her neck, she said, I'm heading back. See you at lunch. Watching Luan Wani jog away, a smile spread across Fang Jian's face. Teasing the young lady was quite entertaining. Then, Fang Jian saw Luan Wani suddenly stop at the gym entrance before turning back. Fang Jian was taken aback. What was this all about? Luan Wani approached him, her cheeks slightly flushed, whether from shyness or overexertion during her workout, he couldn't tell. Brother Fang, my mom asked me to tell you she's already taking your 2 paintings to the school. They've gotten great reviews from the students, and she'd like to invite you over to give a talk about them. Fang Jian paused, looking somewhat troubled. I'm entirely self-taught in painting. Practicing is no problem, but teaching, that's asking too much of me. Luan Wani smiled and said, that's easy. You can just paint one on the spot, then let them observe and think for themselves. Observe it themselves? Exactly. The professors at my mom's school are all renowned figures in the art world. When they see a good painting, they can analyze it with great insight. They won't need you to explain anything. Seeing Luan Wani's sly smile, Fang Jian instantly understood her plan. Truth be told, imagination is a terrifying thing. When we watch movies, we often read reviews too. Especially for those highly rated films, countless critics dissect them to the bone, as if every single prop holds some hidden meaning. But in reality, it might just be a random decorative element the director placed there. Overinterpretation is incredibly common whether in literature, film, or visual arts. Often, even the author themselves might be left scratching their head. Oh, so that's what I was thinking back then. Who knew I was so profound while creating it? I thought I was on the first level, but I was actually on the 5th. That's exactly how Luan Wani's idea came about. Paint a good picture, hand it over to her mom, and then let those old folks worry about how to critique it. Unconsciously, Fang Jian's face also broke into a broad smile. He nodded gently and said, alright, if Auntie asks, I'll tell her it was your idea. Oh, you're dead. Luan Wani gasped, playfully punching him. Even though she knew he was joking, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Fang Jian watched with envy and took a step forward. He was still drenched in sweat, though having reached the stage of internal energy cultivation, his body was clean and free of any unpleasant odor. However, that distinctly masculine hormone was growing increasingly potent and vigorous. As he took that step forward, Luan Wani instantly flushed crimson, unable to bear it. She shot Fang Jian a glare and turned to run away. Hesitating for a moment, Fang Jian chuckled to himself. Well, he had been a bit too eager. After returning to his room, he took a shower, had a meal, and headed back to the opera house for rehearsal in the afternoon. This time, they'd have to sing at least 10 songs. If the audience was as enthusiastic as last time, an encore was practically guaranteed. So Fang Jian prepared 15 songs just in case. In just one more day, it would be showtime. Fang Jian returned to his hotel room, paused for a moment, then retrieved a small memorial tablet from the bathroom. Then he lit 100 million yuan worth of joss paper. Thus, after retiring for the night, Fang Jian entered that mysterious realm between life and death for the first time while abroad. Chapter 170, Emotional Control and Learning the Flute. Fang Jian opened his eyes and immediately declared, Dad, bring Mr. Pavarotti here.
His father glared at him but nodded in agreement.
Fong Jian waved his hand. Dad, find me someone else. Who? A flute artist, a Frenchman named Jean-Pierre Rampal.
During rehearsals these past few days, Fong Jian had worked exceptionally well with Clifford. Since he only planned to sing 10 songs that evening, Clifford would need to fill the rest of the time. During the performance, whenever Clifford sang, his flute part needed to be covered by someone else. But the ability of the substitutes failed to satisfy Fong Jian. Therefore, prior to today, Fong Jian had gathered some information, the most crucial being about the world-renowned flutist. Jean-Pierre Rampal, the French flutist, was a master renowned across the globe. After World War II, he embarked on worldwide tours and founded both the French Quintet and the Paris Baroque Ensemble. In 1947, Rampal won the Grand Prix at the Geneva International Competition and was appointed principal flutist of the Vichy Opera Orchestra. He later traveled to the United States, collaborating with numerous renowned symphony orchestras and earning widespread acclaim. From 1956 to 1962, he served as principal flutist of the Paris National Opera Orchestra. Among renowned flute masters, Rampal stands out for several key achievements. First, he made outstanding contributions to the comprehensive development of flute performance art. Beyond classical repertoire, he also explored jazz, English folk songs, Japanese, and Indian music. He has been hailed as one of the founders of the modern flute. Such a person, if not already reincarnated, would be exactly the candidate Fong Jian needed most. Of course, besides him, he also looked up information on several other people. This one was merely his top choice. Dad nodded helplessly, gestured in the air a few times, and said, "All right, they'll be here shortly." Soon, two men stepped into the circle from outside. One was unmistakably Pavarotti, broad-shouldered and stout, no mistake possible. The other was a lean, slender man. Standing side by side, the contrast between them was striking. "Ah, my dear Fong, we meet again," Pavarotti declared with a hearty laugh. Fong Jian smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Pavarotti, I've come to seek your guidance once more." A look of slight unease crossed Pavarotti's face. "Fong, you've already mastered all the techniques of singing. I truly can't think of anything else I could possibly teach you." "Emotion," Fong Jian replied solemnly. "The feeling in my singing isn't as intense as yours." Pavarotti spread his hands helplessly. "I'm sorry, but that's truly beyond my ability." Fong Jian smiled. "It's fine. This is actually a process of realization. Perhaps by talking more with you, I can grasp it." Pavarotti pondered for a moment. "That's possible." Then he turned his head. "So, did you invite Mr. Rampal here to learn the flute?" "Yes. I believe learning other instruments might prove beneficial." Pavarotti's expression turned serious. "That's quite possible. Let's begin." Fong Jian and Lampa introduced themselves to each other. Under his guidance, Fong Jian began learning flute playing techniques. Compared to instruments like the piano or violin, the flute might seem rather unassuming. Yet it is an extremely important instrument in the symphony orchestra. Mastering the flute requires many key techniques. Yet one aspect posed absolutely no difficulty for Fong Jian. That was breath control. Those who study wind instruments either possess naturally stronger breath control than the average person or have developed it through diligent practice. In this sense, singers are truly natural wind players. When teaching Fong Jian, Rampal first focused on mouth shape and technique. When playing the flute, the mouth position is very relaxed, which is quite different from the bamboo flute and other woodwind instruments. The upper lip lightly touches the front teeth without any pouting protrusion. The lower lip requires careful attention. The jaw is slightly retracted to direct the airflow toward the edge of the mouthpiece, preventing a flat blow that causes a hollow sound. Cover about 1/3 of the finger holes. Then, use the thumb and little finger of the right hand to control the angle between the mouthpiece and the airflow. Listen carefully. Too wide an angle produces a hollow sound, while too narrow an angle makes the sound muffled. The mouth cavity should be open slightly, as if accidentally biting into a piece of hot tofu, but without spitting it out or opening the mouth wide to cool it down. Mastering this technique is no easy feat. Moreover, skilled wind players develop unique embouchures due to significant individual variations in lips, teeth, and other anatomical features. This contrasts with string players, whose bowing techniques generally follow similar principles. This means every flutist must explore a sound production method suited to their own natural abilities. It's not enough to simply imitate the teacher, one must understand the concept of good tone quality. For the average person wishing to learn the flute from scratch, immense effort is required. However, Fong Jian's mastery of tone color is truly exceptional. Through Beethoven's teachings, the guidance of renowned pianists, and his own mastery of energy transformation, Fong Jian developed exceptional auditory skills. In this regard, it's doubtful anyone could surpass him. Thus, Fong Jian found the playing posture best suited to him in just 10 days. This fact struck Mr. Lampard as utterly astonishing. As for the fingering technique, it presented some difficulty for beginners. This was mainly because beginners often felt uncomfortable with the flute's grip. Therefore, beginners must practice the mouthpiece and the grip separately at first, to avoid having to manage both the instrument and their hands at once. All fingers should be relaxed and slightly bent, never stiff, especially the right hand. When holding the flute normally, the palm should be able to fit an egg inside. This is a movement that requires long-term practice and repeated refinement to become habitual and mastered. But the same applies. Having mastered the art of transforming force, Fong Jian's control over his body had reached a level unimaginable to ordinary people. Therefore, in just one day, he succeeded in gaining Mr. Langpar's approval of his posture. From that day forward, the look in Mr. Langpar's eyes when he looked at Fong Jian changed.
It was a look of indulgence, as if he were being regarded as a successor to the master's legacy. His progress in learning the flute far exceeded Fong Jian's expectations. In just over half a year, his playing had nearly matched Mr. Rampal's skill level. Moreover, during this period, Fong Jian's exchanges with Mr. Pavarotti never ceased. Upon hearing Fong Jian's voice now, Mr. Pavarotti was increasingly astonished. Mr. Fong, your voice seems broader, richer, and more penetrating, truly astonishing. Richness and clarity are often two distinct paths of development. Yet for one voice to possess both qualities simultaneously, such talent is nothing short of a gift from heaven. Logically speaking, once a person reaches adulthood, their voice is fixed. Progress through practice is common, but fundamentally altering one's voice becomes unrealistic. Especially at their level, it becomes increasingly difficult. Yet Fong Jian keeps getting better. It was utterly baffling. Fong Jian smiled faintly. As his martial arts cultivation deepened, his control over his body grew stronger, allowing him to activate the resonance of the 3 points with increasing power. Even Pavarotti, gifted with extraordinary talent, could locate the 3 resonance points and develop his chest resonance to the limits of human capability. How could he possibly compare to a voice that had pushed all 3 resonance points to their absolute limits? Pavarotti sighed deeply before concluding, Mr. Fong, your emotional depth falls slightly short. Perhaps it stems from never having performed in a true opera, preventing you from fully immersing yourself. Try singing amidst a crowd's applause, it might awaken your emotional resonance. Fong Jian's eyes flickered thoughtfully at these words. Chapter 171, Playing a Puff on the Flute. The next morning, after his workout, Fong Jian arranged to go shopping with Luan Wani. But unexpectedly, when he arrived at the hotel entrance, he found Zhang Tao and the group of 4 beauties waiting for him. Fong Jian's mouth twitched, but he understood this was because Luan Wani was too shy to risk embarrassment. Sigh. At times like this, Fong Jian wished he could share half of Wang Donglian's bold, unapologetic personality with her. When it came to relationships, thick skin was paramount. If one's skin was too thin, it would be a huge hassle for both parties. But then again, if Luan Wani weren't so coy and bashful, Fong Jian might not have fallen for her in the first place. Perhaps that's just how it is, different strokes for different folks. As the group hit the streets, Zhang Tao was undoubtedly the happiest. Damn it, he came to Europe for a wedding honeymoon. But 4 days in, the first day had been nothing but sleeping and watching rehearsals. The second day, at least, he got to tour 2 cathedrals. But starting on the third day, Zhang Tao had been following a few girls around, watching rehearsals, then more rehearsals, and yet more rehearsals. Finally, today he could get out. Zhang Tao was like a bird released from its cage, bursting with excitement to spread his wings and soar. Brother Fong, let's just wander around town this morning. We should head back early for lunch since we have rehearsal again this afternoon. Yeah, this is the final rehearsal. We're performing on stage tonight. Exactly. Why not skip going out this morning altogether? Just rest up at the hotel. Before Fong Jian could respond, the girls chattered away, setting the tone. Zhang Tao was speechless. He couldn't fathom what was so interesting about rehearsals. For this rehearsal, the girls were actually willing to skip shopping. That was just too damn surreal. Fong Jian glanced at them and smiled. I'm heading out today to buy an instrument. He turned to Mr. Sid. Do you know where to find the finest flutes in Milan? Instruments are the lifeblood of every musician. Especially for wind players, their instruments are personal treasures. Others rarely get to touch them. In fact, aside from pianos, even cellists treat their instruments as personal possessions. Pianos, however, are simply too heavy. Unless one possesses a personal storage space, no one could possibly carry one around. Even Fong Jian didn't possess such a space, let alone anyone else. Therefore, if Fong Jian wanted to substitute for Clifford on the flute, he'd have to procure one himself. A flute? Wang Donglian asked in surprise. Brother Fong, what do you need a flute for? Fong Jian smiled. Tonight during the performance, I'll only sing 10 songs. Mr. Clifford will fill the remaining time. Oh, right. He can't play the flute while singing, Wang Donglian realized. But didn't we try out a substitute these past few days? Fong Jian shook his head. No, that substitute isn't quite up to Mr. Clifford's standard. That's why I want to step in. The girls exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with confusion. You want to step in? Brother Fong, no, Master Fong, do you even know what you're saying? The flute isn't piano, nor is it singing, it's a whole new instrument. How exactly do you plan to take over? Luan Wani cautiously asked, Brother Fong, can you even play the flute? The others were all wondering if all the flattery these past few days had gone to Brother Fong's head. Fong Jian chuckled dryly. Of course I can. When did you learn? Luan Wani asked in surprise. Just these past few days, Fong Jian replied honestly. In his mind, he added, last night. These past few days? The others exchanged puzzled glances. Where on earth had Brother Fong learned to play the flute these past few days? Fong Jian smiled and said, I've been rehearsing at the opera house these past few days. I watched Mr. Clifford play the flute every day. It's simple, you just watch and learn. Oh my god. Buddha, no wait, we're in Italy, god. The girls wailed in unison. This is simple? You can pick it up just by watching. Luckily, they were all friends here. Otherwise, if the flutist had heard Fong Jian say that, he might have been tempted to punch someone. Mr. Fong, I've already contacted the music store. Shall we head out now? Sid approached with a broad smile. He couldn't understand a word of Chinese and had been contacting the music store earlier. Fong Jian waved his hand dismissively. Let's go pick out a flute. The others had no choice but to get into the car. The only one dissatisfied was still Jean Tao. Wasn't the plan to go shopping? Why were they suddenly at a music store? Is this even shopping? Soon, the group arrived at the music store. This was Milan's largest music store, where every instrument needed for the symphony orchestra could be purchased. Fang Jian browsed casually, even spotting some instruments exclusive to China. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly his country had truly grown powerful. In the past, it was all about cultural imports, but with the rise of national power, it had now become cultural exports. Sid knew many people here. As he entered, a man weighing at least 220 pounds approached him, giving him a hearty hug. "Mr. Fuller, you'll never guess who I've brought with me today," Sid said with a broad grin. Fuller glanced at Fang Jian and the others. "And these gentlemen are?" Sid pointed at Fang Jian and said, "You're an opera buff, you must have gotten tickets to La Scala tonight." "Ah. So this is the mysterious Eastern singer performing tonight?" Fuller exclaimed in surprise. "That's right, but keep it down." Sid shot him a glare. "Mr. Fang doesn't want to cause a scene." "Ah, okay, no problem." Sid turned to Mr. Fang. "He's the owner here, and Milan's largest musical instrument dealer." Fang Jian greeted him and said, "Mr. Fuller, I'd like to purchase a flute. Could you show me around?" "Certainly." Fuller eyed Fang Jian curiously before leading him into a soundproof booth. For ordinary customers, Fuller wouldn't bother to attend to them personally. Even with Sid bringing a guest, he'd initially planned to give the bare minimum of attention. But upon learning Fang Jian was tonight's lead at La Scala, Fuller stubbornly stuck around, refusing to budge no matter how much Fuller tried to shoo him away. True to his role as the boss, a single command from him brought over 100 flutes into the rehearsal room. Fang Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a bit too enthusiastic. It made him feel awkward not to buy one. Fang Jian picked up a flute, first testing its weight, then carefully examining its exterior. Early flutes were crafted from ebony or coconut wood, while modern ones predominantly use metal such as standard nickel-silver alloy or professional-grade silver alloy. Traditional wooden flutes produce a round, warm, and delicate tone with a softer volume, while metal flutes offer a brighter and more expansive sound. In modern performance, metal flutes are almost universally preferred. Within the same orchestra, it's best for flutists to choose instruments of the same model. Therefore, Fang Jian only selected from among metal flutes. Moments later, he picked up a flute. After wiping it with alcohol, he placed it to his lips. Purchasing an instrument is an essential process. Only by playing it could one determine the quality of its tone. Luan Wani and the other girls felt slightly nervous. This seemed to be Fang Jian's first time playing the flute. Would he produce some strange, off-key sounds? Then, everyone heard. But everyone, including Sid and Fuller, stared wide-eyed. Though not musicians themselves, they'd spent years in the music scene and possessed discerning ears that rivaled those of professional musicians. But to produce such a sound on a flute, what technique was that? It seemed like the first time they'd ever encountered it. Chapter 172, The Treatment of a Great Musician. Luan Wani and the other girls covered their faces with their hands. If they could, they would have wished they weren't there. Fang Jian gave a slightly awkward smile. His first real-life flute performance had required a bit too much force. He composed himself and brought it to his lips once more. Wang Donglian nearly leapt forward to grab Fang Jian. But glancing at Sid and Fuller, she couldn't bring herself to do it. "Ah, never mind. Brother Fang is a musician. Musicians do things on a whim sometimes, and it's perfectly normal for them to make people laugh and cry at the same time. A musician who follows the rules and never causes trouble is definitely not a good musician." At that moment, 1,000 thoughts raced through Wang Donglian's mind. After Brother Fang finished playing, what excuse could she possibly use to cover her tracks? Then, as Wang Donglian agonized over this, a beautiful melody began to flow from the flute. The Hungarian Pastoral Fantasy. This was a quintessential flute piece. Back in their days at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, Wang Donglian and her peers had heard it hundreds of times. Any professional flutist with a few years of experience could play it. Of course, while the piece appeared simple, playing it well and with feeling was incredibly difficult. Therefore, performers without a certain level of skill would never choose this piece. Ha! In the audience, aside from Jean Tao who understood music as well as a fish understands flying, everyone else's expression shifted slightly. Was this the piece Fang Jian played? But his earlier demeanor had been that of a complete novice. How could he start playing so suddenly? Oh, and to be honest, this level of skill isn't exactly impressive. It sounded awkward and unpolished, like the work of a beginner. If anyone else had played like that, Sid and Fuller would have walked out long ago. But because it was Fang Jian playing, they had all the patience in the world. Yet soon, they couldn't help but blink, and the frequency grew faster and faster. Strange, wasn't Mr. Fang playing at a beginner's level? But why did it now sound like he wasn't a beginner at all? Like he'd left the newbie village and possessed the skill level of a seasoned amateur? Oh, wait, no. That pitch? That's professional level stuff. While he certainly couldn't make it to La Scala Opera House, he could probably manage in some small bands. Ha? No, still not quite right. This level, it seems to be improving. Is there something wrong with my ears, or has my discernment gone haywire? Both of these successful figures in the music world looked utterly bewildered. Because the flute sound they were hearing now had surpassed their expectations. This was truly the sound of a virtuoso. Within just a few short minutes, they had heard flute playing at different levels. From a complete novice, to a diligent beginner, to a graduate-level professional, culminating in a performance worthy of a master. If Fang Jian had started with masterful skill from the very beginning, they would have admired him, but they certainly wouldn't have been so deeply moved. Yet within such a short span, there was this earth-shattering transformation. Any normal person would find it strange and awe-inspiring. Fang Jian set down the flute in his hand, shook his head slightly, then picked up another one. After wiping it with alcohol, he began to play. Sid and the others held their breath, their hearts screaming. Would they have to endure that feeling of starting from scratch all over again? But as the flute's melody filled the air, their worries dissolved. Thankfully, Mr. Fang Jian maintained his masterful skill, sparing their ears from another ordeal. This time, Fang Jian stopped after only a few moments. Then, he played through all 30-plus flutes he had initially selected. Such a picky customer was never welcomed by shop owners. Yet Fuller showed not the slightest impatience. Instead, he instructed his staff to fetch another 10 or so flutes. After testing each one, Fang Jian finally settled on one. A good flute boils down to several key aspects: a beautiful tone, ample volume, quality materials and craftsmanship, an aesthetically pleasing overall design, and most importantly, a comfortable feel in the hands. The one Fang Jian selected. Perhaps it wasn't the absolute best, but when he played it, the tone was bright without being harsh, soft without being hollow, resonant without sounding empty, and full of power. As for the material, it featured uniformly fine, smooth grain, with all components fitting together perfectly, a testament to exceptional craftsmanship. When played, the instrument felt perfectly balanced in proportion. Of course, the most important factor, the feel in his hands, was the primary reason Fang Jian chose it. This flute was the one that suited Fang Jian best. For him, when playing, the flute produced a sharp, responsive tone that was easy to control, offering an exceptionally comfortable feel. Having made up his mind, Fang Jian focused his attention and began to play. Previously, he had played a full piece only when testing the first flute. For all the other flutes he tested, he had only played a few notes. But now, a more beautiful melody flowed from the flute. Moments later, Fuller's eyes suddenly widened as he murmured, "Bach's Grand Polish Dance." This was an extremely challenging flute piece, one that even principal flutists in most orchestras would hesitate to take on. Its difficulty lies in both physical stamina and mastery of classical repertoire. This piece held a unique charm among flute repertoire, renowned for its dazzling cadenzas and virtuosic melodies. It was one of the most frequently featured works in flute competitions and concerts. It could be said that performing such a piece is the ultimate test distinguishing ordinary professional players from master-level virtuosos. Only a true virtuoso would dare attempt it. Yet as they listened in silence for a moment, each felt a sense of awe. If this is the standard, damn it, you can already play pieces at the level of a principal flutist in a major orchestra. Then what were those initial things? Were they ghostly whispers? Great musician, playing with people like this, is there any justice left in the world? The piece lasted over 10 minutes. When Fang Jian finished playing, thunderous applause erupted suddenly. Everyone paused in surprise, only then realizing the practice room door had been left open, allowing the sound to carry outside. Outside, employees and customers had gathered at the entrance, blocking the doorway, and were now applauding enthusiastically. Sid's expression shifted slightly as he shot Fuller a meaningful glance. Fuller hurried outside. Moments later, he returned after calming the customers and closing the practice room door. With the door shut, Fang Jian immediately met the utterly peculiar stares of the crowd. Among them, the four girls' expressions were the most indignant. "You say you just learned the flute? Is lying really that fun?" Fang Jian chuckled. "Sorry about that. I actually learned the flute a long time ago, but I haven't touched it in ages. So I was a bit rusty at first." "Rust?" Sid and the others didn't believe a word of it, but they kept their doubts to themselves, nearly nodding repeatedly. "You're the boss, whatever you say goes." Holding the flute, Fang Jian asked, "Mr. Fuller, how much is this instrument?" Flute prices varied widely from a few hundred yuan for basic models to platinum flutes fetching $187,000 at auction. Of course, that was due to its association with a famous user. Fuller hesitated before replying, "Esteemed Mr. Fang, whatever instrument you require, I can provide it to you free of charge. My only request is that you permit me to publicly announce that your instruments were supplied by me. Is that acceptable?" Fang Jian smiled. "What if I need a piano?" Fuller replied without hesitation, "Rest assured, the finest instrument available, whatever catches your eye, will be delivered to your residence." Luan Wani and the other girls exchanged glances. Their hearts brimmed with envy. This, they realized, was the treatment reserved for great musicians. Chapter 173, The Incarnation of God. After selecting the flute, the group arrived at Scala after lunch. Yet today, the atmosphere here seemed unusually somber. On the rehearsal stage, Claire Ladin informed Fang Jian that tonight's debut performance was one of La Scala's most crucial events. This year's success was non-negotiable. Thus, everyone felt a weight upon them. La Scala Opera House possessed a long and distinguished history. Never before had an Asian singer been entrusted with such a leading role here. Even for La Scala, allowing Fang Jian to perform was a bold experiment and daring challenge. Of course, they recognized Fang Jian's talent, otherwise, they wouldn't have even considered it. Now, seeing Fang Jian walk onto the stage carrying a long, rectangular box, everyone was somewhat surprised. Domini asked, "Fang, what is that?" "A flute." "A flute?" "Yes." Fang Jian opened the case, took out the newly purchased flute, and explained, "Mr. Clifford will also be singing during tonight's performance. While he sings, I'll accompany him on the flute." On stage, the others exchanged bewildered glances, clearly at a loss. They were all musicians, and they were all stubborn people. In their lifetimes, almost everyone had done something unreliable. But something this reckless? This was a first for them. Claire Ladine and the other two leading performers exchanged particularly strange glances. Dominia turned and glared at Clifford. Clifford looked utterly innocent. They all assumed Fong Jian had seen Clifford singing and playing the flute, which was why he had such an idea. But the problem was, Clifford genuinely possessed that level of skill. In his youth, Clifford's earliest musical training was in the flute. It wasn't until after age 10 that his talent as a tenor was gradually discovered, leading him to switch paths. Yet over the years, his flute skills had never faltered. Did you really think just any singer could pick up a flute and play it? Yet, seeing Fong Jian so enthusiastic, they couldn't bring themselves to dissuade him. They feared it might dampen his spirits. And when it comes to tenor singing, emotional state is absolutely crucial. The quality of that emotion can make a world of difference in the vocal performance. Ahem, how about this, let's rehearse first. Donimia exchanged a knowing glance with the others. After all, Fong Jian was a singer himself, possessing an exceptionally keen sensitivity to music. Perhaps upon hearing the ensemble effect of his flute with the orchestra, he might voluntarily withdraw. Claire Ladine nodded reluctantly. Alright, let's perform an excerpt from La Traviata. Fong, you'll take on the role of principal flute. With that, she nodded toward the principal flutist. The principal flutist understood the implication immediately. This arrangement was designed to make Fong Jian acutely aware of his shortcomings. After all, even Clifford wasn't the principal flutist when he played. Fong Jian nodded vigorously, feeling quite pleased. Being trusted so deeply by others was naturally a cause for joy. As for whether the principal flutist was pleased, that was the last thing on Fong Jian's mind. Because this person was a foreigner. And the number of foreigners Fong Jian actually remembered was quite limited. Begin. Claire Ladine gently waved her baton. The music of La Traviata began to play, soon reaching the flute section. Then, Claire Ladine, mid-conducting, froze. She shot a furious glance at the orchestra's concertmaster. Damn it, didn't I tell you to play it down? Huh? His eyes widened in shock. He wasn't alone, everyone else in the orchestra wore the same expression of utter disbelief. The flute player wasn't the orchestra's principal at all. It was Fong Jian. But as they listened to the melodious flute notes, their expressions changed. This sound. Damn it, this seemed even more outstanding than the principal players. Such expressiveness, such phrasing, such vibrato. Good heavens, with this level of skill, she could even perform as a soloist. Clifford was undoubtedly the most astonished of them all. His mouth fell open, and he felt a pang of disappointment. After hearing Fong Jian's voice, he knew this was a level he could never hope to reach in his lifetime. There was no way around it. The raw talent was undeniable. Even if he killed himself trying, he couldn't match it. It was like how Usain Bolt could run a 9.58-second 100-meter dash, but no matter how hard others pushed themselves, they simply couldn't match that speed. Still, before this moment, Clifford could console himself. At the very least, my flute playing surpasses Fong Jian's. It had reached the level of a professional performer. As for Fong Jian's piano skills, Clifford automatically ignored that. But now, he suddenly realized that, in flute playing, he himself was actually far inferior. In that moment, the look he gave Fong Jian truly held something different. It was a profound sense of sorrow for himself. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. Dominia spoke slowly. Clifford, don't you think it's our good fortune to have been born in the same era as him and to have the privilege of performing alongside him? Clifford paused, his gaze meeting Dominia's. Finally, he understood. Yes. Before Fong Jian's emergence, Dominia had been the piano pillar of Scala. But after Fong Jian arrived, Dominia willingly took on the role of accompanist. Whether performing four-hand piano pieces or accompanying the violin, it was always the same. So, could his heart truly remain so calm? At that moment, Clifford finally understood his friend's meaning. Then, when he turned his head and looked at Fong Jian again, his gaze had become clear. In that moment, his gaze held no trace of jealousy, only profound reverence as if beholding a god. For musicians of this era, perhaps Fong's emergence was a tragedy, but it was also a blessing. In this very moment, Fong was nothing less than the incarnation of God in his heart. Fong Jian finished his solo, paused, and only then noticed the expressions around him. For during the performance, Fong Jian had been utterly absorbed in the music. Even if something earth-shattering occurred, he would finish his performance first. His gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, and a look of confusion crossed his own. Claire Ladine tapped the instrument's surface and said, Fong, start again. Though puzzled by the conductor's request, Fong Jian nodded without hesitation. Within the orchestra, the conductor was the true core. Whether during rehearsals or performances, no one dared defy his will. Though not a professional performer, Fong Jian possessed basic professional ethics. This time, everything proceeded smoothly. Soon, the flute melody began to play. Led by Fong Jian's flute, everyone performed with near-perfect precision. Unbeknownst to him, he had actually taken the place of the principal flutist. This was something even Clifford himself dared not dream of. Below, the audience watching the rehearsal murmured among themselves, each face betraying an unmistakable look of surprise and delight. Except for Luan Wani and others who had known all along and were mentally prepared. Even the Scala administrators were witnessing Fong Jian's flute playing at such perfection for the very first time. In that moment, they couldn't help but feel like celebrating early. Of course, Fong Jian and Clifford would only perform 2 or 3 songs at most, and even then, they were holding back. It was only when the evening performance officially began that they would give their all and truly captivate the entire city. Chapter 174, A Festival for Opera Lovers. Night fell. But for opera lovers in Milan today, it was now their time to celebrate. Opera had extremely strict rules. Once the curtain rose, no one was permitted to enter. This rule applied to everyone, regardless of status. Therefore, people began arriving early today. As for the night ticket office at the Opera House's main entrance, it had long since displayed a sold-out sign. Yet even this couldn't deter the fiery passion of opera enthusiasts who still flocked here. They held euros in their hands, hoping to purchase tickets for that evening's performance. Yet even with inflated prices, few managed to secure tickets. This time, the Opera House enforced a strict identity verification system for ticket sales. Consequently, scalpers had very few tickets available, and even those they did possess had long been sold out through various channels. Luan Wani and her companions entered the Opera House and took their seats in a first-floor box. These tickets had been specially arranged for Fang Jian by the Opera House. Opera House tickets varied significantly in price depending on the viewing location. Typically, prices ranged from 5 to 200 euros. However, given tonight's extraordinary popularity, ticket prices were bound to skyrocket. This, however, had nothing to do with Fang Jian. As a guest performer, he was guaranteed payment through the arrangements of his agent, Wang Donglian. But Fang Jian didn't care about this income, having already declared publicly. No matter how much Wang Donglian earned after taxes, he would spend it all on this European tour. It was compensation for the girls accompanying him for such a long time. The girls certainly wouldn't care about the amount. But they couldn't be more satisfied with Fang Jian's attitude. Even before the money was in hand, they were already planning and discussing how to spend it. Finally, the moment arrived. Amidst thunderous applause, the massive curtain slowly parted to reveal the stage. Though this was not an opera performance but merely a concert, it was captivating enough. Every audience member could see tonight's program lineup and performance order on the screens before them. The first act, however, was not the most anticipated piece, A Happy Day. Yet no one felt surprised or puzzled by this. Because they had all seen it. On the set list, the final song was A Happy Day. Claire Latin stepped onto the conductor's podium, bowed slightly to the audience, and received a round of applause. Then, Fang Jian, dressed in formal attire, emerged from backstage. The moment Fang Jian appeared, the hall erupted in applause once more. But the most enthusiastic applause came from the top balcony. As for the audience below, although they had all come to hear Fang Jian sing, they had never heard him perform live before. His rise to fame in opera had only happened in the past few days, so they remained relatively reserved. Claire Ladine raised her baton. Melodious music slowly filled the air. Fang Jian bowed his head slightly, gathering his emotions. Then, he slowly began to sing. Nes sundier ma. Nes sundier ma. Tupier, o principes sa, nella tua for distanza. Gur dialstel lechatrima nota meritus brand za. Male Miami Starecchio soimi il no minion sun sepra. Nessun dorma. The aria Nessun dorma from the opera Turandot. The moment the song began, countless audience members instinctively covered their mouths with their hands. They seemed afraid that any unintentional sound they might make would disturb this exquisite melody. This song is a very famous piece. The dramatic backdrop is the scene where the Tartar Prince Caliph challenges Princess Turandot to guess his identity. This aria is a defiance against darkness and cruelty. In the end, Caliph emerges victorious, using the power of love to dissolve Turandot's hatred. In Fang Jian's voice, everyone heard a sound imbued with boundless power. That voice seemed to infect every person present. Unconsciously, their minds became intensely focused, as if a fiery flame had been ignited within their bodies, burning them to the point of boiling over. Idal mio batius aegliaril silenzio chatafamia. His name shall never be known, and alas, we must die. Dilegua, anat. Tramontate, stel. Tramontate, stel. At dawn I shall conquer. 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 As the final line was sung, thunderous applause erupted throughout the opera house. Claire Latin gazed at Fang Jian, her face beaming with joy. Although Fang Jian had already performed on stage once before, tonight marked his true debut performance. Therefore, everyone, including Claire Ladine, still harbored a hint of apprehension. But now, no one worried anymore. They all knew tonight would be a resounding success. Next came the second song, Wandering Moon, followed by the third, Women Are Changeable. After 3 songs in a row, the entire audience was electrified. Some of the older audience members even felt as though they had traveled through time, witnessing the world's greatest tenor from the 1970s. Of the world-famous 3 tenors, only Pavarotti was Italian. Domingo and Carreras were both Spanish. Pavarotti was Italy's national treasure and the pride of all Italians in that era. Yet since his passing, Italians have never found another figure quite like him. Now, listening to these songs, they feel as if the great tenor has been resurrected. It was an incredibly magical feeling, bringing tears to the eyes of the older fans. After 3 songs, Fang Jian stepped back and gestured toward the flute piece. Clifford set down his flute and stepped forward. The audience wasn't surprised, as the program clearly listed the sequence. This interlude was Clifford's moment to shine. Yet, at that very moment, a small stir rippled through the crowd. For they saw that Fang Jian hadn't left the stage. Instead, he approached the flute piece and retrieved a flute from a new case. Good heavens! It turned out that Fang Jian, like Clifford, was both a singer and a flutist. This was a tremendous surprise, and many gasped in astonishment. Up in the top balcony, Ericsson's eyes widened in astonishment. He and his opera-loving friends exchanged bewildered glances. This mysterious singer from the East was also an exceptional flutist? Hey, Ericsson, didn't you say Fang was an outstanding pianist? How did he become a flutist? Erickson shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know either, but you all saw that interview too. It said Fong was a piano master even admired by Dominica. Man, these guys will make up any damn lie for fame. We should go smash that newspaper office later. A certain blonde beauty was now inexplicably trembling slightly. Chapter 175, Unprecedented Cheers. In a private box below the stage, another stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty stood utterly speechless. From the very first second Fong Jian appeared, her gaze had been locked onto his figure, never wavering. Taylor Edith was a renowned television host in Milan. She had long heard rumors of an enigmatic Eastern singer, said to rival Italy's national treasure Pavarotti, performing tonight. She had secured tickets well in advance. As a prominent Milanese figure, she could still secure opera house tickets through special channels. But she never imagined that this mysterious Eastern singer would be none other than the athletic figure she had encountered at her hotel. So it was him. Edith's eyes glowed faintly. She had already been captivated by him, and now, in this moment, after hearing that soul-stirring voice that seemed to reach the deepest recesses of her heart, she could no longer hold back. Clifford received applause after performing La Dame aux Camélias. But anyone could tell that the applause he received was nowhere near comparable to what Fong Jian had earned. The gap between them was as stark as the difference in their singing abilities. Still, Clifford had already adjusted his mindset and no longer pursued such comparisons. The performances continued, one song after another. Yet unbeknownst to anyone, as Fong Jian sang, he was constantly drawing upon his own emotions, creating an indescribable resonance with the fervor permeating the audience and fellow performers. To be honest, Fong Jian didn't have a particularly deep understanding of Western opera. As a pure Eastern man, there was still a huge gap in values between him and Westerners. Therefore, many things hailed as classics in the West simply eluded his comprehension. This is precisely why, despite his technical prowess surpassing Pavarotti's, his emotional depth in performance always fell slightly short. Yet, as the performance progressed, Fong Jian's emotions underwent repeated adjustments. More crucially, tonight's audience at La Scala wasn't just over 1,000, it was a full house of more than 3,600. The emotions of so many people, propelled by the relentless flow of song, gradually surged toward a climax. Through Fong Jian's deliberate immersion and coordination, his own emotions were finally stirred. His feelings seemed to be in a state of agitation, yearning to be urgently released. Now, it was his turn to take the stage once more. This was his ninth song of the evening, O mio babino caro. The aria O Sol Mio is an excerpt from the opera Tosca, sung by Cavaradossi in the death row cell as he writes his farewell letter to Tosca before heading to the execution ground. Its virtuosic lyricism, raw emotion, and recitative passages all make it a timeless classic. I luz van l'Estelle, et o la zava la terra. Stridi Alessio dell'Orto, un passasvia Ravalerina. Enter, fragrant. In my arms, fragrant. In that moment, the audience seemed to glimpse stars twinkling outside the window, their thoughts drifting to their dearest loved ones. Inexplicably, waves of emotion surged through them, as if returning to a time of sweet happiness. But the melody abruptly shifted. Oh! Doli I baci, o languid carez. Mentri of Fremont. The beauty of the form melts away. Svana per semper il sogno mio d'amor. A profound sense of sorrow and despair surged within him. His shattered dreams felt like he was walking toward the executioner's block. Regret washed over me at the thought of losing my beloved Tosca and my own life, a tide of grief and anger surging forth. Claire Ladine, who was conducting, revealed a look of surprise in her eyes. He had once told Fong Jian that in singing, though his technique and raw talent surpassed any singer he knew, yet in conveying emotion, Fong Jian always seemed to fall slightly short. But as he listened to these lines, he was astonished to discover that Fong Jian's singing was filled with an overwhelming intensity of emotion. At that moment, even he was deeply moved. His waving arms grew even more vigorous. As if only by doing so could he resonate with the overflowing emotion. All instruments played together, everyone giving their all to push this aria toward its climax. The moment the aria ended, the world seemed to fall suddenly silent. Then, over 3,600 audience members erupted involuntarily into thunderous applause. Typically, audiences do not applaud before a piece is fully performed. But in this instant, everyone was swept away. They couldn't help themselves. Thus, that deafening applause instantly filled the entire venue. In the upper balcony, everyone rose to their feet, clapping while silently wiping the corners of their eyes. Claire Ladine did not continue conducting. Instead, she held the baton between her little finger and thumb, then clapped softly. In that moment, he too was deeply moved. Such a moment when a performance is abruptly halted midway by the audience's applause is rare even in a singer's lifetime. And this was no musical wasteland. This was a musical paradise, Milan's La Scala Opera House. Such an occurrence was all the more extraordinary. Fong Jian silently turned away, his face flushed with emotion. He had poured his heart and soul into this performance. The effect was so profound it surpassed even his own expectations. No cheers, only the purest applause. It lasted a full 5 minutes before gradually subsiding at Claire Ladine's signal. Only then did the second half of the song begin to play. Iora fugita, muo disparado. Muo disparado. Inon ha amato me tanto la vita. Tanto la vita. As the song concluded, the audience in the square hall rose to their feet. Fiery applause and cheers erupted throughout the theater. Only now did they unleash their pent-up emotions without restraint. Even though they knew the performance wasn't over yet, Fong Jian still had to perform his most iconic piece, the 9 C major notes. Yet they could not contain their surging emotions. This round of applause lasted even longer, leaving even the highly experienced conductor Claire Ledine struggling to control the scene. Fortunately, the audience consisted of musicians or music enthusiasts. After a brief release, they gradually settled back into their seats, awaiting the final classic song. The music began, and Fong Jian sang with passion. After the thrilling 9 high CS of the aria concluded, the entire opera house finally erupted into a sea of joy. This time, although Fong Jian and the others were well prepared, the audience's fervor still left them feeling utterly helpless. After 3 curtain calls, they returned for an encore. Surprisingly, the audience's applause showed no sign of weakening. Not a single person left their seats. Thus, an unprecedented scene unfolded at La Scala that night. 9 curtain calls and 3 encores. Fong Jian's fame spread across the world with this performance. Chapter 176, Taking Stocks, Dancing with Wolves. The following evening, Fong Jian boarded a flight to Austria. After yesterday's concert, the overwhelming frenzy had left Fong Jian feeling overwhelmed. Seeing those glaring at him, as if they wanted to devour him alive, he wisely chose to make a quick exit. Fortunately, he had left quickly. Upon returning to his hotel, he found a video message from Robert. Though the fans had dispersed, they had completely surrounded the Scala. They hoped to get up close and personal with the mysterious singer from the East. It was winter now, but the fervent fans seemed oblivious to the biting cold. Joe Nader personally stepped forward, swearing that Fong Jian had returned to the hotel early to rest due to exhaustion and was not at the opera house. He also announced that Mr. Fong Jian would perform an additional show 1 week later. Only upon hearing this did the fans reluctantly depart. But from that moment on, Joe Nader found himself in a happy predicament. For in Milan, those with the privilege to book tickets for him had flooded his phone lines. No, it wasn't just Milan. After the buzz that night, a new phone number had found its way into the hands of affluent fans across Europe. The very first thing Joe Nadler did after that night was to mobilize every resource to lobby and persuade Fong Jian to consider adding another performance. Any terms were negotiable, provided he agreed to return. And this was only the first venue. That night, as Fong Jian's agent, Wang Donglian's phone never stopped ringing. The constant calls kept her awake all night. It wasn't just her. Luan Wani and Chi Yue were deeply affected too, having spent the entire day listening to calls alongside her. Of course, given how hyped up they were that night, sleep was hardly an option anyway. In short, offers poured in from the Vienna State Opera, the Metropolitan Opera in New York, the Opera Nationale de Paris, the Amazon Opera House in Brazil, the Royal Opera House in the UK, the Oslo Opera House in Norway, the Bolshoi Theatre in Moscow, the Bayreuth Festival Theatre in Germany, the Chicago Lyric Opera in the US, the Teatro Olimpico in Italy, the Sydney Opera House in Australia, and even the Guangzhou Opera House in China. Even the Guangzhou Opera House in China made inquiries. Their request was singular: to invite the mysterious singer from the East to perform. As for the terms, ask for whatever you want. Amidst this fervor, Fong Jian could only make a hasty retreat. Wearing a tall hat and mask, Fong Jian passed through security and left the airport. Everything went smoothly, and for now, no one had discovered his identity. In truth, though everyone in the music industry knew a mysterious singer from the East had risen to unstoppable prominence, but no one could have imagined that this singer had actually left the eye of the storm and traveled alone to Austria. Austria covers an area of 83,858 square kilometers. It is an inland country in southern Central Europe. It borders Slovakia and Hungary to the east, Slovenia and Italy to the south, Switzerland and Liechtenstein to the west, and Germany and the Czech Republic to the north. Mountains cover 70% of the country's territory. The Eastern Alps traverse the entire nation from west to east. The entire country's population is less than 10 million. Within China, a single city like Hangzhou has a larger population than the entire country of Austria. Thus, the mountainous regions here can be described as sparsely populated. The foreigner who made the deal with Fong Jian hid the goods on a farm in Tyrol. Fong Jian rented a car in Vienna and set off, traversing mountains and rivers to reach Tyrol. Thanks to his vivid memory, he quickly located the abandoned farmhouse. Here, deep within the mountains, the area was virtually deserted. In truth, this phenomenon of urbanization isn't unique to China, it's a global trend. After all, major cities concentrate vast resources, while mountainous regions offer harsh, austere conditions. Those with even modest skills rarely choose to stay there. Thus, when the elderly in the mountain villages pass away, the settlements there naturally fall into disuse. Parking his car outside the farmstead, Fong Jian strolled inside. The farmstead, neglected and unmaintained, had fallen into utter disrepair. As Fong Jian walked in, he even heard the distant howls of wild beasts. Wolves? Were there wolves in Austria? But then again, with all these mountains around, encountering a few wolves in an uninhabited area wouldn't be surprising. Unfortunately, Fong Jian didn't have a gun license. Otherwise, carrying a few firearms would have made him feel much safer. Martial arts were good, but guns were better. His various special forces skills hadn't been learned in vain. After circling the farmhouse, Fong Jian easily located his target. It was a box buried in the basement. However, due to the collapsed structure, gaining access to the basement required considerable effort on Fong Jian's part. After finally extracting the crate, its exterior was already covered in dust. Yet upon opening it, Fong Jian discovered the contents inside were remarkably well preserved. Then again, it made sense after all. These were bearer bonds worth $10 million. And that was $10 million from 10 years ago. Anyone holding such a sum would naturally take every precaution to keep it safe. Fong Jian had come prepared. He took out a new briefcase and placed all the documents and certificates inside.
As for the box itself, he discarded it on the spot. Afterward, Fang Jian returned to his car, started the engine, and headed toward the mountain exit.
However, halfway through the drive, several gunshots suddenly rang out ahead. Fang Jian immediately stopped the car. Could he be encountering robbers?
Though Fang Jian wasn't afraid, he certainly wasn't about to charge in like a fool. Yet, after a moment, he realized he might have misunderstood. Accompanying the gunfire were the howls of wild wolves, and not just one.
A hint of amusement flashed across Fang Jian's face. In a foreign land, he'd stumbled upon a standoff between humans and wolves? Damn, even movies wouldn't dare portray something like this.
After all, this was the information age, not the steam age. Still, after a moment's thought, Fang Jian drove the car over. The distant roar of the engine carried toward them. Then, Fang Jian heard someone shouting through a megaphone, "Watch out!
There's a pack of wolves up ahead. Get out and fight together. It'll be fine once dawn breaks." Sure enough, a cluster of small campfires flickered along the narrow road.
2 cars were parked beside the fires, and several people armed with guns seemed to be keeping a careful watch.
Fang Jian slowed down and drove toward the bonfires.
Encountering unfamiliar strangers at night naturally called for caution. But when they faced the same enemy, a pack of wild wolves, the distance between people instantly closed.
As Fang Jian drove, he distinctly sensed wild wolves running near the vehicle.
However, these wolves had likely seen cars before and knew their teeth were no match for the metal, so they did not attack. Soon, Fang Jian arrived at the campfire and jumped out of the vehicle. His gaze swept over the scene, taking in everyone present. There were 5 men here. 2 middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s, 2 teenage boys around 16 or 17, and 1 boy who might not even be 10 years old. Outside the vehicle, 4 men and the older boys each held rifles. They fired shots into the air from time to time. The young boy, however, stood tense, clutching a knife. Fang Jian strongly suspected that the knife was more likely to end up in his own hands than in the jaws of a wild wolf. Inside the car, there were still people.
Fang Jian guessed it was probably a woman.
"Hey, buddy, got a gun?" a burly white man bellowed.
Chapter 177, 1 shot, 1 kill.
This was German. In Austria, over 90% of the population speaks German.
"No, I'm just a tourist. I didn't bring a gun," Fang Jian answered honestly.
In truth, he didn't even have a gun license, making it impossible for him to carry firearms. "Oh, this is absolutely terrible," one of the men complained.
"Buddy, one of our vehicles broke down. Could our people ride in your car to get the hell out of this place?"
Only then did Fang Jian realize why these people, who clearly had cars, were still tangled up with these wild wolves in this place.
"Sure, how many of you are there?" "We." Fang Jian's expression suddenly shifted slightly, then he spun around.
His left foot slammed down hard on the ground. The shoe on that foot seemed to have been crushed by the foot of the Hulk.
It cracked open with a loud snap. Beneath Fang Jian's foot, veins bulged prominently, turning faintly dark. With that single stomp, a small dent appeared in the ground.
Yet propelled by the sheer force of that stomp, Fang Jian's body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Then, his other foot lashed out with a fierce kick.
This kick narrowly grazed the knife-wielding boy's body, striking toward his rear. Thud!
A piercing scream erupted as a dark figure was sent flying by the kick.
"Maxi!"
a man shouted, charging forward with a gun drawn.
Fang Jian had already scooped up the stunned, bewildered child and leapt to the fire pit. The man reached Fang Jian's side and fired a shot in that direction. His body trembled slightly as he said, "Hey, buddy, thanks." When Fang Jian suddenly acted, the others hadn't had time to react. But human vision is always much faster than action. So they still saw Fang Jian kick the wild wolf attacking from behind into the air, protecting the little boy. In that moment, they felt genuine gratitude toward Fang Jian, even letting go of the initial wariness and caution they'd felt upon seeing the stranger. "Damn wild wolves. I'll hunt every last one of them down."
A young man stepped forward, took the boy from Fang Jian's arms, and comforted him. "Maxi, don't be afraid.
I'm here." Fang Jian smiled faintly and asked, "You want to wipe out the wolf pack?"
Of course, the young man replied without hesitation.
"May I borrow your rifle?" Fang Jian asked amicably.
Had this been before he saved the boy, the other man would never have agreed and would likely be wary of him. But at that moment, looking at Fang Jian's calm face, devoid of any trace of worry, the young man hesitated for a moment before immediately handing over the gun he was carrying. The 2 men exchanged glances.
One opened his mouth but ultimately closed it, saying nothing. Fang Jian took the gun and examined it. 41 Hong Kong dollars? Now that's a rare find.
The 41 Hong Kong dollars was the first semi-automatic assault rifle produced by HK in the 1960s. It was actually the civilian version of the G3 automatic rifle, predating even the 91 Hong Kong dollars sold in the United States in the late 1970s.
However, due to extremely low production numbers, very few examples remain today. If it weren't for Brother Wu Jiangwo's ability to transform within that space, Fang Jian might not have recognized it at all. Both men paused, their gaze toward Fang Jian shifting noticeably.
In this world, many people can wield rifles.
Especially in Europe, America, and Africa, where firearms are practically ubiquitous. But those who could name the 41 Hong Kong dollars offhand? Not so many. Many people confuse it with the HKG-41. Fang Jian inspected the bullets, then stood up. He gazed into the distance.
Though the night obscured the wild wolves' exact positions, their howls echoing from all directions proved these creatures hadn't given up.
Fang Jian glanced at the few pieces of wood nearby.
Heaven only knew why these people had prepared such things. But since they were there, that was good enough. He reached out, grabbed a piece of wood, and lit it.
Hey, he said, what's your name? The half-grown boy clutching Maxie replied, my name is Morton. Morton Darcy. This is my brother, Maxie Darcy. Alright, Mr. Morton Darcy. Now I need you to throw this burning log in that direction. Throw it with all your might. Got it? Morton glanced at the two men, then nodded firmly. Alright. He took the burning wood and hurled it with all his might toward the direction where the wild wolves were howling the loudest. The flame streaked through the air, and everyone immediately spotted at least 5 wild wolves prowling in that direction. Bang! 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 Almost the instant the flames illuminated the wolves, Fang Jian fired 5 shots in rapid succession. The interval between each shot was less than a second. The moment the flaming would finally hit the ground, everyone witnessed the 5 wild wolves in that direction all collapse to the ground. Their bodies seemed struck by some force, collapsing backward and never rising again. Oh my god. Sharpshooter. Several people exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with astonishment. Fang Jian smiled with satisfaction. After mastering the art of channeling energy, this was his first time firing in actual combat. Had his opponents been Special Forces soldiers, they would have instinctively dodged at the first gunshot. Then, Fang Jian's subsequent shots might not have been effective. But his target was a wild wolf. No matter how formidable, wild wolves remained mere beasts. Once humans developed firearms, these beasts would never again stand a chance against mankind. Brave Mr. Morton Darcy, could you continue throwing flares in other directions for me? Yes. Morton exclaimed excitedly. The two burly men exchanged glances. Truthfully, they were eager to assist as well. After all, they were strong and sturdy, far more powerful than the slender, 16 or 17-year-old Morton, capable of throwing farther. But after glancing at Fang Jian, they clamped their mouths shut. Better not to cross this sharpshooter. Morton was now brimming with excitement, his initial fear completely vanished. He lit several more pieces of wood and hurled them in different directions. Within 10 minutes, the howls of wild wolves had completely faded from their surroundings. The two men exchanged glances. One of them said, thanks, buddy. Fang Jian handed the rifle back to Morton. You're welcome. Though the others now had guns in their hands. But at this distance, even if they were holding pistols, let alone rifles, Fang Jian had nothing to fear. Beyond 7 paces, firearms reigned supreme. Within 7 paces. 1 punch to kill. No, buddy, you should keep the gun, one of the men said. Wait until daylight to give it to Morton. Fang Jian paused, then laughed. What? Not leaving? The man shook his head. Now that the wolf threat is gone, we'd be better off staying put. Driving at night isn't the wisest choice. Fang Jian smiled faintly and glanced at the 2 vehicles. The doors opened, revealing 3 women and a little girl seated inside. Stay put, Fang Jian instructed. Hold out in the cars overnight. Who knows what else might lurk here besides wolves? The men considered this and nodded in agreement. They decided to leave 2 men to guard the campfire, taking turns resting. The rest returned to their vehicles. Fang Jian naturally had no objection. But when he returned to the vehicle, he found both Morton and Maxie had followed him. Seeing the eager looks in their eyes, Fang Jian sighed helplessly. Get in. The 2 young lads let out excited shrieks and hopped into Fang Jian's vehicle. Chapter 178, he shot 14 wolves with 13 bullets. The next day, as the sun peeked over the distant mountain range, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even Fang Jian felt it. Though he had learned martial arts from Master Li Shuwen and marksmanship from brother Wu Jiangwo, this was, after all, his first time in actual combat. He may have appeared calmer than anyone else. But deep down, his thoughts were, I'm scared out of my wits. How did we end up facing wild wolves? If not for the 2 families confronting the wild wolves ahead, Fang Jian might have already driven off, who knows where. Once the sun rose and they were certain no further danger loomed, the women in the car also got out. By then, Fang Jian had learned from the 2 little ones. They were 2 families, and this trip was camping. Hearing this, Fang Jian felt an overwhelming urge to beat the crap out of those 2 men. Camping is one thing, but camping in the middle of a pack of wild wolves? And they brought their entire extended family along. Honestly, when foreigners get stupid, their IQ levels are beyond comprehension. This wasn't some designated camping area, yet their car broke down midway through crossing it. After spending the entire afternoon trying to fix it, they still couldn't get it running. And one car simply couldn't fit all those people. They had no choice but to stay the night here, but they never expected to encounter wild wolves. If it weren't for Fang Jian, their situation would have been dire. At the very least, 10-year-old Maxie probably wouldn't have survived. 2 burly men went over to inspect the wild wolves. 14 wolves lay dead in total, 13 of them shot. But one more after examining it, they all looked at each other in horror. This wild wolf had been kicked to death by Fang Jian. Such strength was utterly unbelievable. After all, even a bear wouldn't necessarily kill a wolf with a single swipe of its paw. So, was this Eastern man's kick more powerful than a bear's paw? Fang Jian got out of the car. They looked at his feet, and one of them said, "Buddy, your feet." Fang Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, "I exerted a bit too much force yesterday. A pair of shoes got ruined. Martial arts are great in every way except for one thing. They wear out shoes too quickly." A man approached. "My name is Bartlett Darcy. This is my good friend Berkeley Heyman. The child you saved is my son. Please allow me to express my deepest gratitude." Fang Jian chuckled. "No need for thanks." He reached out and ruffled Maxie's hair. The little guy says there's plenty of food in your car. Ah, of course. Just a moment. The women also got out of the car and began preparing breakfast together. Both families had originally planned to travel and camp, so they were naturally well prepared. Soon, a hearty breakfast was ready. While eating, Fong Jian glanced at the stranded vehicle and asked, "What are your plans now? Could a few of us ride in your car while we tow ours back to the nearest city?" Bartlett said. "There's no way we can fix it out here on the road." "Alright, this might be the best solution." Fong Jian knew that when towing a vehicle, it was best to have only the driver in the towed car. That person would be responsible for applying the brakes. As for the others, they'd have to transfer to his own vehicle. Since he'd run into them, Fong Jian naturally didn't mind lending a hand. And honestly, those two kids were pretty clingy, but they weren't annoying either. Soon, they were all on the road. They didn't ask about Fong Jian's background, for after witnessing that miraculous marksmanship, each harbored countless speculations, too intimidated to even ask. After several hours of bumpy travel, they finally reached the nearest small town. The two men finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fong Jian, who had been driving the whole way, was about to get out when Morton called out from inside the car, "Fong, wait a moment." "Ha?" Morton jumped out and jogged into a nearby store. He soon returned, holding a pair of boots in his hands. "Fong, try these on. See if they fit." Seeing the panting Mortlon, Fong Jian felt a warm glow in his heart. He slipped them on, and they fit surprisingly well. This kid's observational skills are pretty sharp. Naturally, the small town had a repair shop, and Mr. Bullock took the car there for repairs. Bartlett approached, laughing heartily. "Mate, we're in the clear now. I'm buying you a drink." Fong Jian shook his head slightly. "Sorry, I have business to attend to. I might have to leave soon and can't stay here." No sooner had he spoken than he felt his sleeve tighten. He turned to see little Maxie tugging at his sleeve, gazing up at him with wide eyes. Fong Jian thought for a moment and smiled. "Alright, I'll stay one night. But only one night. I really do have business to attend to." Bartlett nodded emphatically. "Understood, Mr. Fong. Rest assured, we won't stand in your way of completing your mission." "Mission?" Fong Jian froze, puzzled by the implication. But then Bartlett immediately clamped his mouth shut, looking mortified at his slip of the tongue. Fong Jian's lips twitched slightly. "Damn it, this is exactly why I dislike foreigners. I have no idea what kind of nonsense goes on in their heads." He turned to look at little Maxie, beaming with delight. Human cubs really are adorable. Whether Eastern or Western. He'd met the ladies of both families and their daughters. But Fong Jian kept a respectful distance from them, instead growing quite close to Morton and little Maxie. No wonder seeing the gleam in the eyes of that 20-something Berkeley daughter made Fong Jian feel a chill and back away. Whether in looks or figure, this girl fell far short of that shameless blonde-haired, blue-eyed Italian woman. Naturally, Fong Jian had no interest whatsoever. That evening, led by Bartlett, the three men entered the town's only bar. As for Morton and little Maxie, though reluctant, they were too young and had to stay with their mother at the hotel. Though they weren't locals, a few beers could break down any barrier. After a few beers, Bartlett opened up to the group. The conversation naturally turned to their recent encounter with wild wolves. The townspeople complained that the number of wild wolves had increased, posing a threat to humans. It was time to organize another hunt to wipe them out. They congratulated Bartlett and his companions on escaping the wolves' jaws. Bartlett slurred his words as he pointed at Fong Jian. "Hey, it's all thanks to this guy here. He's a sharpshooter, every shot hits the mark, and every shot kills a wolf." "Yeah, 13 shots, 14 wolves down," Berkeley boomed from the side. The bar fell silent for a moment before erupting in laughter. People always like to brag when they're drunk. This tendency knows no geographical bounds. Hearing about the Bartlett families being surrounded by wolves, they still felt some concern. But then they heard a joke. No sane person could possibly believe it. "Hey, buddy, how could 13 shots kill 14 wolves? Did you miscount? Shouldn't it be 130 shots to kill 4 wolves, right?" "Nope, 13 shots killed 14 wolves." Berkeley slammed his hand on the table and shouted. One wolf was kicked to death by Fong Yijiao. He stood up, swaying as he mimed a kicking stance. But having had quite a bit to drink, his feet were unsteady, and he nearly stumbled. Instantly, another wave of wild laughter erupted. Chapter 179, My Kick is Deadly. The roaring laughter in the bar held little malice. After all, when drunk, many people spout nonsense and talk rubbish. Regulars who frequented bars knew this well. But this guy's story was just too far-fetched. 13 bullets to kill 13 wolves? Did he really think those wild wolves were wooden statues? And even if they were fake wolves, just standing there for you to shoot, you wouldn't necessarily hit every single one. And kicking a wolf to death with one blow. That's not bragging, it's pure fantasy. Berkeley flew into a rage. "You don't believe me? I swear it's true." The crowd's laughter grew louder. A burly man, over 6 feet tall and weighing over 220 pounds, stood up. He whistled loudly and said, "Hey, Oriental darling, come on, try kicking me right here." He pointed at his chest, his jiggling belly shaking with laughter. Then the entire bar joined in the jeering. "Kick it! Kick it! Kick it! If you don't kick him, you're a coward." Foul language poured unrestrainedly from some mouths. Bartlett and Berkeley, though somewhat inebriated, broke out in a cold sweat at the sight of this commotion. "Fong, don't act impulsively," Bartlett hurriedly said. "They're people, not wolves." Watching Fong Jian dispatch wolves as easily as chickens, they knew this mysterious Eastern man was extremely dangerous. But the patrons in this bar were mostly ordinary folk. If Fong Jian really kicked out,
They dared not imagine the consequences.
Fang Jian smiled faintly, patting his shoulder and saying, "Relax, I'm not drunk."
Indeed, though he consumed quite a bit, he still maintained control over his drinking. Since taking up martial arts, he dared not get drunk lightly. Otherwise, if he were to lose control and strike someone while intoxicated, it could spell serious trouble. Master Li Shuwen had repeatedly emphasized this point before teaching him martial arts. So he still possessed this level of self-control. Truthfully, if certain individuals hadn't spoken so viciously, he wouldn't have bothered with them at all. Setting down his wine cup, Fang Jian stood up and walked over to the burly man. There were 5 men at the burly man's table. The one who had spoken the most viciously earlier, the one who had started cursing first, was also the most aggressive among them. Seeing Fang Jian approach, the 5 showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, they all laughed. Observing their flushed faces and gleaming eyes, radiating boundless energy with nowhere to vent as if they were itching for a fight, Fang Jian knew reason was futile with these men. But what good is martial arts training? The greatest use of martial arts was to make lunatics think twice before refusing to reason calmly with you. Fang Jian looked at the burly man and said, "You want me to kick you? That's right, baby, kick right here." The burly man puffed out his chest. The other 4 burst into unrestrained laughter, even whistling in approval. Fang Jian smiled faintly and turned his gaze toward a section in the bar's corner. The bar's decor was nothing special, but that corner was different. Here, fitness equipment was arranged alongside a massive punching bag. That punching bag was twice as big as the ones Fang Jian had seen at Juntao Boxing Gym. Fang Jian recognized this type of bag. It was custom-made and quite expensive. Turning his gaze back to the owner seated at the bar, he felt even more certain. The owner stood around 1.9 meters tall, with an extremely imposing physique. The rock-hard muscles on his shoulders were nearly as thick as an average person's calf. He sat there silently, watching the crowd's playful commotion, seemingly unconcerned. This must be an owner with considerable martial prowess, someone who could command the entire place. Fang Jian turned and walked toward the owner. The 5 men at that table saw him coming, and their whistles grew louder. Laughter erupted from the other tables as well. Fang Jian approached the counter and said, "Boss, aren't you afraid we'll start a fight?" The burly owner replied coldly, "No problem. Just pay for the damages afterward." Fang Jian chuckled wryly. "What if we can't afford to pay?" The owner chuckled, "That won't happen. Around here, no one dares to stiff me." Fang Jian nodded slightly, then suddenly pointed at the punching bag. "Boss, can I kick it?" The owner froze. "What? My kicks are too powerful. I could kill someone," Fang Jian said with a grin. "I'll kick the sandbag first. If he still wants to die, I'll grant him his wish." The owner stared silently at Fang Jian, his brow furrowing slightly. Truth be told, Fang Jian's physique was exceptionally formidable for an Asian man. But surrounded by a group of Western giants, it meant little. There was nothing to be done about it. It was simply the difference between 2 distinct ethnicities. Fang Jian couldn't do anything about it. After a moment, the boss slowly said, "Go ahead, but be careful not to hurt yourself." Fang Jian gave a slight smile and walked toward the small area. His exchange with the owner had drawn everyone's attention. Every head in the bar turned toward them. Fortunately, this was the kind of relaxed, purely drinking bar common abroad, no pulsing music blaring, no resident singers performing. Otherwise, the patrons drinking here would never have noticed the conflict unfolding. Fang Jian reached the corner, crouched down, untied his shoelaces, and slipped off his shoes. People froze, noticing his peculiar action, though few laughed. "Hey, Oriental guy, what are you up to?" the owner bellowed. "You planning to kick that sandbag barefoot? This thing's custom made and heavy, you'll hurt yourself." Fang Jian turned, nodded his thanks, and replied, "Boss, I told you my feet are heavy." With that, he turned his gaze forward and suddenly stomped his foot down. At that moment, Fang Jian's heart surged with energy, adrenaline flooding his system as blood rushed instantly to his feet. Veins bulged violently on his feet, and his skin darkened. This was the terrifying effect of blood and energy stagnating to a critical level in an instant. The moment he stomped, the floorboards beneath his foot shattered. The sturdy flooring couldn't withstand the force of his impact. Fang Jian, however, harnessed the rebound force of that impact, propelling his body upward in a sudden surge. At that moment, his speed was blindingly fast, his momentum utterly overwhelming. To everyone watching, it was not a man charging forward, but a bull. A furious, bloodshot-eyed beast. Within Chinese martial arts, there exist numerous techniques characterized by fierce and aggressive combat styles, with Baguazhang standing out as one of the most formidable. But Fang Jian employed none of these techniques this time. He charged straight ahead at the fastest speed, with the most fierce and powerful force. What is the strongest force? The simplest, most direct force is the strongest. If Fang Jian were facing a human or an animal, he might have held back slightly, saving energy for subsequent maneuvers. But against an immobile punching bag? Could the sandbag possibly dodge or strike back? Fang Jian lifted his leg to his chest and kicked forward. Thud! The instant Fang Jian's foot made contact with the sandbag, his immense chi and blood power erupted completely. True to its custom-made nature, the sandbag's exterior of white cloth and cowhide was incredibly resilient. Yet beneath its single strike, the tough cowhide seemed to transform into fragile paper. Rip! Fang Jian had kicked the sandbag clean through. Not only that, but the immense impact force combined with the sandbag's weight transmitted upward to the hanging ring. The entire ruptured sandbag tore free from the ring. No, it ripped the ring right off the ceiling. Then, the entire sandbag flew toward the rear wall, slamming heavily into it. Sand swirled everywhere, instantly obscuring that small corner. Chapter 180, The Piano Master in the Tavern.
The bar fell completely silent. Thud. A sudden noise broke the silence. Everyone turned to see a patron, startled, had dropped his glass, shattering it on the floor. Fang Jian slowly walked back, brushed the dust off his feet, and began putting on his socks and shoes. When he had taken off his shoes earlier, there had been murmurs among the crowd. But now, not a single voice stirred. Fang Jian finished dressing his feet, walked up to the owner, pointed at the defiantly challenging burly man, and said, "Charge the damage to their tab." The owner nodded blankly. "Of course. Thanks." Fang Jian nodded, then turned and walked back to the banquet table. Yet wherever he passed, the surrounding voices instantly grew quieter. As for the burly man's table, they had turned into 5 cowering quails, not daring to utter a single word. Bartlett and Berkeley had been watching with wide-eyed astonishment. Only after Fang Jian had settled back into his seat did they finally let out excited shouts. Though clearly much older than Fang Jian, the alcohol and excitement had transformed them into 2 big kids. The surrounding noise gradually grew louder. Under the influence of alcohol and the charged atmosphere, people's courage swelled far beyond their usual limits. Kung Fu. That's Kung Fu. I know, it's Chinese Kung Fu. I've seen it in movies. One patron mimicked the movements of a nunchaku, humming along with the sound. Wrong. He's using his legs, that's Korean Jeet Kune Do. Idiot, Korea has taekwondo. Wrong again. It's judo? For those living the good life? Karate, it's karate. No, Kung Fu. Definitely Eastern Dragon Kung Fu. Fang Jian listened to the arguments echoing near and far, finding it rather amusing. German was the common language here, though some still spoke English and French. Europe truly was a melting pot that saying held no exaggeration. As for their speculations, Fang Jian couldn't care less. Suddenly, the bartender approached, carrying a bottle of liquor. Fang Jian paused. The bartender respectfully said, "Sir, this is the owner's special reserve. It's on the house." He turned to look at the burly owner, who raised his glass in a distant toast. Fang Jian smiled, uncorked the bottle before him, poured first for Bartlett and Berkeley, then poured himself a little. The 3 of them raised their glasses together in a distant toast to the owner. As for the 5 who had provoked the burly man's table, they had long since paid their bill and slunk away amid a chorus of laughter. Having witnessed the power of that kick, any sane person knew exactly what to do. They too feared Fang Jian's retribution, so they hurried away. It was unlikely they'd return before Fang Jian and his group left town. The bar doors suddenly swung open as a tall, gaunt man with graying hair stepped inside. Many in the bar broke into smiles upon seeing him, calling out, "Hey, big musician! Play us a tune, and drinks are on me." The man turned his head, revealing a scruffy face covered in a thick beard. What puzzled Fang Jian, however, was a faint sense of familiarity emanating from this man. His gaze fell upon the man's hands, and suddenly it all clicked. Those were the slender fingers of a pianist. Sure enough, the man waved toward the voices and headed toward the center of the bar. In the center of the bar stood a piano. The piano was quite old, and no one knew who had placed it there. Now, the man walked up to the piano, lifted the lid, and sat down. The moment Fang Jian saw his movements, he knew this person's skill level couldn't be too shabby. At the very least, he should be on par with those girls like Luan Wani. Don't underestimate those girls. Though they seemed timid and hesitant in front of the big shots, in reality, they were professionals who had studied for over a decade. There's a significant gap between professional training and mere hobbyist skill. It was just that Fang Jian's skill level was higher, so merely observing their movements allowed him to make a fairly accurate assessment. Sure enough, the next moment, a beautiful melody flowed from the piano. Fang Jian paused, his gaze instinctively turning toward the sound. The piece was none other than Prokofiev's Piano Concerto No. 2. In G minor, Op. 16. This piece was notoriously difficult, characterized by relentless rhythmic hammering and a succession of dissonant chords. Executing it flawlessly was beyond the reach of most performers. After listening for just a moment, Fang Jian realized he had misjudged the situation. This person's piano skills. How to put it? Compared to himself, who had studied under Beethoven and several masters for so many years, there might still be a slight gap. But compared to Dominia, one of La Scala's pillars, a pianist and violinist, he was in no way inferior. In fact, in certain nuances of interpretation, he was even more masterful. Listening to his performance, one gets the overall impression of effortless mastery. That is truly remarkable. As for Luan Wani and the others, Fang Jian truly couldn't bear to compare the two sides. It's like pitting a karaoke Mike Hogg against Mr. Pavarotti in a high-note battle. The spectacle would surely be a joy to behold. Amidst such exquisite piano melodies, even the bustling bar seemed to grow quieter. Finally, as the piece concluded, many cheered loudly. The man who had spoken earlier shouted, "Get him a whiskey, charge it to my tab." The owner mixed a whiskey and had it sent over. The man took the glass and sat down at the bar. He sipped slowly, eyes slightly narrowed, savoring the fine spirit. But Fang Jian couldn't help but notice something. He seemed slightly out of place amidst the lively atmosphere here. Curious, Fang Jian signaled to the 2 men beside him, then took his glass and walked over to the bar as well. "Hey, here's to you," Fang Jian said, raising his glass. The man glanced at Fang Jian, his gaze momentarily frozen, seemingly puzzled as to why someone would approach him for a drink. The bar owner remarked, "The Oriental guy? He's been coming here for half a month now. Every day, he plays one song, drinks one glass of wine, and never speaks to anyone." Fang Jian paused, surprised. "You don't know his name?" "No idea," the bar owner shrugged. "I never pry into my customers' private affairs." Fang Jian had to admit the owner was a man of principle. He glanced at the man, who had long since turned his head away, showing no intention of acknowledging Fang Jian. After a moment's thought, Fang Jian asked, "Boss, I'd like to play a tune too. Is that okay?" The owner hesitated before replying, "Oriental man, here's the deal. If you play poorly and get kicked out, no hitting anyone, got it? Some people get so drunk they can't even remember their own names. If one of them went on a drunken rampage and made a racket on the piano, it would be an absolute disaster. That's why the piano was placed here. Anyone confident enough could play it. But if you play badly, the whole place will jeer at you, and you'll be too embarrassed to stay." But the owner feared that if Fang Jian played poorly and got booed, his anger and embarrassment could lead to trouble. The owner was confident he could handle anyone else, but when it came to Fang Jian, though he wasn't as strong as the boss, the mere thought of that kick sent a chill down the boss's spine. Ah, one's life comes first, after all. Fang Jian smiled. "Don't worry. If my playing doesn't satisfy you, I'll leave immediately." With that, he walked over to the piano and sat down. Fang Jian was the center of attention here. As he sat down at the piano, everyone felt a sense of awe. Wasn't he a martial arts master? How could he also play such a refined instrument as the piano? Chapter 181, Vienna's Treasure. The moment Fang Jian sat down, his mind settled into complete tranquility. This was a habit cultivated over years under Beethoven's guidance. A true pianist, when seated before the piano, inhabits a world where only the piano exists. And just now, Fang Jian had sensed precisely that quality emanating from that man. He reached out and gently pressed his fingers upon the piano keys. Then, a simple yet deeply emotional and cheerful melody flowed forth from beneath the keys. The bar fell silent once more. Everyone turned in astonishment, their faces etched with indescribable surprise. If the one playing the piano at that moment had been the man who looked like a vagrant, no one present would have been surprised. After all, he had been playing here for half a month. Though many had tried to strike up a conversation during those 2 weeks, none had succeeded. After playing a piece and drinking a cup, he would leave punctually, never acknowledging anyone. Faced with such indifference, no one could do anything. But now, the one playing the piano was that Eastern man. The terrifying Eastern man who had kicked a specially made sandbag so hard it burst and flew away. And now, they all believed it. This Eastern man truly possessed the strength to kick a wolf to death with a single blow. In everyone's mind, this Eastern man was a brute of immense strength. But this brute could actually play the piano? And to be honest, though they didn't know what tune Fang Jian was playing, it didn't stop them from finding the melody utterly captivating. After hearing this melody, they felt emotionally stirred and profoundly happy. Even a fool could tell this man's piano skills were exceptional, truly exceptional. The vagrant had risen to his feet at some point. He turned to look at Fang Jian, his bewildered eyes brimming with undisguised delight. Of course, it wasn't the pianist he admired, but the melody itself, the melody that had stirred his soul. Before he knew it, he had walked over to the piano and stood silently gazing at the keys. His hands moved in rhythm, utterly immersed in the moment. Even the wine glass on the counter was forgotten by him. Soon, Fang Jian finished playing the piece. The vagrant opened his mouth and asked, "What's this piece called?" "Sea of Flowers." "A Sea of Flowers? What a beautiful name, it fits perfectly," the vagrant remarked. "I've never heard this piece before. Who composed it?" "Me," Fang Jian declared without a hint of modesty. This was the umpteenth time he'd plagiarized someone else's work. At first, he'd felt a twinge of guilt. But now it had become second nature. Even a lie detector couldn't catch him in a lie. "You?" The expression on the vagrant's face matched Fang Jian's expectations almost perfectly. Surprise mingled with delight. Only, there was no trace of doubt. Of course, had he heard Fang Jian's performance beforehand, he probably wouldn't have believed it. "Hello, my name is Smedley Ebel. Might I have the honor of knowing yours?" "Fang Jian, from the Eastern Dragon." "Oh, I never imagined the land of the Eastern Dragon would produce such an outstanding musician as you," Smedley exclaimed excitedly. Fang Jian smiled faintly and replied, "In my country, there are many musicians like me." "Is that so? I must visit someday." Smedley nodded emphatically, then asked, "Mr. Fang, may I offer you a drink?" "Smedley, you're Smedley." Suddenly, someone called out. The bar fell silent for a moment before the crowd began to stir. Smedley turned, waved to the people in the bar, and said, "I'm buying my friend a drink. Don't disturb us." The crowd quickly settled down, but Fang Jian noticed more people turning their gaze toward them, some with visibly excited expressions. Fang Jian frowned slightly and asked, "You are?" Smedley shrugged his shoulders. "My apologies. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a pianist and a member of the Vienna Music Association. Perhaps because I perform frequently with the association, I've gained a bit of recognition. Mr. Smedley is a regular at Vienna's Golden Hall and the Music Association's principal pianist," someone in the bar called out loudly. Fang Jian finally understood. No wonder the revelation of this man's identity had drawn so much attention. It was akin to a celebrity being recognized on the street back home. Except in Vienna, there was the renowned Golden Hall. The musical atmosphere here was far more vibrant than back home. Therefore, Smedley's popularity was in no way inferior to that of the so-called domestic celebrities, those lacking in acting skills and singing off-key who were merely popular for their looks. Had Smedley not made it clear he didn't want to be disturbed, people would likely be rushing up for autographs right now. "Fang, let's have a drink. I'd like to discuss that piece we just played." Smedley's eyes sparkled with intensity, all trace of confusion vanished. Fang Jian smiled faintly. What else could it be but fate to encounter such a musical master in a small-town tavern? Seeing Fang agree, Smedley pulled him toward the bar. "Boss, give me your finest whiskey." He patted his pocket awkwardly. "I didn't bring cash, but I promise someone will deliver payment." "No need," the burly proprietor replied, his face already breaking into a broad grin. It was impressive how such a muscular visage could manage such a smile. "Mr. Smedley, might I have the honor of offering our Austrian pianist a bottle?" The bartender produced a distinctive bottle. "This is a 10-year-old Russian whiskey from my personal collection. It's on the house." Smedley's eyes lit up as he examined the bottle. "Thank you." He took the bottle, poured 3 glasses, offered one to the owner, and raised his own in a toast. Fang Jian chuckled softly, raised his glass, and took a sip. He wasn't particularly sensitive to the quality of alcohol. He simply thought this particular whiskey tasted quite good. The owner was quite perceptive. After sharing a drink with them, he actually began proactively maintaining order, allowing Fang Jian and Smedley to converse privately. Fang Jian pulled out his phone and searched for information. He quickly found Smedley's name. Sure enough, the profile was remarkably detailed. Austria's foremost pianist, hailed as the jewel of the Golden Hall. Glancing at the man's photo, Fang Jian couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder he'd been staying here for half a month without anyone recognizing him. The man in the photo was an elegant, clean-shaven middle-aged gentleman. Yet the man sitting before him looked like a scruffy vagrant. Especially with that thick beard covering most of his face. If anyone could recognize him like this, that would be a miracle. Of course, judging by his piano skills and facial structure, it did match up. No wonder he was recognized the moment he mentioned his name. After conversing with him for a moment, Fang Jian felt overwhelmed. After all, he wasn't formally trained. Playing the piano was no problem, but when it came to composition, that was like talking at cross purposes. After downing a glass of wine, Fang Jian took the initiative. "Mr. Smedley, what brings you here under a false name?" A bitter expression flashed across Smedley's face. "I want to compose a piano piece, but I'm suffering from writer's block. So I came off for a walk, hoping something might spark my inspiration." Chapter 182, The Man Wandering in Search of Inspiration. Inspiration dried up? Fang Jian paused, then understood what he meant. Being a musician isn't just about singing or playing an instrument. True musicians, beyond possessing superior technique, all have their signature works. It was like authorship. A renowned writer inevitably had one or more super hit works. Even if fellow musicians haven't heard these works, they'll at least recognize their titles. But for musicians, composing a song isn't actually that difficult. After all, a song is fundamentally just a stack of musical notes. Yet crafting a piece brimming with power and emotion is an entirely different challenge. In this world, the piano emerged from nothingness. Over such a long span of time, those who could be called pianists were as numerous as fish crossing the river. Yet how many truly leave their mark in history, instantly recognized whenever their name is mentioned? And how many composers have works that are recognized as world-renowned masterpieces? How many can there be? They are as rare as hen's teeth, no more than that. If this is the case for pianists, how many among the countless individuals who have played the piano and possess a certain level of musical accomplishment can achieve such recognition? What musician doesn't harbor such a dream? For an accomplished pianist like Smedley, perhaps his sole purpose lies in composing piano pieces that rival the world's greatest classics, hoping to secure his place in history. Nodding slightly, Fang Jian asked, "Mr. Smedley, have you found inspiration yet?" Smedley chuckled softly. "Not before I began playing tonight. But now, I feel a spark of inspiration." Fang Jian chuckled softly. "Actually, I've composed over a dozen pieces. If you're interested, I could play them for you." Smedley immediately burst into hearty laughter, his unrestrained chuckles sounding almost childlike. Fang Jian returned to the piano and began playing once more. This time, he didn't pause, but played one piece after another, showcasing every composition he had ever performed. After all, these pieces had already been recorded and were about to be released. Fang Jian had nothing to hide. Smedley listened with rapt attention, sometimes closing his eyes in pure enjoyment, sometimes unable to resist moving his hands and feet to the rhythm. Such wild behavior, if displayed by an ordinary person, would surely have someone throw him out as a drunkard. But after learning his identity, everyone watched from afar, their eyes filled with envy. Such tolerance and understanding seemed to be a unique label attached to artists. As long as they are renowned masters, the world acknowledges their artistry and maintains an extraordinary tolerance for their various misdeeds. Of course, this refers to the absolute pinnacle of artists. They all possess a vast body of widely acclaimed works, enjoying global renown. Rather than those pretty boys and girls who sell nothing but their personas, the kind whose careers crumble the moment their image is shattered. So when everyone saw Smedley's deranged state, their expressions were all perfectly matter of fact. Fang Jian, who was playing the piano nearby, couldn't help but inwardly scoff. He was certain that if he were in such a state, these people wouldn't dare stop him either. But instead of standing around watching, they'd be running as far away as possible. When Fang Jian finished his performance, Smedley grabbed his hand without hesitation and asked, "Fang, did you compose all these pieces?" "Yes," Fang Jian replied, his expression unchanged. "Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Fang, you are the greatest musician I have ever encountered. You should record these pieces and release them to every corner of the world." Fang Jian smiled faintly. "Actually, these pieces have already been recorded. They'll be released in due time." "Where did you record them? Who's handling the release?" "I can help you get a recommendation," Smedley offered without hesitation. "Milan. Charlotte Sid is handling the release." "Oh, that guy." Smedley thought for a moment. "He's a vampire. You need to be careful. Don't let him take advantage of you too much. Fong Jian chuckled. Don't worry. He wouldn't dare. Fong Jian possessed this confidence naturally, and it didn't stem from his martial prowess. The greater Fong Jian's value became, the less likely Sid would try to pull any tricks. Short-sighted people might make a quick buck, but they'd never build anything substantial. Fong Jian trusted Robert's judgment. Smedley spoke with some urgency. Fong, I think I've got some ideas now. Give me half a day, no, a full day. Is that okay? Fong Jian understood perfectly. He pulled out his phone. Let's exchange contacts. I can wait a day for you. But only one day. Absolutely. Thank you. The two exchanged numbers. Smedley then addressed the owner. Treat everyone to a round on me. I'll have the bill sent over. All right, the owner bellowed. Everyone, Mr. Smedley is buying us all around. Give him a cheer. Woohoo! The bar erupted in a roar of cheers. After Smedley left, Fong Jian didn't linger either and soon departed. Early the next morning, after finishing his workout, Fong Jian returned to the town hotel. Little Maxie immediately pounced on him. Uncle Fong. Fong Jian scooped him up, lifted him high, and spun him around in the air, making him laugh heartily. Uncle Fong, Morton approached, his face flushed slightly. Little Maxie could call him uncle without hesitation, but at Morton's age, it felt a bit awkward. Hey, brave little warrior, what's up? Fong Jian asked with a smile. Morton gathered his courage and asked, Uncle Fong, everyone says you know Mr. Smedley? Fong Jian paused, then laughed. Yes, I do. Why? Mr. Smedley is our idol. Could you get us a few autographed photos? Morton's expression was tense. Fong Jian chuckled. Shouldn't be a problem. Other things were uncertain, but a few autographed photos? Smedley probably wouldn't refuse. Great. Morton squealed. 10? Could I get 10? What do you need so many for? Fong Jian asked in surprise. Everyone in my family, and Sister Aisha's family too, they all want their own signed photo, Morton pleaded, his eyes brimming with hope. Fong Jian naturally wouldn't refuse. Alright, he agreed with a smile. When Fong Jian entered the hotel, he discovered the two men who'd been drinking with him yesterday were still sleeping like logs. But Fong Jian wasn't surprised. Their wild behavior was actually a way to relieve stress. After all, when they encountered the wild wolves that day, it wasn't the women and children who bore the greatest pressure, it was those two adult men. Getting thoroughly drunk once they reached safety was actually a good thing for them. Soon after, Fong Jian noticed that the town seemed to have suddenly filled with outsiders. Several of them were clearly journalists. As for their purpose, there was no doubt it was undoubtedly Smedley. That evening, Fong Jian's phone rang. After asking for his address, Smedley burst in like a whirlwind and declared, Fong, come back to Vienna with me. Fong Jian looked at the flustered Smedley, utterly bewildered. I've composed a piece, but there's no decent piano here. I have one at my place, come over. A good piece? For some inexplicable reason, Fong Jian felt a stir of interest. Chapter 183, Fong the Evil Tavern Melody. Thanks to Fong Jian's introduction, Smedley, who had been sporting a full beard, regained his handsome appearance and was neatly groomed. Then, he dined with the Mortons and the little Maxies. Photos were taken, autographs signed. Afterward, Fong Jian took his leave from the two families. As he departed, Smedley promised to send them tickets to his concert at the Golden Hall. Though everyone knew this promise was made solely because of Fong Jian. Little Maxie and the others were still overjoyed. Only, when Fong Jian and Smedley departed, little Maxie clung to them reluctantly, nearly in tears. Half a day later, Fong Jian drove back to Vienna. Of course, there was one more person in the car. Smedley spoke passionately in the car, sharing his insights. He insisted that this creative work wasn't solely his own, but the result of their joint efforts. Though Fong Jian vehemently denied it, Smedley sullenly declared he would never plagiarize another's work. Seeing Smedley's hair and eyebrows practically standing on end, Fong Jian wisely chose not to argue further. Smedley's home was situated beside an artificial lake in Vienna. It was a stunning villa. As Fong Jian's car pulled up beside it, someone was already waiting. Oh my god, Smedley, you're finally back. The middle-aged man lunged forward like a rabid dog pouncing on its prey. Watching his speed and attitude, if the man hadn't called out Smedley's name and seen the embarrassed look on Smedley's face, his foot might have already kicked out. Fong, let me introduce you. This is my agent, Climas Don. Cremas, this is the piano virtuoso I told you about from the tavern. Together, we composed an exquisitely beautiful piano piece. Smedley gestured wildly. I intend to name this composition. He paused, then turned to Fong. Fong, what do you think we should call it? Fong Jian froze, his gaze turning slightly strange. Smedley, I think it'd be best if you played it first. Ah, right. Play it. Play it. Smedley fumbled in his pocket, then called out, Cremas, open the door. Climas looked utterly exasperated as he opened the door. May I ask who you are? Hello, I'm Fong Jian from the Eastern Dragon. I happened to meet Mr. Smedley in town. We both share a passion for piano, so you understand. Ah, yes, I understand. Climas sighed. Sorry, Smedley's just like that. Even though he's over 40, he's still practically a child when it comes to daily life. It's a headache. He added with a hint of resentment, this time, he just up and left suddenly for his work, without a word. And he won't answer my calls or give me his address. Watching Climas, who looked like he could bite his teeth to dust, Fong Jian couldn't help but chuckle. As the agent for someone as impulsive as Smedley, one could imagine how frustrating it must be on a daily basis. The most eye-catching feature in the villa was a massive grand piano. Fang Jian's gaze lingered on it, knowing this instrument must be worth a fortune.
But to Fang Jian, it was merely a sum of money, something he didn't care about.
Climus had been watching Fang Jian's expression closely.
Seeing his utter nonchalance, he couldn't help but inwardly marvel.
Soon, Smedley lifted the piano lid.
Without a word, he began to play. Elegant melodies danced through the hall, each exquisite note seeming to come alive, flowing around them.
As for Fang Jian, well,
Climus served as Smedley's agent not only because he excelled at managing financial matters, but also because he was deeply immersed in the music world himself. Therefore, his discernment was no less refined than that of many pianists. Of course, it was impossible to pluck the strings. At that moment, listening to the flowing melody, he too wore a look of inexplicable delight.
This piece was entirely new and utterly beautiful. However, its style seemed to represent a significant departure from the pieces Smedley had composed before.
Glancing at Fang Jian, he finally believed that this piece had been composed by the two of them together.
When the piece ended, Smedley lifted his head and exclaimed excitedly, "What do you think?"
His expression was like that of a child who had just shown off his most prized toy to his friends and was now waiting for their admiring compliments.
Krimas responded without hesitation, "Good. Excellent. Absolutely perfect." Fang Jian remained silent, deep in thought.
He could feel the emotion contained within the piece. It was truly beautiful. Yet, for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that it lacked a certain power. A certain force to truly move the heart. A melody suddenly flashed through his mind. It was a passage Chopin had once played during a gathering of 5 great pianists.
Though not a completed piece, Fang Jian had committed it to memory.
For some reason, he felt that incorporating this melody into Smedley's composition would make it perfect. No, it was more than that. Only by doing so could the composition truly become flawless.
"Fang, what do you think?" Smedley asked, a hint of unease in his voice.
Although Climus had shown great enthusiasm for the piece, it was clear that Smedley cared little about his agent's opinion. Only Fang Jian's opinion mattered to him.
Fang Jian thought for a moment before replying, "Let me give it a try." Seeing him step forward, Smedley immediately stepped aside. Krimas, watching from the side, felt his eyelids twitch.
This piano was Smedley's cherished possession. He even insisted on cleaning it himself. Tuning it was something he absolutely refused to entrust to anyone else. Even when friends from the music world visited, he wouldn't let them touch it lightly. It was, quite simply, his pride and joy, his most cherished possession. Yet now, he was willingly giving up his seat, his eager expression making it hard for Climus to adjust. Fang Jian sat down, paused for a moment, then began to play.
The moment that melody surfaced, Smedley's body instantly tensed. His lips twitched slightly as he murmured incoherently, as if possessed. He had once again slipped into a frenzied state. Yet both Fang Jian and Climus seemed utterly accustomed to this.
When the melody concluded, the look in Smedley's eyes as he regarded Fang Jian had changed.
Moments later, he sat down, played a passage himself, and asked, "What do you think?" Fang Jian raised his eyebrows slightly and replied, "It's very good."
He had come to fully appreciate Smedley's skill.
Fang Jian himself could only play a single melody by Chopin.
Yet in mere moments, Smedley had seamlessly woven that melody into the song. To say nothing else, this ability alone was something Fang Jian could never hope to match. After all, Fang Jian excelled at performance and plagiarism. If you asked him to compose a masterpiece, he couldn't do it even if you killed him.
Smedley stood up and declared, "I've decided. This piece shall be called the Fang Yebier Tavern Tune." Fang Jian looked up in surprise. Was he being that casual? "Fang, I invite you to join me at the Golden Hall and present this piece to the world. Would you be willing?" Fang Jian hesitated. Though he had thick skin. But not that thick.
He declined politely, "Smedley, I'm terribly sorry, but I have an appointment.
I must leave Vienna the day after tomorrow."
After a pause, he added, "I believe you alone are more than capable of performing it beautifully."
Chapter 184, What was his name? Must you leave the day after tomorrow? Yes, Fang Jian replied with a smile.
His voice was soft, yet his words were firm and unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. Climus cleared his throat softly. "Mr. Fang, perhaps you didn't hear clearly. Mr. Smedley is inviting you to perform this piece together at the Golden Hall."
Fang Jian chuckled. "Mr. Climus, my hearing is perfectly fine."
I heard him perfectly clearly.
But. Climus stammered, "That's the Golden Hall. Vienna's Golden Hall stands among the world's most renowned premier concert venues.
If La Scala is counted among the 4 most outstanding opera houses, then in terms of concert hall prestige, Vienna's Golden Hall also ranks among the world's most prestigious venues. It stands alongside Berlin's Philharmonie, Leipzig's Gewandhaus, Amsterdam's Concertgebouw, and Boston's Symphony Hall. Performing here is an irresistible dream for every musician." During his recent observation, Climus had already confirmed that Fang Jian must be a superlative pianist, otherwise, he wouldn't have subtly dominated the conversation with Smedley.
Moreover, when naming the performers, Smedley had placed Fang's name first without hesitation.
All of this indicated that Fang Jian was a true musician. Therefore, Climus found it hard to comprehend why Fang Jian could refuse the Golden Hall's invitation so decisively and without a trace of regret.
Smedley shook his head. "Climus, didn't you hear? Fang said he had prior commitments." Climus opened his mouth, wanting to say something. What kind of appointment could possibly be more important than performing at the Golden Hall?
But seeing Smedley looking slightly crazed, he immediately shut his mouth. Krimas lifted his head and declared, "Krimas, go tell the Golden Hall that Fang and I have composed a new piano piece.
We'll be performing it there tomorrow night." "What? Tomorrow night?" Climus' eyes widened. Smedley, how many tickets do you think we can sell in just one day? No problem, Smedley declared proudly, lifting his chin. Tomorrow night, Fong and I will perform this new piece together, the Fong Eagle Tavern Suite. Fong Jian and Climas exchanged glances, both finding the idea implausible, utterly implausible. But just as Fong Jian expected Climas to sternly reject this impudent request, the agent hung his head dejectedly. Alright, I'll go to the association immediately to discuss it with them. However, the Golden Hall might not be available for you. You could choose Brahms Hall or Mozart Hall instead. No, this is my first collaboration with Fong. It has to be the Golden Hall. Fine, you've got the money, Climas grumbled. With you involved, 2,000 euros should cover it. And with your reputation, even for just one day, we'll likely sell some tickets. Even if we lose money, it won't be by much. He turned to Mr. Fong. May I see your passport? Ah, you need it to. The performance is tomorrow night. I need to book the venue immediately, make posters, and promote it. We can't have a completely empty hall during the show tomorrow. Fong, show it to him, Smedley urged. We need to practice quickly. Besides this piece, we have to rehearse others. We can't possibly perform just one song at a piano recital. Fong Jian sighed in resignation. Truthfully, he didn't care whether they performed at the Golden Hall or not. Just like at La Scala, if someone hadn't pushed him from behind, he never would have stepped onto the stage. But for the sake of Smedley, this newfound friend, Fong Jian couldn't bring himself to refuse. He handed over his passport. After Climas snapped a photo, he hurried away. Fong Jian turned and asked, Smedley, can the Golden Hall be rented out? Of course. Renting it for one night would cost around 20,000 to 30,000 euros, Smedley chuckled. Don't worry, it's just the two of us performing, no orchestra. There won't be any additional charges. Fong Jian chuckled, I just don't think many people will show up tomorrow. Smedley shrugged his shoulders. Nothing we can do about it. Your schedule is so tight. If we had a month to prepare, I guarantee the seats would be filled. Smedley's new song? Fong Jian asked with a smile. No, Smedley replied seriously. It's the Fong A Bure Tavern tune. Fong Jian chuckled. Let's start rehearsing. We need to divide the work. Having agreed to it, Fong Jian naturally wouldn't take it lightly. To perform this piece flawlessly, especially as a duet, would require a complete rearrangement. Climas drove while making a phone call. Fortunately, the Golden Hall wasn't booked for tomorrow night. Soon, the car pulled up in front of the Musikfreund building. The Golden Hall is not a standalone building but part of the Musikfreund building. The building houses multiple concert halls, including not only the Golden Hall but also performance venues such as the Brahms Hall and Mozart Hall. The Golden Hall serves as the fulcrum of Vienna's musical life and is the permanent performance venue for the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra. The Vienna New Year's concert is traditionally held here, and each year, the television broadcast of the concert showcases the hall's magnificent golden decor and unparalleled acoustics to audiences around the world. However, while this grand building houses numerous performance halls, the Golden Hall is the crown jewel among them. Climas entered the building and quickly located Sheridan Jeff, the manager of the Musikfreund building. Hey, Jeff, I need a favor, Climas said straight to the point. What is it? Mr. Smedley wants to rent the Golden Hall. Huh? Jeff paused, his surprise turning to delight. Mr. Smedley's finished his new work? That's fantastic. When would he like to use it, in a month or 2 months? Tomorrow. Huh? What? Jeff froze. Climas, you're joking. I'm not joking. Mr. Smedley is back. He met a musician on the road, and the two collaborated to finish a piece. They plan to premiere it tomorrow night, Climas said helplessly. Tomorrow night? That's impossible. Releasing a new piece is such a major event, it should be postponed for at least a month. Mr. Smedley may be Vienna's treasure, but a single day is far too rushed. It simply won't draw enough attention. If attendance at the Golden Hall falls below 10% of its 1,000+ seats, the embarrassment wouldn't just fall on Mr. Smedley. Even he, as the manager of the Friends of Music building, would be lambasted by countless people. Climas stared at him silently before saying, Mr. Jeff, you know Mr. Smedley. Once he makes a decision, no one can change it. Jeff's face darkened considerably. Climas sighed. If I were you, I'd get posters made immediately and distribute them through every channel. Oh, and remember to keep the ticket prices low. He pulled out his phone. Also, this was composed by Mr. Smedley in collaboration with others. Glancing at the passport on the screen, he added, it's a musician from the Eastern Dragon named Ken Fong. The song's title is Fong the Eagle Tavern Tune. What did you say? Jeff suddenly roared. Climas jumped at the outburst. Fong Eagle Tavern Tune. No, I'm asking you, what's that Eastern musician's name? Is he called Jian Fong? Chapter 185, The Stirring Once More. Climas stared blankly at the man before him. The man, whose face was now twisted with wild ecstasy, as if he might explode with excitement at any moment, suddenly felt like a stranger to him. In Climas's memory, Jeff had always been an exceptionally composed individual. Only someone like that could manage the entire Music Lovers Association with such precision. Even when Smedley announced the new song would be released the following day, he hadn't reacted with such palpable excitement. Hey, Climas, answer me. Climas's mouth twitched slightly as he nodded slowly, but instinctively took a step back. Damn it, Smedley had gone mad. Had he infected Jeff with this madness too? Under Jeff's murderous glare, Climas relented. Yes, it's Mr. Ken Fong. Here, take a look at his passport. Jeff took the phone, glanced at it, then burst into laughter. Excellent. So it really is Mr. Fong. He paused, then asked, Climas, is tomorrow night's performance just Smedley, or will this Mr. Fong be on stage too? Of course he'll be on stage, Climas replied. Mr. Smedley invited Mr. Fong. If Mr. Fong hadn't insisted he must leave Vienna the day after tomorrow, we wouldn't be in such a rush. Both of them on stage together? Yes. Good. Then there's no problem. Jeff lifted his head. Rest assured, I guarantee the Golden Hall will be packed with guests from across Europe tomorrow night. Ah. Climas finally caught up. Jeff, who exactly is this Mr. Fong? Why have I never heard his name before? Jeff's gaze grew slightly peculiar. You haven't heard of him? No, absolutely not, Climas replied. Has his name already spread throughout Europe? Of course, Jeff replied slowly. Climas, you truly don't know? No, Climas replied irritably. Smedley has been missing these past few days. I've poured all my energy into searching for him and haven't paid attention to anything else. Oh, poor fellow, Jeff sighed. But surely you must have heard about that concert in Milan a few days ago? Milan. Climas suddenly looked up, incredulous. You mean that mysterious Eastern singer who rivals Pavarotti? Yes. Jeff pointed to the passport on his phone. As far as I know, it's this man. You're not mistaken? Absolutely not. The two men locked eyes, each seeing the same fiery passion burning in the other's gaze. Jeff, needless to say, as the head of the Music Friends Association building, was well versed in the musical trends of Europe, no, the entire world. As for Climas, though he'd been overwhelmed by the recent disappearance of Smedley, he hadn't lost the sharp instincts of an agent. The sensation caused by that concert in Milan a few days ago had already become a whirlwind throughout the music scene. Everyone was scrambling to uncover the whereabouts of that mysterious singer. Had it not been for Smedley's sudden disappearance consuming most of his energy, he wouldn't have remained indifferent to it. Yet, though Climas didn't know this person, he was acutely aware of the immense impact they had created. Jeff, are you saying this is workable? It absolutely must be possible, Jeff replied. I'll have posters made and information released immediately. You go back now and double-check this. Make absolutely sure there are no mix-ups. Got it. I'll call you. With that, Climas turned and left. Soon, he arrived back at Smedley's villa. Upon meeting Fong Jian, Climas got straight to the point. Mr. Fong, I have a matter I wish to discuss. Observing his expression, Fong Jian had already sensed what was coming. Go ahead. Are you the mysterious singer who performed at La Scala in Milan just a few days ago? If you're referring to the performance with Claire Ledeen, Dominia, and Clifford, then yes, that was me. Ah, it really was you? Climas rubbed his hands together excitedly. 9 curtain calls and 3 encores, truly unprecedented. Thank you for the praise. Smedley looked puzzled. What are you two talking about? Ah, nothing, Smedley. Keep practicing diligently. Tomorrow night, I promise you an unprecedented spectacle. With that, Climas strode off, brimming with excitement. Smedley looked utterly bewildered. What's gotten into that guy? Has he lost his mind? Fong Jian chuckled silently. If anyone was mad, who could be more mad than you? Alright, let's practice. We don't have much time left, Fong Jian said. Besides the song, we need to prepare a few more. I'll come up with some new tunes, you transcribe them. Alright. Oh, right. I remember you promised little Maxi tickets for his family. Oh my god, I forgot. Don't worry, I'll have Climas handle it right away. Watching Smedley pick up the phone, Fong Jian genuinely felt sorry for Climas. Taking care of this big kid must be exhausting. An hour later, the Vienna Musikverein website published a new announcement. Within just 1 hour, this news had already spread throughout the entire European music scene. What? Fong is going to perform piano pieces at the Golden Hall? With Smedley? Tomorrow? That Oriental Pavarotti? This can't be fake news. With the Golden Hall and Smedley's endorsement, it can't be fake. Book tickets. Hurry up and book tickets. And book flights immediately. In just half a day. Tickets for tomorrow night's performance at the Golden Hall were completely sold out. Of course, Jeff still held onto roughly 1/5 of the tickets. But he soon regretted it. He realized the tickets he'd held back were far too few. Milan, La Scala Opera House. Joe Nader stared at the message on his phone, utterly bewildered. Hadn't Fong agreed to perform at La Scala? How did he end up in Vienna in the blink of an eye? True, the message stated that Fong Jian would only be performing piano pieces this time, specifically compositions created in collaboration with Austria's treasure, Smedley. But this was Vienna. Vienna wasn't just home to the Golden Hall, it also housed the historic Vienna State Opera. This opera house is one of the world's 4 great opera houses. If Fong were pulled there, transforming from Milan's Oriental Pavarotti into Vienna's Oriental Pavarotti, he'd truly be ready to spit blood. But he knew he had no means to object or resist. While he was frowning in distress, the directors of the other opera houses were beaming with delight. Since the Eastern Pavarotti was willing to perform at the Golden Hall, it meant they too would have a chance to invite him. Though everyone knew this would inevitably come at a tremendous cost. Yet, when they contemplated the potential benefits, they were willing to bow to the demands. Meanwhile, Wang Donglian, who couldn't read German and was unaware of the situation, was out shopping with her girlfriends. Her phone became the epicenter of chaos once more, literally exploding under the onslaught of calls. What? Fong Jian's going to the Golden Hall? Performing tomorrow night? After putting down her phone, she and Luan Wani exchanged stunned glances. The girls were seething with frustration. Damn it, he said he was going to Austria to pick something up. But he ended up at the Golden Hall. Is this thing even inside the Golden Hall? They exchanged a knowing glance. Book tickets. Off to Vienna immediately. Only Jean Tao stood there dumbfounded, utterly baffled by what was happening. Chapter 186, The Golden Hall. The Golden Hall, officially known as the Vienna Musikverein Golden Hall, is also called the Golden Hall or Vienna Philharmonic Hall. Construction began in 1867 and was completed in 1869. It is an Italian Renaissance-style building. The exterior features alternating bands of yellow and red, while the roof is adorned with numerous statues of musical muses, giving it an elegant and distinctive appearance. The Vienna Symphony Orchestra holds at least 12 concerts here each season. The architects of the Golden Hall possessed unique expertise in resonance and sound transmission. A hollow space was created beneath the raised wooden floor. Meticulously calculated divisions of the upper boxes and the arrangement of the goddess columns on the walls, combined with ceiling and wall materials designed to prevent static interference, ensure that audiences seated at any distance or level within the hall experience performances with consistent acoustic quality. The Golden Hall has a total of 1,744 seats and 300 standing spaces. This venue holds an indescribably important place in the hearts of domestic musicians. In fact, many Chinese artists have performed at the Golden Hall. However, in reality, few truly artistic performances receive genuine invitations. Most come here for a quick tour, rent the Golden Hall for a single performance, and then return home to cash in on their gilded reputation. As for the locals in Vienna, they simply aren't interested in such performances. But when Smedley's name appeared on the poster, it captured widespread attention. And when the name of the Pavarotti of the East was also listed, everything changed. The evening performance instantly became a hot commodity. Yet when many locals tried to buy tickets, they found they were already sold out. The joint performance by two musical masters, featuring newly composed pieces, proved an irresistible draw. That afternoon, after rehearsal, Fang Jian received a call from Jean Tao and the others, looking utterly puzzled. "Why are you here?" Wang Donglian retorted indignantly, "You're performing at the Golden Hall, why didn't you invite us?" Fang Jian sighed helplessly, "I never planned to perform there. It's just that during my travels, I met a Smedley and composed a piece, so..." "Wow, Master Smedley Ebel? Brother Fang, you're so lucky. Why can't I ever meet someone like that?" Shi Yue exclaimed. Fang Jian smiled faintly. "Even if you did meet him, it wouldn't matter if you couldn't spark his interest." Of course, that thought stung a bit. Better left unsaid. "Brother Fang, we're all here. Get us each a ticket to the Golden Hall," Wang Donglian said. "We tried buying online, but they're sold out." Fang Jian paused. "Well, I'm not close with them, but I can ask." "You definitely can," Wang Donglian replied without hesitation. "Or I can go talk to them on your behalf." "You?" "Yes, don't forget I'm your agent, after all." Fang Jian spread his hands in exasperation. "I'm flying back to Milan tomorrow after tonight's performance. What are you guys messing around for?" Jean Tao nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, that's exactly what I said, but they wouldn't budge. They insisted on going to the Golden Hall." The girls stopped in their tracks and turned to look at them. The two men exchanged a glance, picked up their suitcases, and walked ahead, never mentioning the matter again. Fang Jian had no idea how Wang Donglian had managed to persuade them. In any case, that evening, when he and Smedley entered the Golden Hall, he spotted Wang Donglian and the four girls in the audience. As for Jean Tao, it seemed Xiao Qingxin had finally shown some consideration, not bringing him along this time. However, what Fang Jian didn't know was that it was actually because tickets were extremely scarce. So Jeff had haggled and managed to get one ticket. This was only because he didn't want to offend Fang Jian. Otherwise, how could a young girl possibly obtain tickets from him, especially complimentary ones? As for the two families of little Maxie, they both left messages saying they were coming. But the Golden Hall was packed to the rafters, making it impossible for Fang Jian to spot anyone. A piano recital differs significantly from an opera house performance. Moreover, tonight featured two pianists performing together, making the format all the more intriguing. Fang Jian and Smedley took the stage but did not immediately play their newly composed pieces. Instead, based on the latter's selection, each performed several pieces. These pieces were either renowned piano works or compositions of refined artistic depth, each demanding exceptionally challenging interpretations. However, their piano skills undoubtedly rank among the world's absolute elite. Even the most complex pieces flowed from their hands like mountain streams, their flawless performances eliciting wave after wave of enthusiastic applause. Typical concerts are not lengthy, lasting only about 2 hours. Even a solo pianist could easily complete one. And this was a duo. Following their rehearsed plan, they alternated between solo performances and duets. Regardless of who took the stage, their virtuosity was utterly captivating. In truth, many who had made their way here were not piano enthusiasts, but opera aficionados. They came here simply to catch a glimpse of the Pavarotti of the East up close. Yet as the piano pieces unfolded, they too became deeply immersed. Music possesses a universal essence. Of course, expressing this universality is a feat only the most accomplished masters can achieve. Finally, at the end, Smedley stood up and addressed the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, next, Fang and I will present a brand new piano piece for you." His voice slowed, seeming to drift. This piano piece was co-created by me and my good friend, the pianist from the East, Mr. Ken Fang. Its inspiration came from a bar in a small town. Hearing this, in a secluded corner, Bartlett murmured, "See? That's the very tavern I mentioned. The fact that these two musicians could create such music is partly thanks to us." The children looked up at him with admiration, greatly satisfying Bartlett's vanity. "We've named this piece the Fang A Bure Tavern Tune." Immediately, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. Everyone knew this song was the highlight of the evening. Though the previous performances were splendid, they were ultimately covers of others' compositions. What followed, however, was the masterpiece crafted with the utmost dedication by their musical maestro. If Fang Jian had heard their reviews, however, he would have been both amused and exasperated. Perhaps, for Smedley, it was a labor of love. But Fang Jian had merely provided a few melodies and arrangements. If he were truly asked to compose an entirely new piece, he'd be completely stumped on the spot. Soon, the piano music began to play once more. This time, it was indeed a brand new, exquisite piece that had never been performed in any public setting. The crowd listened in silence, savoring every note. They felt as if they were in that restless tavern, drunk and drowsy from drinking too much. Yet, at that very moment, a piercing voice suddenly cut through the air, jolting everyone back to full alertness. This was a completely different style of performance. First, it was warm and tranquil, captivating and intoxicating. Then, like a sudden storm, a powerful sound surged straight into their hearts. The transition was so abrupt that some could even taste a hint of bitter sorrow within it. Power. In these piano notes, they felt intense emotion and immense power. It made everyone's blood boil. Finally, when the last note faded away, a thunderous applause erupted throughout the entire Golden Hall. Chapter 187, World War II Legacy to Take or Not. Returning to the hotel, Fang Jian felt the surging emotional waves within him. The more intense the emotion, the easier it became to control his qi and blood. Moreover, after attaining the stage of transforming energy, he could now channel it freely to any part of his body at will. In short, as long as his mind remained still as water, the stronger the emotional fluctuations became, the more beneficial they were for Fang Jian himself. That evening's performance was near perfect, earning Fang Jian and his troupe unanimous acclaim. Representatives from the Vienna State Opera personally approached Wang Donglian to negotiate, requesting that Fang Jian perform there. Wang Donglian smiled and handled the matter with grace. Only after she finally saw them off did she realize Fang Jian had already gone to bed. The young girl gritted her teeth. Initially, she had only wanted to spread that beautiful piano piece across the world. That was why she had pestered him relentlessly to become his manager. But now, she found herself feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Just as she was about to discuss this with Fang Jian, the guy had gone to sleep without a care in the world. Oomph. If he doesn't care, I'll make him regret it. At that moment, Fang Jian had already entered his dream. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw his father walking toward him. Fang Jian smiled faintly, stood up, and said, "Dad, you're here." "Yes," his father replied in a loud voice. "Son, that foreigner came to see me last time. He said he'd lost his connection to the treasure and wanted to ask if you'd taken those bearer bonds." Fang Jian nodded. "I've already taken them. Give him the money." "All right, good riddance." His father looked up, made a few gestures in midair, then asked, "Those things, are they valuable?" Fang Jian thought for a moment. "They should be valuable. I'll have someone look into it tomorrow." "All right." His father hesitated before adding, "Oh, and another foreigner just approached me. He mentioned a treasure buried somewhere in Poland and asked if I was interested." "Treasure?" Fang Jian froze, his eyes genuinely lighting up. To be honest, if he were still in China, he might not have been interested in digging for treasure in Poland. After all, the distance wasn't just a mere 10,000 miles away anymore. In ancient times, it might have been a journey one could never complete in a lifetime. But now that he was in Europe, the chance to strike it rich felt too tempting to pass up. What kind of treasure? Rumor has it, some gold coins and silverware. He estimates it's worth 1,000,000 marks. Marks? 1,000,000? Fang Jian eyed his old man suspiciously, his gaze as strange as could be. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Fang Jian thought for a moment before saying, "Dad, since when did you start caring about money under 10 million? At that moment, Fang Jian felt his old man seemed to be getting more and more reckless. First it was 100 million in cash, then a pile of big yellow croakers, followed by jade worth over 300 million, and finally bearer bonds. Each of these treasures was valued in the tens of millions. But now, the treasure he was talking about was worth a mere 1,000,000 marks. 1,000,000. When had money at this level become something his old man even bothered with? Honestly, with Fang Jian's current net worth, he really didn't want to go through all this trouble for such a small sum. Dad rubbed his head. "But I recall World War II era items should be quite old now. Antiques from the mortal world tend to be rather expensive, don't they?" Fang Jian froze, his eyes suddenly brightening. "Dad, this deal is worth pursuing. Get that guy on the line." "All right." With his father's arrangement, a tall, thin man soon stepped into the circle from outside. "Hello, Mr. Fang." "Hello. Where is your treasure?" "They're in a small grove on a mountain peak outside a farmstead in Podlasie province." Fang Jian paused, unable to suppress a chuckle. This was practically the same as saying the godfather of the apprentice of the classmate of the father of the mother-in-law of the second son of my maternal uncle, a complete tongue twister. "Mr. Fang, those treasures are genuine. There's also a copperplate engraving among them, which should be quite valuable. That's why I've appraised them at 1,000,000 marks. Well, whether it's valuable or not depends on whether I can dig it up from where you say it is. If it stays buried in the ground, it's worthless." "Yes, Mr. Fang, you're right. That's why I'm asking you to bring them back to the surface as soon as possible." Then, fragments of memories flooded into his mind. Only then did Fang Jian realize that these items weren't buried underground. They were stored in a cave as empty as a deserted room. The cave was located on a mountainside at the edge of the forest, and getting inside was quite a hassle. Fang Jian nodded. "All right, I understand." He paused briefly before casually asking, "By the way, what's the name of that painting of yours?" Melancholia. It's an engraving, a work by Dürer. Dürer? Who is this guy? Never heard of him. Fang Jian felt a pang of disappointment.
If it were Van Gogh, Picasso, or even Da Vinci, that would be something.
In truth, although Fang Jian had studied painting under 4 masters and possessed considerable skill, but if you asked him to name a few famous painters, domestic artists were manageable, but foreign ones?
He was completely stumped. Besides those 2 teachers, the only name that came to mind was Leonardo da Vinci. After seeing the man off, Fang Jian said, "Dad, find me a teacher who knows Polish."
Do I need to find one?
His father shot him a glare and made a few gestures in the air.
Soon, the lanky man returned, a hint of alarm on his face. "Mr. Fang, is there a problem? My son wants to go to that place you mentioned, called Dubbo. Poland. It's Poland. Alright, whatever wave it is, the point is he doesn't speak that language now. You teach him here, or he won't go." "Got it. That's easy enough." The lanky guy visibly relaxed. Fang Jian's mouth twitched slightly as he stared at his old man, utterly speechless. Who would have thought? His old man actually knew a thing or two about business.
But then again, the funeral wreath and memorial goods shop back home was his dad's business. If he didn't understand business, he'd never have managed to keep it afloat. Besides, Dad had this foreigner figured out. No matter how valuable the treasure buried in that land might be, even if it were worth a fortune, he wouldn't get a single Joss paper note. Sure enough, the foreigner readily agreed. So Dad put his time as money special effect into action. Over the next year, Fang Jian studied Polish with this man. Beyond that, he introduced Fang Jian to various aspects of Poland and became extremely familiar with the terrain. Fang Jian was curious about what kind of work this man had done in his lifetime. But after careful consideration, he held back from asking. He feared that probing too deeply might inadvertently touch upon some sensitive taboo.
Fang Jian certainly didn't want to suddenly find himself in inexplicable danger.
A year later, the man departed cheerfully. Fang Jian had promised him that once he returned, he would set off for Poland as soon as possible to help excavate the treasures and then pay him. Seeing how eager he was, Fang Jian couldn't help but feel that this guy must have been living pretty hard in the afterlife. After waking up, Fang Jian began his exercises as usual.
After breakfast, he went online. Melancholia, copperplate engraving, Dürer's work. He typed these keywords into the search bar.
Then tens of thousands of search results popped up.
Fang Jian paused. This guy seems pretty famous, huh? Much more famous than he had anticipated.
He began to examine them carefully.
Slowly, Fang Jian couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Damn it, if that guy's telling the truth. He might strike it rich this time. Chapter 188, Dürer? How much is it worth? Albrecht Dürer, one of Germany's greatest painters. Born in Nuremberg, he was a German painter, printmaker, and woodcut designer. Dürer's works encompass woodcuts and other prints, oil paintings, sketches, and drawings.
Among his creations, his prints hold the greatest influence. He was among the most accomplished woodcut and copperplate engravers. His watercolor landscapes represent one of his greatest achievements, conveying atmosphere and emotion with extraordinary vividness. Major works include The Apocalypse, The Passion of Christ, The Small Passion, Praying Hands, The Great Fortune, Adam and Eve, and Night, Death, and the Devil. He was the most outstanding painter of the Renaissance in Europe. Of course, more significantly, he also had an alias. Albrecht Dürer. As for the painting Melancholia, it is an engraving by Dürer, measuring 31 by 26 centimeters. This work disappeared during World War II, specifically in Poland. In the world of painting, this size is considered relatively small. But this isn't an oil painting, it's an etching. Naturally, online resources couldn't provide an intelligent valuation for it. Yet Fang Jian discovered that one of his unframed sketches was valued at $50 million. So, if this really was his copperplate engraving, Fang Jian took a deep breath. Though he was already a billionaire, he still couldn't suppress the urge to roar at that moment. Damn it, so this unknown painter's work was worth this much? In truth, Albrecht Dürer held a formidable reputation within the art world. Unfortunately, Fang Jian had never heard of him. Of course, from this moment on, Fang Jian became a devoted admirer of Dürer's work, one who held him in extraordinary reverence. After breakfast, Jean Tao and the others arrived. Fang Jian also received a call from Robert, urging him to return to Milan as soon as possible. The Milan night concert they had planned was set to begin the day after tomorrow. Fang Jian sighed. He had come to Europe just to eat, drink, and play. How had things suddenly become so hectic? Nevertheless, the plane tickets had already been purchased. After finishing their meal, Fang Jian and the others hurried to the airport. Smedley personally came to see Fang Jian off, promising that they would definitely collaborate again in the future. In stark contrast to their quiet arrival, their departure was marked by a crowd of well-wishers. Though mostly from the music industry, there were even some fans present. Especially the likes of young Maxi, who declared with conviction that Fang Jian was the one they admired most, both in martial prowess and musical talent. As for the two burly men, Bartlett and the other, they both looked somewhat ashamed and embarrassed when they saw Fang Jian. After witnessing his marksmanship and martial prowess, they had assumed he was some Eastern soldier bearing a special mission. However, after hearing Fang Jian and Smedley perform in the Golden Hall, they realized they'd made a huge mistake. For such a musical genius to be carrying some hidden secret, well, even if you told someone, they'd have to believe it. Fang Jian, of course, took it in stride. Instead, he was quite taken with the young Smedley brothers. They exchanged phone numbers, agreeing that if the opportunity arose, he would invite them to visit China.
Afterward, the group checked in and, after some complications, finally returned to Milan.
Only when they arrived in Milan did Joe Nadler truly breathe a sigh of relief. During the days of Fang Jian's performance at the Golden Hall, he had been on pins and needles.
He feared receiving a sudden call informing him that Fang Jian no longer wished to return to Milan. That would have meant cancelling the Milan night event originally planned at La Scala.
Fortunately, Fang Jian upheld his contractual obligations and returned the day after his performance.
For the next 2 days, Fang Jian stayed put in Milan, diligently rehearsing with the orchestra instead of wandering off.
Then, on the night of Milan night, Fang Jian's voice soared with even greater passion and intensity, elevating the applause and cheers at La Scala Opera House to new heights.
After 2 opera performances and a piano recital, Fang Jian's name had become a household name in Europe, no, across the entire world.
However, just as the world was buzzing about this newly emerged Eastern Pavarotti, and every renowned opera house or concert hall was vying to invite him to perform,
Wang Donglian and Robert suddenly announced Mr. Fang Jian had departed Milan in search of inspiration. As for when he would return, no one but Mr. Fang himself could provide an answer.
Half a day later, Fang Jian, wearing a hat and scarf, arrived in Poland.
Of course, before leaving Milan, Fang Jian made a trip to the Bank of Milan.
He deposited the bearer's shares he had acquired into a safe deposit box.
For ordinary domestic citizens, arranging such a service was no easy feat.
But for a newly rising star, a great singer and pianist, it was a simple matter. It was now winter. Poland's weather was far from hospitable to humans.
Without adequate protection, it's best not to venture out lightly. After landing, Fang Jian rented a rugged off-road vehicle in Warsaw.
Here, as long as you have money, a driver's license, and an international driver's permit, renting a car is a simple matter.
The treasure's location was in Podlaskie province, Poland's northernmost region. This border city adjoins Lithuania and Belarus.
Yet it wasn't too far from Warsaw.
However, the little village in my memory was rather remote. Fang Jian drove for several hours before finally leaving the main road.
It must be said that after years of focused development, China's infrastructure had far surpassed that of many so-called foreign countries. This was especially true in more remote areas. In other countries, it would be utterly impossible to achieve such a massive undertaking as connecting every road in every village. Here, without sufficient profit incentives, the government would never build major roads for an obscure little village at no cost. What troubled Fang Jian even more was that, because the time since the treasure was buried was so long ago, the memories in his head were no longer of much use. After all, the terrain during World War II had undoubtedly undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the present day.
Landmarks that were once prominent had either vanished or been completely transformed. If Fang Jian were just an ordinary Chinese citizen, even with these memories, he would never find the place.
Fortunately, he had learned Polish. He drove along, occasionally stopping to ask for directions. After a bumpy journey that took a full 3 days, he finally located a general area. Driving around the distant mountain range, Fang Jian finally confirmed it. The treasure lay within the forest ahead. The problem was, his car was absolutely impossible to drive in there. This was an ancient forest, untouched for who knew how many centuries.
Anyone venturing in would inevitably lose their way and perish. Fang Jian wasn't afraid, of course. During his special forces training, he'd endured countless hardships in jungle terrain. Still, once inside, who knew how many days it would take?
So, Fang Jian drove his car to the nearest small town instead. It was a small town with few residents, and outsiders were a rare sight.
Fang Jian's arrival drew considerable attention.
He found the town's only hotel, a rather modest little establishment.
After checking in for a week, he asked the owner, "Where can I buy some things around town?"
The burly, sturdy proprietor glanced at the list, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes.
"You want to go up the mountain?"
Chapter 189, A Man More Terrifying Than Demons.
Fang Jian smiled cheerfully. "Yes, I heard the winter here is incredibly beautiful. I want to see it for myself." "Beautiful?" The shopkeeper chuckled. "Oriental man, do you know the price of beauty? It's death."
Venturing into the mountains alone during winter, especially without knowing the trails, was an extremely dangerous endeavor. Fang Jian thought for a moment and replied with a smile, "Thank you. That's precisely why I want to prepare thoroughly."
"Better safe than sorry."
The owner frowned slightly.
"You are."
"I'm an adventurer," Fang Jian blurted out, making it up as he went. "Rest assured, I have experience in snowy jungles." The shopkeeper flipped through his inventory list.
"All right, Oriental, if you need these things, leave it to me. But it won't be cheap." "Ha? A drawing board? Brushes, paper. What the hell is this?" Fang Jian chuckled. "I forgot to mention I'm a painter.
I'm here seeking inspiration for my sketches."
He patted his backpack. "Boss, I'll leave it to you. Just make sure it's worth the price." "All right." The owner tossed him a set of keys. "Everything will be ready for you tomorrow. Tonight, you should just get some rest." Fang Jian nodded and entered the hotel.
The place was indeed Spartan, no air conditioning, but thankfully there was a fireplace below where someone tended the fire, keeping the room reasonably warm. After a hasty meal, Fang Jian pulled out a Joss paper note, burned it before his father's memorial tablet, and went to sleep. When he awoke, his father appeared before him.
"Dad, I'm heading into the mountains tomorrow. Winter brings snow, and it's a bit dangerous.
Find me some hunters from the town of Podlaskie province, Poland, the best ones who know the terrain."
"Hunters?"
"Yes. I saw gun shops in town and people selling forest game."
"There must be hunters." Fang Jian sighed.
"Too bad I don't have a gun license, or I'd buy one myself."
But why go into the mountains in winter? Dad looked utterly confused. It must be dangerous. Fang Jian shrugged his shoulders. No choice. That guy hid the stuff in the forest. Good heavens, then don't make that deal. Old man Fang protested. Fang Jian shook his head repeatedly. I've already made it this far. Of course I'm going through with it. I can't just come all this way for nothing. Truthfully, if that person hadn't mentioned Duller's name or if Fang Jian had been lazy and not looked it up online, then upon seeing the snow-covered jungle environment, he would have given up 9 times out of 10. Worth 1,000,000 marks. Even if it was worth much more now, he wouldn't have bothered. But knowing that Dürer was Albrecht Dürer and understanding the value his paintings represented, Fang Jian couldn't back down now. His old man sighed helplessly, waving his hands in the air. Moments later, the old man had gathered 10 men, each radiating the distinct aura of seasoned hunters. Son, these are the finest hunters from that town you mentioned, the best they've had in 20 years, father said. They know that forest like the back of their hands. They'll surely bring you good fortune. Fang Jian asked solemnly, Dad, how do you know? What if they deceive you? Deceive me? How could that be possible? His father retorted, displeased. I've already paid them. How could I be deceived? Fang Jian nodded slightly, beginning to understand. Damn it, it must be those so-called underworld rules at work. Otherwise, with Dad's trusting nature, he'd have been swindled to death long ago. Fang Jian glanced at the group. Everyone, I need to learn all the skills for surviving in the jungle during winter. Also, I need to familiarize myself with the terrain there. I'm counting on you all. The 10 men nodded in unison, solemnly promising they would spare no effort, share everything they knew, and prove worthy of the money old man Fang had paid. Fang Jian asked curiously, Dad, how much did you give them? 100,000 each, plus a 50 million incentive bonus. If you return safely, they get it. Otherwise. His father shrugged his shoulders. If any of them dares to hold back, I'll buy their lives with 500 million. Fang Jian gasped. But aren't they dead? Even the dead have their afterlife. 500 million can buy out a soul's afterlife, sending it to oblivion. Only then did Fang Jian grasp the true meaning of money can make the devil grind the mill. All that joss paper he'd burned for old man bet he was rolling in the afterlife now. Soon, his father departed. Of course, before his departure, the customary transaction took place, time is money. The 10 men there were seasoned hunters from the small town, with nearly 2 decades of experience. Not only did they possess extensive expertise, but they were also intimately familiar with the terrain. Moreover, they all possessed experience venturing deep into the mountains. After Fang Jian described the general location, they supplemented each other's knowledge. Remarkably, within a month, they led Fang Jian to the treasure cave. This was an absolute stroke of luck. The reason it took a month was because the hunters had to recall the terrain, and Fang Jian had to observe based on that person's memories. Once the location was confirmed, Fang Jian was confident he could locate his target within half a day. The hunters were overjoyed, yet their expressions remained solemn. One of them asked, Mr. Fang, how many of you entered the mountains? Just me. Ah, then do you have your own team providing backup outside? No. Fang Jian observed their hesitant expressions and felt a slight sense of puzzlement. What's the matter? Is there something you can tell me? The men exchanged glances, none of them speaking. A sudden unease gripped Fang Jian, growing stronger by the moment. He paused, then said, Gentlemen, you heard my father's words. If anything happens to me, he'll use his money to buy the remaining years of your lives, leaving your souls scattered to the winds. This statement carried a palpable threat, causing their expressions to darken simultaneously. Then, the eldest among them spoke up, Mr. Fang, if you entered the town alone, I advise you not to venture into the mountains. Instead, you should leave as soon as possible. Fang Jian raised an eyebrow. Why? Because those who venture into the mountains alone face an extremely high probability of death. Very few ever come out alive. Why? Fang Jian asked gravely. Surely there aren't that many ferocious beasts here? The elder sighed. Humans are far more ferocious than beasts. Fang Jian paused, observing their expressions before slowly nodding. Alright, for the sake of your longevity, tell me everything. By now, he had fully grasped their meaning. This little town wasn't as simple as he'd imagined. Half a day later, Fang Jian had come to a full understanding. Alright, I understand what you all mean. I'll be careful. Now, let's continue. Ah, continue what? The game, of course, jungle hunting. Fang Jian grinned with devilish malice. Jungle hunt? One hunter hesitated before saying, Alright, we'll split into 2 teams of 5. You can choose one. No. Fang Jian waved his hands urgently. We'll split into 2 teams, but one team will be all 10 of you, and the other will be just me. The hunters exchanged glances. You want to go 1 against 10 in this environment? That's suicide. Fang Jian chuckled. Is that so? Well then, let's see what happens. Thus, over the next 11 days, while familiarizing himself with the terrain, Fang Jian played jungle games with the hunters. To increase the challenge for himself, Fang Jian voluntarily gave up firearms, while each hunter was armed with a gun. Though not military grade, they were all prized civilian models. Yet, month after month, when the time came, these hunters would turn and flee a complete rout. In their eyes, Fang Jian was 10 times more terrifying than any demon. Chapter 190, The First Hunt. In the morning, Fang Jian awoke. He didn't go out today, instead practicing his horse stance in his room to circulate his qi and blood. He lingered until nearly noon before descending the stairs, feigning sleepiness. The shopkeeper saw him approaching and said, Hey, Oriental, I've got what you asked for ready for you. Fang Jian's face lit up with delight. Thanks, boss. How much? You wanted a lot of stuff. It's not cheap, and you needed it fast. 10,000 zloty. Although Poland is an EU member, it isn't part of the Eurozone. The currency here is still the Polish zloty. Converted to his home currency, it was worth roughly 15,000 yuan. The list Fang Jian had given him contained quite a few items, roughly estimated to be worth around 20,000 renminbi. Unexpectedly, the shopkeeper gave him a little surprise. Thanks, boss. Do you take mobile payments? What payment? No, we're a small place here. We only take cash, the owner said, spreading his hands. Oh, no card machines either? No, only cash, the owner replied, sounding a bit annoyed. Alright, can I pay in euros? Fang Jian asked with a smile. I came from Italy and didn't have time to exchange for zlotys. The owner hesitated before replying, alright, but as an Asian customer, you should carry some zloty with you. We don't usually accept euros around here. Alright, thanks for the heads up. I'll go get some cash. Moments later, Fang Jian returned with his backpack, casually pulling out a stack of euros. After paying, he asked, owner, do you have firearms here? The owner paused, then said, looking for firearms? Fair enough. Going into the mountains now can be a bit dangerous. He pointed toward the door. Go out, then turn right. Fang Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, boss, I'm an outsider. I don't have a gun license, so I can't buy firearms from a legitimate store. The owner's brow furrowed, his gaze turning slightly hostile. Fang Jian quickly explained, boss, I'm heading into the mountains. You know, just in case I run into trouble out there? I heard there are wolves around here. The owner pondered for a moment before replying, alright, I can rent you a hunting rifle. But the rental fee is steep. Fang Jian smiled. No problem. Safety matters more than money to me. Moments later, a hunting rifle was in Fang Jian's hands. In truth, this town had never prohibited outsiders from hunting in the forest. Of course, hunters usually came during the summer. As for winter, few were willing to venture into the mountains. With all preparations complete, Fang Jian loaded his gear into the car. Hey, Oriental, aren't you checking out? I'm just going in for a look around. Maybe I'll come out today or tomorrow. No need to cancel the room. The owner shrugged indifferently. Alright, Oriental. Good luck. Fang Jian smiled faintly, waved back, tossed his belongings into the car, and drove off. While the car certainly couldn't drive deep into the mountain forest, parking it at the base would save him a lot of trouble. Driving on, Fang Jian arrived at the entrance to the mountain forest. There was an unattended parking lot here. There was actually another parking lot deeper inside the forest, but only the local elders knew about it. Fang Jian preferred to walk a few extra steps rather than risk revealing his knowledge of that hidden lot. Carrying a large bundle and a hunting rifle, Fang Jian entered the forest. However, after traveling about a mile into the woods, he opened the bundle and began inspecting its contents. Soon, he discovered a tracking device inside the folding tent. Seeing this device, a cold gleam flashed in Fang Jian's eyes. Indeed, those people were right, this town was truly extraordinary. Carrying the tracking device, Fang Jian headed deeper into the forest. Of course, this time his direction deviated slightly from his true objective. During that year in the dream, Fang Jian had become intimately familiar with the terrain here. Especially the battle against the 10 hunters had taken him through nearly the entire forest. Here, he was confident he could handle any unexpected turn of events. In the snowy night jungle, the most grueling challenge was the bitter cold. And nightfall brought the most intense chill. Fang Jian moved swiftly along the path, pausing only once to take out his sketchpad and casually draw 2 landscape sketches. Then he picked up his pace slightly, only pausing to pitch his tent and light a campfire as the sunlight faded. Before entering the forest, Fang Jian had prepared some coal. Throwing it into the fire now ensured he would be the most conspicuous target in the night. Step by step, he retraced his footprints and hid in a large tree 20 meters from the campfire. This spot offered the best vantage point for an ambush. The weather was cold and damp. Even wrapped in his coat, Fang Jian felt a chill that seemed to seep into his very bones. For an ordinary person, sitting motionless in a tree like this would likely turn them into a frozen statue. But Fang Jian could channel his qi and blood to ward off the chill. Moreover, he carried a thermos flask filled with a fiery, specially brewed drink. He could easily endure not just one night, but 3 days and nights without issue. Around 10 o'clock that night, faint footsteps echoed from behind. Fang Jian focused his gaze and saw 3 figures. They wore thick coats, their hoods pulled down to cover their mouths and noses. Each carried a rifle on their back. Though their exact models were unknown, they were clearly far superior to hunting rifles. They followed footprints and some kind of signal, their target being the lit campfire ahead. They moved with utmost caution, striving to make no sound. The closer they got to the fire, the more vigilant they became. Witnessing this scene, Fang Jian felt no lingering hope. Don't ever assume Western society is particularly hospitable, nor that being an explorer is some kind of fun and exciting job. In this world, countless people vanish or perish in accidents each year. Especially when you venture deep into remote mountains and forests, far from civilization. Your life is no longer entirely your own. The 3 men approached slowly, exchanged a signal, then split up. 2 of them even branched off to the left and right, circling around from different directions. Clearly, they feared the person already asleep in the tent might escape. Fang Jian shifted slightly, then slid nimbly down from the tree. The entire process was utterly silent. As he descended, he had already removed his shoes and socks. Though his feet touched the icy snow, Fang Jian seemed oblivious to its chill. Like a leopard lurking in the shadows, he moved with stealth and agility, silently approaching the man from behind. The man's attention was entirely focused ahead, completely unaware of anyone behind him. In truth, even if he had noticed something behind him, he still wouldn't have been able to see Fang Jian. In such a complex environment, a martial artist skilled in redirecting force could conceal themselves so completely that ordinary people would never spot them. Silently approaching from behind, Fang Jian channeled his chi and blood, then suddenly struck out with a palm strike, slashing viciously at the man's nape. Without a sound, the man's head snapped clean off, twisting into a grotesque, contorted shape. Fang Jian reached out, steadied the body, and gently laid it to rest on the ground. Killing. This was Fang Jian's first kill, yet his heart remained as still as water, showing not the slightest ripple throughout the entire act. Then, he removed the hat from the man's head and pulled it over his own. He took the gun from the man's hand and continued forward. The outfit he wore was also black, nearly identical to the other man's. Now, with the hood pulled tight, he was indistinguishable from the distance. Then he saw them. From both sides of the campfire, two figures emerged stealthily, creeping slowly toward the tent. Fang Jian also stepped out. Crouching low with his head down, his mouth and nose covered, he thought, if anyone could recognize me now, I'd be truly amazed. Three figures approached the tent from different directions, drawing ever closer. Chapter 191, Snowy Night Treasure Hunt. One man made a signal, then abruptly yanked open the tent flap. Another immediately charged in, rifle raised. But at that very moment, Fang Jian struck. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed squarely at the right calf of the man who had lifted the flap. As the man's eyes widened in shock and he stumbled backward, Fang Jian's fist slammed into his arms. Ah! The man let out a piercing scream, the pain nearly knocking him unconscious. This time, Fang Jian did not kill him. With three men in different directions, Fang Jian had initially feared they might escape, hence his ruthless attack. But now, with both men within reach, if something unexpected still happened, it would mean his martial arts training had been utterly wasted. The man who had just burst into the tent raised his gun, aiming it at the spread-out sleeping bag. The sleeping bag bulged high, as if someone were sleeping inside. Before he could utter a word, however, a piercing scream erupted behind him. His body jerked violently. Just as he turned his head, a sharp pain struck his skull, and he collapsed instantly. Fang Jian stepped forward, felt beneath his nose, and his face darkened slightly. Dead? He'd only tapped the back of this guy's head, and now he was dead? Ah, though he'd learned quite a bit from Master Li and Brother Wang, he still lacked real combat experience. When striking someone, his blows were always too heavy. Well, dead is dead. Fang Jian turned, grabbed the man writhing in agony in the snow, and tossed him beside the fire. The pain made tears stream down the man's face. Then, Fang Jian went back, put on his shoes and socks, and tossed the two bodies to the other side. He pulled back their hats to confirm they were both foreigners, strangers he didn't recognize. Listening to the agonized howls by the fire, the cries starting out loud and wailing before gradually fading into a low moan, Fang Jian finally walked over. He lifted the man's hat. Fang Jian's eyebrows shot up. Though he'd never seen this man before, for some reason, he felt strangely familiar with him. Speak, Fang Jian demanded. Who are you? What brings you here? We're hunters. We came to hunt. Put. Your two companions already spilled the beans. If you don't want to talk, then don't. Fang Jian raised his hunting rifle, aiming it at him. No. Spare me, I'll talk. The man cried out in agony, tears streaming down his face. We came to hunt snow wolves. Please call the police. I need a doctor. Fang Jian chuckled dryly. Even at this point, he was still so stubborn. He slipped on thick gloves, then gripped the stump of the man's severed arm, applying slight pressure. The man's eyelids rolled back and he instantly passed out. Such agony exceeded the limits of human endurance. But Fang Jian felt no pity whatsoever. He knew that if it had been another solitary traveler instead of him this time, the consequences would be just as tragic as this man's. He scooped up a handful of snow and shoved it into the man's neck. A piercing scream erupted as the man snapped back to consciousness. Still not talking? Fang Jian smiled as he slowly reached out, inch by inch, toward the other severed arm. I'll talk. We came to ambush you. Fang Jian withdrew his hand. Ambush me? Why? Because you're alone. The man shivered in pain and cold. I need a doctor. A doctor. Fang Jian sighed. Actually, you have a tradition here. If an unaccompanied visitor from out of town wants to enter the forest, that's when you strike, right? The man suddenly lifted his head, eyes wide and round, seemingly forgetting even his pain. Fang Jian spoke slowly. What's your relationship with the innkeeper? He's my father. The man hesitated before finally confessing. Very well. Can you tell me how many people have died at your hands? No. I don't remember. We don't attack every single traveler. You're not white, so we thought. He stopped abruptly, his face frozen in terror. Fang Jian remained unflinching, for he had known this all along. The look in his eyes gradually turned icy. Fang Jian had spared his life precisely to hear whether they were the kind of people he suspected them to be. Now that he had his answer, he knew exactly what to do. Oh, sorry, we didn't know you were. Call the police, call. His voice trailed off abruptly as a knuckle pressed firmly against his temple. A cold, disdainful smile touched the corner of Fang Jian's mouth. Call the police? How ridiculous. A cold, contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of Fang Jian's mouth. But Fang Jian would never grant him that favor. Because he'd already learned from those jungle instructors. Many of the officers assigned to this area hailed from this very town. So what would be the outcome of calling the police? Fang Jian had no desire for complications. He added some coal to the campfire to ensure the flames wouldn't die out. Then, over the course of an hour, he dragged the 3 bodies 100 meters away from where they had come. Fang Jian didn't touch anything on their bodies. After finishing all this, Fang Jian broke into a run, heading toward the true destination of his journey. Just as he was leaving, the sound of wolves howling reached his ears. But Fang Jian paid them no mind, ignoring even as the sound drew closer and closer to the 3 bodies. When a master of the Huajing stage sprinted at full speed, his pace was far beyond what ordinary people could match. 2 hours later, Fang Jian arrived at a cave, just as he had intended. Only upon reaching this place did the memories stored in his mind begin to come vividly to life. Switching on his flashlight, he groped along the stone wall until his fingers finally found a spot. Here, there was a gap. Though it had been camouflaged years ago, sealed with cement and stones to block the small cavern inside. But after so many years, cracks had begun to form. Fang Jian began kicking furiously at this spot. Before long, a loud crash echoed through the air. Amidst a cloud of dust, a dark, cavernous opening appeared. Fang Jian waited outside for 15 minutes until the air had cleared sufficiently before stepping inside. Sure enough, he soon spotted several boxes. Opening them one by one, he found them sealed with World War II weapons and food supplies. The weapons were still usable, but the food was long past its prime. The only smaller chest contained a copper engraving wrapped in cowhide and several dozen gold coins. Fang Jian looked at the gold coins. Unfamiliar. But they probably weren't cheap either. He packed up the copperplate engraving and gold coins, then turned and walked away. As for the rest of the cave's contents, he couldn't be bothered to spare them a second glance. Whether they'd be discovered later was none of his concern. By the time he returned to his starting point, the sky had begun to lighten. Passing the spot where the bodies had been dumped, Fang Jian saw no corpses left. Only torn and shredded clothing, boots, weapons, and numerous drag marks across the ground remained. There was an Eastern saying, "The dead find peace in the earth." Yet, Fang Jian felt not a ripple of emotion regarding the fate of these 3 men. For in his heart, he never regarded these 3 as human beings. He knew that not everyone in the town was involved in this sordid business. But it certainly wasn't just these 3. But what did any of this have to do with him? He was merely a passerby, not here to uphold justice. If those people hadn't come looking for him, Fang Jian would have pretended nothing had happened. But since they had come, they wouldn't be leaving empty-handed. Returning to the spot, Fang Jian packed away his sleeping bag and folded up the tent, slinging it over his back. As for the tracking device on the tent, he didn't remove it. He left it hanging where it was. He retraced his steps and emerged from the forest. Fang Jian tossed the copperplate engraving into the trunk of his car. Here, dozens of blank sheets of paper were stacked alongside his 2 simple sketches. Finally, he placed the gold coin into his backpack. He drove back to the inn. When he pushed open the door and saw the owner, the innkeeper's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Chapter 192, Cutting the Grass and Uprooting the Roots. Fang Jian waved at the owner and greeted him warmly. "Hey, boss, I'm back." Ooh. The owner's expression turned utterly bizarre, as if he'd seen a ghost, leaving him momentarily speechless. Fang Jian seemed completely oblivious to the man's unease. He pulled several sheets of drawing paper from his backpack, handed them over, and said excitedly, "Here, take a look at what I drew in the forest. What do you think?" The boss's facial muscles twitched slightly as he mechanically accepted the drawings. Though he was a rough and tumble guy who knew nothing about art, even he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised when he saw these 2 drawings. For these drawings depicted the very forest he knew so well. Even though it was just a corner of it, he recognized it instantly. He couldn't say whether the drawings were good or not. But damn, it looked just like the real thing. At that moment, the owner had no further doubts about Fang Jian's identity as an artist. "Boss, thank you for preparing these things for me, but I need to check out and leave," Fang Jian said suddenly. The owner looked up abruptly, his eyes flashing with confusion. "Why are you leaving? You still have a week left, don't you?" "It's too dangerous here," Fang Jian shrugged. "Dangerous?" "Yes, there are wolves here, you know." Fang Jian sighed. "Last night, while I was sleeping, I heard a pack of wolves howling nearby. It was terrifying. Their voices, woof." Fang Jian suddenly let out a wolf-like howl. Thud. The boss's body jerked backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Fang Jian looked concerned. "Hey, boss, you okay?" The boss stared at Fang Jian, still shaken. For some reason, hearing Fang Jian's wolf howl had sent a chill down his spine, making his legs go weak. I'm fine." The boss scrambled to his feet, forcing a smile before asking, "Did you hear any other sounds?" "Other sounds?" Fang Jian furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment before replying. "It sounded like someone else was shouting too, but I suspect I was startled and misheard." "Someone." The boss's face turned deathly pale. "Hey, boss, relax. It was just a faint sound, like someone was there. But in that kind of environment, it's more likely an illusion." Fang Jian patted the boss on the shoulder. "Besides, in that frozen wasteland, who else would be out there besides me?" The owner's mouth twitched, and he remained silent. Fang Jian smiled. "Boss, settle my bill. I need to take these paintings home to have them framed. If they get damaged, this whole trip will have been for nothing." "Oh, wait." Fang Jian slapped his forehead. "I didn't sleep well last night. I want to catch some sleep in the room. Just charge me for an extra night. I'll leave right after I wake up." Under Fang Jian's urging, the owner finally processed his request. In reality, it was just a partial refund of his deposit. Then, carrying his bag, Fang Jian headed upstairs. However, the moment he stepped inside, the owner bolted out the door like a madman. Soon, the innkeeper, the weapon shop owner, and the general store owner all piled into cars and drove deep into the forest. After hours of searching, they finally reached the chaotic scene. The bodies of the three young men were nowhere to be found, but the ground was littered with torn clothing, bloodstains, and the chaotic scene itself was proof enough that a brutal incident had occurred here. The gun shop owner burst into tears. Wiping his face abruptly, he shouted, "Pierre, what's that Oriental guy's name? Where is he?" The innkeeper's face darkened. "What do you intend to do?" "I'm going to kill him," the weapon shop owner snarled, his face twisted with fury. "If it weren't for him, my son wouldn't have gone into the forest, wouldn't have encountered the wolves, wouldn't have died. I will avenge my son." "Yes, revenge," the grocer's eyes reddened with fury. The innkeeper nodded forcefully. "Yes. Revenge." In that moment, grief overwhelmed all three men. They never believed they had done anything wrong. Instead, they blamed all the guilt on that stranger. If that outsider hadn't come, none of this would have happened. As for why the young men from their three families had entered the forest in the first place, that was beyond their consideration. That kid should be sleeping at the inn now. Oh no. The innkeeper's face paled. He said he'd leave immediately after waking up. The gun shop owner grabbed his rifle and roared, "What are we waiting for? Let's get back there now." The three turned and sprinted away. But just as they passed a large tree, a figure suddenly darted out from behind it. Thud. A single punch slammed into the weapons shop owner's back. His body flew backward instantly. The force of that punch didn't feel like a human fist at all, it felt like a giant hammer. Suspended in midair, the shopkeeper's chest caved in. He died instantly, without a sound. Before the other two could react, the figure charged forward again. This time, he extended his palm, slashing it across the grocery store owner's neck. The grocer's head snapped back at an unnatural angle, leaving him clearly beyond saving. The innkeeper finally saw the gruesome state of his two companions. He let out a scream and tried to bring the rifle from his shoulder to his chest. But the moment he lifted it, a sharp pain shot through his hand. The figure snatched it away with a swift pull, the sheer force wrenching the rifle from his grasp. The force was so immense that he couldn't muster the slightest resistance. Even his palms burned fiercely from the intense friction. Then he saw him clearly, a man cloaked in white, his face obscured by a hood that covered his mouth and nose. Who are you?" the innkeeper cried out in despair. In that moment, he was terrified as if he had seen a ghost. This man held neither gun nor knife, yet with his bare hands alone, he inflicted terror no less devastating than gunfire. Such overwhelming destructive power was beyond the innkeeper's comprehension. He wasn't human, he was a demon. The man in white removed his hat and mask, revealing a familiar face. The innkeeper's eyes widened in shock. You, how could it be you? Fong Jian, this adventurer and painter, how could he possibly be here?" With a cold smile, Fong Jian said, "I followed you in. If you could repent, I might spare you. But alas, demons dwell in your hearts, so I must subdue these evil spirits." The innkeeper's lips trembled. "I see. So you were behind everything. No wonder there were no bullet holes. Even if they encountered wolves, they wouldn't have gone without firing a single shot." Fong Jian froze. Oops, that was a slip-up. The innkeeper's eyes suddenly widened. With a flick of his wrist, he drew a pistol from his waistband. But before the gun was even halfway drawn, Fong Jian had already lunged forward, landing a punch squarely on the innkeeper's throat. The innkeeper's head snapped back, and his entire body crashed to the floor with a thud. This time, he wouldn't be getting up. Fong Jian slipped on thick gloves, grabbed their gun, fired a few shots at random, then tossed the weapon aside and took off running. They were already far from the town, but Fong Jian had enough stamina to continue on foot. Returning to the inn, Fong Jian saw the bar counter empty. He slipped up silently, changed back into his original black coat, and slipped out. When he emerged and drove away in plain sight, no one suspected he had just walked in from outside. Of course, this was largely due to the town maintaining the pace and customs of the 1970s. Here, there were no ubiquitous surveillance cameras. It was a kind of paradise cut off from the times, isolated from the outside world. But for a lone traveler, it was a paradise filled with evil. Chapter 193, Visa Expiration. Fong Jian arrived at the next town, where he purchased a full set of clothes and boots with cash. Then he disposed of the worn white coat and everything else. The method was simple: tear them into strips and dispose of them in batches. Of course, he didn't dump them in town. Instead, he drove until he found a forest or river, tossing them in batches until everything was gone over a dozen times. If someone could still find and piece them back together after that, Fong Jian would accept it. In truth, even if they were found, it wouldn't pose much of a problem. As an explorer and painter, many in the small town had seen him head into the mountains. Without any witnesses, Fong Jian believed no one could incriminate him. Sure enough, even after reaching Warsaw, Fong Jian encountered not a shred of trouble. The trip there took 3 days because Fong Jian was searching for the treasure's burial site. But on the return trip, he needed only a single day. Upon arriving in Warsaw, Fong Jian used navigation to locate several gallery districts in the city. Every city has similar areas where many artists gather. Fong Jian made the rounds, chatted with the people inside, and purchased 12 paintings of various types from different locations. Among them were 3 antique-style copperplate prints, for which he received receipts. Of course, the prices weren't steep converted, they amounted to just over 30,000 yuan. After leaving the gallery, he tossed one painting similar in size and scale to Melancholy into the river. He then packed the remaining paintings, his own sketches, and the copperplate engravings together into his suitcase.
Truthfully, if anyone had recognized the copperplate print he was carrying as Durer's Melancholia, he would never have made it through security. But when traveling as a painter carrying so many paintings, the chances of being recognized were practically non-existent. Having prepared everything, Fong Jian only learned during his call with Jean Tao and the others that the bunch had gone to Paris. At that moment, Fong Jian felt genuinely guilty. He was supposed to be accompanying Jean Tao and his wife on their honeymoon, yet he had caused them to be stranded in Milan for so long, completely disrupting their plans. Fong Jian suddenly remembered something and flipped open his passport to check. The Schengen visa he had applied for was only valid for 10 days. But it had already expired before they even reached Poland. Although he had applied for an extension, it was only for 1 week. By Fong Jian's calculations, it should have been sufficient. But unexpectedly, this trip to Poland had consumed 3 days just to find a place to stay, plus 1 day for lodging and various errands along the way. This resulted in his visa expiring once again. In Milan, he hadn't had to worry about this at all, because Robert had taken care of everything. But in Warsaw, he was completely unfamiliar with the place. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret. When Robert had asked him earlier, he had suggested applying for a 180-day long-term visa, or to apply for a green card outright. But Fong Jian had rejected both suggestions without hesitation. What's so great about living abroad? Just the food alone was giving Fong Jian a headache. He certainly didn't want to be making frequent trips over there. So, at his insistence, the visa was extended by only 7 days. But at this moment, he found himself in a bit of a bind. Next time he applied for a visa, he'd request a longer duration. As the old saying goes, better safe than sorry. It holds true. So, what happens if a visa expires? Fong Jian looked it up online and found it wasn't really a big deal. Every country has a grace period for such situations, and even if you accidentally exceed it, as long as you have a valid excuse. For instance, weather conditions like consecutive heavy rains, transportation issues like getting lost, and so on. Generally, they won't give you a hard time. However, if you exceed the grace period, you'll need to turn yourself in. The worst case scenario is usually just deportation. Unless you refuse to leave, detention is unlikely. Such matters can be easily resolved by contacting the embassy. But Fong Jian checked and found that the local police department could handle it. He didn't want to trouble his own people over such a minor matter. So he drove to a police station, found an officer, and explained the situation. The officer glanced at his passport without much concern, gave him an address, and told him to go there to apply for a visa extension. For an individual, this was a major issue. But for others, it was a minor matter, a trivial one at that. Fong Jian followed the address to the office. To his surprise, he discovered he actually had to wait in line. And the line was quite long. After inquiring, he learned that many people had come to apply for renewal here. Most were there for long-term extensions. For those like Fong Jian, who needed to renew their visas because their tourist visas had expired, were present, but truly few in number. Fong Jian waited in line for a full hour and it was almost his turn. But just then, the staff members stood up one by one. "We're done for today. Come back tomorrow," a large man announced loudly, tapping on the glass window. A chorus of complaints erupted outside. Fong Jian frowned slightly and protested, "Sir, my tourist visa has expired. If I don't renew it today, I won't even be able to stay at my hotel." The burly man shot him a cold glance. "That's not my concern. I'm off duty. Come back tomorrow." Faced with his arrogant, dismissive attitude, Fong Jian's expression darkened. "What kind of service attitude is this? I'm going to file a complaint against you." The large man tapped the badge on his chest. "Remember my number. Feel free to complain." With that, he slammed the window shut. Fong Jian froze, glancing behind him. Behind him, though the crowd murmured complaints, they all stood up. Not a single person protested. Instead, they dispersed one after another. Fong Jian felt utterly helpless. He made his way to a nearby 5-star hotel. With a touch of trepidation, he handed over his passport and booked a room. What surprised Fong Jian, however, was the front desk clerk merely glanced at the first page of his passport. As for the visa page, they didn't even give it a second look before checking him into a room. After receiving the keycard, Fong Jian realized he'd learned something new. Turns out you can still check into a hotel without issue even if your passport visa has expired. While checking in, he'd even prepared a detailed explanation in case they asked questions. What a waste of all that careful preparation. Once inside the room, Fong Jian pulled out his phone and called Robert. "Hey, Robert, how's it going?" "Ah, Fong. How's your trip going? Found any inspiration?" Robert's enthusiastic voice came through the receiver. Fong Jian chuckled, "Not bad. I visited a snow-covered forest, sketched a few pieces, bought some paintings. It was quite enjoyable." Robert paused. "Sketches? Paintings? What on earth was that about?" But he was already somewhat accustomed to Fong Jian's whimsical ideas and actions. Besides, he didn't find such things particularly strange. A great musician, after all, if he followed rules like an ordinary person, that would be the real oddity. "Robert, do you have any friends in Warsaw?" "Yes, why?" "My visa expired, and I need to renew it. I've been running around all day but haven't managed to get it done." "Oh my goodness. How could you possibly handle such a minor matter yourself? Give me an address, I'll come over first thing tomorrow." "No need. I'm flying to Paris tomorrow to meet up with my companions. Just have someone handle the extension for me." Fong Jian thought for a moment and said, this time, "Make it for 180 days. "Got it, Fong. Leave it to me." Chapter 194, After Work is Personal Time.
He did nothing wrong. Early the next morning, just as Fong Jian finished breakfast, the phone rang. A man calling himself Hugh Rodney arrived at the door. He introduced himself as Robert's friend, here to assist Fong Jian with his visa extension. Fong Jian gave him the hotel name, and soon enough, Rodney arrived at the door. "Hey, Mr. Fong, how are you?" The man greeted him warmly upon meeting. "I'm Robert's friend. He mentioned your visa has expired and you need to renew it." "Yes." Fong Jian welcomed him inside. Once inside, the man continued chattering. Such a small matter, I could have handled it myself. But Robert insisted on coming over today." "Oh, and Sid's coming too." Fong Jian paused, surprised. "Robert and Sid are coming too?" "Yes. They booked their flights last night and should arrive this afternoon." He paused before adding, "They called this morning. They're worried about you and asked me to come keep you company, said they're afraid you'll wander off." The look in his eyes as he watched Fong Jian was rather peculiar. How could someone so big actually get lost? "I really don't understand what Robert is thinking." Fong Jian chuckled to himself. He knew this was simply concern gone overboard. But come to think of it, since arriving in Italy, he'd already gotten lost twice. Once in Austria, once in Poland, both times after losing touch with Robert and the others for a while. At that moment, Fong Jian thought of that capricious Austrian gem, Mr. Smedley. In the eyes of his agent, Klimas, that pianist who stormed off home for half a month at the slightest provocation must be cut from the same cloth. Rodney glanced at the time and said, "Hey, they won't be here for another half day. Why don't we go take care of the visa renewal paperwork first?" "All right." Fong Jian nodded slightly. "I went there yesterday, but the queue takes forever." "Queue?" A faint smile touched Rodney's lips. "We don't need to queue." They got into Rodney's car and headed back to the same place as yesterday. This time, however, Rodney led Fong Jian straight into the building's interior. Along the way, many people greeted him, yet no one stopped them. Fong Jian looked at him in surprise. He smiled faintly and said, "I'm a lawyer. I have a little influence." "A lawyer?" This time, Fong Jian was genuinely astonished. A lawyer moving through this place as if he owned it? It seemed his connections were far from insignificant. Soon, Rodney led Fong Jian to an office. He smiled and embraced someone inside before saying, "Evan, I have a friend whose visa has expired. He needs to renew it. Could you help him out?" Ivan chuckled, "Such a minor matter, sending one of your clerks over would suffice." Rodney shrugged his shoulders. "He has commitments this afternoon that require his presence, so I came personally." "All right," Ivan said casually. "What's your friend's name? Where's he from?" Rodney paused, then asked, "Mr. Fong, what's your name? Where are you from?" Ivan's gaze suddenly turned slightly strange. "You bring someone here to renew their visa and don't even know their name?" If this man weren't his good friend and a prominent lawyer, Ivan would have seriously considered kicking him out. Fong Jian took out his passport and handed it directly to him. He couldn't help but inwardly grumble that Robert had been a bit careless this time. Rodney glanced at the passport and said, "Ivan, my friend comes from the Eastern Dragon. His name is Jian." Suddenly, Rodney's voice halted, then shot up an octave. "Ken? Fong?" He snapped his head up, his eyes now utterly transformed. "You are Mr. Jian Fong? The one who performed at La Scala and the Golden Hall in Venice, the Oriental Pavarotti?" His voice was practically a shout. Ivan was startled at first, but upon hearing the last sentence, he abruptly turned his head, staring unblinkingly at Fong Jian's face. Fong Jian smiled calmly. "I have performed at La Scala and the Golden Hall in Venice." "Oh my god, Mr. Jian Fong." "No." Fong Jian said firmly, "Please just call me Mr. Fong." Rodney froze for a moment before quickly correcting himself. "Of course, Mr. Fong. My apologies, I didn't recognize you upon first meeting." He paused, his voice tinged with gritted teeth. "No wonder Robert refused to give me your name. He really is not a very good friend." Fong Jian watched his reaction and almost urged him to calm down. Ivan had long since gone speechless, his face flushing slightly. His eyes fixed on Fong Jian, filled with utter disbelief. "Mr. Fong? It's truly an honor to meet you." Ivan suddenly bowed his head and began rummaging through the table. Moments later, he pulled out a CD and asked, "Mr. Fong, would you mind signing this for me?" Fong Jian glanced at the disc's cover and couldn't help but pause. It featured an introduction to the singer and their songs. But the singer was none other than the full-body photo on the cover. If not him, then who else could it be? He then recalled Sid mentioning that his piano compositions had been released in Europe and were selling exceptionally well. In truth, most music sales nowadays were digital. But in Europe, physical CDs are still sold, though compared to digital tracks, the price is quite steep. Unless you were a true fan, it was highly unlikely you'd buy them. Who would have thought he'd spot a genuine fan here? Smiling and nodding, Fong Jian picked up a pen and wrote a message in Chinese on the CD. "Mr. Ivan, I've written you a message in Chinese. Wishing you good health and all the best. Thank you, thank you." Ivan clutched the CD to his chest as if it were a treasure, smiling so broadly his eyes disappeared. Rodney shot him an envious glance before saying, "Hey, Evan, could you expedite Mr. Fong's visa renewal?" "Ah, no problem, absolutely no problem," Evan declared loudly. "Please wait just a moment, I'll handle it personally." With that, he crouched down, turning his back to them as he opened the office safe and placed the disc inside. The way he handled it with such care made it seem less like a disc and more like a vital document. Soon, Evan led Fong Jian downstairs. The queue here remained bustling and busy. Fong Jian glanced around and suddenly remarked, "I was here yesterday. Ah, Mr. Fong, Iwan exclaimed in surprise, I didn't see you. I waited in line all day, Fong Jian shrugged casually, but just as my turn was coming up, some guy told me he was closing up and to get lost. Ivan's expression darkened instantly. He whispered, Mr. Fong, which jerk said that? Fong Jian glanced at the portly man and said, that guy right there. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he added, oh, Mr. Ivan, I actually understand. Finishing work is important. After work is personal time. He didn't do anything wrong, so it's fine. Ivan nodded slightly and said, Mr. Fong, thank you for your understanding. After speaking, he turned his head and shot a dark look in that direction. In front of Fong Jian, he certainly wouldn't reprimand him on the spot. But this man was now firmly etched in his memory. Rodney rushed downstairs clutching his phone, shouting, Ivan. Councilman Thompson says he's coming over immediately to inspect the work here. Chapter 195, a show. Oh, Mr. Thompson? Ivan's eyes widened. He's coming here? Yes, Mr. Thompson is coming to inspect the work here. He'll happen to meet Mr. Fong. Rodney winked smugly. So, if Mr. Fong's visa renewal takes a little longer, I think Mr. Thompson would be more than happy to personally handle it for him. Evan's face lit up with delight. Clearly, this Mr. Thompson was someone he looked up to. However, his expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Fong Jian. Mr. Fong, I know that guy is blind as a bat. He shouldn't have given you a hard time yesterday, but... Fong Jian smiled. Mr. Ivan, rest assured. I've already forgotten everything that happened yesterday. Rodney froze. What happened? Evan glanced at the overweight man and explained, Mr. Fong applied for a renewal yesterday, but that fellow refused to process it and instead spoke disrespectfully. Rodney's expression darkened. This is unacceptable. If word gets out, it will severely damage Warsaw's reputation. Fong Jian sighed inwardly. At this moment, he truly appreciated the perks of being a celebrity. If he were an ordinary person, they would have ignored him completely. The fat man's brazen attitude suggested this wasn't his first encounter with such treatment. Yet he remained as calm as a rock and everyone else seemed accustomed to it. Yet the moment he revealed his identity as a musician, the attitudes of these two men underwent a complete 180-degree shift. Rodney lowered his voice. Evan, if you don't want to cause a scandal, get him out of our sight. Quickly. After a pause, he added, Mr. Thompson will be here soon. Got it. Evan turned and stormed toward the overweight man. The three of them had been standing in the lobby for quite some time now. If they were ordinary people, no one would have paid them any mind. But it seemed everyone recognized Ivan, while he barely acknowledged those who approached to greet him, offering only the slightest nod at most. In contrast, Fong Jian, the Asian man, drew even more attention. The large man at the counter kept stealing glances this way while handling paperwork. He too recognized Fong Jian almost immediately. It wasn't that Fong Jian had particularly distinctive features, but because the two had just clashed before leaving work yesterday. Though it hadn't escalated to physical violence, it certainly wasn't something easily forgotten. From that moment on, his heart was filled with unease. And he was filled with resentment toward this Asian man. Damn it, if you know our boss, just say so. If you just mentioned his name or asked him to say a word, would I have had to mess with you? Easterners are all big ES. Still, he clung to a sliver of hope perhaps the man hadn't mentioned him after all. But in the blink of an eye, Ivan stormed over, his face turning an agonizing shade of red. Sure enough, Ivan tapped on the window and barked an order. Someone immediately came over to take over his duties. Then, Ivan led the big fat guy away. Though Fong Jian didn't know what fate awaited the man, the heavy footsteps of Ivan and the deafening roar emanating from the still open back door spoke volumes. Fong Jian and Rodney exchanged a knowing glance. This guy was definitely in for a world of trouble. Moments later, Ivan hurried back. Then, everyone in the hall sprang into action. They moved with a purpose, their pace noticeably quicker than usual, and even the smiles on their faces seemed more frequent. Fong Jian knew this must be related to the imminent arrival of that Thompson councilman. Watching the bustling activity around him, Fong Jian whispered to Rodney, Mr. Rodney, who exactly is this Thompson MP? Oh, he's one of the strong contenders for the next Warsaw mayor, Rodney murmured. His current approval rating is over 30%. Fong Jian nodded slightly, fully aware that this level of support was anything but low. Fong Jian knew full well that the man's visit was nothing but a show. He was willing to let it happen if it meant venting his frustration through Thompson's reputation. And honestly, Fong Jian didn't consider himself a celebrity. Soon, Ivan arrived, rushing over. Mr. Fong, Mr. Thompson will be here shortly. He asked me to convey his regards and inquire if a meeting would be convenient. Fong Jian looked up and glanced in a certain direction. Evan quickly added, Mr. Fong, I've adjusted his duties. Unless he resigns, cleaning will be his job for life. Fong Jian immediately smiled. Mr. Ivan, I certainly have time and would be delighted to meet with Mr. Thompson. Oh, and by the way, I'm extremely satisfied with your work. Ivan's face instantly broke into a broad smile. Fong Jian inwardly sighed. Even abroad, this kind of superficial courtesy was no different. Finally, several vehicles pulled into the compound. What surprised Fong Jian was that following the cars were two interview vehicles. Yes, those were the specialized vehicles used exclusively for interviews. Moreover, judging by the lettering on the vehicles, they clearly belonged to two different news organizations. Not only that, but several people carrying microphones and cameras also stepped out of the subsequent vehicles. Fong Jian felt a twinge of suspicion. Such a high-profile spectacle would be hard to match even domestically. Soon, a tall, slender middle-aged man emerged from the crowd and approached. Fang Jian had assumed all the reporters were following this politician. But, look, there's the Oriental Pavarotti.
Then, Fang Jian watched as a group of people carrying cameras and holding recorders rushed toward him. In contrast, only a handful of junior reporters lingered around the man who was clearly the assemblyman.
What was going on? Why was this completely opposite to what he had expected? Before Fang Jian could process his confusion, he was already surrounded. Rodney rushed to block the crowd beside him, but was immediately pushed aside.
Mr. Fang, when did you arrive in Warsaw?
Mr. Fang, this way please. Keep smiling, thank you. Mr. Fang, what are your impressions of Warsaw? Mr. Fang, do you find our Warsaw beauties appealing? Mr. Fang. Fang Jian did indeed keep smiling. After all, as a citizen of the great nation, he couldn't afford to appear flustered and bring shame upon his country. But what on earth were these reporters asking? Do you find the beauties here appealing? What kind of entertainment reporter is this? Make way, everyone. Make way. Congressman Thompson is about to hold a friendly meeting with Mr. Fang. Several bodyguard-like figures finally pushed their way through the crowd, rescuing Fang Jian from the throng of reporters. At that moment, Fang Jian finally understood. Things here were different from back home after all. Damn it, so the cameras here weren't focused on politicians after all. Mr. Fang, it is a great honor to have you visit Warsaw. I welcome you on behalf of the city. Fang Jian extended his hand, and they shook.
Suddenly, a flurry of camera flashes erupted around them. Thompson shifted his body slightly, striking a pose for the cameras.
Fang Jian had no choice but to mimic the pose. After a full 5 minutes, the reporters began firing questions once more. Thompson smiled broadly and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Fang has been delayed in Warsaw due to his admiration for the city's beauty.
I must first assist him with his visa extension.
The press conference will be held shortly."
Applause erupted around them. Some shouted things like, "Warsaw is the most beautiful place in the world." In the distance, a certain large man watched the scene unfold, speechless with regret. He could only feel that the rest of his life would likely be dim and unremarkable. Chapter 196, Honorary Citizen. The Great Eastern Pavarotti visits Warsaw Drzwinek. Counselor Thompson personally renews the great musician's contract Rzeczpospolite. The great musician, the Oriental Pavarotti, was invited to sing a song at Warsaw Castle Square Report. Counselor Thompson cordially bestowed the title of honorary citizen upon the great musician. 5 days later, Fang Jian boarded the flight from Warsaw to Paris laden with honors. Accompanying him were Robert and Sid. During those 5 days, Fang Jian thoroughly explored Warsaw and sketched over 20 drawings. Beyond that, he experimented with creating copperplate engravings. This matter, through countless word-of-mouth accounts, had become common knowledge. Fang Jian was certain that among the pile of papers, the melancholy would be impossible to detect. The reason for staying in Poland for 5 days was not only due to the host's overwhelming hospitality, but also because he wanted to spread the word about this matter. Otherwise, a musician wandering around carrying paintings would inevitably seem odd. Still, those 5 days weren't wasted. At the very least, he earned the title of honorary citizen. On the plane, Sid approached cautiously. "Fang, the initial sales figures for your song are in. Though it's only been 10 days, the response has been incredibly intense." Fang Jian glanced at him and said, "Why don't you just tell me how much money I'll be making?" Sid chuckled. "Conservative estimates suggest your earnings this year won't dip below 5 million euros. Fang Jian smiled faintly, his heart remaining utterly unruffled. "Only 5 million euros? Not even enough for a single painting." Robert cleared his throat softly. "Fang, several opera houses have sent invitations hoping you'll perform. What do you think?" Fang Jian immediately replied, "Robert, don't put me on the spot. You know I'm an artist, money doesn't sway me." Sid's mouth twitched slightly. "An artist untouched by money? Then why did you bring up money just now?" But he kept that thought to himself. He'd never utter it aloud. Robert laughed heartily. "All right then, dear Fang, where would you like to go next?" "Back home, of course," Fang Jian replied leisurely. "Once Chantal and the others finish exploring Paris, we can all head back together." "Leaving so soon?" Sid felt a pang of reluctance mixed with puzzlement. Fang Jian had caused such a huge sensation in Europe. If it were anyone else, they would surely strike while the iron was hot. But Fang Jian? He couldn't care less. To Sid, it seemed like such a waste. Fang Jian smiled but offered no reply. When the plane landed in Paris and they arrived at the hotel, they immediately spotted Jean Tao and a few young women. Wang Donglian stepped forward first, chattering away non-stop. After exploring Milan, they had visited the water city of Venice before arriving in Paris. They'd seen the Eiffel Tower, walked through Notre Dame Cathedral, strolled down the Champs-Élysées, and had an absolute blast. As for the matter of Fang Jian's agent, Wang Donglian had already smoothly passed it off to Robert. Jean Tao spotted Fang Jian and immediately walked over, giving him a hearty hug. "Brother, you finally made it," he said, his eyes glistening with tears. Fang Jian was deeply moved, yet also puzzled. Why was this guy suddenly so emotional upon seeing him? Could it be that he knew about his ordeal in the jungle? But how could that be possible? Then, Fang Jian heard him lower his voice and whisper in his ear, "Find a way to get rid of those 3 light bulbs at your place." Fang Jian froze. "My 3 light bulbs? Damn it, I only have 2 at most." "Wait, what do you mean my?" But seeing the resentment in Jean Tao's eyes, Fang Jian understood completely. They'd come to Europe for their honeymoon, only to have 3 light bulbs tagged along. Fang Jian had no idea what Chao Qingxin was thinking, but Jean Tao must have been absolutely furious.
Hey, what the hell does this have to do with me? Fang Jian retorted sternly. Don't pin this on me.
Zhang Tao spoke slowly. La Scala.
The Golden Hall. Fang Jian opened his mouth, feeling genuinely guilty.
True, Zhang Tao had little interest in music, yet he'd stuck it out with him for so long.
He really had been a bit inconsiderate. After a moment's thought, Fang Jian said, Zhang Tao, how about this? If you have any wishes during this honeymoon, I'll make them come true. Consider it my way of making it up to you. Zhang Tao's eyes lit up. My wish? You can really make it happen? Fang Jian cautioned, I'll try my best, but those three? I really can't control them.
No need, Zhang Tao shook his head.
Then how about this arrange for us to visit Paris Saint-Germain and play a game against the Trident? Fang Jian was speechless.
Even he felt a bit dizzy upon hearing that request.
Paris Saint-Germain's Trident?
In today's European football scene, pinpointing the strongest team is no easy task.
But if you asked which team was riding the biggest wave of momentum, PSG would undoubtedly be among them. Messi's transfer had given PSG a frontline featuring Messi, Mbappe, and Neymar.
Though the first one might be a bit older, his fame alone is enough to be described as renowned throughout the world.
Want to watch Paris Saint-Germain play? Simple, just buy a ticket. For Fang Jian, playing at Parc des Princes is now within reach. But you want to compete alongside the Trident?
Hell no, why didn't you just say you wanted to fly to the moon? He wanted to refuse outright, but seeing Zhang Tao's bright eyes, the words stuck in his throat.
Fang Jian knew this good buddy genuinely loved soccer.
Not only did he play himself, but he also knew the European top 5 leagues inside out. You could say he'd followed every step of the journey, from the mini World Cup of Serie A to the later era of the two giants dominating. Messi was his absolute favorite player. Had he not come to Paris, Zhang Tao might never have entertained such thoughts. But now that he was in Paris, to say he hadn't considered it would be self-deception. Still, he knew his limits. Stars like that were far beyond his reach.
Fang Jian reached out and patted his shoulder.
I'll give it a shot, but don't get your hopes up too high.
Zhang Tao laughed heartily. I get it. You and he aren't in the same league. Don't worry, I was just saying. He knew that even though Fang Jian was currently making waves in Europe, but opera and piano were worlds apart from soccer.
So, as he said, this request was just talk. Poking Fang Jian playfully, Zhang Tao added, oh, and Qingxin mentioned the other day that Christoph Eschenbach from the Paris Orchestra is their idol.
If you get the chance, remember to get his autograph. Fang Jian inwardly grumbled, these girls sure have a lot of idols. But who exactly is this Christoph Eschenbach? He'd look him up later. Once inside the hotel, the girls rallied everyone to head back to the Champs-Élysées. Though they'd already been there for 2 days, they still seemed far from satisfied. Fang Jian glanced at Zhang Tao's gloomy expression and finally understood how he'd been feeling these past days. Suddenly, Robert approached and nodded briefly to the group. Everyone immediately knew he had serious business with Fang Jian. Sure enough, after pulling Fang Jian aside, Robert said, Fang, I have some good news. Ah, what is it? Word of your arrival in Paris has leaked. Chapter 197, 2 Demands. Fang Jian froze. What kind of good news was this? Robert continued, Fang, there are many people here who wish to meet you. They're all. He paused, then added, they're all members of Parisian high society. Fang Jian chuckled wryly. Robert, I don't really care about them. He was about to decline, but his gaze shifted and landed on Zhang Tao. His heart stirred instantly. Robert shrugged his shoulders. He knew full well that Fang Jian detested this sort of thing most of all. Back in Warsaw, Poland, whenever possible, Fang had declined such social engagements outside of performances. When refusal wasn't an option, he'd make a brief appearance and then hand things over to Robert to handle. There was no reason for him to change his attitude just because they were in Paris. Fang, I understand. I'll decline for you. Hold on, who's attending? Fang Jian asked. Robert paused, then quickly replied, oh, there are quite a few. I'll compile a list for you. If you'd like to see it. Alright, thanks. Though Robert had no idea what had caused such a drastic shift in Fang Jian's attitude. It was undoubtedly a huge win for him. Soon, a list was handed to Fang Jian. Robert not only thoughtfully provided the list but also explained who these individuals were. Besides a few politicians, most were renowned Parisian artists and business tycoons. After finishing the introductions, Robert said, Fang, the Paris Opera House has invited you to hold a concert there. They are willing to pay you 2 million euros. He paused and added, it's sponsored by a consortium. Fang Jian raised an eyebrow and looked at him. This price was already exceptionally high. In fact, during their peak years, the three tenors had embarked on a world tour. It was said that each of the three tenors and the conductor received $1 million in compensation. Even accounting for currency devaluation, a solo concert fee of 2 million euros remained an astronomical sum. Especially for a newcomer. This clearly demonstrated the other party's genuine sincerity. After finishing his words, Robert looked at Fang Jian with an expectant gaze. Yet, deep down, he was prepared for rejection. He knew that if Fang Jian were willing to participate in the performance, he wouldn't have turned it down so decisively in the first place. Fang Jian took out his phone, silently searched for a moment, then said, Robert, I have 2 conditions. If they can be met, I'll agree. Robert's eyes lit up. He never imagined things would go so smoothly today. Tell me, and I'll negotiate with them. Fang Jian smiled faintly. I've heard the Paris Orchestra has a conductor named Christoph Eschenbach. Yes, that gentleman is the conductor of the Paris Orchestra and one of the world's most renowned conductors. Robert, true to his insider status, answered without hesitation. I'd like to collaborate with him, Fong Jian said with a smile. I just saw his name on the guest list. That should be fine, right? Haha, absolutely no problem. I'm sure this maestro shares your eagerness to collaborate, Robert laughed heartily. Alright, one more request. Zhang Tao and I would like to play a match against the Trident. I wonder if these dignitaries could arrange it. Ah, Trident? A friendly match? Robert paused for a moment before suddenly asking, Fong, you're not talking about soccer, are you? Fong Jian looked surprised. Robert, you can even guess that? Robert smiled wryly. You forget I'm Italian. For Italians, besides music and opera, there's soccer. These two things are practically ingrained in their very bones. Chinese musicians would never understand this mindset. When did we musicians start associating with those match-fixing scoundrels? How embarrassing. But in Europe, such things seem commonplace, nothing out of the ordinary. Alright, Fong, I can try to make some connections. Robert studied the list carefully. Al-Khalafi, the director of Paris Saint-Germain, is also on this list. If he agrees, then there shouldn't be too many problems. Great, thank you for handling everything. After seeing Robert off, Fong Jian reluctantly accompanied the four girls to the Champs-Élysées, dragged along by Zhang Tao's persistent insistence. This time, however, Fong Jian brought his sketchpad along. Wang Donglian circled around him and asked, Brother Fong, what's this for? Fong Jian smiled faintly. I've taken up painting lately. I brought it so I can sketch whenever inspiration strikes. Everyone except Luan Wani exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what he was up to. With the easel strapped to his back, Fong Jian thought to himself. Once I ship the melancholy back to China, this hobby of mine can finally be laid to rest. But for now, I'll keep up the pretense. The Champs-Élysées stretches 1,800 meters from Place de la Concorde in the east to Place Charles Delaware Gaulle in the west, sloping gently from west to east. At its widest point, it spans approximately 120 meters. It is France's most visually striking and culturally rich avenue, hailed as the First Avenue of France. Here, luxury stores from around the world gather, making it a shopping paradise for the wealthy. The families of these girls were quite well off. While they couldn't compare to Wang Donglian, it wasn't unreasonable for them to stroll here and buy some luxury goods. Moreover, the proceeds from the performance Fong Jian had promised to donate hadn't been spent yet. However, upon arriving at the square, Fong Jian glanced around and said, Xiao Luan, let me sketch you. Luan Wani smiled and replied, sure thing. Fong Jian pointed to a corner of the street. Stand there. Give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Everyone was taken aback, even Zhang Tao. Even he hadn't known Fong Jian could draw. Luan Wani stood by the roadside, still and serene, like a beautiful lotus flower. A breeze swept by, lifting her skirt and skirt, making her appear even more ethereal and otherworldly. Fong Jian glanced at her once, then began sketching with lightning speed. Wang Donglian curiously approached, and her eyes slowly widened in astonishment. Sure enough, after just 5 minutes, Fong Jian set down his brush. On the white paper, a beautiful girl smiled charmingly, as if she could step off the page at any moment. Not only that, but the painting also captured the surrounding street scene and blurred figures of passers-by. Though not as sharp as a photograph, it possessed an ethereal quality and unique charm that made it impossible to look away. Wow, Brother Fong, I had no idea you had this talent hidden away. Wang Donglian exclaimed, her voice brimming with delight and surprise. I want one too. Everyone gathered around to take a look, murmuring in admiration. Fong Jian was generous, giving one to each of the 5 of them. Including Zhang Tao, each received a portrait. Moreover, his framing angles were strikingly different, somehow endowing each person with a distinct aura. Wang Donglian watched Fong Jian, her curiosity growing. She couldn't help but wonder how many more undiscovered talents this guy possessed. That evening, upon returning to the hotel, everyone except Fong Jian felt utterly exhausted. After all, they had been in Europe for over half a month. Traveling was different from staying at home. Fatigue was inevitable. That evening, Robert came by again, his face beaming. Fong, he said, your request has been taken care of. Fong Jian was taken aback. The Trident matter too? Of course. You can go and train with them for a day, but you mustn't interfere with their preparations. And they've made one request. What is it? They'd like you to find time for a performance in Doha, Qatar, either piano or singing, whichever you prefer. Doha? Yes. They said they're willing to pay more, even higher than the Paris Opera House. Robert said, sounding somewhat excited. Fong Jian smiled faintly, glancing over at Zhang Tao, who was still focused on his meal. This surprise would wait until they reached the stadium to tell him. Chapter 198, 30 Soccer Legends Teach 1. Arranged by Robert, Fong Jian and the others attended a grand banquet. At the banquet, Fong Jian met Christoph and struck up a lively conversation with him. Christoph Eisenbacher. He is one of the foremost conductors and pianists of our time. He serves as music director of both the Orchestre de Paris and the Philadelphia Orchestra. Yet, Chinese audiences are most fascinated by his discovery and cultivation of Lang Lang. It can be said that because of Lang Lang, this musical maestro has an indissoluble bond with China. This is the true reason why the 4 young women hold him in such extraordinary admiration. In this world, there is no love or hatred without reason. Since this musician has extended goodwill toward China, it is only natural that Chinese musicians admire and cherish him. Both sides even performed a piano piece each at the host's residence, receiving thunderous applause. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, they agreed to perform together on stage at the Paris Opera House 5 days later. When this news was announced, it caused a sensation throughout Paris. That night, after retiring for the evening, Fang Jian sent a coded message to his father. Before his father's memorial tablet, he burned a Joss paper note worth a staggering 100 million yuan. Thus, he successfully made contact with his father. "Son, how long have you been abroad? How's the situation over there?" his father asked. Fang Jian paused, realizing his father was asking about his romantic pursuits. He immediately replied, "Dad, don't worry. I've got this in the bag." His father sighed in relief. "That's good. But don't slack off. Keep working hard and bring us a grandson soon." Fang Jian sighed, "Dad, why do you keep pushing me on this?" Dad glared at him. "You're the only heir in my branch of the family. If you die, my line will be cut off. Who'll burn Joss paper for me then?" Phew. "Dad, don't jinx me." His father paused, slapped his own cheek, and said, "Ouch. My bad. I shouldn't have said that before the grandson grows up." The first part of his words had made Fang Jian quite happy. But after hearing the whole sentence, he felt a bit unhappy. "Dad, how desperately you want a son to keep you company." He took a deep breath and changed the subject. "Dad, could you help me find some people?" "What kind of people?" "I need to meet Mr. Maradona plus 30 others." Fang Jian handed over a list. Paul Rossi Italy, George Best Northern Ireland, Puskas Hungary, Eusebio Portugal, Pachetti Italy, Cruyff Netherlands, Miazza Italy, Garrincha Brazil, Yashin USSR, Michaels Netherlands, Bobby Moore England. Dad's expression darkened slightly as he glanced at him. Fang Jian quickly said, "Dad, I understand what you mean. This is just this one time. And rest assured, I've already prepared 500 billion for you. I'll deliver it to you immediately after returning home." 500 billion? "Yes, 500 billion. His father hesitated before asking, "If you set aside that much for me, won't you be left strapped for cash yourself?" Fang Jian replied with utmost sincerity, "Rest assured, Dad. I know how to make money. 500 billion? That's nothing to me. Not just 500 billion, even 5 trillion wouldn't make him bat an eyelid. Alright, I'll find someone for you. Hopefully they're still in the underworld." Soon, numerous football stars led by Maradona arrived one after another. However, among the 30 names on the list, 3 were no longer in the underworld. Whether they had been reincarnated or their souls had vanished into nothingness remained unknown. Nevertheless, with Mr. Maradona's recommendation, the full 30 candidates were assembled. The reason for selecting 30 was that the number of midfielders and forwards slightly exceeded the requirement, hence the extra few. "Hey, Mr. Fang, we meet again," Maradona said with a smile. "Have you become a soccer player?" "No," Fang Jian replied with a smile. "But I'm here tonight to learn about that big picture perspective you mentioned." Maradona roared with laughter. "Alright, guys, show him what you've got. Let Mr. Fang see what we're made of." The players Fang Jian had invited this time were mostly star-level footballers, with quite a few who could be called superstars. Goalkeeper Lev Yashin, nicknamed the Octopus, was the only Soviet player ever selected as a world-class superstar. Cruyff was the embodiment of Dutch total football and a superstar of his era who could be mentioned in the same breath as the Kaiser, Beckenbauer. Unfortunately, the football emperor was still alive, and Fang Jian couldn't invite him even if he wanted to. Puskas was a key player in Real Madrid's 3 consecutive European Cup victories in the 1950s, and the foremost figure of Hungary's golden generation. As for Italy's Paolo Rossi, the golden boy who claimed the World Cup's golden boot, he was a truly exceptional striker. In short, among the footballers attending tonight's event, the least prominent are star-level players, with numerous superstars and megastars among them. If they could be resurrected and assembled into a team at their peak. Alright, Fang Jian shook his head, putting aside these idle musings. During this encounter, Maradona first had Fang Jian demonstrate his ball skills before everyone. Having mastered the art of transforming force, Fang Jian's control over his body had reached a new level. Combined with his previous training, the ball seemed glued to his feet, moving with him as he darted and weaved. Even when marked one-on-one, the legendary Italian star Facchetti, once hailed as the world's finest left-back, couldn't stop Fang Jian's breakthroughs. His speed was simply too overwhelming. Even without unleashing his hidden power, his sustained peak visible power and speed remained beyond the reach of ordinary human bodies. Even the physiques of elite athletes couldn't match him in this regard. Thus, in one-on-one situations, every defender felt powerless against him. After acknowledging Fang Jian's skill level, the official match commenced. Once on the official court, Fang Jian immediately noticed the difference. Football is a game of 11 versus 11. No matter how strong an individual player is, they might be able to get past 1 or 2 defenders, but under normal circumstances, it's impossible to get past 3. Watching highlight reels, it seems effortless to dribble past defenders. But in reality, highlights are just that, highlights. They're meant to be watched, not believed. Even a legend like Maradona needed immense luck to dribble past 2 defenders. And here, standing before Fang Jian, were genuine powerhouses from every era. Unless Fang Jian abandoned soccer and relied solely on his hidden strength, then defeating all 30 opponents might be possible. Otherwise, under normal football rules, he couldn't achieve anything extraordinary. This was the moment when the football legends began imparting their wisdom. They would tell Fang Jian how to play each position and share their personal insights. Having taken their father's money, they had no choice but to give it their all. This is the unwritten rule of the underworld, no one can defy it. Thus, over the following year, Fang Jian embarked on a busy and dedicated learning journey. He not only mastered passing and developing a strategic overview of the game but also spent time playing every position on the field. Not even goalkeeper was an exception.
Thanks to his superhuman reflexes, even the legendary octopus like goalkeeper Yashin admitted that Fang Jian was a natural-born goalkeeper. The only drawback was his slightly short stature. A year later, Fang Jian had lost count of how many matches he'd played alongside them. He wouldn't dare claim to be unbeatable, but finding another soccer player in the world stronger than him, it would be incredibly difficult. Chapter 199. Dude, can you kick it a little softer? Early the next morning, Fang Jian dragged Zhang Tao out of bed. The two climbed into Robert's car. Zhang Tao looked dazed. Fang Jian, what's with all the secrecy? Fang Jian chuckled. Mr. Robert wants to take us somewhere. A place? Zhang Tao paused, then his eyes lit up. Fang Jian, you didn't actually pull it off, did you? Fang Jian pointed out the window. Zhang Tao looked up and let out an excited howl. There, right before their eyes, stood the Parc des Princes, the home stadium of Paris Saint-Germain. As they stepped out of the car, a handsome middle-aged man was already waiting there. Nasser Al-Khelaifi, CEO of Paris Saint-Germain. The 17th leader of the club from Qatar had already made a name for himself in the world of football. Today, he personally accompanied them, naturally because Fang Jian's prestige in another field had reached its zenith. Upon meeting, Nasser first led them on a tour of the team facilities, personally recounting the history and glory of Paris Saint-Germain. In truth, though PSG was originally one of Europe's top 5 leagues, it was far from the dominant force it is today, not just on the European stage, but even within Ligue 1 itself. However, since the Qatari takeover, backed by formidable financial resources, the club has ascended to a dominant position akin to Bayern Munich's supremacy in the Bundesliga. The only thing missing now is the Champions League. After the tour, Nasser said, "Gentlemen, here's our plan. You'll have half a day to train with the team, followed by a scrimmage match. Does that sound acceptable?" "Absolutely, we're very satisfied." "Thank you, Chairman Nasser," Fang Jian replied with a broad smile. "We hope to meet with you again when we visit Doha in the future." Nasser beamed, replying, "If you ever hold a concert in Doha, Mr. Fang, I promise to be your first loyal audience member." Qatar is indeed extremely wealthy, but its prestige within the Arab world remains limited. After all, Qatar is very small, roughly the size of Tianjin City in China. Thus, Qatar has been making aggressive moves in recent years to expand its influence. If they could invite this rising Eastern Pavarotti to Doha, it would be an opportunity they would never pass up. Soon, the group arrived at the stadium. The team hadn't yet assembled, and not all players had arrived, but some were already warming up on the field. Several coaches stood on the field. Head coach Mauricio Pochettino held his notebook, his expression dark and displeased. But he wasn't a child. Though he was a world-renowned coach, he was not indispensable to Paris Saint-Germain. Perhaps, for this team, no single person was truly indispensable. The only indispensable element was the team's owner. Without Qatar's Emir Tamim Al Thani, who knows what state PSG would be in today? Therefore, to establish oneself at a club like Paris Saint-Germain, relying solely on football skills or coaching ability is far from sufficient. Mauricio, the boss, says these two need to join the trial session and scrimmage today. But during the scrimmage, make sure each of them scores a goal. Mauricio pursed his lips. "Alright, I'll make sure they have a good time. But the scrimmage time is limited to 10 minutes. No problem. Once they score, you can take them off," the staff member replied with a smile. "We don't want to affect the team's performance either." Mauricio opened his mouth, about to retort that if they didn't want to, they shouldn't have arranged this in the first place. But upon reflection, this seemed to be the only such opportunity this season. So he kept his mouth shut. If the boss kept making arrangements like this, he'd definitely voice his objections. But for a one-off incident? Unless he wanted to be a complete fool, he wouldn't say a word. Soon, accompanied by Nasser, Fang Jian, and Zhang Tao approached. Seeing that the team's top brass had personally come to greet them, Mauricio's expression turned serious. Having someone deliver a message and personally accompanying someone were two entirely different matters. "Coach Mauricio, hello. I'm Zhang Tao. It's a pleasure to meet you," Zhang Tao said, approaching with a broad smile. Mauricio returned a faint smile. "Thank you. I'm equally delighted to have the opportunity to work with you all." Regardless of his true feelings, he certainly had to appear pleased when meeting the team's leader. Nasser nodded slightly. "Mr. Mauricio, these two gentlemen are now in your care. We look forward to seeing their outstanding performances on the field." He gestured toward a nearby camera. "Mr. Fang, we hope you don't mind us capturing your heroic moments on the pitch." Fang Jian smiled. "Thank you. It would be my honor." Soon, all the players had gathered. They weren't surprised by the sudden appearance of two newcomers. The club had notified them yesterday, and they were aware of Fang Jian's identity. He was the mysterious musician from the East whose fame had recently skyrocketed. Hailed as the Pavarotti of the East, he also possessed extraordinary skill on the piano, making him the undisputed sensation in the music world. Even though he was from a different field, they treated this global celebrity with considerable courtesy. Players undoubtedly rank among the highest-paid individuals in the world. Yet, truly great musicians aren't far behind. While they may not match the earnings of football stars, compared to other members of their teams, they are still well compensated. Moreover, the career lifespan of a great musician far exceeds that of an athlete. Once athletes retire, even if they become coaches, their influence pales in comparison. Musicians, however, are said to become more sought after with age. Consider Pavarotti, or those pianists and conductors. It's commonplace to see them leading trends well into their 70s. Therefore, when meeting Fang Jian, these individuals were all exceptionally courteous. Zhang Tao also got his wish to meet the trio he'd been raving about, Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe.
The team captain, Brazilian Thiago Silva, presented each of them with a jersey signed by the entire squad and a soccer ball. These items weren't particularly valuable, but in the hearts of fans, they were priceless treasures. Then, the two began training with the team. A team like Paris Saint-Germain inevitably receives numerous trialists. However, those who get to train with the first team are few and far between. The session started with 2-player passing drills as a warm-up. To give them a taste of the experience, they were paired with the team's 2 biggest stars. At Fang Jian's request, Jean Tao was paired with Messi, while Fang Jian himself teamed up with Neymar. Neymar, Brazil's current superstar, was also a consummate professional. He didn't give Fang Jian any attitude despite his lack of expertise. He offered a gentle smile and said, "Hey, buddy, relax. Just play like you normally do. It's all good." As he spoke, he glanced over and saw Jean Tao take a wild shot, sending the ball flying off into the distance, its whereabouts unknown. Messi looked up, shielding his eyes with his hand as the ball sailed away. Turning to Fang Jian, he made a helpless gesture. "Damn it, how the hell am I supposed to catch a pass like that?" Jean Tao looked utterly embarrassed. His passing was usually amateurish at best. But in this situation, he'd accidentally kicked it way too hard. Fortunately, the others were prepared. Another ball was tossed over, and Messi caught it, deftly kicking it back to Jean Tao. Neymar hesitated for a moment before grinning. "Hey, buddy, maybe you could kick it a little softer next time." Chapter 200, is this guy even a professional player? Neymar kicked the ball over. The pass was quite flat, not particularly fast, just an ordinary pass. Any amateur player could handle it. Fang Jian smiled faintly, extended his foot, and gave it a light tap. The ball immediately bounced up, and Fang Jian volleyed it. Though it was a volley, the ball's speed remained surprisingly slow. It flew steadily toward Neymar, seemingly no different from his original pass. On the field, besides Neymar, Mauricio also witnessed this scene. He found it peculiar and couldn't help but glance a few more times. Then, he witnessed something utterly astonishing. This musician's fundamentals are solid. Even Neymar was somewhat taken aback after receiving the ball this time. This big-name musician had some real skill. So he passed the ball again, this time with a bit of spin. Such a pass carried a testing quality to it. Even professional players, caught off guard, might not be able to handle it cleanly. Yet Fang Jian still stretched out his foot and hooked it. The ball immediately bounced obediently toward him, and he struck it cleanly. The ball spun sharply toward Nirma. Nirma's eyes lit up. This ball was identical to the one he had kicked. This great musician was truly fascinating. Whatever kind of pass he made, would he return the same kind of ball? It felt like ages since he'd encountered something this entertaining. Nirma pulled back slightly, then suddenly delivered a pass with the outside of his foot. This type of pass was highly deceptive, yet equally challenging to execute. Though this ball carried no curve whatsoever, its speed far surpassed that of the previous 2 passes. Moreover, the intended target of this pass was not Fang Jian standing in place, but rather about 3 meters to his right. It wasn't a misplaced pass from Nelma. In normal play, passes always carry a bit of lead time. That distance is meant for players to accelerate. If Fang Jian couldn't even catch this pass, Neymar would start delivering standard stationary passes in the future. However, the moment the ball was played, Fang Jian had already started moving. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the ball's projected landing spot. Before it even touched the ground, he flicked it upward with his foot. Even at such a blistering pace, the ball arched high after his flick. Fang Jian then struck it on the volley. An outside of the foot pass with his left. This pass, delivered with the outside of his left foot, matched Neymar's in both speed and trajectory. Pass. Fang Jian had practiced this move countless times in his dreams. On the pitch, he always aimed for the most difficult, most challenging passes. There was no other way. To break through the defenses of a group of superstars, normal passes were basically useless. That's why Fang Jian had honed his passing and receiving fundamentals to perfection long ago. This little trick posed no difficulty whatsoever for him. In the distance, Mauricio turned in surprise and asked, "Chairman Nasser, is this musician a professional player for the Oriental Dragons?" Once they stepped onto the field, a single touch of the ball revealed much. After just a few exchanges between Fang Jian and Neymar, even a fool could see something. Nasser was also left speechless. Though he hadn't been a soccer player himself, he had been a tennis player. Since becoming the club's leader, he immersed himself daily in the world of football. Thus, he naturally possessed discerning eyes. While Fang Jian's moves weren't breathtaking, for an amateur player, they were truly remarkable. As for a musician, well, he had no idea which musician could pull this off so effortlessly. Soon, the passing between Fang Jian and Neymar drew even more attention. Elsewhere on the field, the 2-on-2 passing drills were merely for warm-ups or maintaining basic ball control. But these two, paired with Jean Tao and Messi, formed a stark contrast. The passing between Jean Tao and Messi was practically comical. The passes were so slow they could put Messi to sleep. Yet the exchanges between Fang Jian and Neymar were gradually taking on a competitive edge. Neymar's passes grew increasingly precise and challenging. Not only were the passes themselves difficult, but the receptions were even more challenging. Yet no matter what kind of pass Neymar delivered, no matter how difficult, Fang Jian handled it with effortless ease. With a single flick of his foot, the ball, whether spinning, accelerating, or diving, would obediently rise up and land right at his feet. Forget using your feet. Even if someone caught it with their hands, they wouldn't necessarily maintain this level of skill. What was even more astonishing was that Fang Jian's subsequent passes were all modeled after Neymar's style. Whatever kind of pass you sent him, he returned in kind. Soon, the surrounding players turned their attention to him, and some even applauded in admiration. Truthfully, though they appeared courteous toward Fang Jian on the surface. But Fang Jian and Zhang Tao's arrival had disrupted their regular training. What the players were thinking internally remained unknown. However, after witnessing the dazzling passing exchange between Fang Jian and Neymar, their interest was piqued. Messi watched for a moment, then turned to look at Zhang Tao, who was passing with him. Suddenly, his heart was filled with helplessness. Soon, the two finished their passing drill, and the group resumed their regular practice. Football is a process of constant practice and accumulation. Beyond fundamental skills, it requires maintaining sufficient stamina and practicing various tactics. Of course, there were also some small games to break up the monotony of training. Today's session didn't include tactical drills, but they added extra games instead. For instance, dribbling through cones and weaving around markers. Watching the players skillfully dribble past the mannequins one by one, Zhang Tao felt a bit nervous. Finally, it was his turn. He charged forward with the ball, bumping and weaving his way through, barely managing to get past the three dummies in front of him. Some players chuckled, while others offered applause as encouragement. Of course, the applause was largely because the club's top brass was watching nearby. If not for his sake, then at least for the sake of the club's leadership. Finally, Fang Jian entered the field with the ball at his feet. Seeing Fang Jian emerge, anticipation flickered in everyone's eyes. His earlier passes had already hinted that this player was no ordinary talent. Now was the moment to truly showcase his skills. His true caliber would soon be revealed. Fang Jian kicked the ball with his foot and accelerated. Fast. So fast. Everyone was slightly startled. That kind of speed was truly astonishing. Within the team, the fastest player was undoubtedly Mbappe. His performance at the World Cup had left an indelible impression. But the moment he saw Fang Jian's speed, even Mbappe began to wonder inwardly. But could he actually make a sharp turn and dribble past someone at that speed? The thought barely formed before they watched Fang Jian dribble up to the dummy. A flick of his ankle sent the ball to one side. Another flick took it to the other. With a third flick, Fang Jian had already rounded the dummy. Wow, that's some smooth footwork. That dribble was impressive. In the blink of an eye, Fang Jian had dribbled past three defenders in succession. Applause erupted around them. This was nothing like the polite clapping they'd heard earlier. However, it must be noted that Fang Jian was facing stationary dummies this time. If he were facing real opponents, the outcome would be far from certain. Mauricio and Nasser exchanged glances, both seeing astonishment in each other's eyes. This great musician actually had some real skills. Half an hour later, the group battle Zhang Tao had been most anticipating finally commenced. Chapter 201, Team Matches. I don't want to lose either. The group competition naturally involved dividing the players into two teams for the match. One team wore yellow vests as the starters, while the other team played without vests. Fang Jian voluntarily requested to join the reserves because Zhang Tao would be partnering with Messi and other starters. Actually, Mauricio had originally placed Fang Jian on the yellow vest team, but Fang Jian had actively requested the switch. As long as it made Fang Jian happy, Mauricio didn't mind. After the teams were divided, the assistant coach whispered a few words to each member of the reserve squad. Fang Jian, fluent in French, heard everything clearly. They were instructed to ease up around the 5-minute mark, allowing the Asian player to score a goal, after which the head coach would substitute him out. The players grinned and agreed. Of course, this also had to do with the club's top brass keeping a close eye on things nearby. Otherwise, some of the more unruly players might have refused to comply. A 5-minute scrimmage where one goal meant being substituted that was already a significant concession. The assistant referee blew the whistle and the match began. Fang Jian played forward on the reserve team, but everyone knew the top priority now was to get that clearly inept outsider to score quickly and leave. So, as soon as the match started, the yellow-vested main team began feeding the ball to Zhang Tao repeatedly. In the 3rd minute, Neymar delivered a pinpoint pass. It wasn't particularly clever. The defender merely feigned an attempt to block, offering no real resistance. The ball smoothly found its way to Zhang Tao's feet in the penalty area. At that moment, the nearest defender was over 3 meters away. The goalkeeper made a waving gesture but remained crouched in place, not moving an inch. Then, Zhang Tao smoothly swung his foot and struck the ball with a powerful shot. Whoosh! The ball traced a beautiful arc, smacking into the goalkeeper's palm before bouncing out of the net. Everyone froze for a moment before erupting into laughter. The goalkeeper looked helplessly at his opponent. It wasn't like he wanted to make the save. The ball had flown straight at him, insisting on landing right in his hands. What else could he do? Mauricio and Nasser beside him couldn't help but laugh too. Fang Jian covered his face with his hands. How embarrassing. They clearly wanted you to score, yet they kicked it straight at the goalkeeper. Yeah, I'll have to tell this story back home. I bet Zhang Tao's crew will love hearing it. But even though Zhang Tao made a fool of himself, no one really cared. He was just an amateur player suddenly thrust into this kind of situation. No one expected more from him. Another chance came in the 7th minute. Messi dribbled past 2 defenders in succession before laying the ball off horizontally. This time, Zhang Tao received the ball squarely and wasted no time. With a light flick of his foot, the ball changed direction and flew into the net. The yellow team players politely approached him, clapping hands in celebration. If he hadn't scored this time, they wouldn't have known what else to do to get this guy to put the ball in the net. Mauricio, seeing Zhang Tao score, immediately signaled for a substitution. Mbappe entered the field, bringing the starting trio's formidable attacking trio together on the pitch. As for Fang Jian, no one had signaled for him to come off the pitch yet. However, they had discussed this before the match began. Fang Jian's playing time in the scrimmage was around 20 minutes. This was already the greatest favor the head coach could grant him. The moment Mbappe stepped onto the pitch, it signaled the team was getting serious. The formidable front three of the starting lineup proved their worth, and with the midfielders' seamless coordination, the ball surged forward like mercury spilling across the field. After a few passes, Mbappe suddenly accelerated, finding an opening and bursting through. His speed was fully unleashed in that moment. Midfield anchor Verratti delivered a pinpoint through ball. It was truly a pinpoint pass even though the substitute defender had already started to stretch his leg, he was just a split second too late. Then, Mbappe received the ball, burst past the defender like a Black Panther, and fired a shot that found the back of the net. The starting lineup now led 2-0. Fang Jian's brow furrowed slightly, though he knew this match didn't count. And when it was 1-0, Zhang Tao had scored a fluke goal. But whenever he played, Fang Jian simply didn't want to lose. The reserves launched another attack, and finally, the ball found its way to Fang Jian's feet. The yellow-clad main team's left back, Mitchell Baker, came up to intercept. Though he ran up with some seriousness, he still wasn't fully focused. True, Fang Jian had displayed exceptionally skilled passing and feints earlier. But could training and an actual match be the same thing? Can dummies and real players be compared? Mitchell had already played 2 seasons in League One and made appearances in the Champions League, facing countless formidable opponents. Naturally, he couldn't possibly treat a musician like a piece of cake. Then, Fang Jian glanced at his opponent, suddenly pivoted halfway, dribbled the ball a few times at his feet, and charged forward. He got past him. He broke through with astonishing ease and charged forward. Mitchell's heart skipped a beat as he spun around, but Fang Jian's speed was blinding. In the blink of an eye, he was already far ahead. Everyone was stunned. In truth, this wasn't Fang Jian's first touch of the ball in this match. Earlier, he'd held back to let Zhang Tao get his fill first. But now that Zhang Tao had been substituted off, he certainly didn't want to be humiliated by the opposition. He was going to give it everything he had. After beating one defender, centre-back Marquinhos immediately closed in. This Brazilian was Paris Saint-Germain's captain, having fought countless battles throughout his career. His experience far surpassed Mitchell's. Seeing Fang Jian dribbling toward him at such speed, he didn't rush to tackle but instead held his position. Most forwards would naturally slow down in such a situation. But Fang Jian seemed oblivious, simply twisting his ankle to flick the ball to one side before seamlessly continuing his drive forward. His intent was clear, to overpower his defender with sheer speed. Yet Marquinhos had already positioned himself perfectly. Unhurriedly, he leaned his body into the path. He'd seen this play out countless times before. A slight touch would be enough to throw the attacker off balance, guaranteeing a fall. Moreover, this wouldn't even be considered a foul. But using such tactics against an amateur, Marquinhos felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, in the very next instant, his expression abruptly changed. Because he realized he couldn't budge him. Damn it, is this guy even human? With that thought, Marquinhos stumbled backward. Fang Jian sprinted forward 2 steps, caught up to the ball, shifted his gaze, and flicked it with the outside of his foot. The ball sliced straight through the gap in the crowd and into the penalty area. At that moment, substitute striker Riccardi timed his run perfectly, meeting the ball with a single touch to send it into the net. Yet, after scoring, he didn't celebrate. Instead, he turned and fixed Fang Jian with an utterly bizarre stare. It wasn't just him. Every player on the field, along with the coaches and club executives, shared that same eerie look. Marquinhos scrambled to his feet, rubbing his shoulder, which throbbed with a dull ache. At that moment, he seriously questioned whether he had collided with a human being or a steel plate. This guy's physique was incredibly imposing. And with such a massive frame, he also possessed such agile footwork and such excellent technique. Marquinhos swore he'd never encountered anyone this bizarre in his entire life. What was even more bizarre was that, despite this, he had never heard of this man achieving anything noteworthy in football before. Mauricio turned his head and asked again, "Chief Nasser, is he really not a professional player?" Nasser hesitated, murmuring, "Probably not." Chapter 202, can we keep him? Score, 2-1. The whistle blew, and play resumed. After several exchanges of attack and defense, Marquinhos suddenly launched a long pass from the backfield, finding Mbappe on the left wing. Mbappe took the ball and immediately accelerated, charging forward at unmatched speed. A gaping space opened up ahead on the left, allowing him to unleash his full speed. Yet just then, Mbappe suddenly heard a chorus of gasps. Then he saw a figure closing in from behind. Who was it? Did our team have someone that fast? Before he could react, the figure had already slid in with a clean tackle, cleanly intercepting the ball. Not only did he intercept it, but he also instinctively pinned the ball under his thigh. Immediately, he pushed off with both hands and leaped into the air. In that split second, he executed a sweeping pass with his foot, sending the ball soaring across the field. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, landing perfectly in the unguarded zone on the opposite side. The substitute team's right winger was positioned there, happily receiving the ball and charging forward. Great play. Not only was the interception itself brilliant, but this transfer was nothing short of a stroke of genius, drawing cheers from everyone. That command of the game, that vision, he was a natural-born midfield maestro. Wait, the tackle was clean and decisive. Not only did it successfully intercept the ball, but he also retained possession. That's top-tier defender play right there. The substitute side had an excellent opportunity, but not every good chance on the pitch translates into a goal. So, in the end, the chance was squandered. Then it was the yellow team's turn to attack. This time, the ball fell to Neymar's feet. Just as he was about to pass. He saw a figure darting toward him. Fang Jian had actually retreated all the way back here. A forward retreating to defend in his own half? Nirma's expression changed instantly. Instead of passing, he began searching for an opening to break through. But within moments, he realized Fang Jian's stance was rock solid. No matter how he shifted his weight, feinted, or swayed his body, Fang Jian remained unmoved. No one else closed in from either side. They seemed to want to see for themselves whether Fang Jian's earlier tackle was a fluke or a true display of skill. Then they witnessed it. Neymar and Fang Jian locked bodies, and he couldn't dribble past. Finally, their bodies collided. Next, Neymar went down. It wasn't a foul by Fang Jian. Rather, after their bodies collided, Neymar simply couldn't withstand the contact. The ball at his feet was naturally stolen by Fang Jian. This time, Fang Jian didn't pass the ball. Instead, he flicked it forward with the tip of his boot, sending it rolling ahead as he charged forward at lightning speed. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate Fang Jian anymore. Two key players charged forward simultaneously, one to tackle, the other to provide cover. This was the standard tactic ordinary teams employed against players of Messi's caliber. But Fang Jian suddenly changed direction, planting his foot and dribbling past. Not only was he blazingly fast, but the shift in rhythm felt like it would make anyone watching spit blood. The ball seemed glued to his foot, refusing to leave no matter how it rolled. He beat one defender, then the other, and somehow got past them both. After breaking through two defenders, a vast expanse of open space lay ahead. Marquinhos charged forward, gritting his teeth. His gaze was intense, having already marked Fang Jian as his most formidable foe. This time, he was even prepared for a fierce tackle. But just as everyone expected him to keep charging forward, Fang Jian suddenly lifted his foot and passed the ball. He actually passed the ball during this seamless, uninterrupted run. Then, everyone saw that a forward from the reserve team had positioned himself in an open spot within the penalty area. The ball arced through the air, landing precisely in the most troublesome zone for goalkeepers, right at the feet of the substitute forward. Though he was a substitute striker, the mainstays of Saint-Germain were Messi, Neymar, and Mbappe. If he didn't have some serious skills, how could he be playing here? And so, as the ball nestled into the back of the net, the score tied at 2-2. Who the hell is this guy? A pop star? Are you kidding me? The substitute players forgot to celebrate, their eyes darting around nervously. The starters looked downright embarrassed. We couldn't even beat a pop star? From then on, both teams began to play at their true level. The team featuring key players like Dybala, Verratti, and Marquinhos proved their superior skill. Soon, they retook the lead. The gap in raw talent wasn't something easily bridged. However, Fang Jian refused to accept defeat. Seeing his relentless effort, the substitute players on the sidelines were also fired up. As the first half drew to a close, Fang Jian received the ball and launched another breakaway. By this point, he had practically taken on the entire midfield and defense of the starting team. Players each had their own strengths. Some possessed blazing speed, others exceptional strength, and still others superb technical skill. That's why such a diverse array of playing styles emerged. But no one had ever possessed the monstrous physique of Didier Drogba, the lightning speed of Michael Owen, and the dribbling skills of Diego Maradona, all rolled into one like Fang Jian. This freak of nature should never have been allowed on the field. So whenever Fang Jian got the ball, the opposing team's backline would be thrown into complete disarray. If not for their years of playing together, their deep understanding, and the ability to form 2 or even 3 layers of protection, Fang Jian would have single-handedly torn the net apart long ago. Zhang Tao, watching from the sidelines, was utterly dumbfounded. He knew Fang Jian was a skilled player. But he'd always assumed Fang Jian could only show off his skills against amateur players like themselves. Once he faced real professional players, he'd be finished for sure. But witnessing this scene on the field, he realized that in Fang Jian's eyes, these renowned professional players weren't much different from them amateurs. Yeah, Zhang Tao had definitely overestimated himself. If this were an amateur team, Fang Jian would have scored several goals by now. This time, Fang Jian suddenly accelerated again, stringing together several feints along the way that all looked like he was about to pass. But each time, it was a feint followed by a real drive. He dribbled past 4 players in succession and charged into the penalty area. Facing the charging goalkeeper, Fang Jian calmly slotted the ball home. The ball flew under the keeper's arm and nestled into the back of the net. This goal was simply stunning. Had it been scored in an official match, it would undoubtedly have been the goal of the round, or at least among the top contenders. Even Fang Jian couldn't help but leap into the air, pumping his fist in celebration. The first half ended, and Fang Jian had expected to be substituted. But no one mentioned it at all. So he played the entire match. The final score was 6-6. Both teams' defenses were torn to shreds. Yet everyone knew exactly who the MVP of this match truly was. When the final whistle blew, everyone was gasping for breath. They felt the scrimmage had been more exhausting than playing an entire official match. But then they looked at Fang Jian. The guy wore a broad smile, his movements as agile as ever. His running speed showed scarcely any sign of slowing compared to the start. His stamina was beyond just abundant. He was practically a human monster. Mauricio's eyes lit up. "Boss, can we keep him?" Nasser stared in disbelief. That request was just too much to ask. Chapter 203, back at the in-laws' place, old familiarity. Fang Jian and the others didn't linger in Paris for long. After the performance at the Paris Opera House concluded, they boarded a flight back to China the very next day. With only a little over a month left before the Shanghai Conservatory performance, Xiao Qingxin and the others could no longer bear to stay and had no choice but to return. Although Fang Jian had garnered immense acclaim and fame in Europe, But back home, he was nowhere near as sought after. To be honest, opera and piano weren't particularly popular in China. It's safe to say that today's Chinese audiences know far more about the latest heartthrobs and idols than they do about the big names from the major music conservatories. They could rattle off countless names of these young idols. Yet ask them about China's major orchestras, and they're largely clueless. Thus, Fang Jian and his colleagues returned quietly, without stirring up any media attention. Back at his home, Fang Jian looked around at the dusty room. Sighing, he began to clean. After being away from home for nearly a month, some dust was inevitable. Moreover, with so many hidden items in this house, Fang Jian couldn't possibly hire outsiders to clean. Although he was now using cash as much as possible, the amount of renminbi he'd spent so far didn't even reach 5 million. The thought of the remaining 95 million in cash was enough to give anyone a headache. As for his bank cards, they held 8-figure deposits. And then there was that box of stones hidden under the bed, and this time when Fang Jian crossed the border, he didn't bring Walmart's bearer shares. That stuff was already worth 10 million 10 years ago. By now, its market value had multiplied tenfold, reaching 100 million US dollars. Admittedly, compared to Walmart's market capitalization of over 380 billion US dollars, it wasn't even 1,000th of that. But for an individual, it was already a colossal sum. Of course, Fang Jian had no immediate need for it, so he left it in a Milan safe. However, he did bring back the gold coins and copper engravings. When clearing customs, the officials didn't notice anything special about the copperplate engravings. He had brought 3 copper engravings along with over 50 sketches and oil paintings. Except for his own works, all the other paintings came with invoices. Customs officers are ordinary people, not cultural relics experts, so naturally they couldn't distinguish them. Only those dozens of gold coins were a bit conspicuous. Fortunately, Fang Jian's status came into play, and since the gold coins weren't real gold anyway, he successfully brought them back after paying a fee. Scattering the coins across the table, Fang Jian turned his attention to the painting in his hands, Melancholy. He had examined it multiple times since acquiring it. The craftsmanship and skill level were undeniably masterful. Even though Fang Jian now possessed the legacy of 4 masters, he wouldn't dare claim to surpass the original artist. After all, each painter excelled in different areas. Artistry wasn't like a sports competition where you could simply pit 2 artists against each other to determine superiority. It could only be said that artists who left their mark on history each possessed their own unique strengths. Beyond its artistic merit, the most distinctive feature of this copperplate engraving was the signature AD. This signature is the distinctive mark of the renowned German artist Albrecht Dürer. Though this artist produced numerous works during his lifetime, his engravings and woodcuts hold the highest artistic value. Fang Jian pondered for a moment before dialing Luan Wani's number. Luan, I'll come over to your place tonight. Luan Wani paused, her cheeks flushing slightly. Coming over tonight might not be the best idea. He'd just returned from Europe and they'd seen each other practically every day recently. Why was he rushing over to her place the moment he got back? That was a bit clingy. Though Luan Wani felt a strange, secret delight in her heart, her face was bright red. Fang Jian chuckled. What's wrong with that? I acquired a painting while traveling in Poland and wanted to ask Auntie to appraise it. Luan Wani froze, realizing her misunderstanding, and her face flushed even redder. She hurriedly agreed and hung up. But her mind raced with doubts. Could he be telling the truth, or was this just some flimsy excuse? Regardless, he was definitely coming over tonight. That evening, Fang Jian arrived at Luan Wani's home carrying 2 bottles of Maodai, several gold coins, and a copy of Melancholy. Entering the Luan household for the second time, Fang Jian felt much more at ease. Seeing Fang Jian, Luan Jingxiang's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, Little Fang's here. Come play a couple of games. Let's see if your skills have deteriorated. Fang Jian smiled faintly and replied, Sure. Luan Wani shot her father a disapproving look but could do nothing about it. Tan Moyan was preparing dinner in the kitchen. Seeing her daughter enter, she remarked with a smile, You just got back from Europe and he's already here again. Seems he cares about you quite a bit. Mom, Luan Wani protested, What are you talking about? Brother Fang didn't come to see me, he came to see you. Me? Tan Moyang asked in surprise. What's this about? Brother Fang said he acquired a painting during his trip to Poland and wanted to ask you to appraise it. Tan Moyang chuckled. Oh, come on. Can't you tell he's just making excuses? Luan Wani's face flushed red, her heart now certain that Brother Fang was definitely making excuses. I'll handle things here. You go out and keep him company, Tan Moyang said with a smile. Sigh, Luan Wani sighed. It's not my turn. What? Dad's dragging him into a chess game, Luan Wani said with a hint of resentment. Tan Moyan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. That stubborn old man really had no sense of the situation. An hour later, Luan Jingxiang and Fang Jian began their second game. As for the outcome of the first game? Better not mention it, anyone who brought it up would only make Luan Jingxiang furious. From the start of the second game, Luan Jingxiang was completely focused, playing steadily and cautiously, considering each move carefully before making it. Suddenly, the front door swung open as Luan Chengyang burst in, brimming with excitement. Spotting Fang Jian, he beamed with delight and called out, Brother Fang, you're here. Fang Jian looked up, gave a brief nod in greeting, then turned his attention back to the board. Truth be told, Luan Jingxiang's chess skills were quite impressive, but he still lagged significantly behind Fang Jian. However, when playing against him, Fang Jian couldn't afford to display an overwhelmingly dominant attitude. At the very least, he had to make it look like he was giving it his all before ultimately outmaneuvering his opponent. Over 3 games, he aimed to win 1, lose 1, and draw 1. Equal strength, meeting a worthy opponent that was the highest realm of chess. As Fang Jian made his move, he mentally calculated the time remaining. Sure enough, just as Tan Moyang called for dinner, he regretfully set down his piece and said, "Uncle, I've lost this game. After dinner, I'll play another round with you." Luan Jingxiong sighed with relief, beaming, "Young Fang, your skill is impressive. It took me quite an effort to win this game." Luan Chengyang chimed in from the side, "Brother Fang, Dad's been glued to his chess manuals these past few days, saying he wants to challenge you again. Off you go, you little kids, talking nonsense." Luan Jingxiong's face flushed slightly as he scolded. Luan Chengyang stuck out his tongue, washed his hands, and sat down at the table. Everyone ate and chatted cheerfully. Fang Jian and Luan Wani shared stories about their experiences in Europe. When they heard Fang Jian had somehow earned the title of Master of Music during his trip to Europe, they murmured in astonishment, finding it rather unbelievable. However, music was not their area of expertise. So while they were curious, they weren't particularly shocked. After the meal, Tan Moyang smiled and said, "Little Fang, what painting do you want me to appraise?" Chapter 204, the painting worth $100 million. Fang Jian fetched his backpack, unzipped it, and pulled out the copperplate engraving wrapped in oilcloth. At the same time, he casually pulled out a few gold coins and said, "Uncle, Auntie, these are some gold coins I found when I discovered the painting. They're not worth much, but they're nice keepsakes." He distributed the coins among the two adults and the siblings Luan Wani and Luan Chengyang. Luan Chengyang handled one, turning it over in his fingers. "Brother Fang, is this really gold?" "Yes, they're quite old. I suppose you could call them antiques." "Antiques? That won't do," Luan Jingxiong frowned slightly. "I can't accept these." As a government official, accepting such items was indeed taboo. Fang Jian smiled reassuringly. "Uncle, rest assured. Everything's above board. And since we're family, there's no need for such reservations. Just keep it for your daily enjoyment." Luan Wani's face flushed again. She shot Fang Jian a glare. "Who says we're family?" But after watching Luan Jingxiong hesitate for a moment before picking up the gold coin to examine it again, she merely pursed her lips and said nothing. Tan Moyang paid no attention to the gold coin. Instead, she picked up the oilcloth bundle and pulled out the painting inside. Ha! Her eye for art was actually quite discerning. Though she wasn't quite a top-tier contemporary artist, years of teaching at the university had honed her discerning eye. At the sight of the engraving style and the artistry displayed upon it, she was taken aback. Finally, when she spotted the signature AD in the corner, Tan Moyang abruptly stood up. Luan Chengyang jumped in surprise. "Mom, what are you doing?" Tan Moyang's expression was now extremely grave, and she could no longer spare a thought for spoiling her son. She asked, "Xiao Feng, where did you get this engraving?" Her tone was unusually grave. The atmosphere at the dining table shifted noticeably. Fang Jian had prepared for this question. He replied, "Oh, I found it in a cave during my trip to Poland. There were also these gold coins at the time." "Poland? You went alone?" "Yes." "Why did you go to Poland?" Fang Jian opened his backpack, pulled out several sheets of drawing paper, handed them over, and said, "Auntie, what do you think of my drawings?" Tan Moyang took them, glanced through them casually, and said sincerely, "Little Fang, your skills are getting better and better." Fang Jian smiled. "Not bad, I guess. I went to Poland to seek inspiration. Just sketched a few things along the way." "Seeking inspiration?" "Yes, I'm a pianist, as you know," Fang Jian said with a smile. "I want to compose a new piece." Tan Moyang and the others exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of unease. "Damn it, you're a musician, a pianist. Traveling for inspiration makes sense, but what's with all this sketching along the way? Shouldn't a musician traveling carry sheet music? And while traveling for inspiration, who knows if you found any, but you did stumble upon a cave hiding copper engravings and gold coins." If anyone else had said this, they wouldn't have believed it. Tan Moyang hesitated before saying, "Wait here for a moment." She stood up, holding the copperplate engraving, yet still feeling uneasy. So he glared at his son and said, "Chengyang, go fetch my drawing board." "Got it." Luan Chengyang jumped up, dashed to the study, and returned with the easel. Tan Moyang carefully placed the copperplate engraving onto the drawing board. Her demeanor could almost be described as reverent. Seeing Tan Moyang's actions, everyone understood even more clearly that this painting was likely no ordinary piece. Luan Jingxiong and his son were one thing. Luan Wani, however, bit her lower lip lightly, glancing at Fang Jian with a hint of reproach in her eyes. She had assumed coming to view the painting was merely an excuse on Fang Jian's part. But she hadn't expected it to be genuine. At that moment, a faint sense of disappointment stirred within her heart. However, Fang Jian looked up and gave her a wink. Luan Wani's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head away, her mood instantly lifting by half. Tan Moyang entered the room and quickly retrieved 2 books. Then she began flipping through them. In the past, after meals at home, Tan Moyang would always take the initiative to clear the dishes and utensils. But today, she showed absolutely no intention of lifting a finger. Luan Jingxiong sighed helplessly, giving his son and daughter a knowing look. The 3 of them carried the dishes to the kitchen and cleared the table. Meanwhile, Tan Moyang had poured all her energy into appreciating scrutinizing the paintings. She paid no attention whatsoever to these material possessions. Fang Jian watched silently from the side. He saw Tan Moyang pick up an illustrated book comparing different paintings with the copperplate engravings. He nodded to himself in admiration. Tan truly possessed genuine expertise. In painting, every artist possesses their own preferences and habits. Some things might go unnoticed by outsiders, but if an expert carefully compares them, they can clearly discern the commonalities between the 2 works. It's like handwriting trace experts can determine whether it's from the same person by comparing the strokes.
Painting is no different, and in fact, the differences are even more pronounced than in handwriting. After all, we're talking about an entire painting, not just a few words. After a full hour, Tan Moyang retrieved several books and compared the 6 paintings reproduced within them. Fang Jian noticed that Tan Moyang had started with Albrecht Dürer's works from the very beginning. This demonstrated her extensive knowledge. She had been heading straight for her target without any detours. Finally, Tan Moyang set down the books in her hands and exhaled a long breath. When she looked up at Fang Jian again, a peculiar glint had entered her eyes.
Yet the excitement and delight on her face were impossible to conceal. "Mom, what is this painting?" Luan Wani asked impatiently when she saw her mother finally pause. Tan Moyang nodded slightly. "It's still uncertain, but I suspect this could very well be a posthumous work by Albrecht Dürer, the great 19th century German painter." Luan Qingyan's eyes widened. "Mom, is this person famous?" "Extremely famous."
He was a super famous painter, a figure of the European Renaissance. His watercolor landscapes were remarkable, but his most influential works were his prints.
"Is this the print?" Luan Qingyang reached out to touch it.
But Tan Moyang swiftly slapped his hand away.
"Don't touch it."
Luan Qingyang yanked his hand back, hissing in pain. He shot his mother a resentful look.
"Am I even your son?
You hit me that hard over a lousy painting." Tan Moyang said solemnly, "Qingyang, if this painting is truly by Mr. Dürer, then it is priceless. It must not be touched carelessly."
Luan Qingyang grumbled, "Mom, what priceless treasure? Why don't you just tell me how much it's worth?" Tan Moyang glared at him. "Art is priceless. How can you be so vulgar?" Luan Qingyang pouted, his face brimming with defiance. Tan Moyang sighed helplessly, glancing at the remaining people. Fang Jian wore a broad smile, seemingly unconcerned about everything. However, father and daughter Luan Jingxiong and Luan Wani wore expressions of pure curiosity.
She thought for a moment before saying, "Alright, I can't put a price on it either. But a single unframed sketch by Mr. Dürer is worth $50 million.
And this even rarer copperplate engraving?
If it truly is the one lost in Poland during World War II, it could easily fetch $100 million at auction."
Whoa! All 3 of them gasped in unison. 100 million? In US dollars?
Luan Qingyang glanced at his own hand and thought to himself. Well played. If I really broke it, selling myself wouldn't cover the cost.
Chapter 205, Steady as an Old Dog. Fang Jian chuckled softly.
"Auntie, this painting only bears a resemblance.
It hasn't been definitively authenticated yet, so it's hard to say for sure. You really shouldn't scare Uncle and the others like that."
Tan Moyang shook her head slightly.
"I wasn't scaring them."
She paused, then added, "Based on my experience, this painting is most likely genuine." Luan Qingyang stared at Fang Jian and suddenly exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, you're a billionaire now."
$1 billionaire. Smack.
Luan Wani delivered a merciless slap, smacking her younger brother squarely on the head.
Luan Qingyang yelped in pain, clutching his head. "Sis, my poor grades growing up? You beat them right out of me." Luan Wani's face flushed slightly as she scolded, "You can't expect a dog to spit out ivory." Luan Qingyang didn't back down. "Sis, if you won't take a husband like this, what kind are you looking for? The world's richest man?"
Luan Wani flew into a rage, reaching out to grab his ear. But Luan Qingyang jumped up and hid behind Fang Jian.
Fang Jian cleared his throat softly. Luan Wani bit her lip, suddenly realizing she hadn't behaved quite ladylike. Her face flushed slightly as she said, "I'll wash the dishes." With that, she dashed into the kitchen and didn't emerge again.
Tan Moyang shook her head.
"Xiao Fang, take the painting back first. Come to my school tomorrow. I'll arrange for the teachers to appraise it again."
She continued slowly, "Our principal is quite knowledgeable about calligraphy and painting. He's an expert in this field.
If he can give a definitive evaluation, there won't be any doubt." Fang Jian nodded. "Alright, thank you for your trouble, Auntie."
"Ha, this is no trouble at all," Tan Moyang said.
"It's getting late, so I won't keep you. Take the painting with you."
Luan Jingxiong opened his mouth as if to persuade him to stay, but upon glancing at the painting likely worth hundreds of millions of dollars, he immediately closed it. Fang Jian, however, smiled faintly and said, "Auntie, Uncle and I agreed before dinner that we still have a game of chess to finish. I'll leave after we're done."
Tan Moyang's eyes flickered. "After learning the painting's value, you still have the mind to play chess?"
This was a treasure worth $100 million.
If anyone else knew, their first instinct would be to hide it at all costs. But you? You treat it as if it were nothing? Is this sheer carelessness, or?
Luan Jingxiong was somewhat surprised. He gave Fang Jian a deep look and smiled. "Alright, let's play another game." The two set up their rooks, knights, and cannons, and a new game began. Fang Jian took the red pieces and moved first, opening with the cannon on the center square as usual. His moves were steady and unhurried, as calm as an old dog.
In contrast, Luan Jingxiong's moves seemed somewhat disorganized.
After only 20 minutes of play, Luan Jingxiong sighed, pushed the board away, and said, No.
I'm getting old. My reactions aren't what they used to be. You win this one today." Fang Jian smiled.
"You weren't quite yourself today, Uncle.
Otherwise, I might not have one."
Luan Jingxiong chuckled and playfully tapped him twice on the shoulder.
No words were needed. Fang Jian then took his leave, and Luan Qingyang volunteered to escort him downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs, Luan Qingyang asked, "Brother-in-law, did you really find it in that cave?" "Yes, why would I lie to you?" "Wow, that's pretty wild. Fang Jian chuckled inwardly, thinking, there's even more thrilling stuff. Too bad I can't tell you, it'd probably scare you to death. Indeed, 6 lives had already been lost at Fang Jian's hands because of this thing. But Fang Jian never regretted it. Those 6 scum deserved to die like that, it was a mercy. At the thought of them, a flash of savage ferocity flickered in Fang Jian's eyes. Luan Chengyang suddenly took a step back, feeling a chill run down his spine. Fang Jian paused, surprised. What's wrong? Luan Chengyang touched his head and forced a smile. Nothing. Just suddenly felt, you're a bit scary, brother-in-law. Fang Jian chuckled in surprise. You're overthinking it. Hurry back now, no wandering around. Alright, got it. Luan Chengyang dashed back in a flash. Fang Jian understood deep down that after shedding blood, even if it was only those who deserved it, things had changed. A killing aura now clung to him. Fang Jian got into his car, started the engine, and drove off. As for that painting worth billions, he wrapped it up and tossed it carelessly onto the back seat. Fang Jian didn't leave the painting at Luan Wani's house. While he personally didn't care, he knew that if he did, not only would Tan Moyang and the others absolutely refuse to allow it, but even if it did stay, this family wouldn't get a wink of sleep tonight. Yet he still hadn't anticipated it. What kind of shock $100 million would be for most ordinary people? After Fang Jian left, Luan Jingxiang asked in a low voice, you didn't misread it? That painting is really worth $100 million? If it's genuine, it absolutely is worth that amount, Tan Moyang replied. Young Fang has remarkable composure, still thinking about playing chess with you at a time like this. Luan Jingxiang gave a bitter laugh. Yes, young people are truly formidable. I was restless and couldn't keep my composure, yet he seemed completely unfazed. Recalling his own performance during their game, Luan Jingxiang felt a pang of shame. He couldn't believe he was outmatched by a mere youth. Glancing toward his daughter's bedroom, he murmured, I think this kid is pretty decent. During his last visit, Fang Jian had also made a deep impression on him. But he hadn't received such high praise then. Today, however, he had truly felt Fang Jian's uniqueness. According to his daughter, Fang Jian had made a name for himself as a prominent musician in Europe, and a single performance earned him a substantial sum. To put it simply, he had more than enough to support his own daughter. Moreover, presenting this painting today, whether he did it intentionally or genuinely sought advice, it proved one thing. He didn't regard them as outsiders. More importantly, his composure in critical moments, that level of calmness, left Luan Jingxiang feeling somewhat inadequate by comparison. Tan Moyang nodded slightly but replied aloud, enough. Children have their own destinies. We shouldn't worry too much. The front door swung open as Luan Chengyang rushed in breathlessly. Dad, Mom, my brother-in-law is gone. In the past, such a bold use of the term brother-in-law might have drawn a few words from Luan Jingxiang and his wife. But at this moment, they both fell silent. This was tacit approval. While it might not be entirely about money, that certainly played a part. Oh, and those gold coins, Luan Chengyang suddenly called out. Mom, the ones my brother-in-law gave us, he said they were found with the painting. What kind of coins are they? Both parents froze. The value of gold coins varied wildly. They curiously brought the coins over, but after examining them for a while, they could only tell they were foreign coins. As for which country they came from, they couldn't make heads or tails of it. Luan Jingxiang pondered for a moment. Your principal is a collector, right? Why don't we bring them along tomorrow and have him take a look? Tan Moyang hesitated. Principal Su specializes in authenticating calligraphy and painting, specifically Chinese landscape art. Asking him to look at copperplate engravings would be a stretch. As for these gold coins, Luan Jingxiang chuckled. Ah, just for him to take a look. These coins probably aren't worth much anyway. Fang Jian had merely grabbed a handful of coins without careful selection. So among the dozen or so coins, 2 were quite worn. Their designs were blurred, having passed through countless hands. Moreover, these 2 coins lacked that vibrant golden-orange hue, making them utterly unremarkable. Tan Moyang pondered for a moment before saying, alright, then let's have him take a look at all of them. Chapter 206, The Appraisal Venue. The next morning, Fang Jian received a call from Tan Moyang. Besides asking him to bring the painting as soon as possible, she also instructed him to bring the gold coins. When Professor Tan arrived at the university and mentioned the matter to several colleagues, it immediately caused quite a stir. This was Ningbo's premier art academy, renowned even across the province. While it hadn't produced legendary figures like Qi Baishi or Zhang Daqian, it still possessed profound depth, with extensive research into both Eastern and Western painting traditions. There was no denying it, painting was the art most dependent on innate talent. Countless people study painting worldwide, yet only a select few can truly support themselves with a brush in hand. And those who achieve financial freedom through their brushwork? They're as rare as hen's teeth, few and far between. Even those legendary painters. Most only see their paintings gain value after their deaths. In art academies, though everyone studies painting, only a handful truly qualify to hold their own exhibitions. However, while making a living solely from painting is difficult, pursuing careers related to painting is not difficult. Studying painting is what these people love most. When word spread of a copperplate engraving suspected to be by Albrecht Dürer, nearly everyone became excited. For they all understood the true value of this work. Moreover, they were well aware that under normal circumstances, they could only admire it from afar in a museum. To touch it with their own hands or authenticate it personally was utterly impossible. So it was no surprise that the few Tan Moyang had invited immediately agreed. Even those she hadn't invited volunteered to come. As colleagues, Tan Moyang felt awkward refusing. Thus, at Principal Su Yinghan's urging, Tan Moyang had no choice but to make the call. Fong Jian naturally wouldn't decline. He picked up the painting, grabbed a bag of gold coins, activated his navigation, and soon arrived at the art school. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, the security guard opened the electronic gate and motioned for him to drive straight in. Tan Moyang had already provided Fong Jian's license plate number to the guard and instructed him that this was an important guest of the school. Soon, the car pulled up beneath the academic building. A crowd surged out. Fong Jian glanced at them, his brow furrowing slightly. He knew these people weren't after him personally, but only because of the painting in his hands. But with so many people, trouble might be brewing. His gaze sharpened, and a natural aura of menace emanated from him. Several teachers, relying on their seniority, were about to step forward. Two of them had their eyes fixed intently on the backpack slung over Fong Jian's shoulders. Under normal circumstances, they might have even considered snatching it outright. Yet suddenly, a chill crept over them. An inexplicable shiver ran through their bodies, snapping them back to their senses. Fong Jian smiled faintly and asked, "Aunt Tan, where should we go?" Tan Moyang hurriedly replied, "Little Fong, follow me. We'll go to the art studio, there's plenty of space there." Fong Jian glanced at the people around him and said calmly, "Aunt Tan, I've brought the painting. Everyone is welcome to admire it and even authenticate it, but please refrain from touching it." Before Tan Moyang could respond, the man in his 50s among the group said, "Of course. Whether or not this is the melancholy that went missing during World War II, we won't touch it with our bare hands. Xiao Fong, this is Principal Su Yinghan from our school. He's a collector and a renowned expert in authenticating paintings and calligraphy." Fong Jian nodded. "Hello, Principal Su." Su Yinghan chuckled. "Very well. Xiao Fong, is that right? Come, please follow me upstairs." Though some felt reluctant, the principal's words left them no choice but to comply. Escorted by the crowd, they arrived at the large student art studio. This was the school's largest lecture hall, also used for open classes, capable of accommodating the greatest number of people. Tan Moyang had come prepared, bringing an easel. Several layers of cotton cloth were laid on the back of the easel, ensuring the painting wouldn't suffer any damage. Fong Jian retrieved the copperplate engraving from his backpack, unwrapped the oil paper, and placed it on the easel. Upon seeing the painting in its entirety, everyone fell silent. Then, they all opened the books and art catalogs they had brought with them. They had known in advance what painting they would be appraising today, so they came prepared. The art books and publications they held were all related to Albrecht Dürer. Now, they compared the engraving with the illustrations in their books. Though they couldn't touch it, to the eyes of true artists, certain things felt undeniably real. It's like, really like. Yes, it's uncannily similar. The composition, lines, and colors are identical to the Passion of Christ and the Small Passion. It's a pity we don't have a photograph of Melancholia to compare it with. Albrecht Dürer's paintings enjoyed immense renown. These works have spread across the globe through photographs, videos, and other media. However, these photographs are limited to those preserved in the present era. Lost works, however, are absent from these records. Of course, given the technological capabilities during World War II, cameras certainly existed, and photographs of this painting must have been made. But certainly not within China. After a full hour of discussion, Su Yinghan and the others concluded their deliberations. Then, the principal smiled and said, "Xiao Fong, we've seen it and discussed it. This painting is very likely the melancholy that was lost in Poland during World War II. However, we still cannot make a definitive judgment." Fong Jian replied with a smile, "I understand, thank you, Principal Su." Su Yinghan waved his hand. "I have a suggestion. If you'll allow it, we can help you contact experts in Germany and Poland. To my knowledge, they should have photographs of this painting." Fong Jian laughed, "That would be wonderful. Thank you for your help, Principal Su." He paused, then added, "If the experts there are willing to come, I can cover their travel and appraisal fees." Su Yinghan laughed heartily. "Young Fong, you're joking. If they knew the melancholy was here, they'd rush over themselves, no need for you to spend a penny." Fong Jian nodded slightly in gratitude. Seizing the moment, Su Yinghan pressed, "Then might we take a few photographs for our records?" Of course, Fong Jian replied without hesitation. After all, how could anyone believe you possessed the painting without photographic proof? After all, both Germany and Poland were worlds away from China. And those so-called appraisal masters were undoubtedly masters in the field of painting themselves. Getting them to come here would be no easy task. Several people gathered around the painting, snapping photos incessantly. A few eyes gleamed with such intensity, they seemed ready to clutch the painting to their chests. Suddenly, an elderly man remarked, "Principal Su, keeping such a precious work of art in private hands seems rather inappropriate." Everyone froze, turning their gaze toward him in unison. It was a frail, white-haired old man who looked at Fong Jian and declared with righteous conviction, "Comrade Fong, I suggest you place this painting in our school. We will safeguard it for you." The others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to respond. Su Yinghan and Tan Moyang felt particularly awkward. Fong Jian raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Esteemed gentlemen, may I ask who you are?" The old man replied, "I am the former principal of this school. My name is Wang Linxin." "Oh, the former principal. I've long admired your reputation," Fong Jian replied with a smile. "However, I'm afraid I cannot accept your suggestion." Wang Linxin frowned. "Why not?" Fong Jian chuckled softly. "Principal Wang, do you know how much this painting is worth?" Wang Linxin answered without hesitation, "It's priceless. How could you measure a work of art with money?" Chapter 207, This painting should be donated to the school. Fong Jian smiled faintly. "Then, old principal, may I ask why you wish to keep this painting at the school?" The old principal's eyes lit up. Regardless of whether it's by Durer, its artistic value is immeasurable. Its composition and lines are exceptionally refined and rare, truly worthy of study. Therefore, he straightened his chest, his voice solemn and righteous. I believe this painting belongs in the school, where everyone can view and learn from it. That would benefit us all. Yes, the old principal is absolutely right. The old principal has foresight. The old principal thought of everyone. Young comrade, you should support this. In the staircase art gallery, some chimed in with agreement, but more stood by coldly observing. Clearly, they knew this idea was far-fetched. But what if? What if this youngster got carried away and agreed? Anything was possible. Tan Moyan stepped forward and said, Principal, what you're doing isn't fair. Fang Jian was about to speak, but upon hearing his future mother-in-law's words, he fell silent once more. Besides, he wanted to see how she would handle this. Still, Fang Jian was confident that even for Luan Wani's sake, she wouldn't jeopardize his interests. Wang Linxin frowned deeply. Tan, how is this unfair? I'm doing this for you, for the school. Tan Moyang smiled and replied, yes, you truly have the school and our best interests at heart. I admit that if this painting were in our school, it would certainly bring us fame. It would help with future enrollment and assist our students in finding jobs after graduation. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding this perspective entirely reasonable. If a school possessed a world-renowned painting worth $100 million, its fame would spread nationwide overnight, benefiting everyone connected to the institution. Tan Moyang's smile suddenly faded. Principal, you've only considered the school, but you haven't thought about Xiao Feng. This painting belongs to him, he holds the ownership. What right do you have to ask him to make such a sacrifice? Wang Linxin froze, his aged face flushing slightly. After a moment of silence, he said, Tan, he's your friend. You can try to persuade him. After all, it's all for the good of the school. Fang Jian's gaze toward the old man couldn't help but carry a hint of contempt. For the good of the school? Damn it, what does the state of your school have to do with me? Even if you're trying to morally blackmail me, this is completely irrelevant. Tan Moyang chuckled. Principal, you think too highly of me. If this painting is genuine, it's worth $100 million. How could I possibly have enough clout to convince them to leave it here? The old principal pursed his lips. Though he said nothing, anyone could see he was deeply reluctant. Fang Jian chuckled and suddenly spoke up, Principal, it's actually not difficult to get me to donate the painting to the school. Tan Moyan's expression shifted slightly as she shot Fang Jian a suspicious look, her gaze sharp. This kid, has he lost his mind? The others present were overjoyed. Not only the old principal, but even Suing Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Fang Jian truly donated this painting to the school, then as the principal, he would undoubtedly be the greatest beneficiary. So, even though he had initially resented the old principal's words, at this moment, he found himself wholeheartedly agreeing. Young man, are you serious? Wang Linxin asked excitedly. Fang Jian chuckled. Yes, as long as you can accomplish two things, donating this painting is no trouble at all. What are those two things? Someone called out impatiently. They all thought to themselves, what a year. This is especially crazy. A painting worth $100 million could be donated? Why couldn't such a miracle happen to me? Fang Jian observed the fervor in their eyes and spoke slowly. I understand that the Palace Museum in Beijing houses the along the river during the Qingming Festival, while the Louvre Museum in France holds the Mona Lisa. If you can persuade these two institutions to donate these paintings to you, then I too am willing to make my donation. The room fell silent. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, almost convinced they'd misheard. Wang Linxin froze for a moment before snapping, Young man, what on earth are you talking about? Fang Jian blinked innocently and replied, I'm speaking Mandarin, aren't I? But Tan Moyang finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. She wasn't alone, several teachers also smiled wryly. Suing Han's face turned distinctly awkward. He finally understood that Fang Jian had been thoroughly mocking them. But anger? Not quite. Ultimately, it was his own greed that had led him here. Wang Linxin's face darkened with fury. Young man, do you even know what those two paintings are? The Along the River during the Qingming Festival is our national treasure, one of the 10 great paintings. The Mona Lisa is a masterpiece by Da Vinci. How could they possibly donate them to us? It's completely unreasonable. Impossible. Fang Jian's smile slowly faded. He replied, indeed, it seems you understand that asking them to donate paintings to you is unreasonable and impossible. But, his tone suddenly turned stern. Then why do you think it's only natural for them not to donate, yet now you expect me to? Did I eat rice from your family's fields? You. Wang Linxin was so furious he couldn't speak. He stomped his foot heavily and turned to leave. In the classroom, a few people hurried out. But most remained unmoved. After this exchange, however, everyone understood. This young man was not someone to be trifled with. Suing Han rubbed his hands awkwardly. Mr. Feng, I'm truly sorry for making you witness this. When they first met, he had followed Tan Moyang in addressing him as Little Feng, but under these circumstances, even with his thick skin, he couldn't bring himself to say it now. Fang Jian shook his head slightly. Principal Su, this is merely his personal conduct. It has nothing to do with you. Suing Han breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you see it that way. Deep down, he knew this incident would inevitably leave lingering resentment between them. But as long as it didn't affect future cooperation, that was all that mattered. Fang Jian stepped forward, carefully stowed the painting, and said, Aunt Tan, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Tan Moyang nodded gently, but suddenly remembered something. Wait a moment, Xiao Feng. She turned to Su Yinghan. Principal Su, I invited Xiao Fong here. After what happened, you can't pretend you didn't know. Su Yinghan gave a wry smile. But I already apologized earlier. Tan Moyang replied with a smile, empty apologies won't suffice. Show some concrete action. Su Yinghan sighed helplessly. All right. I promise to invite those experts over with the utmost sincerity to authenticate this painting. Only then did Tan Moyang nod. Principal Su, besides this matter, could you do me another favor? Go ahead. When Xiao Fong got this painting, he also found some gold coins. Could you help authenticate them? Su Yinghan breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled, that's easy enough. But I don't know much about gold coins. If I make a mistake, don't hold it against me. Both Fang Jian and Su Yinghan understood why Tan Moyang chose this moment to bring up these matters. Was to use this opportunity to mend their relationship. Though Fang Jian felt some resentment, this was his mother-in-law's university, and they needed her expertise to authenticate the melancholy. After a moment's thought, he gladly accepted. Su Yinghan waved to the crowd, and it took a while before everyone finally dispersed. Yet murmurs lingered, why couldn't they have stayed longer? Yet it never occurred to them to ask. If the painting truly belonged to him, would he be willing to bring it out for everyone to admire? Chapter 208, would you sell this gold coin? Upon entering the principal's office, Su Yinghan's expression finally relaxed. He began apologetically, Mr. Fong, although Vice Principal Wang has retired, he still has a strong sense of public service. It's just that his way of expressing it was a bit off. Please forgive him once again. Fang Jian paused. When Su Yinghan mentioned the old man, not only did he refer to him as Vice Principal Old Wang, but he also deliberately emphasized the name. Though Fang Jian knew little about politics, he could sense the deep hostility Su Yinghan harbored toward the old principal. Su Yinghan continued, Mr. Fong, Old Wang still wields some influence within the cultural system. Since he didn't get what he wanted today, he might not let this rest. So, it'd be wise for you to be cautious lately. Fang Jian chuckled dryly. What, does he plan to resort to violence and seize it by force? Su Yinghan waved her hand dismissively. Mr. Fong, you're joking. He's a man of letters, after all. He wouldn't stoop to such things. She paused, then added, still, that painting is quite valuable. You'd be wise to keep it safe. Fang Jian considered it. Alright, I'll head to the bank later and rent a safe deposit box. Su Yinghan nodded. That's a good idea. I suggest renting one at the Bank of China headquarters in Yongcheng. It's a bit pricey, but it's secure. In truth, bank safe deposit box services were commonplace nowadays, offered by many financial institutions. For ordinary items, any branch with safe deposit boxes would suffice. But given the painting's immense value, naturally the best and most secure bank should be chosen. Tan Moyang waited until they finished speaking before saying, Principal Su, shall we begin now? Fang Jian and Su Yinghan exchanged a knowing smile. After this discussion, the tension between them had visibly eased. Fang Jian and Tan Moyang both retrieved the gold coins from their possession. Su Yinghan looked on, momentarily startled. Tan Moyang made no attempt to conceal it. Principal Su, these gold coins were found by Xiao Fong in Poland. He gave a few to our family, and I thought I'd bring them along for your appraisal. Su Yinghan chuckled heartily. Very well. I hope they won't disappoint you. Only then did he realize that the relationship between these two must be quite special. But then again, it made sense. If their relationship were ordinary, how could they have brought such a precious painting over with just a single phone call? Regaining his composure, Su Yinghan examined the gold coins meticulously. He handled them with great care. First, he laid all the coins on a clean silk cloth. Then, wearing gloves and holding a magnifying glass, he examined them meticulously. At first, his movements were swift and effortless. Judging by his pace alone, it was clear he wasn't taking it too seriously. Seeing this, Tan Moyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed these gold coins weren't particularly valuable. Of course, anything related to gold couldn't be cheap. But if it was just gold, then these few small coins wouldn't amount to much. After all, his family even owned a set of panda gold coins worth hundreds of thousands. At worst, they could simply gift Xiao Fong a set in return, hardly bribery. Then, at that very moment, Su Yinghan's movements abruptly halted. In his hand lay a gold coin severely tarnished and faded. Judging solely by its appearance, this coin could hardly be called a gold coin anymore. Among the many coins, its color was undoubtedly the palest and most inconspicuous. Yet Su Yinghan held it, turning it over and over in his hands, examining it intently. Tan Moyang's heart stirred slightly. She recognized this was the very gold coin Fang Jian had delivered to her home last night. She had initially thought it was merely filler, but now it seemed unlikely. Su Yinghan hesitated for a moment before carefully placing the gold coin onto another silk cloth. His movements were so gentle it made one wonder if he was holding not a gold coin, but a piece of tofu, the kind so tender it would crumble at the slightest touch. Su Yinghan set down his magnifying glass and said, Mr. Fong, I'm not entirely certain about this gold coin. I'd like to have a numismatist take a look at it. Would that be acceptable? Certainly. Thank you for your trouble, Principal Su. Generally speaking, if an appraiser says they're unsure, then it means this item is most likely a fake. But judging by Su Yinghan's expression at that moment, his uncertainty was genuine, which is precisely why he wanted to bring in a true numismatic expert. The world of antiques and collectibles is incredibly complex. It demands vast cultural knowledge, something beyond the reach of ordinary people. Those within the circle are true connoisseurs, but outsiders are merely clueless, easy targets. However, with Tan Moyang acting as a bridge and given what had just transpired, Suinghan would absolutely not harbor any ill intentions. Right in front of them, Suinghan made a phone call. Then he proceeded to continue appraising the other gold coins. Yet both Fang Jian and Tan Moyang could tell. Suinghan seemed distracted, glancing back toward the solitary gold coin display every so often. It seemed as though all the other coins combined held less value than that one. Finally, Suinghan finished examining all the gold coins. He selected 7 distinct coins, while the rest were mixed together. Just then, Suinghan's phone rang. He answered it, exchanged a few words, and opened the door. A balding elderly man, several years older than Su, stepped inside. He glanced at Fang Jian and Tan Moyang, then declared with a broad grin, "What was the rush calling me over? What coins? Even you can't tell them apart?" Suinghan chuckled and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Master Lu Hua, our coin expert from Yongchang. His family runs 3 antique shops. If you ever have anything to sell, just go to him." He continued, "Old Lu, this is Teacher Tan from our school. And this is the owner of the coin you were asked to appraise." Fang Jian smiled and said, "Hello, Master Lu. My name is Fang Jian." "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Fang," Lu Hua nodded slightly. "What coin is it?" His eyes, however, had already drifted toward the table. He wasn't blind. One glance told him coins were being appraised here. Suinghan beckoned him over. "Come here. Take a look for yourself." Lu Hua walked over, already pulling a pair of white gloves from his pocket and slipping them on as he approached. Fang Jian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. A true professional, indeed he'd come prepared. Lu Yi approached the table. His gaze swept across the items, and his eyes immediately landed on the 7 gold coins set apart. This wasn't surprising. One pile held a cluster of coins together. On the other side, 7 coins lay individually separated. Anyone could tell where the valuable ones were. Lu Ye's gaze swept over them, then suddenly he uttered a soft "hmm." He reached out and carefully picked up 1 gold coin. Fang Jian and Tan Moyang saw clearly that the one he picked up was precisely the one Suinghan had examined earlier. Lu Ye's expression turned unusually serious, his face gradually growing grave. After a long moment, he slowly lifted his head and asked, "Old Su, what do you think?" Suinghan chuckled helplessly. "I couldn't tell for sure, that's why I invited you over in the first place." Fang Jian knew this gold coin must be no ordinary thing, otherwise, these two wouldn't be wearing such expressions. But the more tense the situation became, the more he had to resist the urge to rush. So he simply sat silently to the side, maintaining a completely impassive demeanor. Lu Hua studied it for another long moment before suddenly turning to ask, "Mr. Fang, might you be interested in parting with this gold coin?" Suinghan's expression shifted slightly. "Old Lu, that's not how it's done." Lu Hua flushed, stammering awkwardly, "Don't get worked up. Just asking, that's all." Chapter 209, The Gold Coin, one of only 3 left in the world. In the antique world, certain unwritten rules exist. Though never written down, those who frequented the scene knew them well. Lu Hua had been invited by Suinghan to appraise the items. By convention, even if he saw something truly exceptional, he was not permitted to make an offer unless Suinghan explicitly stated he wouldn't purchase it. But this time, Lu Hua clearly lost his composure. Suinghan said solemnly, "Old Lu, tell me, is it that one?" Lu Hua hesitated, glancing toward Fang Jian. Suinghan sighed. "Old Lu, don't even think about snagging a bargain. That piece is worth $100 million. Don't even try to compete." $100 million? Lu Hua gasped. His gaze toward Fang Jian instantly changed. In truth, he was considered a wealthy man in Yongcheng. While not among the absolute elite, he was certainly in the upper tier. Antiques were a treacherous field for those who knew how to make money. It was truly lucrative. Every year, countless people tried their hand at antiques only to pay hefty tuition fees. But even he only kept a few million in cash on hand at any given time. $100 million? He wouldn't fetch that much even if he sold himself. Thus, Lu Hua's mind was racing with countless thoughts at that moment. In Yongcheng, which young master possessed such wealth? Or was this some outsider who'd come to make a name for himself? Suinghan, an old friend of his, saw his troubled expression and knew he was overthinking it. With a wry smile, he urged, "Old Lu, stop stalling. Spit it out." Lu Hua cleared his throat softly. "All right, for your sake, I'll tell you the truth." He pointed at the gold coin before him and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this gold coin is most likely an Edward III florin." Fang Jian raised his eyebrows slightly but remained silent, for he had no idea what the term meant. Lu Hua continued, "The Edward III florin was minted between 1300 and 1400. I don't recall the exact year. But it is indeed one of the oldest and rarest coins still in existence today." After a pause, he added, "As far as I know, few collectors currently hold this coin. Public records indicate only 3 exist." 3? Fang Jian and Tan Moyang exchanged glances, finally understanding why the two experts had reacted that way after authenticating the coin. Setting aside its monetary value, its sheer rarity alone was utterly captivating. If this truly was that Edward III florin coin, it would be the 4th known example in the world. A coin like this, if it found its way to the right person, no price tag would seem unreasonable. Of course, gold coins still couldn't be compared to genuine works of art. So, fetching tens of millions at auction? Possibly. But reaching the 100 million mark? Absolutely impossible. Lu Hua stared intently at the gold coin, murmuring to himself, this coin itself holds considerable value because it's crafted from pure gold. To collectors, it's a perfect ancient coin. "Mr. Lu, if we sent it to an auction house, how much do you think it could fetch?" Fang Jian asked. Lu Hua gave a wry smile. Hard to say, really hard to say. But if you took it to Carlsberg auction house, this coin would be worthy of being a treasure at their spring and autumn auction. If someone really liked it, they might bid 10 or 20 million. US dollars? Lu Hua froze, exclaiming in disbelief, how could that be possible? Fang Jian's lips curled. So it was only 10 or 20 million yuan. His interest instantly waned. Seeing Fang Jian's reaction, Lu Hua grew even more convinced that this guy must be a second-generation heir, and one with immense wealth at that. Old Lu, help me check the others. See if we missed anything, Su Yinghan urged. Lu Yi sighed, reluctantly setting down the coin before beginning to examine the others. After going through the entire collection, his verdict was that the rest were indeed gold coins, but they were all relatively common and had a large number of surviving specimens. While they could fetch some money, compared to the Edward III florin coin, it was like night and day. Fang Jian stood up. Thank you, Principal Su, and thank you, Mr. Lu. I'll go secure the painting now. I'll treat you both to a meal later. Good, good, good. Su Yinghan personally escorted him to the door, adding, Mr. Fang, once the German and Polish appraisers arrive, please bring the painting out for them to examine. Rest assured, Principal Su, Fang Jian replied with a smile. I'll be on my way now. Turning to Tan Moyang, he added. Tan Moyang said, Principal, I'll see Mr. Fang out. All right. Su Yinghan watched them walk away with a smile, then let out a long sigh. Today she had been treated to two precious treasures, but alas, the time had been far too brief. Lu Yi leaned in and asked, Old Su, whose son is this guy? How come he's got $100 million? Su Yinghan shook his head slightly. I don't know whose son he is either, but he has a painting in his possession. If it's genuine, it could easily fetch at least $100 million at auction. Holy, Lu Yi blurted out, what kind of painting is worth that much? A Western copperplate engraving. You wouldn't know it anyway. Lu Ye's eyes darted around. Those gold coins he has are Western too. Are they related to the painting? Probably, Su Yinghan murmured. But from start to finish, he never once asked Tan Moyang about the painting's origins. Auntie, I have a lunch appointment, so I won't be able to treat you to a meal, Fang Jian said with a smile. He didn't have a damn appointment, he just felt uncomfortable being alone with his future mother-in-law. Tan Moyang nodded gently. Before your appointment, go to the bank first. All right. After saying that, Fang Jian casually handed over the Edward III florin coin and the gold coin she had given him yesterday. Auntie, these are yours. No, Tan Moyang's expression darkened slightly. How could you just give away something so valuable? Take it back and keep it with the painting. Fang Jian smiled. Auntie, I didn't know these coins were valuable before giving them. But since I've already given them, it wouldn't be right to take them back. Tan Moyang frowned. Young Fang, you may be wealthy, but our family won't accept them. She paused, took the other gold coins, then returned the Edward III florin. All right then. I'll take the others, but this one stays with me. Fang Jian gave her a deep look and said, very well, Auntie. I'll be on my way. Drive safely. Watching Fang Jian's car drive away, Tan Moyang breathed a slight sigh of relief. Truthfully, when Fang Jian had offered the gold coins just moments ago, she had been genuinely tempted. But thankfully, she had ultimately held firm. Fang Jian started his car and drove away from the school. He called Fang Xiaohua to ask for advice. As a lawyer, he frequently dealt with banks and recommended a place to Fang Jian. The Industrial and Commercial Bank of China's main branch in Yongcheng offered safe deposit box rentals. The boxes were categorized into 5 tiers, A, B, C, D, and E, with the most expensive costing 3,000 yuan per month. This price was certainly not cheap, at least 3 times more expensive than those offered by smaller banks or branch offices. But this was undoubtedly the most reliable place. As Fang Jian entered the bank, someone called out, Fang Jian? Startled, he turned and smiled. Oh my, old classmate, it's you. Yu Yudi, the class beauty back in high school. Fang Jian had only seen her once before, at their high school reunion shortly after college graduation. His memory of her was somewhat hazy. But now, upon seeing her again, those memories instantly came flooding back. Chapter 210, Old Classmate. Yu Yudi wore a bank-style business suit, radiating the sharp, capable aura of a career woman. A faint professional smile graced her face, yet the spark of genuine delight in her eyes was impossible to hide. After a morning of work, she was feeling a bit weary. Suddenly, she spotted an old classmate. It wasn't that she harbored any particular feelings toward him, she simply felt a surge of happiness and surprise. Yu Yudi, you work here? Fang Jian asked in surprise. Yes, I am. Are you here for business? Yeah, I'd like to rent a safe deposit box, Fang Jian smiled. It's so much easier when you know someone here. How do I go about it? I'm not too familiar with that process myself. Let me go ask someone. Yu Yudi pulled out a phone. A moment later, she said, follow me. With her guidance, Fang Jian completed all the paperwork in just over 20 minutes and successfully placed the copperplate engraving into the safe deposit box. Though the painting wasn't large, Fang Jian rented the largest E-model safe deposit box. He didn't just put the print inside, he tossed that box of stones and gold coins in there too. In the past, Fang Jian wouldn't have minded keeping things at home. After all, no one knew he possessed such precious treasures at home. Moreover, thieves generally avoided new residential complexes like this one, with security guards and extensive surveillance cameras. But things were different now. Fang Jian believed the news that he possessed the famous painting Melancholy would soon spread. By then, if he still kept the painting at home, the security guards in the neighborhood would likely offer little deterrent. So Fang Jian decided to take the stone too and dispose of it as well. Yu Yudi didn't ask what it was, but waited outside the door. After stashing the items away, Fang Jian emerged and said, "Old classmate, what a coincidence to run into you. Fancy grabbing lunch together?" Yu Yudi hesitated for a moment before smiling. "Sure, it's my treat." Before Fang Jian could refuse, she added, "There's a great barbecue place nearby, the food is fantastic." "A barbecue place?" Fang Jian paused, his gaze lingering over her figure. The former class beauty was still quite impressive, her figure remained absolutely stunning. "Hey, what kind of look is that?" Yu Yudi said, slightly annoyed. If she were a young girl, she might have blushed at that moment. But a woman in her 30s had become quite feisty. Fang Jian shook his head slightly. "Are you sure you want barbecue? What's wrong?" Fang Jian grinned. "I remember grilled meat makes you fat if you eat too much. You're not getting any younger, you know. Better watch what you eat." Yu Yudi froze, then snapped, "You're such a downer. Why bring up something I don't want to hear?" The two left the bank and, following Yu Yudi's lead, entered a place. Fang Jian glanced up at the sign. This wasn't a barbecue restaurant at all, it was a kanji restaurant. After finding a seat in the dining hall, Fang Jian whispered, "Old classmate, where's the barbecue?" Yu Yudi retorted irritably, "Grilled meat makes you fat. Women our age can't afford to eat like that." Fang Jian rolled his eyes and gave his own cheek a light slap. "Serves you right for talking." He was training in martial arts now, with an appetite far exceeding that of ordinary people, and he needed large amounts of meat. Porridge, fine for health, but really not for him. But seeing Yu Yudi plop down and refuse to budge, Fang Jian knew there was no chance of moving seats today. Yu Yudi smiled, picked up the menu, and said, "What would you like?" "Go ahead and order." Fang Jian glanced at the menu. Besides various kanjis, it also offered some dishes. "Do you come here often?" "Yeah, their crab kanji is fantastic. Add 2 ounces of river shrimp and I guarantee it'll be so delicious, you'll want to eat your tongue along with it." Fang Jian nodded silently. "You stay here. I'll go pick out the crabs." Nowadays, many places offer mobile self-service ordering. But when it came to seafood, that wasn't always convenient. Fang Jian stood up and walked to the ordering counter, where various seafood was displayed. This kanji restaurant was renowned in Yongchang for its seafood kanji. The kanji itself was prepared well in advance. But the seafood was caught and prepared fresh, making it incredibly delicious. Fang Jian selected a large lobster, a hairy crab, half a pound of river shrimp, and a giant clam. Seeing his generous selection, the server inquired, "Sir, how many are in your party?" "Two." "Two? Yes. Please prepare 3 large bowls of kanji, 1 lobster, 1 elephant trunk clam, and 1 portion of shrimp and crab." The waiter looked up, hesitated, and said, "Sir, our kanji portions are quite large. If there are only 2 of you, 1 serving should be plenty." Fang Jian glanced at him and said, "I can take the leftovers home." "Ah, yes." Watching the waiter place the order, Fang Jian ordered 6 cold dishes, all meat-based except for 1 cucumber salad. Back at their table, he exchanged just a few words with Yu Yudi before the cold dishes arrived. Yu Yudi glanced at them and chuckled, "What's this? Not having the grilled meat made you unhappy? For 2 people eating kanji, usually just ordering 1 bowl of kanji and 2 cold dishes is sufficient." Fang Jian ordered 6 meat dishes and cold platters in one go, quite an unusual choice. Fang Jian smiled faintly and remarked, "Old classmate, treating me to a meal is actually a pretty bad deal for you." "Why?" Yu Yudi asked, puzzled. Fang Jian patted his stomach and explained, "Because I have a huge appetite." "You're going to be bleeding money." Yu Yudi paused, then laughed. "Don't worry, 1 meal won't bankrupt me." Fang Jian smiled silently. "Just wait until you see the menu." He picked up his chopsticks and dug right in. They had been classmates in school, but after graduating from university, their paths rarely crossed. But when they happened to meet and shared a meal, they found themselves chatting animatedly. Especially when reminiscing about their college days, they found themselves laughing heartily. But soon, Yu Yudi's cheerful mood began to fade. "Ha? Is this ours? This too?" Yu Yudi stared at the 2 large pots of steaming seafood kanji on the table, her big eyes widening in surprise. One pot contained shrimp and crab kanji, the other featured elephant trunk clam kanji. Price wasn't an issue. Fang Jian had specifically requested large portions. What exactly was a large portion? It meant a single pot of kanji large enough to feed 3 to 4 people. Of course, when we say 3-4 people, we're talking about someone with Yu Yudi's appetite. For a bricklayer with a hearty appetite, 1 person could easily finish a single serving. But now, with 2 bowls of kanji and 6 cold dishes. "Hey, Fang Jian, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" Yu Yudi whispered. "What do you mean, on purpose?" Fang Jian asked innocently. Yu Yudi retorted irritably, "You ordered so much, how are we supposed to finish it all? Are you planning to take leftovers home? People will laugh at us." Fang Jian chuckled. "Old classmate, you need to update your mindset. Taking leftovers home after a meal is encouraged these days." He paused, then added, "Hurry up and eat. There's still another portion coming." "Another one?" Yu Yudi gasped. "Yes. Hurry up and eat, or there won't be room for it later." Fang Jian spoke as he thoughtfully scooped a bowl of kanji for her, filled to the brim with crab meat and shrimp. Yu Yudi opened her mouth but held back, then began eating slowly. Then, her eyes truly widened. Because she saw 2 words, efficiency. Yu Yudi swore she'd never realized before that someone could eat with such efficiency. As Fang Jian ate his porridge, his mouth never stopped moving. Whatever entered his mouth was chewed just once before being swallowed. Were 6 cold dishes really that much? For two people, it certainly was. But in the blink of an eye, only a few drops of soup remained. Not only that, but when Yu Yuti finished the small bowl of porridge in front of her, she noticed that the two large portions were nearly empty too. She finally understood why Fang Jian had ordered 3 portions of kanji. Yet, looking at Fang Jian's stomach, which didn't seem particularly full, her mind was filled with puzzlement. Where did all that food go? Chapter 211, just transfer 10 million. When the third bowl of porridge arrived and was devoured by Fang Jian, Yu Yuti's gaze had become as strange as it could possibly be. Fang Jian rubbed his stomach and said, "Sit tight for a moment. I need to use the restroom." "Pfft, you're just trying to use the bathroom as an excuse to dodge the bill," Yu Yuti scoffed. "What, do you think so little of me? That I can't even afford to treat you to a meal?" Fang Jian immediately felt embarrassed standing up. He chuckled, "Hey, old classmate, I'm letting things slide. At least spare me some face." Yu Yuti gave a cold laugh. When she first saw Fang Jian order so much food, she had genuinely been surprised and puzzled. But when he actually finished every single thing on his plate, she realized this guy wasn't putting on a show. Sure, today's lunch had definitely gone over budget, way over budget. But meeting an old classmate, especially one as eccentric as this, had genuinely lightened her mood. Yu Yuti glanced at the time and sighed, "Ah, Fang Jian, I can't stay with you any longer." Fang Jian chuckled, "What's up? Did the bank start work earlier today?" "Not early, but I have to go visit clients." "Oh?" Fang Jian was surprised. "I thought after all these years at the bank, you'd be sitting in an office by now. Why are you still running around after clients?" Yu Yuti replied with a hint of resentment, "What do you know? We handled both deposits and loans. One of my clients defaulted this year, so now I'm scrambling to drum up deposits." Fang Jian chuckled helplessly. "Really? That sounds tough. What's your deposit quota?" 10 million. "But I've already secured 7 million, just 3 million left to go." Yu Yuti batted her eyelashes. "So, what do you say? Will you go out on a limb for your beautiful classmate and give me a hand?" Fang Jian couldn't help but laugh. "Going out on a limb is for brothers. If you're heading to Taigua, I'll consider it." "Put." Yu Yuti spat indignantly. "Like you'd ever go to Taigua." Her eyes swept over him before she suddenly chuckled. "Besides, with your build, they probably wouldn't welcome you there anyway." It was true, Fang Jian had trained himself into a broad-shouldered, thick-waisted build for martial arts. This was genuine broad shoulders and thick waist, not some internet-trending doggy waist nonsense. Back in the Republic era, if any martial artist had trained himself into a doggy waist physique and then challenged someone to a duel, his chances of walking off the stage alive would have been slim to none. Such a burly, testosterone-fueled physique. Even if he wanted to go to Thailand for surgery, they'd likely turn him away 9 times out of 10. Because it's just too damn eye-watering. Fang Jian rolled his eyes. He was finally certain. The saying "women become wolves at 30" couldn't be more accurate. Back when they were fresh graduates, they'd never have uttered such words. Yu Yuti picked up her bag, stood up, and walked to the counter to pay the bill. Fang Jian didn't compete with her for the bill here. Only after stepping outside did he ask, "Old classmate, does the bank close for lunch?" Yu Yuti paused, then smiled. "Our bank doesn't handle corporate transactions during lunch hours, but for personal business, there are staff on duty at the counters." "Great. I'd like to deposit some money. Could you help me with that?" Yu Yuti froze, looking at him in surprise before laughing. "Hey, old classmate, I was just joking earlier. Don't take it seriously." Fang Jian chuckled. "Money's money wherever it's deposited. I used to bank with China merchants, but they never gave me any perks. Better to benefit an old classmate than some stranger." Yu Yuti considered it for a moment. "Alright, come on over. I'll help you with it." Though she didn't think Fang Jian could help her much. After all, we're talking about a 3 million yuan shortfall. But refusing his offer after he'd shown such goodwill would make her seem ungrateful. Soon, the two of them re-entered the bank. Banks now offered a wide array of services, and even personal banking encompassed numerous categories. Those who actually deposit or withdraw money at the counter. It wasn't that they didn't exist, but generally speaking, those were handled at community branch banks. Few people came to the main branch for cash transactions. Yu Yuti led him around a corner and asked, "Do you have an ICBC card?" "No." "Did you bring your ID?" Fang Jian reached into his pocket and pulled out a slim ID holder. As for a wallet, ever since electronic payments became commonplace, he rarely carried cash on him. Yu Yuti didn't lead him to the counter but instead walked to a desk in the lobby. Because the card activation process was rather complicated, dedicated staff handled it here to avoid disrupting regular customers. With her assistance, the card was opened quickly. The young woman handling the application was in her 20s. She and Yu Yuti were clearly acquainted, addressing her warmly as Sisu with every word. After completing the card application, the young woman said, "Mr. Fang, your card is ready. Is there anything else I can assist you with today?" Fang Jian thought for a moment and replied, "I recall you offer money transfers here, correct?" "Certainly. What about transfers from other banks?" "Transfers from other banks incur a certain fee." "How much?" 2 yuan per transaction. Fang Jian responded with a nod, reaching out his hand toward Yu Yuti. "Give me the money." "What?" Yu Yuti looked utterly puzzled. Fang Jian replied matter-of-factly, "I'm bringing you deposits. I can't exactly pay the transfer fee myself, can I? 2 yuan. Hurry up." Yu Yuti was at a loss for words, while the young girl couldn't help but laugh out loud. Realizing her mistake, she quickly turned away, though suppressing her laughter proved difficult. Yu Yudi slapped Fang Jian's hand away, scolding him with a laugh. Fang Jian, stop joking around, okay? Fang Jian withdrew his hand and muttered, bitch. His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for both women to hear clearly. Yu Yudi pressed her hand to her forehead, feeling a pang of regret. How had Fang Jian changed so much from the person she remembered? As for the girl, her lively eyes darted back and forth between Fang Jian and Yu Yudi, her little mind lost in its own thoughts. Fang Jian reached into his wallet, pulled out the business card, and handed it over. Ma'am, could you please process this transfer for me? Thank you. The girl accepted it, maintaining a professional smile. Mr. Fang, how much would you like to transfer? 10 million. Ha? The girl looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. Yu Yudi also froze, her expression turning slightly strange. My card shouldn't have a limit. Go ahead and process it, Fang Jian urged. The girl quickly composed herself and replied, certainly, sir. In reality, handling transactions involving several million yuan was commonplace at the bank. But no matter how one looked at this Mr. Fang, he didn't seem like the type who could casually pull out 10 million yuan. Still, anyone working here possessed basic professional competence. Soon, the paperwork was completed, and the 10 million yuan transfer was processed. Fang Jian continued, put it in a 3-year fixed deposit. The interest rate is higher. Yu Yudi rolled her eyes. Damn it, someone who could casually pull out 10 million yuan like that, would they really care about such a small amount of interest? The young woman thought for a moment before replying with surprising earnestness, Mr. Fang, we actually have dedicated financial advisors here who can offer higher rates than standard large deposits. Fang Jian smiled. A financial advisor? Who? The girl pointed beside her and said, Sister Yu is a financial expert. You can definitely consult her. Yu Yudi gently tapped the girl on the head. Enough chatter. He doesn't care about this small amount. Just set up a 3-year fixed deposit. Oh, okay. The young woman quickly completed the paperwork, though she couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Sis Yu, I'm doing you a favor here. You really don't know a good deed when you see one. Chapter 212, 10,000 bitcoins, take it or leave it. After completing the paperwork, they stepped outside the bank. Yu Yudi's expression turned peculiar. She suddenly asked, Fang Jian, doesn't China Merchants Bank have a customer service manager? Guest manager? What's that? Yu Yudi sighed. Stop joking around, will you? Fang Jian laughed heartily. Alright, no more jokes. Actually, after I deposited the money, someone did call me claiming to be from the bank. But I kept saying I was driving or in a meeting, then hung up. Why? It's a waste of time, Fang Jian shrugged. I'm not interested in buying funds or anything like that. Why should I bother with them? But leaving so much money in the bank will lose value. Fang Jian looked at her suspiciously. Hey, Yu Yudi, are you bank staff? Is it really okay to badmouth the bank like that? Yu Yudi grew annoyed. I'm only looking out for you. Fang Jian thought for a moment. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'll go withdraw the money right now. Yu Yudi was speechless for a moment. Then, seeing the smug grin on Fang Jian's face, she realized he was still joking. Sighing, Yu Yudi suddenly said, alright, let's not talk about this anymore. She had intended to probe Fang Jian's financial situation, to see how much money he still had in his investment account. If she could get her hands on it to manage, it would be far better than leaving it in a savings account. Seeing how casually he'd transferred 10 million earlier, she knew this old classmate's financial depth was likely unfathomable. Moreover, depositing such a large sum without any conditions attached, simply locking it away for 3 years. Such a person couldn't be called foolish. It simply meant that this sum of money was nothing to him. Yet when she tried to engage him in conversation, he kept dodging the topic. Yu Yudi understood. After all, when old classmates reunite, you treat them to a nice meal. Having them deposit 10 million to fulfill the task was already the height of generosity. To ask for more would be downright annoying. Perhaps the rest of Fang Jian's money was needed for other purposes? Yet she didn't know that for Fang Jian now, money had lost much of its meaning. He'd just been in a good mood when he ran into his old classmate and decided to crack a few jokes. After all, Yu Yudi had been the class beauty back in the day. If Yu Yudi really put on a serious face and asked a few more questions, he wouldn't mind transferring all his money over. Fang Jian, do you remember Gong Ningxin? Yu Yudi asked softly. Of course I remember her, the pretty one, Fang Jian replied casually. In any class, ordinary people would naturally make up the majority. But there were always a few who stood out. Yu Yudi was one, Gong Ningxin was another, and of course, Zhan Tao was definitely one. As for Fang Jian, back in high school, he was truly just a nobody. Gong Ningxin is coming back next week. She wants to catch up with everyone. Are you free? Yu Yudi asked. Fang Jian replied in surprise, really? I don't recall anyone mentioning it in the class group chat. Yu Yudi smiled faintly. She's only coming back for 3 days before heading to Shanghai, so she's just inviting a few people for a small gathering. Fang Jian immediately understood. This small group must be the few classmates who've done well for themselves. If he hadn't casually pulled out 10 million today, Yu Yudi probably wouldn't have invited him either. The thought made Fang Jian feel much less invested. We'll see about it then. I might be away for a while. Hearing Fang Jian decline without hesitation, Yu Yudi was somewhat surprised. Fang Jian suddenly turned his head, glancing inside the bank. There, a figure was watching them intently. Old classmate, who's that? Yu Yudi glanced over and whispered, a section chief from our credit department. Pretty annoying. Fang Jian exclaimed in surprise, you're from the credit department? Yes, didn't I tell you? Yu Yuti seemed surprised. Fang Jian inwardly scoffed, at your age, you don't seem to have Alzheimer's. How could you forget whether I mentioned it or not? Turning up the corners of his mouth slightly, Fang Jian said, you're in the credit department, why are you soliciting deposits? Yu Yuti blinked her large eyes in confusion. Even the officially staffed security guards in the vault have deposit quotas. Why wouldn't we in the credit department need to solicit deposits? Hearing this, Fang Jian thought, oh my, that actually makes sense. Alright, look, your supervisor is watching you. Why aren't you working? Fang Jian urged. But Yu Yuti replied softly, with a big client like you here, even if I skip work, no one will say a word. Fang Jian chuckled, thinking to himself. Wasn't this like shooting herself in the foot? Oh, by the way, old classmate, how come you didn't go to Zhang Tao's wedding? Yu Yuti froze, her gaze toward Fang Jian taking on a peculiar edge. You're Zhang Tao's best friend. Didn't you know he only invited male classmates to his wedding? Fang Jian thought about it, that was indeed the case. That day, several of their college and high school classmates had come. But it seemed like they were all guys, not a single woman in sight. Fang Jian hadn't noticed before, but hearing Yu Yuti mention it, he realized it was true. I get it now. That guy must be feeling guilty. Throughout high school and college, Fang Jian had always been a straight-laced guy. But Zhang Tao was different. He came from a privileged background, was wealthy, and was a star athlete. Ever since high school, he'd been involved in ambiguous relationships with girls. It seems some rumors weren't entirely unfounded after all. Though Fang Jian was Zhang Tao's closest friend, they'd never discussed such matters. It was a kind of unspoken understanding between brothers. Of course, the root cause was simply that Fang Jian didn't have the money, he couldn't afford to play that game. Nodding, Fang Jian said, alright, old friend. I've kept you long enough today. I've got things to do, so I'll head out now. Next time, dinner's on me. Waving goodbye, Fang Jian turned and walked away. Even as he walked away, he could still feel that pair of burning eyes fixed on his back. In truth, from Yu Yuti's attitude, Fang Jian could tell that if he invited her to dinner, she would definitely accept. But then again, 10 years ago, with his current abilities and financial means, he would have pursued her. But now, he didn't want to get involved so easily. At her age, most women were married. Having 2 consecutive meals with a married woman would definitely be awkward. And if she wasn't married, or had divorced, well, that would be even more awkward. It was strange, but among Fang Jian's circle of friends, there was a peculiar pattern. Those classmates who were average-looking tended to marry earlier. And after marriage, regardless of their family circumstances or how their lives turned out, very few of them ended up divorced. But those stunningly beautiful girls who were the center of attention in school? They tended to marry later, and their divorce rates were significantly higher than the former group. Shaking his head, Fang Jian pushed these thoughts aside and headed home. That night, he collapsed into bed. Suddenly sensing someone approach, he opened his eyes to find his father standing there. He tapped his forehead lightly and said, Dad, I forgot about the 500 billion. I'll burn it for you tomorrow. His father chuckled softly. Son, don't push yourself. I know you don't have much money left, right? Fang Jian protested, how could that be? His father tilted his head back and said, you only tell me the good news, not the bad. You think I don't know? Watching his father play along with the charade, Fang Jian could only sigh in exasperation. His father patted his son on the shoulder and said, I found another source of income for you today. It should help you make a little profit. What? Son, have you heard of Bitcoin? Bitcoin? Fang Jian's eyes widened. He hadn't just heard of it, it was practically a household name. Someone has 10,000 bitcoins and is willing to sell them to you at 13,000 yuan each. Interested? Chapter 213, 10,800 bitcoins, take your time selling them. 10,000 bitcoins? Even though Fang Jian was already quite wealthy now, and the total value of his assets undoubtedly exceeded that of 10,000 bitcoins, he still felt his breathing become erratic upon hearing those words. How much is a bitcoin worth these days? It seems to be over $10,000 each. So what would 10,000 bitcoins be worth? Fang Jian realized he'd stumbled upon another depression painting, one he could liquidate at any moment. Dad, how could this guy have so many bitcoins? How should I know? But here, he definitely can't lie. Just tell me, is this price worth it? Worth it. Absolutely worth it, Fang Jian replied without hesitation. At 13,000 yuan per bitcoin, it certainly wasn't cheap. But if you switch the currency to Jaws paper, damn it, even at 100 million yuan per bitcoin, I'd still trade. How does he give it to me? Fang Jian asked in a low voice. He said there's a safe deposit box at HSBC in Hong Kong City. With the account number and password, you can open it. Inside is a USB drive. Fang Jian nodded firmly. Alright, bring him here. I'll make the exchange. Old man waved his hand, and a tall, slender man stepped into the circle from outside. He was a mixed-race man. Fang Jian didn't know his background, nor did he care to. Their relationship was purely transactional. Soon, the man transmitted a segment of memory. Moments later, the man departed. Old man hesitated before saying, Son, once this batch of Bitcoin sells, remember to burn me some Jaws paper. Otherwise, all this coming and going day after day is really unsettling. Truthfully, mere fluctuations wouldn't have been so troubling. The problem was, this kid was way too demanding. He was always asking people to teach him things, and each lesson cost him a fortune. That's a whopping 365 million a day for his superpower. Even if we had mountains of gold and silver at home, we couldn't withstand such extravagance. Fang Jian nodded repeatedly, agreeing to the arrangement. His father waved his hand, and Fang Jian instantly felt that intense sensation of falling through the air once more. Waking up, Fang Jian leapt from his bed. The first thing he did was burn 500 billion yuan before his father's portrait. Then he headed to the park for a workout and called Luan Wani. "I'm heading to Hong Kong tomorrow. Want to come along?" "No way," Luan Wani replied with a laugh. "We just got back from Europe and I can't take that much time off. Besides, what's there to do in Hong Kong City now? Are you going shopping?" Fang Jian chuckled, changed the subject, chatted casually for a moment, then hung up. Right, he'd completely forgotten that Luan Wani had a job. Though being a music teacher at the school was mostly just a token position. She couldn't exactly take days off left and right. That would reflect poorly on her. Of course, Fang Jian was all for women having careers. If a woman spent her days at home doing nothing or lived off mahjong and shopping, then her entire life would be reduced to being nothing more than a pretty face. Therefore, even though he currently had enough money to support her for 100 lifetimes, Fang Jian wouldn't object to her becoming a teacher. He went online and looked up Bitcoin. Fang Jian frowned slightly, surprised to see Bitcoin had surged again. From under $14,000, it had soared to a peak of $19,000, though it had since fallen below $17,000. But even at this price point, the potential profits were enormous. The total value of the cryptocurrency market had now reached $2 trillion, with Bitcoin accounting for half of that. Fang Jian looked up that the global supply of Bitcoin would remain capped at around 21 million coins. This number cannot be increased. While the current high price is undoubtedly influenced by speculation to some extent, with the ongoing devaluation of fiat currencies, whether the value of this asset will rise or fall in the future is truly hard to say. Even if everyone is bearish and online experts keep shouting, Bitcoin's heyday is over, it's about to collapse. But such claims were already being loudly debated a full decade ago. Back then, Bitcoin wasn't even worth $1,000. It's like how everyone was saying housing prices would crash 10 years ago. But what actually happened? Anyone who believed that would have been truly unlucky for life. Those who didn't buy property back then, even pooling 6 family members' savings, now might not even scrape together enough for a down payment. But for someone like Fang Jian, he'd rather not touch any financial products. If he had money, he'd naturally want to keep it safe. He glanced at his passport, or rather, his Hong Kong and Macau travel permit. When John Tao helped him with his passport and visa last time, he'd arranged this one too. So he booked tickets on his phone first to Shenzhen, then straight across the border to Hong Kong. 20 years ago, Hong Kong held an aura of mystery and sophistication in the hearts of mainland Chinese. But today, 20 years later, Hong Kong City had become just another place where residents of Pengcheng and nearby areas could buy foreign goods more cheaply. If it weren't for that Bitcoin password key being in Hong Kong City, Fang Jian wouldn't have had any interest in going there at all. After purchasing his ticket, Fang Jian bid farewell to John Tao and boarded the flight. There were still many flights from Ningbo to Shenzhen. That same afternoon, Fang Jian arrived in Pengcheng. While clearing customs, he bought a Hong Kong SIM card. Although he had never been to Hong Kong before, there were so many online guides now that he could easily find a few articles to get a general idea. Besides, all he needed to know was how to clear customs. He wasn't planning to sightsee. The border inspection was remarkably straightforward. In Fang Jian's estimation, it was far quicker than customs checks in Europe. Once in Hong Kong, Fang Jian naturally treated himself well. He booked a room at the Hong Kong New World Harborview Hotel, priced at over 9,000 per night. While the hotel wasn't as renowned on the mainland as the Peninsula Hotel, its location on the edge of Victoria Harbour offered breathtaking panoramic views of the city from its upper floors. However, after staying one night, Fang Jian didn't find the so-called panoramic view of Victoria particularly impressive. Compared to mainland infrastructure, Hong Kong truly had little to offer in terms of superiority. The next morning, Fang Jian arrived at HSBC. Using his account and password, he successfully located the safe deposit box and retrieved the USB drive. It wasn't just a USB drive, there was also a CD. That was because the guy feared the files might get damaged, so he deliberately backed them up on 2 different media. It must be said, this man was indeed extremely cautious. Fang Jian opened an account at HSBC, activated international services, and then left. Hong Kong's service industry and retail sector were extremely developed. Fang Jian found a shopping mall and purchased an Apple computer. Back at the hotel, he plugged in the USB drive. Sure enough, it contained over 10,000, more than 18,000 bitcoins. The other party had traded with him for 10,000 bitcoins, treating the rest as a gift. Truly a generous soul. Fang Jian decided he'd ask for a higher price when he got back. 15,000 ghost money per coin would be fair, he couldn't let an honest man lose out. After some setup, Fang Jian connected to the foreign internet. Bitcoin transactions were illegal within China. However, conducting online transactions in Hong Kong posed no issues whatsoever. The only problem was that Fang Jian held an enormous amount of Bitcoin. If he dumped it all at once. Looking at Bitcoin's daily trading volume, it consistently exceeded $6 billion. So selling off a small portion should be fine, right? After pondering, Fang Jian sold off 100. Soon, over $1.6 million landed in his HSBC account. Converted, that amounted to 10 million yuan. And he didn't have to pay any taxes. Now looking at the remaining 10,700 plus bitcoins. Damn it, even if he sold 100 every day, it would take 107 days. Sigh, why is it so damn hard to make a little money? Chapter 214, The Hong Kong Female Coach. Now that he was in Hong Kong, Fang Jian naturally planned to stay for a few days. After all, there was nothing urgent back in Yongchang. That afternoon, he visited the famous Hong Kong racecourse, watched a few horse races. He placed a few bets while he was there. The results left him rather disappointed. He didn't win a single cent, losing all 100 Hong Kong dollars. So Fang Jian decided he'd never gamble on horses again. When reading Hong Kong travel guides, people often mention that taxi fares are expensive and recommend purchasing an octopus card for buses or the MTR. But for Fang Jian, taxi fares were no burden at all. After grabbing a bite near the racecourse, he hailed a cab. Once inside, he spoke in fluent English to the largest shopping mall near the New World Sea View Hotel. Beneath that hotel lay a mature neighborhood bustling with activity. Naturally, shopping malls of all levels could be found there. Fang Jian didn't bother looking it up. He simply asked the driver to take him there. The driver responded with a nod and stepped on the gas. Fang Jian glanced at him. This guy really did understand English. When they got out, Fang Jian paid the 400 Hong Kong dollar fare. The fare was 352, the rest was a tip. Although mobile payments were now common in Hong Kong, shopping malls accepted Alipay and WeChat Pay. But for this trip, Fang Jian had prepared a fair amount of Hong Kong dollar cash. After getting out, Fang Jian thought to himself, everyone says Hong Kong taxis are expensive, but it's actually not that bad. He silently calculated that his daily guaranteed income was over 1.6 million US dollars, equivalent to 10 million renminbi. To spend that much on taxis? Forget it. Entering the mall before him, Fang Jian headed straight for the men's clothing floor. He'd come empty-handed this time, bringing nothing with him. Since he planned to stay for a few days, he naturally needed to buy some replacement clothes. But when it came to buying clothes, he never cared about brands, only whether they fit well. In this mall, men's clothing brands occupied an entire floor. Yet Fang Jian managed to buy 2 complete outfits in just 15 minutes, plus a rolling suitcase. As for the money spent? For his former self, tens of thousands of yuan would have been a substantial sum. But now, it didn't even cover the tip of what he earned in a single day. Back at the hotel, Fang Jian glanced at the amenities. The hotel was fully equipped with 5 restaurants, a gym, and 4 swimming pools, one of which was an all-weather pool. Additionally, it offered a spa, beauty salon, tennis courts, sauna, and more. After pondering for a moment, he picked up the internal phone and called the front desk to book a sauna session. A technician in her 20s arrived, demonstrating quite skilled techniques. Fang Jian could sense that if he desired, he could extend the session. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. Perhaps having money had changed his mindset. At the very least, he had become more discerning and no longer felt drawn to people of that social standing. The masseuse's technique was competent, but her touch was too light. Fang Jian knew this was because his muscles were too hard from martial arts training, making it difficult for her to apply pressure. So even though she was giving it her all, drenched in sweat, the results were still underwhelming. Still, before she left, Fang Jian tipped her 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. The technician's eyes lit up with delight, turning into little hearts. Glancing over the menu again, Fang Jian decided to go swimming. Since she couldn't work the knots out, he'd burn off the tension himself. At the pool, he bought a pair of men's swim trunks. As he stepped out wearing his new swim trunks, Fang Jian realized he had become the center of attention for many people. There was no denying it, his physique, honed through martial arts training and mastery of internal energy, was nothing short of perfect. Moreover, the absence of any flab made it look exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Fang Jian had already noticed this when he used to run on the treadmill at the gym. The pool area was quite crowded, with many people conversing in Cantonese. It seemed the pool was open to the public, attracting nearby residents and office workers alike for exercise and recreation. Once in the pool, Fang Jian began swimming. He didn't know much about swimming and only knew one stroke, the breaststroke. Swimming was an excellent form of exercise, engaging muscles throughout the entire body. However, it's also an extremely physically demanding activity. This was especially true for a beginner like Fang Jian. After swimming several laps, Fang Jian noticed a mermaid had passed by him multiple times. The pool was divided into several lanes, and generally, people preferred swimming in the less crowded lanes for convenience. Of course, the number of swimmers is always greater than the number of lanes. Therefore, it wasn't unusual for a few people to share a single lane. But constantly darting in front of me like that? That's just bullying. Fang Jian tried to pick up his pace, but he quickly realized he hadn't mastered swimming yet. Moreover, the other swimmer was using the freestyle stroke, whose speed far surpassed his own breaststroke. After one lap, disheartened, Fang Jian considered switching lanes. But just then, the mermaid had also finished her lap and approached the pool edge. She lifted her head, brushed the water from her face, and smiled, saying, "Hey, hello." Fang Jian glanced at her. Her features were quite delicate, and her figure, well, that went without saying. Having overtaken him several times right in front of him, he'd gotten a clear look. This woman was probably around 25 years old, easily a 75 out of 100 in looks. A 75 was actually above average. To score 75 in a setting like the pool meant that with makeup, she could easily reach an 80. Seeing Fang Jian didn't respond, she added in English. Fang Jian smiled faintly and replied in Chinese, "Hello. Oh, so you understand? You must be from mainland China." Fang Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. "Yes. Are you here for work, or?" Fang Jian chuckled, "Can't I be here for vacation?" The girl chuckled, "Tourists rarely come to the hotel to swim, you know." Fang Jian glanced at her, thinking to himself. Was this her hitting on him? "May I ask what brings you here?" Fang Jian inquired. The girl smiled. "I was wondering if you might need a swimming instructor." "Swimming instructor?" Fang Jian froze. He never imagined he'd encounter something like this. "Yes. Judging by your physique, you seem like someone who enjoys sports. The girl's gaze swept over Fang Jian's body. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she continued, but your swimming skills are a bit average. If you'd like to learn, I could teach you. Fang Jian's mouth twitched slightly. Average? You're flattering me. His breaststroke skills were learned as a child. After all these years of neglect, even a fool could tell how good he was. You're a swimming instructor? Fang Jian asked. The girl smiled. I'm a body management instructor at a nearby training center, and I moonlight as a swimming coach. Fang Jian chuckled. I bet a lot of people want you as their swimming coach. Her eyebrows shot up. If it were just anyone, I wouldn't bother coaching them, let alone as a swimming instructor. Fang Jian admitted that whether she was telling the truth or not, it still sounded pretty flattering. Alright, so what are your rates? Whatever you think is fair, the girl laughed. I told you it's just a side gig. Maybe I'm not that great at teaching, and you won't hire me again tomorrow. This time, Fang Jian genuinely laughed. This girl was quite interesting. If this were in Ningbo, Fang Jian probably wouldn't have dared to engage her. But in other cities, men naturally become much bolder. Alright, then teach me right now. Alright, your breaststroke form is all wrong. Chapter 215, Fancy going to the bar? For a full 2 hours, Fang Jian and this woman stayed in the pool. After exchanging names, the woman introduced herself as Mi Jiayan, a local from Hongcheng who lives nearby. She proudly introduced herself, mentioning her family owned a 1,000-square-foot mansion. Fang Jian froze. What kind of measurement unit was that? Still, he nodded impassively. 1,000? Could this be a super-rich second-generation heir? After all, the apartment he'd bought in Yongchang was only a little over 100 square meters. Mi Jiayan was quite impressed by Fang Jian's learning speed. This was undoubtedly due to his exceptional natural coordination. Truth be told, anyone blessed with Fang Jian's physical gifts would pick up anything quickly. 2 hours later, they chatted and laughed their way to the pool. Fang Jian said, Jiayan, to thank you for teaching me to swim, I'd like to treat you to dinner. Would that be okay? Mi Jiayan removed her swim cap, tilting her head back as her long hair cascaded down, making her appear even more alluring. Sure. Let's rinse off first, then I'll wait for you outside. Fang Jian desperately wanted to say, I have a room at the hotel. We could shower there. But he wasn't quite that bold. After a moment's thought, he decided against it. After a quick shower in the changing room, Fang Jian changed into a fresh set of clothes and stepped outside. Glancing around, he didn't see Mi Jiayan anywhere. Knowing girls take their time showering, he sat down. Then he looked up what a 1,000-square-foot mansion was. Damn it. So in Hong Kong City, a so-called 1,000-square-foot mansion was actually just a 90-square-meter apartment. A place like that. Fang Jian simply couldn't associate it with the word mansion. He waited a full 20 minutes before Mi Jiayan finally arrived. Carrying a bag, she smiled, how long have you been waiting? Fang Jian smiled back, I just stepped out a little while ago. Mi Jiayan's smile was sly as a fox, clearly seeing through his excuse. Alright then, where should we go for dinner? You know this area better, so you pick the place, Fang Jian suggested. Or, we could just eat at the hotel. From what I've read, the food here should be decent. Mi Jiayan's gaze turned slightly strange. Here? Oh, I'm not about to be taken for a ride. Even if the food here was top-notch, it wouldn't be a local's first choice. It was like Fang Jian living in Ningbo. He'd eaten at countless roadside stalls, but the number of times he'd dined at a 5-star hotel could be counted on one hand. Unless it's for a wedding banquet or formal reception, who would go there for no reason? Fang Jian chuckled. By the way, you mentioned you have WeChat. Let's connect first. Sure. Mi Jiayan casually pulled out her phone, and the two added each other on WeChat. WeChat had become ubiquitous in Hongcheng. Almost every shop displayed WeChat payment QR codes. This showed how mainland China's influence had permeated every aspect of life here. Glancing at her profile picture and nickname, he scrolled through her Moments feed. Sure enough, she worked in body management. Fang Jian casually sent a transfer of 8,888 yuan. Mi Jiayan froze, asking, what are you doing? Fang Jian chuckled, you said you'd teach me to swim, but one day isn't enough. Or were you planning to teach me for just one day? Mi Jiayan burst out laughing. Alright then, I won't hold back. She happily tapped to accept the transfer. Transfers on WeChat are denominated in Chinese yuan. 8,888 renminbi equaled roughly 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Mi Jiayan's income placed her above average in Hong Kong, though not among the city's highest earners. She earned between 25,000 Hong Kong dollars and 30,000 Hong Kong dollars monthly. Swimming this afternoon had unexpectedly earned her a third of her monthly income as extra cash. Of course she was thrilled. Though it wasn't a full day's pay, chatting with this man wasn't unpleasant at all. She was quite happy to oblige. Fang Jian continued, I booked a room at the hotel. You can drop your things off there, and then we can go out to eat. Mi Jiayan paused, hesitating. Fang Jian smiled. Of course, you could also drop your things off at home and we could meet up later. Mi Jiayan thought for a moment and said, that would be too much trouble. I'll just leave them at your place for now. They arrived at the hotel's 25th floor. Upon entering the room, Mi Jiayan walked to the window. Gazing out at the panoramic view of Victoria Harbor from the Ocean View Suite, her breathing seemed to quicken. Fang Jian, this is a sea view room, right? Yes. How much is it per night? Over 9,000, Fang Jian replied casually. Under 10,000. Mi Jiayan's lips twitched slightly. Not 10,000? You mean RMB, right? Which means, after working my ass off for a whole month, I could only afford 2 nights here.
In that moment, Mi Jiayan suddenly felt that the job she usually took pride in didn't seem so appealing anymore. Stepping out of the room, Mi Jiayan suddenly said, "Mr. Fong, let's just eat at the hotel." Fong Jian chuckled, "Why so formal all of a sudden? Just call me by my first name." Mi Jiayan gave an awkward laugh and said, "Alright." Fong Jian added, "Changed your mind? I thought you were going to introduce me to some specialty dishes." Mi Jiayan licked her lips and replied, "We can try the specialty dishes anytime, but I rarely get the chance to taste the food here." Fong Jian nodded slightly. "Alright, let's eat here then. What would you like? I hear there are 4 different restaurants here." Fong Jian wasn't picky about food as long as it filled his stomach, he was satisfied. Of course, he preferred meat dishes above all else. As for seafood, that stuff was all about freshness, but it was hard to fill up on. Mi Jiayan chose a French restaurant. Fong Jian glanced at the menu and ordered several dishes. No-choice French cuisine was one of the most complicated in the world, with countless rules and limited portions. Fong Jian had suffered a few times during his time in Paris. If it weren't for accompanying Mi Jiayan, he'd never set foot in a French restaurant again. Mi Jiayan was quite curious about why Fong Jian ordered so many dishes. But when the dishes arrived and she shared the meal with him, she finally understood why he had ordered so much. An hour later, they finally finished the drawn-out dinner. Mi Jiayan's eyes sparkled. "Fong, wanna hit up a bar?" "A bar?" "Yes," Mi Jiayan said, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Hongqing's night market is the most captivating in the world. You should experience it." "Sure," Fong Jian replied without hesitation. True to her roots as a local, Mi Jiayan knew her way around here like the back of her hand. She led Fong Jian to a bar. Not the kind found in hotels, but a bustling, noisy establishment. The moment they stepped inside, the roar of voices filled their ears. Mi Jiayan guided Fong Jian through the crowd and soon found an unoccupied small bar counter. It was indeed small, barely fitting 2 to 4 people. "What would you like to drink?" "It's on me," Mi Jiayan said, sounding a bit excited. Fong Jian smiled faintly and replied, "My treat." He then asked the bartender for a Hennessy Richard, 1 glass. It certainly wasn't the most expensive drink on the menu, but it was far from cheap. Typically, those who ordered such drinks would either be seated in private rooms or at least in booths. 2 people ordering a Hennessy Richard costing over 10,000 yuan at a small bar counter was indeed quite rare. Soon, a host approached. After inquiring, he guided them to a booth. Fong Jian thought the host was quite competent and good at handling people, so he added him on WeChat. Mi Jiayan sighed and remarked, "I've been here so many times, but this is the first time I've ever received this kind of treatment. A bottle like this cost as much as the average monthly salary in Hong Kong." Mi Jiayan would never dream of drinking it. Chapter 216, Playing the Big Spender. Fong Jian opened it and poured a little for each of them. "Sprite or Coke?" "I'll have the original flavor." "Plain?" Fong Jian paused slightly. It wasn't that he was stingy with the liquor, it was just plain liquor. Wasn't she afraid of getting drunk? He glanced at her and chuckled softly, deciding not to press the matter. The bar soon filled with lively chatter. This bar was a classic Hong Kong Marlin-style establishment. The decor was beautiful, elegant, and distinctive, with a strong European or American style. It also featured its own live band, and in one corner, a dartboard area where some patrons were playing. Noticing Fong Jian glance over from afar, Mi Jiayan sidled up, tugging his sleeve and teasing, "Hey, wanna give it a shot?" Fong Jian chuckled silently. Though he'd never played darts before, he'd practiced throwing projectiles under Master Li's guidance. Combined with his current body's enhanced coordination from mastering the art of internal force. When it came to darts, he wouldn't claim pinpoint accuracy, but his aim should easily outclass most people. So, he really didn't have much interest in this. By now, the band had started their performance. The singer, microphone in hand, was belting out songs at the top of his lungs on stage. The higher his voice soared, the more the crowd grew excited and exhilarated. Mi Jiayan swayed back and forth, swaying her hips as she drank. After one song, Mi Jiayan exclaimed, "How about it? Is it lit? Is that it?" Fong Jian desperately wanted to ask, could such a song really get people fired up? To be honest, this singer did have some talent. But the problem was, the one collaborating with Fong Jian at La Scala was none other than world-class tenor Tobias Clifford. With such a gem preceding him, Fong Jian simply couldn't appreciate it. Of course, in a setting like this bar, it was more than enough to excite the average person. Seeing Fong Jian's impassive expression, Mi Jiayan seemed to lose interest. She raised her glass and gave a distant toast. Fong Jian clinked glasses with her before taking a sip. Mi Jiayan wanted to drink straight liquor, but Fong Jian wasn't going to join her. He opted for a mixed drink with ice. That way, he wouldn't get drunk so easily. Jiayan. Suddenly, a group emerged from the crowd, 4 young women and 2 men. They appeared to be around Mi Jiayan's age. Mi Jiayan stood up, exchanged a few words with them, then looked at Fong Jian with a hint of awkwardness. Fong Jian smiled. "Your friends? They're all my colleagues. We often come here to hang out. Why not invite them to join us?" Fong Jian suggested with a smile. Before Mi Jiayan could speak, the girl who had greeted him first burst out laughing. "Thanks, handsome." She walked over, sat beside Fong Jian, and extended her hand. "My name is Liao Naimei. What's your name, handsome?" Fong Jian casually shook her hand and said, "Call me Brother Fong." "Sure thing, Brother Fong." Liao Naimei actively invited everyone to sit down. Though Mi Jiayan's expression darkened slightly, she could do nothing about it. Fong Jian pulled out his phone, messaged the newly added marketing rep on WeChat, and transferred him some money.
Within just 10 minutes, the marketer arrived with 2 assistants, delivering 10 bottles of liquor and a selection of beverages. Then, in front of everyone, they lit 2 rounds of fireworks. Surrounding booths and the bar counter turned their attention to them, while Liao Naimei and the others cheered excitedly. The marketer approached Fong Jian and whispered, "Boss, anything else you need?" Fong Jian waved him off. "That's all. I'll call you if I need anything." The marketer hesitated before suggesting, "Bro, if you find it too noisy here, I can arrange a private room for you. You can even sing in there." Fong Jian considered it, then glanced at Ni Jiayan, who looked a bit downcast beside him. He smiled and said, "Reserve one for me." "Sure thing, boss." The marketer smiled and walked away, pulling someone aside for a quick whisper. Fong Jian noticed his actions and found it rather amusing. This promoter certainly wasn't plotting robbery or murder. He was likely just having someone keep an eye on the place, ready to intervene if needed. Though Fong Jian didn't need it, being treated with such attentiveness did bring him some satisfaction. Ni Jiayan stepped forward and whispered in Fong Jian's ear, "What kind of wine is this?" Fong Jian replied in surprise, "Don't you come here often? How come you don't even recognize the wines?" Ni Jiayan replied irritably, "When we come here, we just order some beer. Why would we bother with all this fancy stuff?" Fong Jian chuckled, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Ni Jiayan's cheeks flushed, whether from the alcohol or her emotions, she couldn't tell. She shook her head and said, "I'm very happy." Just then, Liao Naimei joined them, calling out, "Brother Fong, what kind of drinks are these?" The music was loud here, and speaking softly would indeed make it hard to hear. But since even she didn't know, Fong Jian finally realized Mi Jiayan hadn't been lying. Shaking his head, Fong Jian chuckled, "I don't know either." "What? You ordered the drinks and don't know what they are?" "I transferred him 200,000 yuan and told him we had 8 people here, asking him to pair some drinks for us." "Wow." Stars twinkled in Liao Naimei's eyes. She turned and repeated the story to her companions. An immediate chorus of gasps erupted. Earlier, when those 2 men had just sat down, they eyed Fong Jian from head to toe with a hint of scrutiny. But now, they both kept their heads bowed and eyes lowered, addressing him respectfully as Brother Fong, not daring to make the slightest provocative move. Fong Jian silently marveled to himself. Financial clout truly was a form of power. Often, it held its own against any supernatural ability. In this setting and atmosphere, everyone drank freely. Soon, everyone was feeling a bit tipsy. Fong Jian noticed that after Liao Naimei and the others sat down, Ni Jiayan no longer drank straight liquor. Instead, she followed the others' example, adding ice and mixers to her drinks. As the night deepened, the bar grew increasingly lively. In front of the band, a small dance floor had formed. Crowds pressed together, bodies swaying and jostling like a swarm of demons and spirits. "Fong, let's go dance," Liao Naimei whispered in Fong Jian's ear. Fong Jian chuckled, "Too crowded for my taste. You guys go ahead." Everyone at this booth except Fong Jian had already gone at least twice. Even Ni Jiayan was no exception. It had to be said, dancing out there was a great way to unwind. Liao Naimei shook her head. "Brother Fong, if you're not going, I don't feel like going either." Her eyes twinkled mischievously. "Brother Fong, do you like singing?" "A little. Next time we get the chance, I'll treat you to a song," Liao Naimei said with a smile. "Both me and Jiayan are pretty good singers." Fong Jian turned to look at Ni Jiayan. Her cheeks were flushed bright red from drinking too much and bouncing around for so long. Catching his gaze, she nodded vigorously. "I sing better than her." Liao Naimei exclaimed, "Bull. Let's have a sing-off." Fong Jian burst into laughter, wrapping an arm around each of their waists. "Want to sing? Easy." He tightened his grip slightly, and the 2 girls immediately sat down. Their only sensation was the sheer strength behind his grip. Fong Jian picked up his phone, transferred 200,000 yuan to the marketing manager, and left a message. "Book a private room. Same drinks as before." "Got it, boss." Soon, the marketing rep arrived and led the 3 of them to a private room on the 2nd floor. As for the booth? Of course it was reserved, waiting for those guests to return and enjoy it at their leisure. Upon entering the private room, they saw several identical bottles of liquor inside. Liao Naimei let out a shriek. "Brother Fong, you're amazing." Ni Jiayan, though a bit tipsy, was still lucid. She tugged at Fong Jian's sleeve and said, Isn't this a bit much?" Fong Jian chuckled, "If you can't finish it, save it for later. Sip it slowly." He silently rejoiced inside. Thankfully, he'd activated WeBank last time and raised his daily transfer limit to 500,000 yuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to transfer anything today. Chapter 217, Victoria's Morning. "Here, pick whatever song you want." Fong Jian pointed at the touchscreen. Liao Naimei rushed over and selected Kiss Everywhere. It was an old song by Miriam Young, beloved for its upbeat rhythm, catchy melody, and memorable lyrics. Fong Jian shook his head silently. Just as he'd expected, he shouldn't have gotten his hopes up. Liao Naimei's singing was far worse than that bar singer's. She was merely amateurish, her diction was sloppy, and she relied on sheer force to hit the high notes. But observing Ni Jiayan's expression, Fong Jian noticed she seemed somewhat nervous. "Seriously? Singing like that, what the hell are you nervous about? Even without proper breath control, I could sing better than her." When Liao Naimei finished singing, she raised an eyebrow and looked at Ni Jiayan smugly. Fong Jian's lips curled into a faint, ambiguous smile. He couldn't understand why this person was so utterly lacking in self-awareness. Ni Jiayan stepped forward and selected the song Walk Away gracefully. As the music began and Ni Jiayan opened her mouth to sing, Fong Jian was stunned. His hand had already risen, ready to applaud her. But now, he couldn't bring himself to clap. Silently, he picked up a bottle of liquor, poured himself a glass, and took a sip. He finally understood why Liao Naimei had been so arrogant. Because Mi Jiayan's singing was practically on par with hers, a perfect match. He couldn't fathom why these two were so confident, even claiming they sang well. In truth, many singers who get carried away in KTV rooms sound quite good to ordinary listeners. But to professional ears, their performances are riddled with flaws utterly painful to hear. This, perhaps, is the difference between professional and amateur. Never challenge someone's expertise with your amateur hobby. That's the real truth. After the song, Mi Jiayan let out a long sigh. Then, both pairs of eyes turned toward Fang Jian. Fang Jian thought for a moment before selecting a song from the playlist. Here, the songs in the playlist were somewhat outdated, nowhere near as updated as those back home. Many internet hits were simply unavailable. Still, the classic oldies were mostly present. Fang Jian studied bel canto under Pavarotti, but those trained in bel canto possess far greater breath control than ordinary singers. Once they master the techniques for performing pop songs, their delivery will certainly not be inferior to pop singers. It can be said that if an opera singer is willing to lower their standards and learn, they can easily become a pop singer. But the reverse is not necessarily true. Fang Jian had been to KTV before, though he'd always just belted out songs without much thought. Yet he still remembered the melodies and vocal styles of those tunes. So he chose Love Trap. It's an old song, and many have performed it. Plucking through the thick fog, silently searching for my way. Hoping to stumble upon your footsteps along the way. I long to see you again. Just to confess my heart's longing. Hearing this voice, both Mi Jiayan and Liao Naimei froze in place. Whether a singer is good or not, you can tell the moment they open their mouth. Although Fang Jian's Cantonese pronunciation wasn't entirely precise, it didn't diminish the infectious power of his voice in the slightest. Listening to this song, it felt as though a fire burned within both of them, threatening to ignite at any moment. I've fallen into the web of love, yet you stand outside watching. You never let go. You smile and look at me like I'm prey. My heart is already wounded. I'm caught in love's net, yet you watch from outside. Never letting go. Hate and love surge within my heart. This trap I've stumbled into. As the chorus swells, the entire song reaches its climax. The two girls were already bouncing and dancing wildly. Though the atmosphere here was nowhere near as heated as outside, they were both so excited they'd lost all sense of direction. Fang Jian finished the song and set down the microphone. Brother Fang, one more song. One more. Liao Naimei rushed forward, wrapping her arm around his without a hint of reserve. Fang Jian's eye twitched slightly, feeling a flutter of desire. His gaze shifted to Mi Jiayan, who stood nearby, pouting slightly. Fang Jian smiled faintly, discreetly withdrawing his arm and said, sure. He stepped forward and selected another song. Then he noticed Mi Jiayan's lips curling into a faint smile, as if she were genuinely delighted. Under the constant urging of the two girls, Fang Jian sang 10 songs in a row. When it was their turn to sing, they no longer competed over who sang better. Instead, they grabbed the microphone and belted out their hearts, letting loose completely. When Mi Jiayan went to the restroom, Liao Naimei suddenly leaned in, pulled out her phone, and said, Brother Fang, let's connect on WeChat. Fang Jian smiled and didn't refuse. This girl's figure was slightly less impressive than Mi Jiayan's, but her looks were hardly inferior. However, Fang Jian had already made up his mind he would never pursue her. After midnight, Fang Jian glanced at the time and said with a smile, it's getting late. Let's call it a night. Mi Jiayan leaned against Fang Jian, feeling a bit dizzy. She murmured, I'll go back with you, to get my clothes. All right. The two bid farewell to the others, leaving the drinks on the table as gifts for them. Liao Naimei waved at Fang Jian, batting her eyelashes with a look so alluring it seemed like a pool of water. At the hotel, Mi Jiayan waved her hand. I'm so hot. I'm going to take a shower. Fang Jian tapped the bathrobe hanging in the bathroom and said, wear that. That night, everything unfolded as naturally as water flowing downhill. The next morning, Fang Jian reclined on the bed, opened his phone, and blocked Liao Naimei on WeChat. Mi Jiayan lazily drifted over, witnessed the action, and exclaimed in surprise, Brother Fang, what are you doing? Fang Jian smiled. Didn't you see it all? But you didn't have to do that, Mi Jiayan said, sounding almost grateful. Fang Jian shook his head slightly. I don't like girls being too forward. Mi Jiayan paused, stammering, but I. Swimming's different, Fang Jian patted her gently. Rest up, then let's grab a bite and hit the pool. He grinned. You took my money, you've got to teach me properly. Mi Jiayan bit her lip lightly and said, I'll go ask for permission first. While she was on the phone, Fang Jian gazed out the window. Victoria's mornings were still quite beautiful. Chapter 218, The Apartment in Hong Kong. Fang Jian stayed in Hong Kong for 3 days, selling 300 bitcoins. To his astonishment, Bitcoin hadn't fallen, it had surged another $500, breaking through the $17,000 mark once more. It seemed as though he hadn't sold his Bitcoins at all, but had instead bought them back at a higher price. If he were truly a crypto trader, the prudent move now would be to hold and watch, not continue selling. After all, this relentless cycle of bearish sentiment punctuated by small rallies and dips felt suspiciously like someone manipulating retail investors to dump their holdings while whales made massive purchases. But Fang Jian dislikes this kind of cryptocurrency manipulation. So regardless of whether the price is high or low, he would choose to gradually unload his holdings. Dumping over 10,000 bitcoins into the market in a single day would undoubtedly trigger major market volatility. After all, Bitcoin's daily trading volume is around $5.6 billion.
If someone suddenly dumped 1/20th of that volume, it would inevitably trigger a massive chain reaction without buyers to support the market. However, if he sold only 100 coins per day, even at $17,000 per coin, it amounts to just $1.7 million. Compared to the overall market, that amount is negligible. Fang Jian saw this amount added to his account daily, and he had grown numb to the money. That morning, Fang Jian received a call from Tan Moyang. The German National History Museum, the British Museum in London, the Louvre Museum in France, and the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. After receiving Suing Han's inquiry, all four institutions expressed immense interest in Fang Jian's copy of Melancholia and dispatched representatives simultaneously. They were extremely eager. The Germans would arrive in 3 days, and representatives from the other countries would arrive within 5 days. Therefore, Tan Moyang hoped Fang Jian could return immediately. This matter involved major international museums and could not be taken lightly. Although he was enjoying himself in Hong Kong, Fang Jian hadn't forgotten where his roots lay. He promised to return as soon as possible and hung up the phone. Mi Jiayan felt a bit uneasy and asked, "Fang, are you leaving?" "Yes, I have some matters to attend to at home." "Then, will you come back?" Fang Jian looked up in surprise, his gaze lingering on her. These past 3 days together had been truly pleasant. Although Fang Jian had bought her many things, she had never once inquired about his background. Perhaps she sensed something, so she remained restrained and proper. Fang Jian thought for a moment before asking, "Mi Jiayan, your family has a 1,000-square-foot mansion. How many people live there?" Mi Jiayan paused, then replied, "My parents, my grandparents, and my younger brother." "Where is it?" "Right here in Suanwan district, just nearby," Mi Jiayan said with a hint of pride. Before arriving, Fang Jian had already learned that Hong Kong's real estate was among the world's most expensive. The city was notorious for its cage homes. Though Fang Jian had never seen them in person, he'd at least encountered images online. So many people crammed into a cage with just one bed inside. The mere thought of such living conditions was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Moreover, in those tiny flats, rooms measuring just 5 or 6 square meters could rent for 8,000 Hong Kong dollars. 6 people crammed into a 20-square-meter public housing unit was a common sight. Therefore, for Mi Jiayan's family of 6 to live in a 1,000-square-foot home truly deserves the title of luxury residence. Suanwan district, right? Property prices here are relatively low compared to the rest of Hong Kong, aren't they? Fang Jian asked. Mi Jiayan shot him a disapproving look. The new territories are a bit cheaper than Hong Kong Island and Kowloon, but they're still pretty pricey. Fang Jian chuckled. "Alright then, I'll give you a task. Head over to Hong Kong Island or Kowloon and pick out an apartment for me." "What? You're buying a place?" Mi Jiayan's eyes widened. "Yeah, somewhere in Wan Chai or Yao Tsim Mong," Fang Jian instructed. Size-wise, a bit bigger than a 1,000-square-foot luxury flat around 1,500 square feet. Also, it needs to be close to a subway station. Mi Jiayan stared at Fang Jian for a moment, her heart pounding wildly. But she quickly reined in her excitement and said, "Sure thing. I'll call a friend of mine, she's a real estate agent with plenty of listings." The call connected quickly. Mi Jiayan rattled off the details, then reported, "Brother Fang, Sister Shui says she has 3 properties matching your requirements. But because the locations are prime, the prices are on the higher side." "How much?" "Wan Chai district is 28,000 Hong Kong dollars per square foot at the Shihui development in Wan Chai, Hong Kong Island. In Yao Tsim Mong district, there are 2 options, one at 22,000 Hong Kong dollars and another at 19,800 Hong Kong dollars per square foot." Fang Jian nodded slightly. "Which one do you prefer?" Mi Jiayan's heartbeat quickened, but she remained composed. "If it were me, I'd recommend the Shihui development in Wan Chai. I used to work there. It's located near the Wan Chai MTR station, just a 2-minute walk to exit A2. Not only is it convenient, but the surrounding environment is excellent and it has strong appreciation potential." "Alright, let's schedule a viewing for tomorrow." Mi Jiayan hesitated before adding, "Brother Fang, there are purchase restrictions for mainland residents buying property in Hong Kong." "Purchase restrictions?" Fang Jian smiled faintly. "I know." That day, Mi Jiayan was unusually proactive and enthusiastic. Her fiery passion nearly melted Fang Jian. The next day, Fang Jian opened his computer and listed 200 bitcoins for sale. They sold quickly. Though he sold too, the impact on the market was negligible. It seemed he could slightly accelerate his pace. This transaction netted him over $3.4 million. Over the past 4 days, his total profits exceeded $6.7 million, equivalent to over 52 million Hong Kong dollars. He then shut down his computer, had Mi Jiayan accompany him, and took a taxi to Wan Chai Tower. In Hong Kong, while real estate was expensive, cars were even pricier. It wasn't the purchase price that was prohibitive, but the exorbitant cost of maintaining them. Therefore, most people simply don't own cars. Sister Su, a middle-aged woman in her 40s dressed in a business suit, led them to Shihui. Truthfully, Fang Jian didn't care for the surroundings here. It was simply too noisy. But the moment they entered the room, Fang Jian saw Mi Jiayan's eyes practically glowing with excitement. Chapter 219, the 1,300 square foot mansion. This was a 1,300 square foot home, which converted to just over 120 square meters. Of course, this referred to the usable area. If converted to gross floor area, it would be around 150 square meters. Yet this home boasted 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and even a maid's room. Fang Jian glanced at the maid's room, barely enough space for a bed and a small, separate bathroom. It must be said, the space in this house was utilized to the absolute limit.
Moreover, the previous owners had maintained it quite well. Fang Jian had intended to view the other 2 units, but upon observing Mi Jiayan's attitude, his interest vanished instantly. Sister Su, how much is this property? The owner is asking for 28,000 per square foot. At 1,300 square feet, the total comes to 36.4 million. Fang Jian cut her off, that's 36 million. Tell the owner if it's acceptable, let's sign the contract. Sister Su paused, taken aback. This buyer was indeed generous even though he just slashed the price by 400,000 yuan in one go. But for a property like this, a 400,000 discount was hardly significant. Moreover, someone who could produce 36 million Hong Kong dollars without hesitation and still look completely unfazed, she dared not offend such a client. Apologizing briefly, Sister Su stepped away to make a call. She returned looking thrilled. Mr. Fong, the landlord, agreed. He'll be here soon. She glanced at Mi Jiayan, her lips moving silently to convey, don't worry, sis won't shortchange your referral fee. Fang Jian nodded. Jiayan, go handle the paperwork and put your name on it. Sister Su's mouth instantly fell open, her eyes widening in shock. At first, she hadn't found it strange when Mi Jiayan brought someone to view the property. Mainlanders buying property here was nothing new. As long as they could pay, nothing was off limits. However, Sister Su had initially assumed Fang Jian was her client, and she was hoping to earn a commission. But she never expected. Her gaze swept over the two of them, and Sister Su immediately understood. She said enviously, Su Nu, you're so lucky to have found someone who truly cares for you. Mi Jiayan's eyes widened. Though she'd fantasized about Fang Jian buying her a house yesterday. But those were just fantasies. We're talking tens of millions here, more money than she could ever earn in a lifetime. Even if she never ate, drank, or spent a penny, she still couldn't earn it. So while she harbored hopes, she knew deep down it was nothing but a beautiful dream. But today, Fang Jian had come out swinging with a bombshell. She felt her legs go weak, nearly losing her balance. Fang Jian shook his head slightly. Jiayan, hurry up and finish the paperwork. You still need to teach me how to swim. Swimming? Su's sister stared in disbelief. What kind of code was this? Why couldn't she understand it? Mi Jiayan finally calmed down a bit. She pursed her lips and said, Sister Su, I'm his swimming instructor. Ah, swimming? So this swimming really was about swimming. Yes, we met while swimming, Mi Jiayan said with a hint of pride. That chance encounter was undoubtedly the best decision she'd ever made. Half an hour later, the landlord arrived. Since there was no mortgage involved, the paperwork was completed quickly. Of course, completing the property transfer would still take some time. But Fang Jian couldn't care less about that now. He stayed the night, handing Mi Jiayan some money to have the place cleaned up. Though no major renovations were needed, repainting the walls and purchasing furniture would still take time. That night, Mi Jiayan went out of her way to please him. The next morning, just before he left, Mi Jiayan whispered softly, Brother Fang, rest assured. If you don't contact me, I won't reach out to you. Fang Jian glanced at her, gave a slight nod, and said, I'm leaving. Watching Fang Jian walk away, tears slowly welled up in the corners of Mi Jiayan's eyes. These tears weren't entirely tears of joy, a significant portion of them were tears of sorrow. For it was only now, through his attitude, that she had confirmed her place in his life. But if given the chance to choose again, she would still choose without hesitation to strike up a conversation again. After Fang Jian departed, Mi Jiayan composed herself and returned to the company. It was a training company where she worked as a body management instructor. But to accompany Fang Jian, she had already taken 4 days off. Fortunately, having worked there for years and built a loyal client base, her boss wouldn't give her a hard time about it. Upon arriving at the office, she ran into some colleagues. They were chatting and laughing when Liao Naimei suddenly remarked, Hey, I heard that jealous woman upstairs got beaten up by her husband and is now filing for divorce. Really? What happened? The gossip started flowing. Liao Naimei chuckled, what else could it be? She's just too jealous. Women, if you can't keep a man tied down, don't go around being jealous for no reason. Otherwise, one day, you'll get dumped. Right, Jiayan? Everyone froze, exchanging puzzled glances. Mi Jiayan chuckled, you're absolutely right. Women shouldn't get jealous over nothing. Liao Naimei tilted her head back, a hint of smugness in her expression. In truth, however, her heart was filled with silent resentment. She had clearly added that wealthy mainland guy. But after waiting all day, she never got a reply. When she finally messaged him, she discovered she'd been blocked. This was absolutely unbearable. Of course, she'd only assumed Mi Jiayan was pulling strings behind the scenes. So when she finally spotted Mi Jiayan at work today, she couldn't resist taking a few jabs. To her surprise, the usually formidable Mi Jiayan conceded defeat so quickly. Mi Jiayan glanced at the crowd and smiled, saying, Everyone, I just bought a new place and am renovating it. Once it's done, I'll host a housewarming party, you all have to come. The group fell silent for a moment before questions started flying, the atmosphere suddenly buzzing with excitement. It's in Wan Chai, Hong Kong Island, the Shihui development. Not huge, just 1,300 square feet. Paid in full. Liao Naimei stared speechless at the triumphant Mi Jiayan, her mind in utter turmoil. That person. It had to be him. Good heavens, what exactly did I miss? Chapter 220, Old Classmates Reunion. After getting off the plane, Fang Jian headed to the parking lot. This time, he hadn't taken the subway or anything, he'd parked his car directly at the airport. For 6 days, the total cost was 480 yuan. For the average person, that parking fee was indeed steep. But for Fang Jian's current income, it was a mere drop in the bucket, hardly worth mentioning. After driving back home, Fang Jian tossed his things aside and opened his computer to check. Alright, the 100 bitcoins listed for sale today had already sold out. His HSBC account showed over $1 million more, ready to be transferred to domestic banks at any time. In fact, phone calls had gradually increased over the past few days, either pitches from major banks promoting financial services or calls trying to sell in real estate. While he'd received quite a few before several every day, they had quieted down for a while. Now they were rampant again. Fang Jian wondered if it was time to get 2 phone numbers. After stepping out for a walk, Fang Jian arrived at Zhang Tao's boxing club. Seeing him arrive, everyone rushed over to greet him. Liang Chao even ran over to personally brew tea and serve water. Fang Jian glanced at the fitness equipment here, thought for a moment, and decided not to use it. He feared his strength might be too great, and damaging the equipment would be problematic. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to pay for it, he just didn't want people to look at him like he was some kind of freak. After briefly instructing a few people on their boxing and kicking techniques, Zhang Tao strolled in leisurely. His eyes lit up upon seeing Fang Jian. Well, you finally decided to come back, huh? Fang Jian nodded. What, missed me that much? Still want to get back in the ring for some practice? Zhang Tao rolled his eyes. Hell no, I'm not stupid. Get beaten up by you on the ring? Yeah, right. He walked over, slung an arm around Fang Jian's shoulder, and said, Hey, gotta tell you something. What is it? An old classmate of ours just got back from abroad. He wants to gather a small group for a reunion. Interested? Zhang Tao asked with a grin. Fang Jian furrowed his brow slightly. Gong Ningxin? Ha? How'd you know? Zhang Tao looked genuinely surprised. Who invited you? Fang Jian chuckled. Don't ask so many questions. But you shouldn't be going, right? Zhang Tao glared at him. Why the hell can't I go? I seem to recall back in high school, you weren't exactly focused on your studies. You were quite the expert at creating gossip. Didn't you and Gong Ningxin have a bit of a scandal going on for a while? Zhang Tao gave an awkward laugh. Pfft, you said it yourself, it was just gossip. What do you mean, gossip? Don't you get it? Fang Jian curled his lip in disdain, unwilling to argue with such a person. Hey, be honest, Zhang Tao whispered. I heard Gong Ningxin came back this time looking for investment. You've got all that money. If you don't have good channels, you really should consider it. Fang Jian froze. What do you mean? After Gong Ningxin went abroad, she married a foreigner, but they divorced, Zhang Tao said slowly. Fang Jian frowned slightly. Hey, I asked about investment, and you're telling me about her love life? That's completely irrelevant. Zhang Tao shot him a glare. He'd been about to wax poetic, but now all desire for sentimentality vanished. Fine. Gong Ningxin has been shuttling between Paris and Shanghai these past few years. She used to be the domestic supplier manager for Sisley Cosmetics, but now she wants to strike out on her own. Zhang Tao added irritably, I hear she's taken on another Parisian cosmetics brand as an agent. She's short on cash and looking for investors. Fang Jian looked surprised. Do you think this is a good opportunity? I had someone look into it. The prospects are quite promising. If you have spare capital to invest, the chances of success are fairly high. The domestic cosmetics industry is already intensely competitive. But anyone with eyes can see the market will only keep growing. More and more women are willing to invest in themselves. Therefore, as long as you have a unique selling point, it's relatively easy to succeed in this industry. Of course, all this hinges on capital investment. Without sufficient funds, getting pushed out is a high probability outcome. Hey, if it's so promising, why aren't you investing? Zhang Tao shot him a glare. I'm married, how could I invest? Besides, she wouldn't settle for peanuts. Where would I even get that kind of spare cash? Zhang Tao's family ran a gold jewelry business, so money certainly wasn't an issue. But that was the family's money, not his alone. Fang Jian retorted irritably, you bastard. Trying to get investment for your old flame by dipping into your brother's money? Talk about prioritizing women over friends. Zhang Tao scoffed. Listen, I genuinely believe in this industry. He pulled out his phone. If you don't want in, I'll find someone else. Fang Jian chuckled. Alright, cut the act. When's the next get-together? We'll talk about it then. He knew full well Zhang Tao wasn't the type to abandon friends for romance. If he was this adamant, it meant he genuinely believed in that field. But how to put it? Probably his investment plans and suggestions hadn't gotten the green light from his family. Or perhaps he was too hesitant to even bring it up with them. If that was the case, Fang Jian found himself genuinely intrigued. After all, with so much money sitting idle at home and in the bank, Fang Jian hadn't figured out what to do with it anyway. As long as the investment didn't lose money, or only suffered a slight loss, Fang Jian could accept it. It's tonight. I've already booked the place. Let's head over together, you and me, Zhang Tao said cheerfully. Fang Jian froze, surprised. Hey, did you know I just got back today, so you specifically chose this time? Nonsense. Zhang Tao retorted. When I called you the day before yesterday, you said you wouldn't be back for 3 more days. If I hadn't gotten that call from Liang Chao today, I wouldn't have known either. The two bantered and laughed as they got into the car, grabbing a quick bite for lunch. In the afternoon, they found a reputable massage parlor before heading to Seafood House ahead of schedule. This hotel wasn't the most upscale, but it truly lived up to its name, Seafood House. Its authentic, fresh seafood made it a favorite among gourmands. Chapter 221, Getting straight to the point about investment. Shortly after entering the private room, a man walked in. Dressed in a suit and tie, he wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refined elegance. Hey, Zhang Tao, you got here so early. And this is Fang Jian? Fang Jian chuckled. Hey, Su Yanghua. After all these years, you still recognize me at first glance? Impressive. Among their high school classmates, Su Yanhua was among the most successful. He now served as the teaching director at number 4 high school. Though not the sole director, he was undeniably a capable individual. Su Yanhua laughed heartily. Fang Jian, you're not being fair to me. He turned to Zhang Tao. When you got married, I was in Beijing for training and couldn't make it. Hope you don't mind. Zhang Tao waved his hand dismissively. No big deal. Your gift arrived, and that's all that matters. Whether you could make it or not, I wouldn't have cared either way. All three of them laughed together. Yet as Su Yanghua laughed, his gaze kept drifting toward Fang Jian. He didn't remember much about Fang Jian anymore. Though he knew the two were close friends, wasn't it a bit inappropriate to invite Fang Jian to this particular occasion? After a moment's thought, Su Yanghua said, Zhang Tao, how many others are there? That show-off when De Yuan volunteered to pick up Gong Ningxin and Yu Yudi, Zhang Tao replied with a chuckle. Ha, that one De Yuan kid still can't get over Yu Yudi, huh? When De Yuan runs a logistics company with 5 branches in Yongchang. Among their classmates, he's considered well off. Of course, the real money came from his dad. His family owned a construction crew that had secured numerous projects. In a way, when De Yuan was even wealthier than Zhang Tao. But this guy hadn't turned into a playboy. Instead, he'd been pursuing Yu Yudi since high school. Rumor has it he still hasn't won her heart. Speak of the devil. Soon, the door to the private room swung open, and a man and 2 women entered. It was precisely the trio they'd been discussing. Upon entering, they spotted Zhang Tao and Su Yanghua, all wearing broad smiles. But when they suddenly spotted Fang Jian, they all froze slightly. Yu Yudi's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Hey! Fang Jian, you're here too? Fang Jian chuckled, What's the matter? Aren't I your classmate? Can't I come? Yu Yudi snorted, I invited you over, but you refused to come. Why show up suddenly today? Missing Ning Xin? Gong Ningxin froze, nudging her best friend and laughing, Oh, you and your big mouth, always spouting nonsense. When De Yuan exchanged greetings with Fang Jian before turning to ask, Yudi, when did you invite Fang Jian? His question seemed casual, but everyone present found it amusing. Yu Yudi's delicate brows furrowed slightly, but she replied, Fang Jian came to our bank last week to handle some paperwork. We happened to run into each other, so I invited him to dinner and mentioned it. He said he had to go on a business trip and didn't have time. Fang Jian quickly interjected, Hey, Yu Yudi, I wasn't lying to you. I've been on a business trip the whole time and just got back this morning. Ask Zhang Tao if you don't believe me. Zhang Tao nodded in agreement. 2 days ago, this guy was still in Hong Kong City. I only found out he was back today, so I dragged him along. When De Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled, Fang Jian, having a blast in Hong Kong? Next time, bring your brothers along. Fang Jian chuckled, Hong Kong isn't much to see these days. Just expensive real estate and pricey cabs not as good as Shanghai. Everyone burst into laughter, though it was the honest truth. As they sat down, Fang Jian tugged at Su Yanghua's sleeve, seemingly wanting to talk. But in reality, he was making room. Thus, the 2 groups of men and women ended up sitting together. In his heart, though, Fang Jian silently apologized to Chao Qingxin. The waitstaff served the dishes quickly. As everyone ate and drank, they reminisced about their school days, and the atmosphere gradually grew lively. After 3 rounds of drinks, Gong Ningxin put down his chopsticks and said, Classmates, I invited you all here without beating around the bush. I have a favor to ask. Zhang Tao and the others had already heard the rumors. They too set down their chopsticks and turned their attention to Gong Ningxin. Though Gong Ningxin had passed the peak of her youth, the years had settled upon her, lending her a different kind of charisma, that of a formidable woman. She smiled at everyone and stated plainly, I resigned from Sisley headquarters because I believe in the cosmetics industry and in another brand from Paris. Her voice was clear and resonant. This brand currently has limited influence domestically, but it enjoys considerable global renown and boasts exceptionally high sales. In recent years, many Chinese travelers have specifically sought out its products abroad, indicating it has already gained significant traction among high-end consumers in China. Fang Jian listened to her articulate discourse, feeling a genuine sense of nostalgia. He recalled that back in high school, Gong Ningxin had always been an exceptional speaker. Not only was she the English class representative, but she also represented the school in city-level English speech competitions. He recalled she ultimately placed second, bringing honor to the school. He never imagined that after all these years, she would still be as formidable as ever. Right now, I'm working hard to secure the domestic agency rights for this brand, which requires a substantial amount of capital. That's why I've come back this time to ask for your financial support. The others exchanged glances but remained silent. While they were classmates, everyone knew this wasn't a small sum. A few hundred or even 1,000 yuan wouldn't faze anyone here. But if a 10,000 was added to the end, then anyone would need to think it over carefully. Ning Xin, are you looking to raise investment for equity, or just borrowing money? Zhang Tao asked with a smile. Fang Jian shot him a glance, inwardly cursing. This guy was playing the straight man. Gong Ningxin replied with a smile, either is fine, but I'm optimistic about this brand's future, so I lean toward borrowing. However, if it's a private loan, I'm afraid I won't be able to afford the interest. Indeed, private loan interest rates were exorbitant. It might work for short-term cash flow, but relying on private loans to run a business would guarantee you'd lose everything. Chapter 222, The Parisian Brand. When De Yuan laughed heartily, Gong Ningxin, how much have you personally prepared? Gong Ningxin glanced around at the others and said, I've told everyone I prepared 50 million, and I plan to raise another 50 million. Zhan Tao and the others watched and listened with amused smiles, none offering comment. Gong Ningxin continued, but among us, I won't exaggerate. I mortgaged my Shanghai apartment and secured 25 million. However, I still need another 20 to 30 million in funding. The others exchanged glances, finally beginning to believe him. Such a massive sum couldn't possibly be believed just because she was singing a solo act. They would need to verify the details. Gong Ningxin smiled. Of course, returning today, beyond this matter, my primary purpose was to see all of you old classmates. Knowing you're all doing well brings me great comfort. Fang Jian observed impassively, his gaze drifting toward Su Yanghua. Today's gathering was primarily for fundraising. Inviting Zhan Tao and Wen Deyuan was only natural, and even bringing Yu Yudi along was understandable. After all, she now worked in the credit department at ICBC. If they needed a loan, her connections would certainly be useful. But why invite Su Yanghua? Fang Jian didn't believe a high school teaching director could be of any help in such matters. There were 42 students in their high school class. If we're talking about those who were obviously well off, it would definitely be Zhan Tao and Wen Deyuan. As for the others, they were scattered across various organizations. Two of them had done quite well for themselves, holding positions within the system that were no less prestigious than Su Yanghua's. Yet today, only Su Yanghua had been invited. This old classmate's family is truly a hidden gem. Ahem. Zhan Tao suddenly cleared his throat loudly, then kicked Fang Jian with his foot. Fang Jian sighed inwardly, his frustration mounting. He grew increasingly certain that if anyone claimed this guy and Gong Ningxin were completely innocent, he'd twist his own head off and kick it like a ball. He shot him a worried glance. You just got married, kid. Don't go messing up right away. Gong Ningxin, what brand are you trying to get? Fang Jian asked slowly. Gong Ningxin looked at Fang Jian, feeling rather puzzled. Before today, she already knew who she would be meeting. To be honest, her schedule back home was tight, so she could only meet with a few people who could be useful to her. Zhan Tao, Su Yanghua, and Wen Deyuan were the ones she'd carefully selected through various channels. As for Yu Yudi, she still owned an apartment in Yongchang and was trying to arrange a mortgage loan. But what she never expected was encountering Fang Jian here. Though his appearance had changed considerably at first glance, he resembled a burly, sun-kissed man, starkly different from her memories. But in her memory, wasn't Fang Jian from an ordinary family? How had he managed to get involved in this? Nevertheless, when Fang Jian asked, she readily named a brand. Of course, while her words were directed at Fang Jian, they were actually meant for Zhan Tao and the others. Fang Jian nodded slightly upon hearing this, pulled out his phone, found Robert's number, and dialed it. Although Robert wasn't in the cosmetics industry, he was well connected in Europe. That evening gathering in Paris had significantly expanded his network. For Fang Jian's sake, he'd be more than happy to make inquiries. Hey, Robert, how's it going? Dear Fang, how's your break going? Ready to come back and perform? Robert complained, my inbox is overflowing with your invitations. Fang Jian chuckled and said, Robert, I'd like to ask about a French cosmetics brand. Could you find out for me how they're perceived globally? Are they planning to enter the domestic market? Are they currently recruiting distributors? Sure thing, I'll look into it right away. Robert didn't quite understand why Fang Jian was inquiring about this, but he readily agreed nonetheless. Everyone watched as Fang Jian took out his phone and chattered away with someone on the other end. They all exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unable to comprehend what Fang Jian was saying. Moments later, Fang Jian put down his phone. Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, he picked up his wine glass and said with a smile, come on, let's drink. Only then did everyone raise their glasses. Yu Yudi couldn't hold back any longer. Fang Jian, what language were you speaking just now? Italian, Fang Jian replied with a grin. When Zhan Tao went on his honeymoon, I tagged along with a few friends and picked up a bit. By mentioning Zhan Tao's wedding specifically in this setting, he was also sending a subtle reminder to Gong Ningxin. Gong Ningxin smiled, his expression unchanged, while Zhan Tao looked slightly annoyed. Wow, you actually learned Italian? When did you get so smart? Yu Yudi exclaimed in surprise. Fang Jian's face darkened slightly. If she weren't a classmate, would you believe I'd just leave? When Deyuan quickly interjected, hey, Fang Jian, don't mind her. She's always been like this. Let me buy you a drink. Watching him down his drink in one gulp, Fang Jian followed suit and said, I'm Wen, we're all classmates. I'm not that petty. When Deyuan paused, chuckled, and tapped Fang Jian on the shoulder before letting it go. Yu Yudi cursed at Fang Jian, who turned around and called her by a childhood nickname. The implication was clear, we're even now, so no hard feelings. Willingly shielding Yu Yudi from trouble was something Wen Deyuan embraced wholeheartedly. At the table, everyone began reminiscing about old times, and no one mentioned the fundraising matter again. They all understood that if anyone still intended to raise funds, they would have contacted Gong Ningxin privately. After dinner, when Deyuan suggested going for karaoke, and everyone naturally cheered in agreement. Zhan Tao suddenly grabbed Fang Jian's arm and whispered, you're not touching the mic tonight. Why? If you touch the mic, we won't be able to sing a damn thing. Fang Jian sighed inwardly. He could tell this guy just didn't want him to show off in front of Gong Ningxin. At the KTV, Fang Jian's phone rang. Surprised, he excused himself and stepped into a corner to take the call. Hey, Fang, I sent the info you wanted to my email. That fast? The brand owner you asked about? We met him at that gala last time. He's actually a fan of yours. When you performed at the Paris Opera House, his whole family came to support you. Chapter 223, is this guy really Fang Jian?
Only then did Fang Jian realize this connection existed. Robert continued, all the details are in your inbox. Take a look. Oh, and if you're interested in collaborating with him, I'm sure he'll give you the best possible deal. Fang Jian thanked him, hung up, and began reading the introduction on his phone right there.
Modern phones with internet access could connect to email. The profile was extremely detailed.
This brand was a century-old name with immense prestige in the luxury goods industry, rivaling Sisley. However, having neglected the domestic market in recent years, its current recognition in China lagged behind those brands. However, they had now adjusted their strategy and were beginning to target the domestic market.
They were currently recruiting agents nationwide.
What surprised Fang Jian was that he spotted the list of applicants for the agency position within this very document.
After flipping through several pages, Fang Jian couldn't find Gong Ningxin's name. But then again, it made sense she couldn't possibly compete as an individual. She must have participated in the distributor recruitment event under the banner of a company.
Generally speaking, while these materials weren't top secret, they certainly weren't something you could just casually pull out.
Recalling Robert's words, Fang Jian suddenly understood.
It seemed his fan, having overheard him inquiring about this matter, had actually wanted him to apply for the agency recruitment as well.
Business is business. Fang Jian was certain this person wasn't acting out of fan-crazed enthusiasm.
He was likely trying to leverage his so-called Oriental Pavarotti status as a marketing gimmick. For business people, mutual benefit is what truly matters. Inside the KTV, when De Yuan grabbed the microphone and started shouting. His voice wasn't particularly strong, but he was surprisingly on key.
Fang Jian sat down, and Zhang Tao immediately leaned in, whispering, "Hey, what's your decision?"
Others didn't know what he'd been up to during lunch, but since Zhang Tao had accompanied him to Europe, he could guess.
Fang Jian murmured, "I've looked into it. This project is worth a shot." Zhang Tao's eyes lit up.
"I told you I wouldn't lead you on, bro." Fang Jian glanced at Gong Ningxin and Yu Yuti singing and murmured, "But I have one condition. If she doesn't manage it well in the future, I'll pull my investment."
"You can't interfere."
Zhang Tao's eyes widened.
"That goes without saying. No one's money grows on trees. If she messes it up, do you expect her to squander it all? Fine, then you talk to her.
I'll call her over.
You talk to her yourself."
Fang Jian paused, about to speak, when Zhang Tao called out, "Gong Ningxin, Fang Jian wants to talk to you." Gong Ningxin finished her song, clinked glasses with Yu Yuti, and approached with a smile.
"Fang Jian, what is it?"
Seeing Zhang Tao looking even more impatient than himself, Fang Jian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He turned, maintaining his smile, and said, "Gong Ningxin, I'm somewhat interested in your proposal."
"Under what name are you bidding?" Gong Ningxin paused. Fang Jian was actually interested in that plan? Her gaze involuntarily flicked toward Zhang Tao's face before quickly shifting back. "I established a new company called Xinmei." "Xinmei?"
Fang Jian recalled what he'd seen earlier. It seemed such a company did indeed exist.
"Alright, then do you have a business plan?" Fang Jian asked in a deep voice. "How much capital do you intend to raise? How will the shares be distributed? And most importantly, how do you plan to gain their approval and secure the agency rights?"
Gong Ningxin's eyes shifted as she replied firmly, "I plan to raise 30 million yuan. This sum could be considered a loan or an equity investment, but if it's invested, it would only account for 30% of the shares."
30 million for 30%? That seems low.
30 million is substantial, but that's only the capital contribution. Gong Ningxin raised his eyebrows, a hint of pride in his voice.
"But I haven't factored in my human capital contribution yet." "Human capital?" "Yes. I've worked in cosmetics for 10 years and know every rule of the industry inside out.
I have 3 counters in stores across Shanghai, a network of industry contacts, and a team of employees under me.
Without this 30 million, I might not succeed.
But without me, even 100 million won't get it off the ground."
"Wow, that's quite the boast," Fang Jian chuckled. "So, are you confident you can secure this agency?" Gong Ningxin declared with pride, 90%. Fang Jian couldn't agree with that statement.
That's how business people operate. Even with just a 1% chance, they'll present it as a 100% certainty when raising capital. After a moment's thought, Fang Jian said, "Alright. I'll send some people tomorrow to verify the situation. If it's feasible, 30 million yuan for a 30% stake." After uttering those words, Fang Jian distinctly sensed Zhang Tao beside him visibly relax. He inwardly despised the guy for prioritizing women over friendship. Still, 30 million. At his current rate of earning, it wouldn't even take 3 days. Fang Jian didn't really care either way. Of course, verifying the offer with someone else was essential. Otherwise, he'd be a total sucker. After the verbal agreement, Fang Jian rose and headed to the restroom. Su Yanhuan and De Yuan exchanged bewildered glances, neither expecting Fang Jian to be the first to make a move this time. Now, only the 5 of them remained in the private room. Gong Ningxin remained silent for a moment before suddenly saying, "Zhang Tao, thank you."
"Me?"
Zhang Tao froze, feeling a pang of guilt. Su Yanhuan and De Yuan exchanged glances, finally realizing that this kid had been pulling strings behind the scenes. Just then, Yu Yuti burst into loud laughter. "Oh my, that's hilarious. Ningxin, did you really think the money Fang Jian pulled out was actually this kid Zhang Tao's?" Gong Ningxin's mouth fell open slightly, confusion evident. Su Yanghua and De Yuan were equally perplexed. "Wasn't that the case?" Zhang Tao quickly interjected, "Hey, you've got the wrong idea. That was entirely Fang Jian's own decision. I just explained the situation."
Yuyuni finally stifled her laughter and said, Ning Xin, let me tell you, last week I ran into Fang Jian at the bank and treated him to a meal. I casually complained about not meeting my deposit targets, and guess what happened? What happened? That kid Fang Jian didn't say a word, he just deposited this much. She held up a slender, pale finger. $1 million? 10 million, and it's a 3-year fixed deposit. Everyone was stunned. Is this really the Fang Jian they knew? Chapter 224, $300 million in a Swiss bank account, take it or leave it. That night, Fang Jian had barely drifted off to sleep when he sensed his father's voice. Opening his eyes, he saw his father slowly approaching him. But unlike before, his expression today was strangely off. Fang Jian shot upright. Dad, don't scare me like that. Are you okay? His father waved his hand impatiently. What could possibly be wrong with me? Stop talking nonsense. Fang Jian studied his father closely, finally concluding he might just be imagining things. His father sighed and said, Son, you sent me 500 billion. I received it. Okay. I gave the Bitcoin to that person too. His father hesitated before adding, it was so expensive. Did you make a profit? Fang Jian's expression turned slightly strange. Make money? You're kidding me, make money? This is a fortune, for crying out loud. 15 million yuan in Joss paper could buy 10,800 Bitcoins. Besides his dad, Fang Jian couldn't imagine where else he could find such a golden opportunity. Seeing the look on Fang Jian's face, his father instantly understood. This deal would certainly turn a profit for his son, but not a huge one. He cleared his throat softly and said, Son, I found another business opportunity for you. What kind of business? Fang Jian asked casually. His reaction to these business opportunities had grown somewhat sluggish. In other words, he had enough money on hand, so he felt little motivation to make more. There's some Arab prince with $300 million in cash deposited at a Swiss bank. He wants to cash it out. How much can you handle? An Arab prince? Yeah. He says he's the legitimate heir who was overthrown. When he went into exile, he had 300 million in funds earmarked for restoring his kingdom. But then he died in a car accident, so the money became useless. Rather than letting the bank profit from it, he'd rather convert it into afterlife currency so he can keep enjoying himself over there. Fang Jian's expression shifted slightly. He hurriedly said, Dad, you're losing your mind. Bah, his father snapped angrily. You're the one who's young and foolish. Fang Jian waved his hand dismissively. Dad, you misunderstand. I mean, is this something ordinary folks like us should even touch? If I were to take this money, wouldn't it bring endless trouble? His father laughed heartily. I thought there was some deeper issue. So that's what it was. He waved his hand dismissively. I've already checked it out for you. This guy didn't use his real name to deposit the money. He used 10 fake passports to spread it across 30 different Swiss banks. Fang Jian froze, astonished. This guy's pretty smart, huh? If all that money were in one bank, no matter how bold Fang Jian was, he wouldn't have considered it. $300 million in one account? That's a massive trap. Touch it and you're screwed. But if it was spread across 30 accounts under 10 different names, then each account averaged just $10 million. That was still a huge sum. It would attract far less attention compared to a single account holding $300 million. He stashed the fake passport, account credentials, the phone number he used back then, and the electronic transfer key in a Swiss bank safe deposit box. No one knows about it. Fang Jian didn't press his father on whether he was certain about such details. He already understood that such a massive oversight was impossible under the rules of the underworld. So perhaps this man's demise truly came down to luck. All right, old man, have him come over. Dad turned, beckoned, and a man with distinctly Arabian attire emerged from outside the circle. He approached, bowed to Fang Jian, and then transmitted a fragment of memory. After receiving the memory, Fang Jian breathed a sigh of relief. He discovered that the equipment this man had left behind was remarkably comprehensive. Once he got his hands on the items, there was no need to go to a bank. He could transfer money anywhere in the world with internet access, using just a computer and an electronic key. Of course, this required an overseas bank account. Fortunately, during his trip to Hong Kong to exchange Bitcoin, Fang Jian had obtained a HSBC card. But just one card. Fang Jian still felt uneasy. He decided that after leaving, he would apply for cards from other banks as well. Though doing so felt a bit like sticking one's fingers in one's ears while pretending not to hear the bell ring. It was still far better than keeping all his money on a single card. After transferring the memory to Fang Jian, the man hesitated before saying, Mr. Fang, if possible, please retrieve the items within a month and transfer the funds into your own account. Fang Jian froze and asked, why? As you know, every bank has its regulations. I'm concerned that if too much time passes, the electronic key might expire. Dealing with that afterward would be quite troublesome. Only 1 month? Because I've been here nearly a year now. I estimate the earliest card's key will expire in about a month. The Arab man added with a hint of pleading, each card holds 10 million, so... Fang Jian waved his hand. All right, I understand. Rest assured, I'll handle this as quickly as possible. The Arab thanked him gratefully before turning to leave. Fang Jian marveled inwardly at the man's remarkable politeness. Not only was he bringing money, but he was also so considerate. Regardless of how much he ultimately received, those 300 million Joss paper dollars would be handed over to him in full, not a single one missing. His father came over, chatted with Fang Jian for a few moments, and once again urged him to get married quickly so he could hold a grandchild. Then, Fang Jian experienced that sensation of rapid descent once more. After waking up, Fang Jian exercised for a while before immediately calling Fang Xiaohua. Xiaohua, I need to hire some lawyers and accountants to investigate a company's financial status and the growth prospects of an industry. Do you have any recommendations? Fang Xiaohua chuckled, well, your brother here happens to be in that exact line of work. That's perfect. I'll have you come to Shanghai. When can you leave? Bro, this requires scheduling. I'll pay extra double the commission. Ah, little brother, our law firm's motto is everything for the client. Just say the word, we can leave anytime. Fang Jian. Chapter 225, this is our national treasure. Early that morning, Fang Jian called Gong Ningxin directly and got straight to the point, requesting to visit the company headquarters for verification. Upon hearing Fang Jian's request, Gong Ningxin was quite excited. Although Fang Jian had agreed yesterday, she still felt a bit uneasy when it came to the actual investment. After all, this involved 30 million yuan. Moreover, her timeline was rather tight. Once the agency rights were secured, the company would need to immediately shift into high gear for rapid development. Funding would need to be in place by then. Therefore, the tighter the timeline Fang Jian demanded, the happier she felt. That afternoon, Fang Jian introduced Fang Xiaohua to Gong Ningxin. Because Fang Jian promised double the compensation, Fang Xiaohua immediately assembled a team. The legal profession fully demonstrated one thing. With money, nothing is impossible. Whether overseas or domestic, the essence remains fundamentally the same. So, after meeting, they drove straight out of Ningbo City and headed for Shanghai. Fang Jian was somewhat taken aback. For money, they really go all out. Zhan Tao and Yu Yudi both called to complain that Fang Jian had acted too hastily, causing Gong Ningxin to leave too quickly. Facing Yu Yudi, Fang Jian brushed it off with a casual smile and a couple of dismissive remarks. But with Zhan Tao, he snapped back. You're the one who asked me for money. Now that it's time to invest, you blame me for moving too fast? We can't be friends anymore. Under Fang Jian's threat to pull out his investment, Zhan Tao quickly backed down. Hanging up the phone, Fang Jian felt relieved that his actions had been swift enough. Otherwise, with these two in the same city, trouble was bound to happen sooner or later. That afternoon, the phone rang again. This time it was Tan Moyang. She informed Fang Jian that the appraisers from the German and British museums had arrived at the university and hoped he could bring the copperplate engraving for them to examine. Fang Jian readily agreed. Although he no longer had much desire to sell the painting, it was necessary to show it off to those around him. That way, everyone would know he was a wealthy collector. Then, having a bit more money in his account wouldn't seem like such a big deal. For an ordinary person. If a person were just an ordinary individual, a sudden deposit of 10 million into their bank account would attract inquiries and scrutiny from the financial authorities. But if one is already a collector holding artworks worth hundreds of millions, then even if another 100 million appears, people would only wonder, did this guy sell some paintings? Did he evade taxes? They would never question where the money came from. Driving to the bank, Fang Jian retrieved the copperplate engraving and headed straight for the school. At that moment, the art school was on high alert. Not only were several teachers present, but 2 officials had also arrived. No need to ask, they were undoubtedly summoned by Su Yinghan. The painting's value was simply too immense. If he hadn't known about it, it wouldn't have mattered. But now, he dared not take any chances. Besides that, Fang Jian also spotted some foreigners. Their eyes practically lit up when they glanced at the backpack strapped to Fang Jian's back. Arriving at the same lecture hall as last time, Fang Jian paused in surprise. For here, he spotted someone he detested intensely. Wang Linxin, the former vice principal Wang. Did he actually have the nerve to show his face here? Fang Jian had to revise his opinion of him upward. If it were him, Fang Jian would never have the nerve to show his face again. Beside Wang Linxin stood 2 others, the 3 of them whispering quietly. Fang Jian naturally ignored this jerk. He placed the copperplate engraving on the easel covered in silk cloth from last time, then stepped back a couple of paces. The moment he stepped back, the foreigners swarmed around it. They examined it closely, even pulling out magnifying glasses. After obtaining Fang Jian's permission, they took out cameras to photograph the work. 2 of them even produced photographs for precise comparison. Sure enough, the photograph of Melancholia, which had been impossible to find domestically, was indeed preserved abroad. Half an hour later, after exchanging opinions, the experts flipped the copperplate engraving over for further examination. Finally, a bearded old man stated, "Sir, based on our assessment, this painting is highly likely to be the lost masterpiece Melancholia from World War II. I would like to request a carbon-14 dating test." Fang Jian smiled. "Certainly. We should have facilities in Yongcheng capable of performing that." "Of course there is." A man beside him suddenly stepped forward and said, "We have a specialized testing center in Yongcheng that can perform carbon-14 dating. However, the center doesn't accept individual clients, so..." Fang Jian cut him off. "If they won't take me, I can go to another city." Su Yinghan quickly interjected, "No need. I can arrange it under the university's name." Fang Jian nodded slightly before saying, "Sir, I have no objection to the carbon-14 testing. However, I take issue with what you just said." The bearded old man paused, puzzled. "What objections? You just said this is a lost masterpiece from your World War II era?" Fang Jian smiled. "Wrong. This isn't yours. I found it." The bearded old man's face flushed red with both agitation and anger. He whispered, "Sir, this is a national treasure of Germany." Fang Jian chuckled, "Is that so? Then you're implying this painting belongs to you?" "It would be best if so," the bearded old man declared solemnly. Fang Jian blinked twice and said, "Very well. I recall your museum holds a painting of mine that went missing, the bamboo and ink. I wonder when you might be able to return it.
The bearded old man was speechless, his face flushing crimson. The ink bamboo painting was a masterpiece by Zhang Banxiao, said to have been lost abroad during the Eight-Nation Alliance invasion. For the nation, it was undoubtedly a national treasure. Su Yinghan quickly intervened. All right, everyone, no arguing. Let's proceed with the inspection first. The bearded old man shot Fang Jian a fierce glare and muttered under his breath, damned capitalist. Then, the group boarded the vehicle and headed toward the testing center.
Chapter 226, National Treasures Must Be Surrendered. With so many bigwigs present, the testing center quickly agreed.
As the testing personnel scraped a thin sample from the copperplate engraving, the foreigners' faces twisted in extreme discomfort, as if they were scraping their own flesh. Conventional carbon-14 dating typically takes 12 to 20 hours. However, the testing center had acquired a new instrument last year capable of performing accelerator mass spectrometry AMS carbon-14 dating. Not only did it require a smaller sample size, just 1 to 5 milligrams. Moreover, the testing time is extremely short, requiring only 10 to 20 minutes to achieve 1% accuracy. Naturally, the more meticulous the examination, the higher the precision rate. But since this painting isn't exactly a fossil-level artifact, this level of precision is sufficient. Half an hour later, when the results came in, everyone confirmed that this painting was indeed the one lost during World War II. A foreigner approached, pulled out a business card, and said, Mr. Fang, I'm the head of Christie's Greater China region.
My name is Lippy. Mr. Lippy, hello. Lippy smiled and said, I'm very interested in this painting. I wonder if Mr. Fang has any plans to auction it off. Fang Jian chuckled, not at the moment, thank you.
Lippy persisted, Mr. Fang, if you were to consider auctioning it, we could offer a guaranteed reserve price of 80 million. Fang Jian glanced at him and chuckled, Mr. Lippy, my starting price is 100 million. Lippy gritted his teeth, seemingly wrestling with a fierce internal battle. Then he said, alright, we'll go with a reserve price of 100 million.
Fang Jian rolled his eyes. Mr. Lippy, I think you didn't hear me clearly earlier. I have no plans to auction it off for now.
Lippy shrugged his shoulders.
Though reluctant, he sighed and stepped back. Fang Jian carefully repacked the painting. Teacher Tan, once the appraisal is complete, may I take the painting back? Tan Moyang smiled.
Of course. However, just then, a middle-aged man beside Wang Linqian suddenly spoke up, young man, hold on a moment.
Fang Jian halted in his tracks.
He glanced over with a hint of impatience. He had no fondness whatsoever for the people surrounding Wang Linqian.
But with several foreigners present, Fang Jian didn't want to make a spectacle of domestic disputes in front of outsiders.
Therefore, he turned back. Before doing so, though, he glanced at Su Yinghan and gave her a subtle nod. Su Yinghan, being exceptionally intelligent as the university president, immediately understood his meaning. He laughed heartily and said, Doctors, you've been busy all morning.
You must be hungry. Come. I've made reservations at a restaurant. Let me treat you to the delicious flavors of Chinese cuisine. With a wave of his hand, the professor swarmed forward without hesitation, dragging the bearded man and his companions away. Though the others protested that they wanted to continue the appraisal, they couldn't resist the persistent persuasion of the group and eventually got into the car and left. Once the outsiders were gone, Fang Jian turned and said, Hello, you are.
I'm a staff member from the City Museum, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. We heard you had a national treasure in your possession, young comrade, so we came to see for ourselves. It truly is a painting worthy of national treasure status.
Fang Jian nodded slightly and said, Have you seen it? Yes, we have. It was quite an eye-opener. Good. Fang Jian smiled. Glad you did. Goodbye. With that, he turned to leave. The man immediately grew anxious and hurriedly called out, Hey, young comrade, wait a moment. What else is there?
Young man, here's the thing, I hope you'll show your spirit and donate this national treasure to the country.
Fang Jian paused, turning back. Donate it to the nation? Yes, donate it to the nation. The state will offer you tremendous rewards. The man's expression was solemn. Fang Jian asked curiously, what kind of reward? The man perked up. It's primarily a commendation. We'll present you with a certificate of honor and give it extensive publicity. It's sure to become a major social talking point. Hold on. Fang Jian waved his hand. So you mean only non-monetary rewards? Just a certificate? The man smiled. Of course, we'll also consider material rewards. To honor your actions, we'll apply for the highest reward fund available, 200,000 yuan. Fang Jian looked puzzled. Sir, did you hear what that guy from Carlsberg auction house said? He promised 100 million in US dollars, no less. The man's smile stiffened slightly. Ahem, but they can't offer you spiritual rewards. Fang Jian chuckled, thanks, but I don't need it. The man's expression darkened. Wang Linqian stepped forward. Fang Jian, don't be ungrateful.
You know, according to national regulations, any national treasures found must be surrendered to the state.
If you dare to destroy it privately, that's destruction of cultural relics. Oh my. Fang Jian chuckled cheerfully. Hey, former Vice Principal Wang. He deliberately emphasized and slowed his delivery of the words former and vice. This infuriated Wang Linqian to no end. I've read the relevant regulations too. National law states that national treasures unearthed from the land belong to the state, correct?
Exactly, Wang Linqian declared with righteous indignation.
Don't try to fool me.
Everyone knows you dug up this painting.
Fang Jian nodded repeatedly. Yes, I admit it. I dug this up from the ground. See? He admits it. Wang Linxin shouted aggressively. Hand it over now, or you'll end up in jail or get shot.
The man glanced at him, his expression oddly unsettled.
Fang Jian burst out laughing.
Principal Wang, it seems you only heard half the story.
Do you know where I dug it up from?
Wang Linxin roared, I don't care where you dug it up. You're undermining the nation's foundations.
Fang Jian gave a cold chuckle.
Let me tell you, I dug it up while traveling in Poland. I'll abide by our country's laws, but those laws don't extend to Polish soil.
Chapter 227, How do you prove you're your old man's biological son? Poland? Wang Linxin's eyes widened.
He'd only heard that the treasure in Fang Jian's hands had been unearthed in Poland.
He never imagined the excavation site was outside China.
The country had relevant laws and regulations. Cultural relics belonged to the state, and turning them over to the authorities was every citizen's duty.
But that definition applies to finds within China.
Damn it, if someone were required to surrender treasures found abroad to the state too,
it would likely spark nationwide chaos. You're lying. Wang Linxin, consumed by rage and fury, stammered incoherently, how can you prove this was excavated in Poland? Fang Jian sneered coldly. How could he prove it?
He blinked twice, then suddenly asked, Former Vice Principal Wang, you're of such advanced age.
When I visited your home last time, I didn't see your father. How is his health?
Wang Linxin froze, then blurted out, my father passed away over 10 years ago.
Wait, when did you visit my home? Fang Jian laughed heartily. Exactly.
Wang Linxin and the other man exchanged bewildered glances, neither quite grasping the meaning.
What was right? Fang Jian's expression turned stern as he abruptly demanded, Former Vice Principal Wang, let me ask you this, what proof do you have that you're your father's biological son? Maybe you were found? Or adopted? Or perhaps? In short, what evidence do you have that you're his real son?
Wang Linxin gaped in shock, a surge of blood rushing to his head.
He shouted, this is outrageous. I'll fight you.
He lunged forward, swinging his arm in a wide arc, aiming a punch at Fang Jian.
Hey, don't get angry.
The man beside him rolled his eyes and stepped forward too, seemingly to break up the fight, but only with words, not actions.
Fang Jian took half a step back, leaning his body slightly backward, perfectly avoiding the blow.
Then, he reached out and pressed lightly on Wang Linxin's shoulder.
A powerful force surged through his touch. Wang Linxin was caught off guard, unable to react in time.
His body spun halfway, and the slap flew backward.
Smack!
The man behind him took a heavy blow to the face, his glasses flying off from the force of the slap.
Ow! That hurts like hell.
The man clutched his mouth, collapsing to the ground and gasping in pain.
Wang Linxin, forgetting about Fang Jian, immediately crouched down to comfort him. Fang Jian sneered coldly, choosing not to engage with them.
Instead, he pulled out his phone and immediately called the police. Of course, after dialing 911, he simultaneously called Su Yinghan and briefly explained the situation. Wang Linxin helped the man up, ready to explode, but hearing that Fang Jian had actually called the police himself left him utterly confused.
Strange. Shouldn't we be the ones calling the police? When did it become this kid's turn? Soon, the police arrived. Not only did the officers arrive, but Su Yinghan and Tan Moyang showed up too.
As for the foreigners, they were naturally accompanied by other school administrators. Upon seeing the officers, Wang Linxin immediately shouted, Officer, this guy started the fight.
Arrest them now. Fang Jian sneered coldly, Officer, this guy is making false accusations.
Besides, it was a mutual fight between those two, I had nothing to do with it. The officers inspected the situation and remarked, from what I see, it's not a serious matter.
Why not settle this privately? Settle it privately? Fine. But only if he hands over the painting, Wang Linxin demanded. Fang Jian smiled. Officer, this is where the altercation happened. Look.
He pointed with his finger. Everyone looked up to see a surveillance camera in the corner, its light flashing conspicuously.
Wang Linxin's expression changed instantly. The officer understood immediately and nodded to Fang Jian.
If anyone else had demanded the footage, the people here might not have handed it over.
But with the officer present, they wouldn't dare conceal anything.
Soon, everything was laid bare before the footage.
The recording device not only captured video but also audio. Even the voices during their altercation were crystal clear. After reviewing it, the constable remarked irritably, Old man, you were the one who initiated the physical contact. He merely pushed you back while retreating. Yet you were the one who struck him. I suggest you two settle this amicably. Just as Wang Linxin was about to speak, the man behind him shook his head, pulled him back, and said, Forget it. He gave him a meaningful look. Though puzzled, Wang Linxin held his tongue. The man stepped forward, clutching his face. Despite the stinging pain, he forced a smile and said, Mr. Feng, my name is Luo Jiqiang. If you change your mind, you can come find me anytime. Fang Jian smiled. Alright, if I change my mind, I'll definitely come find you. Wait for me to change my mind? Fang Jian no longer wished to engage with him. Officer, thank you for your help. May we go now? Sure. If you've decided to settle this privately, I'll withdraw the report. The officer glanced at Fang Jian. Fang Jian smiled and nodded. Thank you. You've been very helpful. The officer shook his head, gave a final reminder to keep things civil and avoid impulsive violence, then departed. Once the officer was gone, Fang Jian pulled Su Yinghan aside. Principal Su, do you know anyone here? I know the director well. Why? Could you get me a copy of that video recording? as soon as possible, and discreetly. Su Yinghan gave him a deep look. Fang Jian smiled. Actually, I have some other art pieces as well. I'll need Principal Su's expertise to appraise them in the future. Su Yinghan immediately replied, alright, leave this minor matter to me. Remember, don't alert anyone else. Su Yinghan nodded silently. Wang Linxin and Luo Jiqiang stepped out of the appraisal center. Wang Linxin fumed. Jiqiang, are we just letting this slide? Luo Jiqiang covered his face and retorted. Forget it? Humph. When have I, Luo Jiqiang, ever taken such a raw deal? No way am I letting this slide. Ah, then what do you plan to do? Luo Jiqiang sneered coldly. I'll make sure he's publicly shamed. Wang Linxin's eyes lit up instantly. Luo Jiqiang whispered. I'll come back tonight. First, I need to retrieve that video footage from earlier. Chapter 228, Wang Tianpao's hidden strength comes to fruition. Fang Jian, why did you get into a fight with them? Tan Moyang frowned. He's nothing but a pain in the neck. Why stir up trouble? Fang Jian smiled faintly. Aunt Tan, it wasn't that I wanted trouble. They kept pushing themselves in my face. I had no choice. Hearing Fang Jian's explanation, Su Yinghan, who had just returned, couldn't help but smile. He handed over a USB drive. I copied it as you requested. No one else knows except my old friend. Thanks, Principal Su. You're welcome. Just remember to share any good finds with me in the future. Let me see what you've got. You can count on it. Fang Jian paused before adding, by the way, when are the people from the other two countries arriving? Tomorrow. They'll definitely be here. Alright, I'll be heading to Europe the day after tomorrow. Fang Jian said firmly. Once they finish their appraisal tomorrow, I'll leave immediately. Ah, is it that important? Yes. I promised someone I'd attend a concert. Fang Jian said with a smile. A concert? Yeah, I work in music. It'd be rude to back out now. Fang Jian grinned. Besides, if I didn't travel around, how else would I find this stuff? Su Yinghan nodded repeatedly, though inwardly unconvinced. After bidding farewell, Fang Jian went to the bank and placed the copperplate engraving into his safe deposit box. Then he pulled out his phone and called Robert. International calls weren't cheap, but for Fang Jian, anything money could solve wasn't a problem. Robert answered promptly. When Fang Jian mentioned he would be traveling to Switzerland the day after tomorrow, Robert was overjoyed. Of course, Fang Jian's excuse was that he wanted to open accounts at 2 banks in Switzerland. Robert immediately proposed 2 performances in Europe. Fang Jian considered it and said, alright, I agree, but I don't want to travel around. Let's just set the performance location in Switzerland. Switzerland. Alright, Switzerland has 2 world-class opera houses, the Zurich Opera House and the Grand Theatre de Genève. Let's go with those. Fang Jian chuckled. Hey, I'm coming to perform. They might not have any available dates. Robert replied without hesitation. No problem. I'll make the arrangements. They'll definitely have availability. Though neither city is Switzerland's capital, both are world-renowned. Moreover, such opera houses don't host performances every day, so finding a suitable slot wasn't actually difficult. Within just an hour, Robert had already made the calls. Feng, we've secured 2 performances, one Saturday evening and another Sunday evening. That fast? Ha! I told you before, anything's negotiable as long as you're willing to come. Robert sounded slightly smug. By the way, when are you heading to the UK, Germany, and the States, plus America and Australia? Oh, and Little Japan, South Korea, and the Arab world have all invited you. They're throwing around some serious cash. Fang Jian replied without hesitation. I'll wait for the right opportunity. Alright. Robert felt a hint of disappointment, but since Fang Jian had already agreed to 2 shows today, he couldn't very well ask for more. However, Robert had underestimated the fame of the Oriental Pavarotti. When the news leaked, opera fans across Europe were electrified. Then, like snowflakes, invitations completely flooded Robert. Fang Jian returned home and glanced at his computer. Today's 100 bitcoins had already sold out. Watching the volatile swings in Bitcoin's price, Fang Jian couldn't help but wonder if this thing was about to surge again. Ready to cut another batch of retail investors. The only silver lining was that the government had made its stance clear. Bitcoin was not recognized within the country, so even if they wanted to fleece investors, they couldn't target domestic citizens. But then, looking at the stock market, the mere thought of the domestic stock market left Fang Jian speechless. Truth is, retail investors are the easy targets in any country. This is a universally acknowledged truth. But countries that can harvest the chives so brazenly? There really aren't many of those. The phone rang. He glanced at the screen, an international number. After answering, the caller rattled off a string of information. It was HSBC calling to upgrade his bank card tier. Fang Jian inquired briefly and agreed to visit when he had time. The primary benefit of upgrading a bank card tier was the increased transfer limit. This was actually quite important to Fang Jian. Then, he received a call from Wang Tianpao, inviting him to the martial arts gym. With nothing else to do, Fang Jian headed over. The kid was standing on the ring, slowly warming up his limbs. Watching his movements, Fang Jian found them somewhat peculiar. When this guy moved, his actions were agile and lightning fast, giving off a sense of effortless control. Fang Jian began to understand. Sure enough, upon seeing Fang Jian,
Wang Tianpao immediately invited him onto the stage for a match. Liang Chao and the others were also present,
cheering him on from below. Truthfully, everyone knew Wang Tianpao couldn't beat Fang Jian, but here,
it seemed Wang Tianpao was the only one qualified to exchange a few blows with Fang Jian.
Fang Jian naturally accepted the challenge and stepped onto the stage. The two faced each other from a distance. Wang Tianpao suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of fierce attacks toward Fang Jian. Each punch carried the peak power of overt force. Crack, crack. The deafening crack echoed repeatedly across the stage. Below the ring, Liang Chao watched with eyes red with envy. When will I ever reach this level? The others, however, though they watched with excitement, felt little envy. They knew their own limits. This level was beyond their reach for life. Moments later, Wang Tianpao suddenly roared and unleashed a punch straight to the chest. As the fist shot forward, every pore on his body closed, the punch striking like thunder. Fang Jian extended his palm to meet it. Smack! A light sound echoed as Wang Tianpao couldn't stop his momentum, staggering back 3 steps. His final step slammed down so hard it gouged a deep hole in the sturdy floorboards. Spectators stared in stunned silence. Is this guy even human? Star. Chapter 229, This is unfair. Hidden Force? Liang Chao exclaimed. Brother Wang, you've mastered Hidden Force? His voice brimmed with excitement. Before this, he had only ever seen Fang Jian master the Dark Force. This left him perpetually anxious about where his own limits might lie. But now, seeing even Brother Wang master the Dark Force felt like an adrenaline shot coursing through his veins, filling him with boundless confidence. If Brother Wang could do it, why couldn't he? Wang Depeo burst into laughter. That's right, I sought out my senior brother, walked the red path with him, and then I really did master it. Fang Jian smiled and said, Congratulations. Truthfully, this method isn't a universal solution. Without sufficient insight and strength, even 10 trips down the path would yield nothing. But Wang Depeo was originally a formidable soldier. Though retired, his foundation remained strong, and the fiery passion within him had never truly faded. Thus, after traversing the red road this time, he was genuinely moved and ultimately succeeded. Wang Depeo said, Fang Jian, my senior brother wishes to meet you. Fang Jian paused, then said, he'd be welcome. Wang Depeo gave a wry smile. My senior brother already went above and beyond by accompanying me on this journey. His work is quite demanding, making it difficult for him to travel. So, Fang Jian instantly understood this was an invitation for him to come over. If anyone else had made such a request, Fang Jian would have laughed it off. We're both martial artists, you're not stronger than me, and I have no need to seek your favor. Why should I go see you? But Wang Depeo was Wang Donglian's brother. It was just a trip, how could that be a big deal? Alright, Brother Wang. I'm heading to Europe the day after tomorrow. I'll come see your senior brother when I get back. Seeing Fang Jian agree so readily, Wang Depeo felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He nodded lightly and said, Good brother, if you ever need anything in the future, just give me a shout. Your big brother will make it happen. Alright, I'll definitely bother you whenever I need something. Both men burst into laughter simultaneously. On the training platform, they practiced for another half hour. During that time, though Wang Depeo appeared to be the aggressor, Fang Jian was constantly offering guidance. Even a fool could see the significant gap in their abilities. Liang Chao watched from below, filled with envy. Brother Wang had already mastered the hidden force technique, yet it seemed the gap between him and Master had only widened since their last sparring session. This clearly showed that the Master was also making steady progress. As his disciple, he must strive harder. He absolutely couldn't bring shame upon his Master. That evening, Jun Tao joined them, and the two groups reunited. Then, the group shared a meal together. When it ended, Jun Tao suggested going singing, but Fang Jian flatly refused. Though Liang Chao was quite interested, Fang Jian dragged him instead to the shooting range. Men have an endless fascination with guns and cars. Upon seeing the firearms, the slight disappointment in Liang Chao's heart vanished instantly. He eagerly picked up a gun and began shooting under Fang Jian's guidance. Of course, the firearm he used was different from Fang Jian's, and his accuracy was nowhere near comparable. While teaching him how to shoot, Fang Jian asked, Liang Chao, how's the training I gave you going? Liang Chao quickly replied, Master, I practice every day. I feel stronger with each passing day. He had trained in Sanda before, but the sense of progress back then was nowhere near as pronounced as it was now. Of course, he also knew this might be related to his soaking in medicinal baths. Fang Jian raised the rifle and put on his ear protection. Liang Chao quickly followed suit. Bang, bang, bang. After 10 shots, Fang Jian removed his ear protection and said slowly, training requires unwavering focus. Until you reach the peak of the Mingjing stage. If you can't endure it, don't bother coming back to me. Only then did Liang Chao understand. He hurriedly replied, Master, I promise I won't go to those places anymore. Martial arts training is tedious and arduous. If one couldn't endure the patience required, it was better not to practice at all. Otherwise, giving up before reaching the end would be a true waste of all prior effort. The medicinal bath Fang Jian had given him had the effect of strengthening his foundation and nourishing his essence, helping him reach the peak of the Mingjing realm as quickly as possible. But if he indulged in nightly revelry during this process, even the finest medicine would be wasted. Seeing Liang Chao's current state, Fang Jian felt quite satisfied. At that moment, the target paper slowly returned, guided by the machine. Liang Chao's eyes widened in shock at the score displayed on the target. Even Zhang Tao, who had come over to take a look, wore an expression of utter disbelief. He couldn't help but feel that his old classmate was becoming more and more mysterious. Fang Jian patted Liang Chao on the shoulder and said, "Keep at it. When you master the art of transforming force and achieve unity of body, eyes, mind, and hand, you'll be able to do it too." Liang Chao nodded vigorously, his gaze unwavering. Wang Tianpao, standing nearby, shot him a subtle glance, silently grumbling to himself. Another one fooled by Fang Jian. Transforming force? Is it really that easy to master? Even though he had already reached the level of hidden force, achieving the level of transforming force, he still had no confidence whatsoever. That night, the group parted ways, and Wang Tianpao returned home. During the late-night snack, Wang Tianpao downed 2 bottles of baijiu and single-handedly took down 3 men. Of course, Fang Jian had only 1 glass before refusing any more, but Zhang Tao and Liang Chao got completely drunk. Fang Jian had to call a car to send them both home. When Wang Tianpao got home, he kicked off his shoes, and the stench of alcohol hit the room like a wave. Wang Donglian rushed out, covering her nose and complaining, "Brother, you've only been back a day and you're already out again with your rowdy friends. I'm telling Mom and Dad." Wang Tianpao roared with laughter. "Riffraff? Yeah, they sure are riffraff. Ha ha." Wang Donglian's eyes darted around. "Who did you go out with? It wasn't Brother Fang, was it? Well, you're sharp for a little girl." Wang Tianpao chuckled. "You got it, that kid." He sighed. "Man, I thought this time around, with my skills improved, even if I couldn't beat him, I could at least hold out longer." Shaking his head, he belched inside helplessly. "But what can you do? This world is full of unreasonable geniuses. His progress is actually faster than mine. It's just not fair." Star.